1991 was the year of the sheep. Summer blazed overhead, the sun scorching enough to turn a man into dried fish. Liang An pulled up his pants and stepped out of the public toilet at the east end of the village, two unused bamboo splints in hand, his backside stinging like fire. In this era, toilet paper was a luxury the countryside couldn't afford. Everyone used bamboo slivers to scrape, clean. Getting it on your hands was just part of the job. The latrine sat by the roadside, shaded by a massive banyan tree whose thick leaves offered relief from the heat. But while the shade made squatting bearable, it also bred swarms of mosquitoes especially drawn to bare buttocks. He hadn't even been on the toilet for a few minutes before they feasted on him, leaving behind a constellation of itchy red bites. He took a few steps, scratching his rear, and instinctively reached into his pocket. Empty. No phone. No cigarette pack. No lighter. He sighed. I was back in 1991. Of course there was no smartphone. Only the rich carried pagers or those brick-sized Big Brother mobile phones. Liang didn't know how Head ended up here. Head just had a few drinks, vomited while driving, and passed out. When he opened his eyes, he was back still named Liang An, but with a new identity, age, and body. His parents were foster parents. After 2 daughters, they'd adopted him abandoned by a city-educated youth believing it would bring them a son. And sure enough, they later gave birth to twin boys. They were farmers living off the land. He was the 3rd child, 2 older sisters already married off, and 2 younger brothers and a younger sister still at home. Honestly, he didn't want to be here. His past life had been good. Decades as a corporate drone, middle-aged with a nest egg saved up. Head fish, play mahjong, drink with friends, and enjoy the occasional wellness massage. Life was easy, carefree. Now, back to the Stone Age. His pockets were cleaner than his face. The only upside? He was 19 again strong from years of farm labor, in peak physical condition, with no issues staying up all night for certain activities. The Liang family wasn't wealthy. 3 mud brick, tile-roofed houses stood in a row, with 2 smaller additions built later on either side. In front lay a courtyard of over 200 square meters, enclosed by a fence woven from thorny branches. A few fruit trees grew inside along wampy and starfruit. Outside the courtyard, a big yellow dog lay sprawled on the ground, panting in the heat. When it saw Liang returning, it scrambled up, whining and pawing at his pants, tail wagging furiously. Get lost. Liang snapped, shooing it away. The damn thing reeked of rotting fish and trash. He pushed open the courtyard gate and headed straight to the low, eastern room. Less than 10 square meters, cramped and sparse. A wooden bed, a stool piled high with books. Clothes hung from a rope strung across the wall, snow hangers. Nothing. Sunlight streamed through a skylight, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. Liang picked up a diary and flipped through it, learning about the boy whose body he now inhabited. From what Head gathered, the original Liang had been working as a laborer in town when a prefabricated concrete slab fell on his head. Head bled heavily. The clinic doctor said he was dead. They brought him back home and dumped him in the cow sheet. But the next morning, he woke up. His foster parents were terrified, thought he was a zombie. They doused him with a bucket of pig manure right to the face. They tested him repeatedly, even called a spiritual master, fearing a wandering ghost had possessed him. For days, Liang had been faking amnesia, terrified they'd treat him like a demon, force him to drink feces, soup, or burn paper charms down his throat. This was rural Guangdong in the 1990s. Superstition ran deep. Strange behavior meant exorcism, sometimes with a loud dong-dong chong from a local shaman. Still, his foster parents watched him with suspicion, clearly wishing Head stayed dead. Head overheard his foster mother muttering that it was a shame he hadn't died. His worthless life could have fetched a hefty compensation payout, enough to secure a wife for one of their sons. After reading the diary, Liang understood. He wasn't their blood. No love, no care. Since childhood, Head worked the fields, earning work points. He and the youngest sister, Liang Rue, did most of the labor, while the 2 younger brothers were spared. The diary reeked of despair, multiple mentions of wanting to end it all, a half bottle of pesticide hidden under the bed. Recently, they'd pulled him out of school to work as a cement laborer barely a few days before the accident. After reading, Liang grew drowsy. He tossed the diary aside and lay down for a nap. He woke up in the afternoon, groggy and slow to rise. The door burst open. A small head poked into braids tied tight. It was Liang Rue, his 6th sister, 12 years old and timid. Liang blinked awake, disoriented. 3rd brother, time to eat. Got it. He got up, slipped on his flip-flops, and shuffled outside. At the hand pump well in the yard, he splashed water on his face, then headed to the kitchen. The table held a few home-cooked dishes: pan-fried salted fish, pork with bean sprouts, tofu with scallions. His foster mother and younger siblings had already eaten. Only scraps remained. His father, Liang An, sat at the head, face flushed, a cup of rice wine before him, its aroma faint in the air. When Liang An entered, the man's expression darkened. The mood turned icy. Liang An sat heavily on the long wooden bench, served himself a bowl of thin porridge, and began eating. He hadn't eaten since morning. Hours later, his stomach growled. Porridge and a few greens, simple, but satisfying. You eat. Big as you are, all you know is eating at home like a freeloader. Now that you're healed, why not go work the fields? We pulled you out of school to work as a laborer, and you deliberately got yourself injured just to loaf around? Liang An snapped. He and his wife had labored all day in the fields, aching and exhausted. Their foster son hadn't lifted a finger. It made his blood boil. Liang glanced at him, but said nothing, continuing to sip his porridge. This was dinner, every day another round of scolding. The man never shut up, more nagging than Tangsung. He couldn't imagine how the original Liang An had endured it for years. I'm telling Yue can't afford to send you to high school. I've already arranged it. Tomorrow, you start at the brick kiln. Seeing Liang An remain silent, Liang An grew angrier. He slammed his chopsticks down, pointing at him. Stop with that deadpan look. You're a curse. We should have never taken you in. You're useless, good for nothing. Liang An set his bowl and chopsticks down. He wiped his mouth with his sleeve, stood up, gripped the edge of the wooden table, and with a sudden, violent heave, flipped it over. Dishes crashed to the floor with a deafening clatter. Chapter 2. Wings have grown. Staring at the wreckage, Liang An froze stunned that Liang An had actually flipped the table. This foster son had been beaten into submission his whole life, broken down, silent and obedient. Had never dared defy him, never fought back, never answered back. Just trembled under the weight of paternal authority, accepting every beating and scolding. But now, what the hell are you doing, you damn curse? Liang An roared, face black as soot. Curse. If you hadn't adopted me, you wouldn't have had sons. And you call me a freeloader? Since I was 7, I've worked the fields, earned work points. Your 2 precious sons? Never had to do a damn thing. Liang An shot back with a bitter laugh. The diary had laid bare years of suffering off, picking cow dung behind the herd, of being the main laborer on their 15 mu of land, of wearing hand-me-downs from younger brothers, of being beaten for everything, loved by no one. The past few days, Liang An had observed them. Only Liang Rue, another outcast, treated him with kindness. The rest? Their treatment was outright cruel. Liang An wasn't the original. He didn't bottle up pain and cry into a journal. He wasn't a patient man. Had held back for days. But retreat just made things worse. Sometimes you had to fight back hard. You've gone mad. Truly mad. You little bastard, I think your skin's itching for a beating. Liang An exploded, feeling his authority crumble. He feared losing control of this obedient workhorse. As Liang An turned to leave the kitchen, Liang An lunged, fist aimed at his head. Liang An smirked inwardly. He caught the arm, twisted, and with a sharp pivot and a burst of chi, executed a perfect shoulder throw. Liang An flew through the air and slammed into the ground with a painful grunt. Dazed and half drunk, the man's anger surged. Had beaten Liang An countless times, hanging him up and nearly killing him. He never expected the boy to fight back. Oh my God. Third brother, what are you doing? That's your father. How dare you lay a hand on him? Foster mother Su Chanhua rushed in, flailing her arms and shrieking. The yellow dog joined in, barking wildly. He's not my real father, Liang An sneered. Because he wasn't blood, the original Liang An had endured endless abuse, beaten for everything, worked like a beast, constantly belittled. No matter what happened, it was always his fault. Beat him first, ask questions never. Now your real father? Still, we raised you for 19 years. How dare you strike him so hard? Su Chanhua cried, rushing to help her husband up. He was the family's pillar. If anything happened to him, how would they survive? The 2 younger brothers, Liang Yu and Liang Hui, who'd been watching TV at a neighbor's, came running. Behind them, half the village followed, drawn by the noise. In a time with no entertainment, a good fight was better than any show. Mom, what happened? Liang Yu asked. Your third brother's gone crazy. He attacked your father. Su Chanhua wailed, fake tears streaming. Hearing that, the brothers' faces darkened. They glared at Liang An with cold, lifeless eyes. Since they'd grown up, they'd known this third brother was adopted, no blood, no respect. Their parents had drilled it into them. He's an outsider. Your sisters will marry away. Everything here belongs to you too. You bastard. How dare you hit our father? He'll kill you. Liang Yu, hot-headed, charged without another word. Liang An snapped. As the boy rushed him, he dropped into a boxing stance. Sidestepped the punch. Left hook crack. The blow landed flush on Liang Ye's face. He staggered back, ears ringing. Seeing his brother hit, Liang Hui roared and charged too. Behind him, Liang Dashin, now recovered, cursed, and lunged forward. Father and son stall, muscular, especially Liang Dashin, hardened by years of farm work. Left hook, right uppercut, roundhouse kick. Liang An fought all three at once, a whirlwind of technique. He took hits, but adrenaline numbed the pain instead. He grew fiercer. Within minutes, the three lay on the ground like dead dogs, moaning in agony. Su Chunhua had vanished, probably running to fetch relatives. You bastard! Liang Yu sobbed, snot and tears mixing, still cursing. Elder brother is like a father. How dare you speak to him like that? Liang An stepped forward, grabbed his hair, and slapped him twice hard, open-handed. Had worked those fields, earned those points, helped raise these three kids. Done with Liang Yu. He turned to Liang Hui, same move, same brutal slaps. Both brothers' faces bloomed with red handprints, swollen like pig heads. With that done, Liang An reached into his foster father's pocket, took half a pack of Hong Shuangxi cigarettes, sat on the kitchen threshold, lit one, and exhaled a long, satisfying plume of smoke. Beating the three of them had felt amazing. All his pent-up rage had drained away. Better than any exorcism. It had been a while since had fought. His old self-defense training was a bit rusty but still sharp enough. Within minutes, Su Chunhua returned with a mob, his so-called grandparents, uncles, aunts, the whole extended family, storming into the yard. What a disaster. How do we raise such an ungrateful wolf? Su Chunhua wailed, checking her son's injuries. She glared at Liang An like he was her worst enemy, ready to tear him apart. Seeing the battered father and sons, the relatives gasped, then erupted in condemnation, calling Liang An a monster, a traitor, their voices spitting in his face, hands raised as if to strike. Liang An didn't flinch. He ran back into the kitchen, grabbed a cleaver, and slammed into the doorframe, leaving a deep, jagged gash. The scolding uncles and aunts fell silent, stumbling back in fear. You little bastard, Liang Dashin growled, finally standing, his eye blackened, cheeks swollen. Your wings have grown. Huh? Think you can challenge me now? Fine. Great. This house can't hold a big Buddha like you. Get out. Leave. Let's pretend we never raised this ungrateful beast. He pointed at the gate, screaming. Get out. Chapter 3. No regrets. Get out of my house, you illegitimate child. Liang Yu spat venomously. Just moments ago, he had been thoroughly beaten, his entire body marred with bruises, and his face swollen to the point of resembling a pig's head, rendering him unrecognizable. You still want to be beaten? Liang An retorted coldly, raising the kitchen knife in his hand. Come on, strike here. Liang Yu, a brash individual, stepped forward defiantly, his neck stiffened in provocation. Confident that Liang An would not dare to strike him in front of so many witnesses, he sought to salvage a semblance of dignity. In the entire brigade, who did not know that Liang An was timid, afraid of blood, even from slaughtering a chicken, let alone harming a person? Since you have spoken, I shall not hold back. Liang An advanced a step, grasped Liang Yu's hair, and with a swift motion, swung the knife down, its back aimed at his neck. You dare, beast? Liang Dashin's eyes bulged with rage as he rushed forward to intervene. Get the hell out of here. Liang An kicked Liang Dashin in the abdomen, sending him sprawling. Witnessing this scene, the crowd gasped in shock and hurried to stop the escalating conflict. Ah! Liang Yu screamed, his eyes rolling back as he fainted, collapsing to the ground, yellow liquid seeping from his legs. He had urinated in fear. Liang An let out a cold laugh, brandishing the knife to keep the others at bay. Glancing at Liang Yu with derision, you spineless wretch, did you think your bones were so tough? This little scare made you wet yourself. It was evident that he had only struck with the back of the knife, and it was not lethal. The onlookers recognized this, yet felt a surge of indignation. Having been subjected to such an embarrassing spectacle, the entrance to the yard was already crowded with spectators, and upon seeing Liang Yu's state, they erupted into laughter. You ungrateful wretch, get out of here. I, Liang Dashin, have no son like you. Liang Dashin's face was contorted with fury, his demeanor menacing. Having lost face, he longed to exact vengeance on Liang An. The village secretary is coming. Someone shouted, their voice cutting through the commotion. The crowd's gaze shifted towards the yard's entrance. Two middle-aged men hurriedly approached, and the onlookers parted to grant them passage. These men were none other than the village leader, Lin Guodong, and the village secretary, Wu Guomin. The village committee was not far from here, and upon hearing the tumult, they had rushed over. What is happening here? Wu Guomin inquired, noticing Liang and brandishing the knife. Confronting a group of people, his brow furrowing with concern. Secretary of the village, you have arrived just in time. This ungrateful wretch has gone mad, wielding a knife and intending to harm others. We must have the police arrest him. Liang An stepped forward, his voice filled with urgency. This is merely a family dispute. The police would only mediate, Liang An scoffed. Regardless, lower the knife to prevent a catastrophe, Wu Guomin implored. Indeed, if you have grievances, share them with the secretary. He will ensure justice. Lin Guodong added, supporting the plea. Very well. I shall heed the advice of the secretary and village leader. Liang An nodded, tossing the kitchen knife into the kitchen while still standing at the entrance. Seeing the knife discarded, Wu Guomin breathed a sigh of relief, genuinely worried about the situation escalating further. In these times, being a village leader is no easy task, especially for those in the southern regions where local clans hold significant sway and the population is plentiful. When issues arise, a throng of people can quickly assemble. What is the reason behind this? Wu Guomin cast a glance at Liang An and the others, inquiring. Village secretary, this ingrate is my adopted son, and I intend to expel him from my home, allowing him to fend for himself. Liang An declared bitterly. I can leave if necessary. I shall separate my household and remove my registration, Liang An retorted, meeting his venomous gaze with unwavering resolve. Separate households? You must be dreaming. His adoptive mother, Su Chunhua, interjected, leaping to her feet. Why not? I am already 19 years old, a legal adult capable of bearing my own responsibilities. Therefore, I have the right to apply for a separate household, Liang An asserted, turning to Wu Guomin, the village secretary. The young man speaks the truth. Upon reaching 18, one may indeed apply for household separation. Wu Guomin nodded in agreement. Regardless, I vehemently oppose any separation. Su Chunhua exclaimed loudly. Indeed, I too disapprove of the separation. Liang An hastily echoed. After years of painstakingly accumulating their possessions, they would not allow Liang An, this ungrateful child, to benefit from their efforts. The division of households not only entailed splitting the house and land, but also the allocation of food and savings, which would be tantamount to jeopardizing their very livelihoods. The relatives chimed in, asserting that Liang An was merely an adopted child, not a member of the Liang clan, and thus lacked the right to claim anything from Liang An's family. Secretary, it appears this is a familial dispute. Perhaps we should mediate first. Liang An has grown under my watch and shares a decent relationship with his adoptive parents. Village leader Lin Guodong suggested. Wu Guomin, in response, saw the merit in mediation and proposed, let us attempt to mediate this matter. If that fails, we can then proceed with the separation. Before Wu Guomin could finish, Liang An immediately waved his hand in dismissal. No need for mediation. We firmly refuse to separate. No separation? You may come to regret this. Liang An sneered, harboring a myriad of ways to ensure they would regret their decision. With a disdainful huff, Liang An beckoned Su Chunhua to assist him in supporting their two sons as they hurriedly departed for the clinic in town to assess their injuries. This wretched child had endured a brutal beating, and they were concerned about any lasting ailments. As they left, the crowd dispersed, each returning to their respective homes. Soon, the courtyard was left with only Liang An and a large yellow dog. Third brother, are you all right? The door of the small, low-tiled house on the west side creaked open, and Liang Rue emerged, her expression filled with concern. Having witnessed their father and two elder brothers being beaten, she did not feel anger but rather a sense of vindication. In this household, she and her third brother Liang An were treated as outsiders, doing the most work yet receiving the least regard. Moreover, she had been raised by Liang An, embodying the adage that an elder brother is like a father, making her feel almost like a daughter. I'm fine. Just as well they're gone. I will cook some chicken for you, Liang An replied, returning to the kitchen. Seizing a knife and entering the chicken coop. With a swift motion, he caught a chicken, and in an instant, it was no longer flapping. Carrying the chicken back to the kitchen, I began to boil water, quickly immersing the bird in the pot, then pulling it out to pluck the feathers with practiced ease, as if I were a seasoned butcher at the market. In a mere moment, the entire chicken was chopped into pieces, and with a splash of oil in a hot pan, a delightful aroma filled the air. I portioned the chicken into 2 servings, deliberately saving the legs and wings. The enticing scent wafted towards Liang Rue, who couldn't help but swallow in anticipation. In these rural times, aside from festive occasions, indulging in chicken or duck was a rare luxury, and with a lack of snacks, one's cravings were insatiable. Don't worry, I'll handle it, I assured, pointing to one of the chicken servings. Yes, I will. Liang Rue eagerly grabbed one of the plates, picked up a pair of chopsticks, and hurried back into the house. I tucked the knife into my waist, carried the plate, and held a bottle of rice wine, making my way back to the bedroom. Half an hour later, Su Chunhua and his sons returned from town, weary and battered, and retreated into the house to rest. Su Chunhua began cleaning up the mess in the kitchen, subsequently ushering the chickens and ducks back into their coop. In these times, leaving the fowl in the yard was perilous. Thieves would not hesitate to steal even a single feather. Damn it, that son of a thief stole my chicken, Su Chunhua exclaimed, counting multiple times only to discover one was missing, and he promptly began to curse loudly in the yard. The next day, Liang An awoke naturally to find the sun high in the sky, its rays blazing. The summer heat in the south was unbearable. Being inside felt akin to being in a steamer. Sitting up in bed, I was drenched in sweat, my back feeling sticky and uncomfortable. Grabbing the knife from beneath my pillow, I secured it at my waist, removed the wooden prop from the door, and stepped outside. The Liang family courtyard was eerily quiet. My adoptive parents were absent, either toiling in the fields or enjoying leisure elsewhere. Their absence was a relief, sparing me the discomfort of encountering their morose expressions. I tossed the leftover chicken bones from the previous night over the courtyard wall, awaiting the return of the big yellow dog to feast. After drawing a bucket of water from the well, I headed to the shower room to wash away the sweat and change into clean clothes. Upon returning to the kitchen, I found only a pot of thin porridge. There were no vegetables in sight. Lighting a cigarette and humming a tune, I approached the chicken coop, selecting a large, plump chicken, swiftly dispatching it. I brought the chicken back to the kitchen, boiled water, and after a few minutes, took it outside to expertly pluck its feathers. "Oh, are you killing a chicken, third brother?" murmured a scruffy young man peering in from outside the yard. I glanced at him, instantly recognizing him as one of those idle types from the village, lazy, unproductive, and prone to petty theft. "What was your name again?" "My memory isn't quite what it used to be," I replied, lightly tapping my temple with my right index finger, my face expressing a mix of confusion and resignation. The youth standing at the door, upon hearing these words, quickly stepped forward and enthusiastically introduced himself, saying, "Third brother. I am Zhang Jingguo from the eastern end of our village. Have you forgotten?" Liang An nodded thoughtfully in response. In that era, names carried distinctive characteristics. One would either be named Jangwo or Janjun, or perhaps something akin to aid to Korea. "Ah, Jangwo. So it is you," Liang An exclaimed with sudden realization. At that moment, Zhang Jingguo, beaming with joy, looked at Liang An and inquired with genuine concern, "Third brother, you seem quite busy. Is there anything I can assist you with?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Liang An nodded and slowly replied, "Come inside." "All right," Zhang Jingguo responded joyfully, like a child. As he hurriedly stepped into the courtyard, rolled up his sleeves, and adeptly began to pluck the feathers from the chickens. Once the feathers were removed, Liang An discarded them in the yard and instructed Zhang Jingguo to prepare the chickens, attending to their innards. The necks, wings, and feet were to be used for broth, while the entrails would be stir-fried, and the remaining parts prepared as white-cut chicken. "Jangwo, call a few friends and bring some liquor for a toast," Liang An commanded. "Yes, third brother," Zhang Jingguo replied, bustling out. In a short while, he returned with several young men, of similar age, who were also idlers from the village, carrying 2 bottles of homemade rice wine. This brew, crafted by a local workshop, was low in alcohol content yet potent in its after-effects. Excessive consumption would leave one oblivious to their surroundings while seeking fresh air outside. Liang An welcomed them to sit, provided bowls and chopsticks, and poured the wine for a round of toasts. After a few drinks, camaraderie blossomed among them, with arms draped over shoulders as if they were brothers by different mothers. In Liang An's eyes, these young men were just brash youths, easily swayed by flattery, willing to go to great lengths for their brothers. Meanwhile, his adoptive parents, Liang Dashan and Su Chunhua, upon hearing the commotion from the fields, hurried back in a flurry. Upon entering the courtyard, they were met with the raucous sounds of a game of rock-paper-scissors coming from the kitchen. Seeing the scattered feathers, Su Chunhua's eyes reddened, and she immediately erupted in a furious tirade. "You wretched little beasts, my chickens!" Her voice boomed, drawing the attention of curious neighbors peering in. "Returning in such a dismal state. Did your husband die, or your own son?" Liang An retorted loudly from outside. At the dining table, the crowd exchanged glances, none daring to utter a word, their eyes instinctively drawn to him. "Ignore her, let us drink," Liang An reassured them, raising his bowl to clink with theirs. Taking a modest sip, just as he set the bowl down, Liang Dashan and Su Chunhua appeared at the door, their faces dark with anger as they glared at the table of revelers. The icy glare left Zhang Jingguo and the others feeling uneasy, prompting them to rise from their seats. "Get out. All of you, get out of here," Liang Dashan bellowed, his face stern. Liang An was not one to cower. He seized his bowl and smashed it at Dashan's feet. The sound of shattering porcelain echoed through the air, fragments scattering. "You ungrateful wretch." Liang Dashan's face flushed with rage, his eyes glaring at Liang An, exuding an air of murderous intent. "They are my brothers and guests. Who are you to tell them to leave?" Liang An sprang to his feet, striding forward and delivering a swift kick. Caught off guard, Liang Dashan was struck in the stomach and fell to the ground. Rising quickly, he swung his fist towards Liang An, but before he could reach him, Zhang Jingguo and others restrained him. These individuals were indeed clever, ostensibly intervening while covertly siding with Liang An. Despite Liang Dashan and Su Chunhua's desire to retaliate against Liang An, they were firmly held back. Seizing the opportunity, Liang An landed several kicks on Liang Dashan and, amidst the chaos, slapped Su Chunhua twice, causing both to cry out in pain. This farce continued until Liang Dashan's parents and elder relatives arrived, and after much commotion, peace was restored. Faced with the elders' reprimands, Liang An remained unperturbed, asserting that he was part of the family and that their chickens were his to consume, leaving no room for others to interject. The elders were left speechless, their expressions more uncomfortable than if they had swallowed a fly. "You little wretch, is this uproar merely a ploy to divide the family? Let me tell you, if you wish to leave, you may, but a division is out of the question." Liang Dashan spat venomously. "Divide the family? I've changed my mind. I no longer wish to separate. Why would I leave this place of comfort to endure hardship elsewhere?" Liang An replied with a smirk, cigarette in hand. "Dream on if you think you can enjoy free meals at home." Liang Dashan recognized Liang An's intentions and spat on the ground. "Dream? We'll see about that." Liang An took a deep drag from his cigarette and flicked the butt towards Liang Dashan. The cigarette butt struck Liang Dashan, igniting a few sparks, causing him to leap up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Clenching his fists, he intended to approach. But upon seeing Liang An draw a kitchen knife from his waist, he halted, his face reddening with embarrassment. Observing this cowardly demeanor, Liang An sneered, sheathed the knife, and turned to the chicken coop, retrieving 2 chickens. "Brothers, let us go somewhere else to drink to our heart's content," he proclaimed, carrying the chickens as he walked out with Zhang Jingguo and the others. Once outside the courtyard, Zhang Jingguo and his companions eagerly assisted in carrying the chickens, laughing as they recounted how cleverly they had intervened. Meanwhile, Liang Dashan and Su Chunhua, their faces as pale as death, glared in fury at the departing figures. Chapter 5. A grand move. The night was pitch black, devoid of any light. Liang An, reeking of alcohol and cigarette in mouth, ambled toward the Liang family's courtyard. After leaving the Liang residence, he had accompanied the others to Zhang Jingguo's house for drinks. Zhang Jingguo's parents were away working, leaving only his grandparents at home, who turned a blind eye to their revelry. The group cooked the 2 chickens, drinking from day until past 10 at night, with several succumbing to inebriation. Zhang Jingguo's house was small, unable to accommodate so many, so those who remained sober departed for home. Liang An, feeling slightly tipsy, still managed to find his way back. Upon returning to the courtyard, the large yellow dog barked a few times but was silenced by his reprimand, responding with a meek whine. Upon pushing the courtyard gate, Liang An discovered it was barricaded with a wooden stick, rendering it impossible to open. He retrieved a kitchen knife from his waist and struck at the thorny branches woven into the courtyard fence. The knife, of commendable quality, had been honed several times on a whetstone, making it exceptionally sharp. After a few vigorous swings, he carved out a significant opening and stepped into the courtyard. A large yellow dog lunged at him, pawing at his pant leg and emitting a series of whimpering sounds. "Get away." Liang An kicked it aside and strode towards the tiled house where his foster parents resided. He took out his keys, but upon attempting to unlock the spring lock, he realized it had been replaced. This was the handiwork of his foster parents, who evidently did not wish for him to return, urging him to go wherever he pleased. Liang An searched the courtyard for a stick, gauged its length, sharpened one end of the kitchen knife, and inserted it into the hook, employing the principle of leverage. With a forceful pry, the spring lock yielded, and the lock was effectively rendered useless. He discarded the lock onto the roof of his foster parents' house and turned to enter the dwelling. Upon entering, an unsettling feeling washed over him. His clothes were missing, as were the chairs and books, and even the mat and pillow from the bed had vanished. The room was left with nothing but an empty bed, and even the wooden stick that had propped the door was nowhere to be found. Fortunately, the money and identification that the original owner had accumulated over the years were still on him. Otherwise, his pockets would have been emptier than his face. Oh, so this is how it's going to be, is it? Then I shall not hold back. It's time to unleash my grand move. Liang An chuckled coldly to himself. He returned to the bed, indifferent to the absence of a mat, and collapsed onto it, deciding to take care of business the next day. Initially unperturbed, he soon felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as he lay down, utterly disoriented. Liang An slept soundly until 2 in the afternoon, and when he awoke, the courtyard was deserted. He walked to the well to draw water and wash his face, then turned to the kitchen, only to find it devoid of even a bowl of thin porridge. It seemed that Liang An and his family had no intention of cooking, aiming to force him out of this home. He glanced into the chicken coop and found it empty. The chickens and ducks had likely been taken and relocated to his grandparents' place for safekeeping. Turning towards the pig pen, he found the 3 robust black pigs still there, which reassured him. Exiting the courtyard, Liang An headed directly towards Zhang Jingguo's home at the eastern end of the village, a distance of a few hundred meters. Upon arrival, he saw Liang An clutching his stomach, hurriedly rushing towards the public restroom. Witnessing this scene sparked an idea in Liang An, prompting him to hasten to Zhang Jingguo's house. "Third brother, what brings you here?" Zhang Jingguo was just preparing to ladle a pot of thin porridge into a bowl to cool. He appeared disheveled, still recovering from a night of revelry. "Jingguo, do you have any firecrackers?" Liang An inquired, offering him a cigarette. "Firecrackers? I have some in my grandmother's house, left over from last year's New Year." Zhang Jingguo pondered aloud. "Quick, grab me a few," Liang An urged eagerly. "All right." Zhang Jingguo set down the pot and headed to his grandmother's house, returning shortly with a string of firecrackers. Liang An took the firecrackers, tearing off the large firecrackers and the fuse from the top, and haphazardly tied them together. "Third brother, are you making explosives to blow up fish?" Zhang Jingguo asked, somewhat skeptically. "Blowing up the mountain," Liang An replied eagerly after finishing his task. "Come, let us go have some fun." With that, he strode purposefully towards the public restroom. Zhang Jingguo, uncertain of his intentions, hurriedly followed in his footsteps. The two soon arrived at the public restroom, which was modest in size, with 3 stalls for men on the left and 3 for women on the right, lacking doors. A brick wall stood at a height of 1 meter, with partitions allowing no visibility when one squatted down. "Jingguo, go take a look and see if there are others inside," Liang An instructed. "What? Should I check the women's stalls too?" Zhang Jingguo was taken aback, quickly shaking his head. "Just check the men's stalls, hurry," Liang An urged, realizing they weren't heading to the women's stalls. Zhang Jingguo dashed towards the men's area without further ado. Before long, he returned, pinching his nose, his face contorted in discomfort. "Third brother, there's only Liang An in there," he reported. "Excellent. You hide, I'll be back shortly," Liang An declared, breaking a cigarette, inhaling deeply, and hastening towards the restroom. Arriving beside the men's stall, he lit the firecracker with his cigarette, watching as the fuse burned rapidly before tossing it into the open cesspool and swiftly retreating. Bang! Bang! Several loud explosions erupted from the cesspool, sending water splashing into the air. Inside the restroom, Liang An let out a bellow, neglecting to pull up his pants as he stumbled out in a panic. Neighbors, drawn by the commotion, emerged from their homes to investigate. "Who the hell did this?" Liang An roared, drenched in filthy water, with maggots writhing in his hair and a smudge of yellow excrement on his face, looking utterly disheveled. His furious shout attracted the attention of everyone around, leaving them momentarily stunned. Instinctively glancing down, Liang An realized his pants were still down. His face flushed with embarrassment as he quickly pulled them up and dashed back into the restroom. In his haste, his pants caught underfoot, causing him to trip and fall face first into a large pile of cow dung on the road. "Ha ha!" Liang An and Zhang Jingguo laughed uncontrollably, tears streaming down their faces. After enjoying the spectacle, the two turned and made their way back to Zhang Jingguo's home. With no fire lit at home and having not eaten since breakfast, Liang An felt a bit hungry, so he shared a bowl of thin porridge with pickled vegetables at Zhang Jingguo's place. Once satiated, Liang An suggested that Zhang Jingguo ride his bicycle, taking him to the town's vegetable market. Zhang Jingguo assumed Liang An intended to buy some vegetables, perhaps to drink again that evening, and without hesitation, he pedaled towards the town. The village was about 4 kilometers from the town, neither too far nor too close, meaning it would take a while to cycle there. The sun was blazing, and it wasn't long after they set off that they were both drenched in sweat. Upon reaching the town's vegetable market, Liang An headed straight for the pork vendor, engaging him in conversation. In the afternoon, the market was sparsely populated, and the pork vendor leaned back in his chair, taking a moment to rest. Hanging from hooks were dried-out pieces of meat, and several sharp butcher knives lay on the cutting board. The butcher, in his 40s, was a robust man clad in a tank top and black water shoes, with a black apron tied around his waist, emitting a series of snores. He sold pork at the market, a lineage steeped in the tradition of pig slaughtering. "Hey, Pork Zhang, selling meat," called out a neighboring vendor, noticing Liang An and Zhang Jingguo lingering nearby. Abruptly awakened, Pork Zhang rubbed his eyes, donned a cheerful demeanor, and inquired, "Young man, would you prefer fatty pork or lean spare ribs? What is the price per pound for live pigs?" Liang An asked directly. Upon hearing this, Pork Zhang perked up, straightened his posture, and adopted a shrewd business demeanor, responding with a grin, "The current market price is 1 yuan and 80 fun." 180? Pork is selling for over 2 yuan now. Zhang Jingguo retorted, somewhat displeased. Regular pork fetches over 2 yuan, while lean cuts, spare ribs, and pig legs command even higher prices. This is the going rate for live pigs. You can inquire anywhere, and you won't find a lower price. Pork Zhang asserted. Those in the pork trade must hire workers to catch and weigh the pigs after purchasing them, and then transport them to the slaughterhouse. Navigating through the entire process of slaughtering, a pig weighing 200 pounds will yield less meat post-slaughter. They rise early and toil late to sell pork, striving to earn enough to support their families. This price is reasonable. Liang An understood that during this era, wages were modest and prices were not exorbitant. Having come from a rural background in his previous life, he was well acquainted with the realities of poverty and responsibility. These butchers often have dedicated teams that visit villages to assess the pigs raised by farmers, negotiating purchases as the animals approach market readiness. In the town, there are multiple vendors selling pig heads, creating a competitive environment. Welcoming offers from sellers of live pigs could foster long-term partnerships. "Brother, how many live pigs do you have for sale? Are they black or white?" Pork Zhang inquired, his interest piqued. Despite being only 19, Liang An, having labored for years, was tall and robust, with a sun-kissed complexion that belied his age. 3 black pigs, each weighing around 200 pounds. Liang An contemplated. Having observed that these pigs were likely to exceed 200 pounds and would soon be ready for market after a month of additional care. Typically, the original owner and his sister, Liang Rui, managed the feeding, which involved gathering pig feed and cooking meals for the pigs. During the days he was compelled to work as a cement laborer, it was Liang Rui who took on these chores. The agricultural responsibilities at home invariably fell to him. The outsider, and his sister, who was often scolded as a burden. Their adoptive parents' biological sons were the prized jewels of the household, indulged and sheltered from labor. "Are you willing to sell? If so, I can arrange for someone to catch the pigs in the next few days." Pork Zhang reached into his pocket for some Yushi cigarettes, offering 2 to them. Upon receiving the cigarettes, Pork Zhang swiftly produced a lighter, stepping forward to light them. Liang An nodded in gratitude, inhaling deeply and exhaling a plume of smoke, stating, "I can sell the live pigs at 1 yuan and 70 fun. But I have one condition. They must be caught by 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon." 3 o'clock in the afternoon, you say? Pork Zhang appeared somewhat troubled. "Tomorrow. Who shall we capture from the pigsty?" They had arranged everything 2 days prior, yet suddenly altered the schedule, which feels somewhat disingenuous. "If this does not work out, I shall seek another option." Liang An, having spoken, turned to leave. "Hey, brother, do not depart. If we are to catch them tomorrow, then let it be so." Zhu Rozhang promptly called out to him, expressing his thoughts. "Very well. Tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon. Bring your companions to the entrance of Dongpa village to meet Zhang Jingguo." Liang An replied, "It is settled then. I shall arrive punctually." Zhu Rozhang responded with a smile. Liang An engaged him in a few more exchanges, delving into the lineage of the other party, before departing alongside Zhang Jingguo. The two meandered through the market, making a considerable circuit, purchasing various vegetables and a plastic bottle of liquor before hurrying back to the village. Liang An chose not to return to his own home, but instead remained in Zhang Jiangwo's abode to partake in dinner and drinks. To ensure the success of their plans for the following day, it was imperative to recruit several individuals to guarantee that everything would proceed flawlessly. Upon returning from the town with the groceries, Zhang Jingguo, without needing Liang An's prompting, carried the provisions into the kitchen and then set off to summon others in the village. Before long, the individuals who had shared drinks with him the previous night began to arrive one after another. Some brought fish, others presented fresh greens, and one even carried a freshly slaughtered hen, alongside a bag of wriggling contents. That chicken was undoubtedly pilfered, as most of the village's fowl were free-range, often hunted down stealthily with slingshots and brought back home. Liang An, intrigued by the contents of the bag, approached to take a look. Upon opening it, he discovered 4 or 5 non-venomous water snakes, quite sizable. After inquiring, he learned that the fellow's elder was a snake catcher and had brought them directly. "Do not consume these. I have a use for them, and I shall purchase them," Liang An declared with newfound delight. "Third brother, without the snake to stew with the hen, it lacks soul," the man retorted promptly. Indeed, Zhang Jingguo concurred. These water snakes are a delicacy, besides being stewed. They can also be stir-fried into a splendid dish, perfect for accompanying drinks. "Then save 2 for me," Liang An replied, stepping back. Observing his words, Zhang Jingguo and the others made no objections, recognizing that Liang An was covering the costs of the groceries and liquor, inviting them to join in the revelry, which made him akin to a godfather. With so many present, Liang An needed not lift a finger to wash or prepare the food. He could simply await the meal. These individuals may have been idlers and engaged in petty theft, yet their culinary skills were remarkably adept. In no time, they prepared an abundant spread, rich in flavor, color, and aroma. At the dining table, Liang An toasted with them, recounting the hardships of the original owner over the years, managing to squeeze out a few drops of cat's tears, which incited their indignation. Some suggested raiding Liang Dashan's home to steal all the chickens and ducks, while others proposed drugging Liang Dashan's large yellow dog to stew it in a pot for drinking. And even more suggested tearing off the roof and beating someone senseless with burlap sacks. Liang An felt a wave of embarrassment at their mischievous ideas. However, his intentions were not aligned with such schemes. He shook his head repeatedly in refusal and instead articulated his true desires. Zhang Jingguo and the others did not object, pounding their chests in assurance that they would assist with the matter at hand. Once the company had dined and drunk their fill, they began to play games of chance, determined to drink until 1 or 2 were thoroughly incapacitated. The gathering extended until 10 o'clock, after which the guests gradually departed. Liang An, clutching a plastic bag, strode purposefully towards the small courtyard of the Liang family. The gate remained shut, yet he managed to create an opening in the fence and slipped through. Upon entering the modest tile-roofed house he occupied, he discovered it unlocked, but to his surprise, the wooden bed was missing, leaving the room utterly barren. This scene did not bewilder Liang An. Instead, he approached his adoptive parents' dwelling, pushing against the door, which was secured by a latch, allowing only a narrow opening. From the plastic bag, he extracted 2 water snakes and urged them through the small gap. After completing this task, Liang An made his way to the well, drew some clean water, and returned to the kitchen. In the kitchen, there were 4 long benches. Lacking a bed, he decided to assemble them together, which would suffice for a night's rest despite their inadequate length. Liang An transported all the benches back to the tile-roofed house, aligning them against the wall. He shut the door, propped it with a wooden stick, and reclined on the makeshift bed. Tomorrow, Liang Dashan and his wife would surely receive the gifts he had prepared, and he anticipated their surprise with eagerness. Chapter 7. A farce in the countryside. Women rise early, preparing breakfast for the family even before dawn. As the first light of day broke, many kitchens in the village were illuminated, with wisps of smoke curling from chimneys. Suddenly, a sharp scream pierced the air from the Liang Dashan household, accompanied by the frantic barking of the large yellow dog. Neighbors, alarmed, rushed out of their homes towards the commotion. Inside, Su Chunhua lay unconscious on the floor, unresponsive. Liang Dashan stumbled out of the house, frantically shouting, "Help! My wife has been bitten by a snake." Upon hearing this, the villagers were alarmed and hastily sent someone to summon the snake catcher from the west side of the village. The snake catcher was a local expert, renowned for his skills in capturing snakes and treating snake bites. Liang Dashan, unable to catch the snake and fearful of being bitten himself, hurriedly dragged Su Chunhua out of the house. In his panic, he pulled her by the arms, moving at a swift pace. Su Chuanhua's head struck the doorframe, jolting her awake with a cry of pain. Once in the courtyard, she regained her senses, crying and pleading with Liang An to take her to the clinic. "My dear, I have already sent someone to fetch the snake catcher." Liang An reassured her hastily. "You heartless wretch, do you wish for my demise?" Su Chuanhua, undeterred by her injury, stood up and began to claw at Liang An. If the snake venom were to lead to her death, she was determined to drag him down with her. The women outside the courtyard craned their necks to witness the scene, urging the couple to remain calm. Liang An, leveraging his height and strength as a man, easily subdued Su Chuanhua, delivering 2 swift slaps to her face. Meanwhile, in the adjacent tile-roofed house, Liang An had been awakened by the tumult. Lighting a cigarette, he peered through the door crack, thoroughly amused by the unfolding drama. The Liang Yu siblings in the neighboring house were also roused by the noise and hurriedly opened their door to investigate. Upon seeing her 2 sons, Su Chuanhua let out a loud wail, accusing Liang An of wishing her demise, claiming she had been bitten by a snake and was not taken to the clinic. Hearing this, Liang Yu and Liang Hui were incensed, glaring at Liang An with the demeanor of men ready to confront. At 17 years of age, these brothers were robust and no longer intimidated by Liang An. They hurriedly pushed a bicycle forward, intent on transporting their mother to the clinic. "Here comes the snake handler," someone shouted. Liang An looked up to see a septuagenarian approaching briskly, tools in hand. He quickly opened the gate to let the man in. The snake handler entered the courtyard, approached Su Chuanhua, and, using a flashlight to illuminate her ankle wound, remarked, "This bite mark is from a water snake. It is non-venomous." "Are you sure about that?" Liang An inquired, his concern evident. "How could I be mistaken? I have been bitten by snakes countless times, if not hundreds," the snake handler retorted, displeased at the insinuation regarding his expertise. "Please, apply some medicine. I am still worried," Su Chuanhua urged. "Very well. I have a medicinal liquor for snake bites. Applying it will suffice," the handler replied, producing a bottle from his pocket and applying it to her injury. "Snake handler, the snake is still inside. I kindly ask for your assistance in dealing with it," Liang An implored. Of course, the handler readily agreed, as it was a paying job. With that, he donned a headlamp and entered the house. Before long, he emerged with 2 water snakes, his mood evidently buoyed. To alleviate Su Chuanhua's concerns, the handler allowed one of the snakes to bite his arm, providing a comparison of the bite marks. After concluding his task, he collected 20 yuan and joyfully departed with the 2 snakes. Seeing that the spectacle had come to an end, Liang An returned to the long bench to resume his slumber. Soon, commotion erupted from the kitchen, accompanied by Su Chuanhua's irate voice, seemingly having discovered the absence of the long bench. Perhaps it was an outlet for her pent-up frustration. Regardless, both Liang An and Liang An were subjected to her tirade. With even their ancestors not escaping her wrath, Liang An felt a peculiar sense of familiarity, as if his senses had become immune to Su Chuanhua's incessant berating. Hearing the profanities, his heart remained unmoved. He merely turned over and continued to sleep. He did not awaken until noon. After freshening up, Liang An opted not to check the kitchen but instead left the courtyard, making his way directly to Zhang Jingwo's home. There, he consumed 2 bowls of thin porridge and engaged in conversation with Zhang Jingwo, inquiring about the arrangements they had made the previous night while waiting for the arrival of Pork Zhang. The group had not been intoxicated the night before, merely slightly inebriated. Liang An promised to treat them to a sumptuous meal once the task was accomplished, with ample drink until they were thoroughly merry. Upon hearing his inquiry, Zhang Jingwo assured him of their success, even having gone door to door to remind everyone. At 3 in the afternoon, 2 3-wheeled vehicles arrived at Zhang Jingwo's doorstep. Liang An and Zhang Jingwo, noticing the arrival, promptly stepped outside. "Liang brothers, we have arrived." Zhang, the butcher, leaped from the vehicle and hastily retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, distributing one to each of the 2 companions. Liang An nodded in acknowledgement, smiling as he accepted the cigarette, lighting it, and taking a deep drag while casting a glance at the 2 3-wheeled carts. Upon them rested 3 iron pig cages, alongside an old scale designed for weighing livestock. In addition to the 2 drivers, there were 2 workers, both in their 40s, assisting in capturing the pigs. "Let us go catch the pigs," Liang An declared, leading the way. Upon returning to Liang's courtyard, they found it deserted, as everyone had been sent away. Liang An and his companions proceeded directly to the pig pen, employing the iron cages to ensnare the pigs, lifting them out to be weighed before loading them onto the vehicle. The pigs, sensing their grim fate, squealed incessantly. The commotion attracted neighboring onlookers, who gathered to witness the spectacle. Hearing the murmurs of the crowd, Zhang felt a twinge of anxiety and pulled Liang An aside, inquiring, "Brother Liang, does your family know about this?" "Brother Zhang, these pigs were raised by my sixth sister and me from piglets. I purchased the piglets myself, thus I have every right to sell them," Liang An responded, patting his chest confidently. Satisfied with this assurance, Zhang said no more, instructing his men to load the pigs onto the cart for transport. Soon, the two three-wheeled carts, carrying 3 pigs, ambled out of the village. Liang An watched them depart, glancing at the receipt in his hand and lamenting the low prices. The 3 large black pigs weighed a total of 720 pounds, priced at $1.70 per pound, amounting to a mere $1,224. After raising them for over a year, factoring in labor and feed costs, the profit was scant. The grains harvested from the fields fetched even lower prices, yielding little return despite 2 harvests a year. "Let us go buy vegetables and invite the brothers for a drink." Liang An tucked the receipt into his pocket and strolled toward his home with Zhang Jingguo, their shoulders linked. Meanwhile, Liang Dashan and his wife, toiling in the fields, were struck by this news like a bolt from the blue. The pigs represented a significant portion of their household income, and the loss felt catastrophic. With their 2 sons soon entering high school, expenses were mounting. The sale of these pigs was intended to save funds for their college education, easing their financial burden. Without a moment's hesitation, the couple abandoned their tools and hurried home. Chapter 8. A raucous gathering. "Hello, brothers. Come on over. 5 champions. A bouquet." Under the shade of a tree in Zhang Jingguo's courtyard, a large round wooden table was surrounded by a dozen bare-chested men, drinking and engaging in games of chance. Liang An sat at the center, a cigarette between his lips, laughing as he observed their antics, occasionally stirring the atmosphere with playful banter. This feast was funded by him as a gesture of gratitude for their assistance in facilitating Zhang's pig capture. Liang Yu and Liang Hui, the 2 brothers, had been lured out of the village by their companions for a fishing excursion. Meanwhile, their adoptive parents had taken Liang Rui, the 6th sister, to the fields to weed, leaving the house empty and providing the perfect opportunity for their plans. Liang An dropped the cigarette butt to the ground, took a sip of his drink, and gazed toward the small path in front of the courtyard, pondering the delay of their arrival. This time, he sold the 3 black pigs ready for market from his home. Liang Dashan and Su Chunhua, upon learning of this, would undoubtedly be furious and rally a group to retrieve them. After a considerable time had passed, and with much of the wine consumed, there was still no sign of them, which was not characteristic of the 2. To appease them, he had Zhang Jingguo invite a few ruffians from the neighboring village to join in the drinking. These fellows were not to be trifled with. They were known for their frequent brawls, true hotheads. Their presence would serve to intimidate Liang Dashan and Su Chunhua. Just as he contemplated this, he looked up to see Liang Dashan and Su Chunhua approaching with a throng of people, their demeanor menacing. Among them were several of Liang Dashan's brothers and cousins, along with a good number of curious villagers, likely numbering in the hundreds. "Brothers, we have company looking for trouble," Liang An warned. The group halted their game of rock, paper, scissors and turned to follow his gaze, spotting the approaching crowd. "You little beast." Liang Dashan immediately spotted Liang An and rushed into the yard. Liang An instinctively reached for his waist, realizing he had left the kitchen knife behind in the kitchen, having forgotten to bring it with him. The weather was sweltering, and being men, they had removed their shirts to cool off. Zhang Jingguo jested about Liang and carrying a knife while drinking, teasing that his brothers feared he might resort to violence during their game. Who brings a knife to a drinking session? Who wouldn't be afraid of a drunken rampage? Liang An found some truth in this and decided to leave the knife in the kitchen for the time being, intending to retrieve it later. "You wretched little beast. Who gave you the right to sell my 3 pigs? Su Chunhua immediately began to throw a tantrum. Liang An lit a cigarette, glancing at the couple, and replied, "I raised them. I sold them. What business is it of yours? You shameless wolf in sheep's clothing. What right do you have to sell them? This is theft." Su Chunhua fumed, gesticulating angrily. Liang Dashan's relatives chimed in, pointing fingers at Liang An. "Listen, I won't waste my breath on you. Hand over the money from the sale of the pigs, or I won't hold back." Liang Dashan's face darkened as he spoke through gritted teeth. "Yes, hand over the money, or we'll report you to the police and have you jailed." Su Chunhua spat vehemently. Speak plainly without the theatrics. This produce was bought with the money from selling the pigs, and we still need to eat. Liang An took a drag from his cigarette, a sardonic smile on his lips. Hearing this, Zhang Jingguo and the others directed disdainful glances at Su Chunhua, agreeing with Liang An. Upon realizing that the sumptuous spread of meat dishes before them had been purchased with the proceeds from the pigs, Su Chunhua and Liang Dashan's anger flared even more. That money belonged to us. How dare this little beast squander it when we can barely afford such a feast ourselves? They stepped forward and, without a word, overturned the table. The dishes and bowls crashed to the ground, creating a chaotic mess. Liang An had anticipated this and had stepped back. Zhang Jingguo and the others were not so fortunate, splattered with food and wine. You mother! These individuals were inebriated, their tempers flaring as they raised their fists towards the couple. In the blink of an eye, Liang Dashan and Su Chunhua found themselves on the ground, crying out in distress. Relatives of the Liang family rushed forward to intervene, engaging in a scuffle with Zhang Jingguo and his companions. Chaos erupted in an instant, with onlookers joining in to prevent a potential tragedy. Cease this at once, Liang An bellowed, drawing a deep breath and exerting all his strength into the command. His voice resonated like a thunderclap, instantly silencing the crowd, who turned their attention towards him. Third brother, they are being utterly oppressive. Zhang Jingguo protested indignantly. Liang An gestured for calm, surveying the crowd before declaring loudly, everyone is merely here to witness the spectacle. Let us not become embroiled in this. It would be unfortunate to inflict unintended harm. With their numbers so few, a genuine confrontation would surely lead to significant losses for them. Upon hearing his words, the crowd gradually released their hold, refraining from further violence. The assembly naturally divided into two factions, with Liang An's side comprising only 9 individuals, while the opposing side had a considerable number. Liang An, you are truly an ungrateful wretch. Without Dashan's support, you would be lost, Uncle Liang Dajuan admonished, pointing an accusatory finger at Liang An, his ire fueled by the sight of his brother and sister-in-law's bruised faces. Uncle, in your haste to support them, are you aware that your daughter-in-law was reported for having an unauthorized pregnancy by Su Chunhua? She was taken away for an abortion and sterilization. Liang An retorted with scorn. Uncle Liang Dajuan's expression darkened, his gaze fixed intensely on Su Chunhua. You speak nonsense. I have never committed such an act. Su Chunhua hastily defended herself. Nonsense indeed. I heard you both speak of it myself. If you doubt my words, feel free to inquire with the family planning office. Liang An sneered. Su Chunhua. A chorus of voices from Aunt Jia and daughter-in-law Zhang erupted as they lunged at Su Chunhua, seizing her hair. Liang Dashan attempted to intervene, but was firmly held back by his elder brother, Liang Dajuan, leading the two siblings to grapple with each other. Grandmother, do you recall that period when the vegetables in your garden failed to thrive? That was Su Chunhua watering them with hot water in the dead of night, scorching the roots. Liang An remarked sympathetically to the elderly matriarch. She believed you were biased. Vile woman, misfortune befalls our household. Grandmother Liang's face contorted as she joined the fray. Liang An's gaze swept across his uncles, landing on the second and third. Second uncle, third uncle. Liang Dashan has not ceased his efforts to sow discord between your families, inciting enmity and conflict. He has been behind the scenes deriding you both as fools. He then turned to fifth uncle with a smile. Fifth uncle, remember that village fish pond you contracted? Just 2 years ago, all the fish perished overnight. That was due to Liang Dashan pouring in 2 bottles of pesticide. Zhang Jin, your rice fields adjacent to Liang Dashan's have yielded little despite your generous fertilization. That was because Liang Dashan, having observed your efforts, dug up your field's dike under the cover of night, draining the fertilizer-laden water into his own land. Then returned to your field to refill it before breakfast. Upon concluding this tirade, Liang An found himself no longer needing to lift a finger as the crowd surged forward, surrounding Liang Dashan with renewed fervor. This time, the villagers refrained from intervening, merely observing the spectacle and exchanging whispers. Do not inquire how Liang An acquired such knowledge. It was meticulously documented in the original owner's diary. Let us not act impulsively. Let us converse civilly, exclaimed the village secretary, Wu Guomin, as he hurried over with a group of individuals. Alongside several village officials, 2 uniformed police officers accompanied him. Chapter 9. Is the opportunity we have given you of no use? Cease this at once. Do you hear me? Wu Guomin advanced, separating the 2 factions of the Liang family to prevent further violence. Upon seeing the police arrive, the aggressors hesitated, their anger simmering. Liang An and Su Chunhua lay on the ground like defeated dogs, their faces swollen and disheveled, wailing incessantly. "Why did you resort to violence?" Wu Guomin inquired, taking in the wretched sight before him. "They deserved it. Yes, let him be taught a lesson." The group chimed in unison. Liang An lit a cigarette, standing aside to relish the unfolding drama, his heart buoyed by the spectacle. Seizing the moment while his uncles were preoccupied with assaulting Liang An and his wife, he had discreetly delivered a few kicks himself. Listening to the villagers recount the sequence of events, Wu Guomin furrowed his brow, perplexed by the entire situation. "Village secretary, police officers, you must render judgment on this matter," Su Chunhua implored, her voice laced with indignation. "Silence." Liang An shot a glare at Su Chunhua, interrupting her. Addressing his blood relatives, he asserted, "This is all the fabrication of that wretched child. How can you believe his deceitful words? Indeed, this wretched child has always been a liar, lazy and untrustworthy." Su Chunhua, not lacking in wit, discerned the shift in the villagers' gaze towards her and understood the necessity of clarifying Liang An's statements. Otherwise, she would surely be the subject of their gossip. A hearty laugh erupted from Liang An, his gaze coldly fixed on Su Chunhua. "Who in this village is unaware that I toil the hardest at home? Look at my complexion and features, the fruits of diligent labor, as opposed to your two pampered sons. Do you not feel remorse when you speak such falsehoods? You habitually tarnish my reputation. You truly are something." Upon hearing this, the villagers nodded in agreement, fully aware of Liang An's industrious nature, often witnessing him laboring in the fields. As for Liang Yu and Liang An, the two brothers seldom engaged in agricultural work, occasionally venturing out to bask in the sun before being sent home by Su Chunhua to perform lighter tasks like cooking and tending to the chickens and ducks. Noticing the skeptical gazes from his uncles, Liang An quickly asserted, "What I said earlier is entirely true. If you doubt my words, feel free to investigate. One cannot hide their deeds. There is no wall that does not allow the wind to pass through." "Nonsense!" Liang An roared. "You little wretch. You would do anything for the sake of division. You ungrateful wretch, a heart as black as coal, twisting right and wrong." Su Chunhua leapt up, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Liang An swatted her hand away, retorting with a cold smile, "I swear, if any of my previous statements were false, may the heavens strike me down. Do you dare to make the same vow? If they truly engaged in such deeds, may your two biological sons lead lives devoid of achievement, remaining bachelors and beggars for eternity." Upon hearing this, Su Chunhua's eyes flickered with a momentary void. Her entire visage contorted with rage as she lunged at Liang An, intent on tearing him apart. Before she could reach him, village officials intervened. "Police officers, I wish to file a report. This little scoundrel has stolen 3 live pigs from my home and sold them. You must apprehend him at once." Su Chunhua called out loudly upon seeing the 2 officers. Instantly, the demeanor of the officers shifted to one of gravity as they urged her to recount the events. In these times, pigs raised by farmers are akin to lifelines, particularly 3 live ones, which constitutes a significant sum. Indeed, it is a grave matter. This little scoundrel took advantage of my absence to steal and sell my pigs, and my neighbors witnessed it. They can testify. You must advocate for me. For these pigs represent over a year of hard labor. I cannot bear this." Su Chunhua wept loudly, her heart aching at the thought of Liang and possessing such a fortune. The officers' gazes pierced through the air like sharp lightning, directed unwaveringly at Liang and officers. "Do not heed her falsehoods. She is my adoptive mother. Those pigs were raised by me. Seeing them ready for market, I did not wish to waste resources, so I sold them. She is a master of deceit and possesses a wicked heart," Liang An hastily explained. Observing the officer's skepticism, he continued, "If you doubt my words, you may inquire among the villagers present. I purchased the piglets in town and have always been the one to cut the grass and prepare their feed." The villagers promptly chimed in to support him, even the elders lending their voices. They share a familial bond, registered as a household. "This is a domestic dispute," affirmed the village head, Wu Guomin. With a case emerging in the village, he felt the weight of responsibility, yet desired to advance in his position. The officers nodded in acknowledgement, but merely offered verbal admonishments, warning everyone against fighting. Otherwise, they would face charges of public disorder and potential incarceration. Seeing the turmoil unfold, Wu Guomin felt exasperated and attempted to persuade Liang Dashan and his wife to separate their households, suggesting Liang An live independently. However, upon mention of partitioning, the couple immediately shook their heads in refusal, declaring that the matter could only be resolved upon their demise. Faced with their obstinacy, Wu Guomin turned his efforts toward Liang An, attempting to appeal to his emotions and reason with him, encouraging reconciliation with his adoptive parents. Liang An flatly rejected the notion. It was absurd to consider mending ties with such malevolent individuals, as it would entail endless toil and relentless abuse, serving merely as stepping stones for their two biological sons. Witnessing their steadfastness, the village head felt a headache coming on, fearing the situation might escalate to violence, and resolved to wait for a few days until tempers cooled before continuing his efforts. Little scoundrel, everything in this house belongs to Liang Yu and Liang Hui. Do not think you can take even a fraction. Su Chunhua spat venomously. Hey, if you miss this opportunity, don't come begging me later. Liang An scoffed. Beg you? You think too highly of yourself. Don't even think about moving back into my house. Be cautious, or you might find it ablaze one night, leaving you nothing but ashes. Liang Dashan threatened. Threatening me? Well done. I might just tear off the tiles from your roof, and let us all be homeless. Liang An retorted. You're right. Summer is dry, so don't sleep too soundly. If a fire breaks out, we could all be reduced to ashes, extinct. A cold smirk crept across Liang An's lips. Do you dare? Liang Dashan's eyes flashed with malice as he clenched his teeth. What? You wish to kill me? Consider this carefully. My life is worthless compared to yours. Liang An saw through his intentions and felt no fear. At this moment, he was fearless, unyielding. Moreover, Liang Dashan couldn't overpower him. He could easily teach him a lesson. The couple, livid yet helpless, could only turn and leave. Behind them, Liang An's voice dripped with disdain. Humph. Worthless creatures. Third brother, are we just letting them go? Our feast is ruined. Zhang Jingguo lamented, surveying the chaotic scene. Indeed, I wish I could beat those two to a pulp. Someone spat angrily. They are seriously injured. If you hit them again, they might not survive, and we could end up in jail. Liang An shook his head. Then let's wait until they recover. And then we can bag them and give them a good beating. Someone proposed. We can't harm them. After all, they have 2 sons. Liang An chuckled. Ah, yes. A father's debt must be repaid by his son. It's only just. Ha. Chapter 10. A father's debt repaid by his son as the sun dipped below the horizon. A gentle breeze carried the last remnants of warmth. By the roadside at the village's eastern edge, Liang An, Zhang Jingguo, and others squatted in the woods, smoking and sharing risque anecdotes. At the tender age of 18 or 19, they were brimming with youthful curiosity. Third brother, someone is coming. Zhang Jingguo pointed at a few figures in the distance. Following his gaze, Liang An observed several youths, clad in straw hats, carrying fishing rods and bags, making their way toward them. Among them were Liang Yu and Liang Hui, the 2 brothers returning from fishing in the great river outside the village. Their laughter indicated that they had a successful catch. Brothers, we are counting on you. Liang An addressed the youths from the neighboring village earnestly. These individuals were known for their brawling. It was a daily affair for them, and they were skilled at teaching lessons. Upon hearing Liang An's words, each of them pounded their chests in assurance, promising to execute the task beautifully. Furthermore, they were still simmering with anger after being humiliated by Liang Dashan and his wife, making them eager to release their frustrations. Stick to the plan. Liang An handed them a cigarette, grinning. The group lit the cigarettes, taking deep puffs as they sauntered out. Liang An, cigarette in mouth, narrowed his eyes in anticipation of their performance. These 2 nominal brothers had never treated the original owner well and lacked any sense of brotherhood. He never referred to him as third brother. At times, he would even call him a wild bastard and would join forces to beat him up. The original owner had long been suppressed by his adoptive parents, his temperament timid and fearful, akin to that of Liang Rue, the 6th sister, never daring to reprimand them, as his adoptive parents would mete out severe punishment. Occasionally, they would withhold his meals or even kick him out in the middle of the night, forcing him to sleep in a cattle shed. The original owner was excessively timid, and Liang An felt that now that he had arrived, he must reclaim some of the interest owed to him. When Liang Hui and his group reached the eastern edge of the village, they parted ways, each returning to their respective homes. The ruffians blocked the path of Liang Yu, Liang Hui, and their companions as they reached the main road, startling them greatly. Before the 2 could react, They were seized and dragged into a small grove by the roadside. There, they were met with a flurry of punches and kicks, leaving them sobbing uncontrollably. These two brothers were clever. They simply lay on the ground, feigning death, fearing that the beating would intensify. The assailants, being mere hot-headed youths, lacked restraint in their strikes, merely seeking momentary gratification. Enough. Do not strike any further. Liang An interjected, concerned they might actually beat the boys to death. Hearing his words, the assailants paused, casting disdainful glances at Liang Yu and Liang Hui, who resembled dead dogs, and spat contemptuously on the ground. You wild bastard. Did you incite them to beat us? Liang Yu glared at Liang An, his eyes burning with rage, wishing he could tear him apart. I have proclaimed that an elder brother is akin to a father. I am your half-father. Why do you not obey? Liang An shook his head, and without hesitation, delivered a resounding slap to Liang Yu's face, followed by another, the sound echoing sharply. Zhang Jingguo and others could not help but gasp, feeling a pang of sympathy for the brothers. You dare to incite others against us. When I return home, I will definitely tell our parents, and they will ensure you are punished severely. Liang Hui threatened fiercely. Oh, how could I forget you? Liang An turned his attention to Liang Hui and approached him, delivering two sharp slaps. The two brothers remained obstinate, continuing to hurl insults even after receiving several blows. Growing increasingly irritated, Liang An approached and dislocated their jaws, silencing them instantly. Spotting the women's restroom not far away, he suddenly devised a plan, instructing his companions to restrain the two brothers and lead them to the shade of a large banyan tree by the restroom. The men's restroom was located by the roadside, while the women's restroom was further inside, equipped with a door to prevent peeping. Throw them into the cesspool, Liang An commanded. The ruffians hoisted the brothers from the ground and unceremoniously tossed them into the open cesspool of the restroom. The cesspool was not deep, merely around a meter in depth, but larger in area, filled with excrement and reeking foully. Upon realizing the peril they were in, the brothers struggled frantically like pigs awaiting slaughter. As they reached the edge of the cesspool, the assailants wasted no time and threw them in before hastily retreating. Help! Someone is peeping into the women's restroom and has fallen into the cesspool, Liang An shouted at the top of his lungs. From the direction of the women's restroom, a middle-aged woman, slightly portly and in her 50s, rushed out in a panic. Upon seeing her, Liang An paused momentarily, then his eyes sparkled with anticipation, sensing an entertaining spectacle unfolding. This individual is the widow Zhang from the village, known for her fierce and boisterous demeanor. She possesses the uncanny ability to berate others for an entire day, her voice booming and her language foul and unpleasant. Her most notable achievement includes a confrontation where she single-handedly clashed with 4 formidable elderly women, reducing 2 of them to tears, while another was left gasping for breath. Nearly incapacitated, Liang Yu and Liang Hui, 2 brothers, struggled to emerge from a cesspool, their bodies entirely drenched in filth. As soon as they surfaced, they crouched down, retching violently and expelling their midday meal. Widow Zhang scrutinized the 2, recognizing their faces, and with a raised eyebrow, she immediately launched into another tirade. You 2 wretched beasts dare to climb the wall and spy on me while I relieve myself? Were you not satisfied with the view upon your birth? Go back and pry your mother's trousers down for a proper look. Her thunderous voice attracted a crowd of villagers who gathered to gawk and gossip. Unfortunately for the brothers, Liang An had dislocated their jaws, rendering them incapable of retorting, and in their panic, they could only emit pitiful whimpers. The villagers, witnessing their plight, assumed they were utterly silenced by the widow's relentless and crude insults, which were both varied and vicious. Without the ability to defend themselves, Liang Hui and Liang Yu hastily retreated. However, Widow Zhang would not let them escape easily. The monk may run, but the temple remains. She headed straight for Liang Dashan's home. A number of onlookers, eager for entertainment, followed suit, curious to see if Widow Zhang still possessed the ability to verbally incapacitate someone as she once did. Come on, brothers, let us go drink. Liang An bellowed with a wave of his hand, grinning widely. The group returned to Zhang Zhangwo's home, where they prepared a few side dishes and poured a jug of homemade rural liquor, indulging in merriment. This time, no one interrupted their revelry, and they continued to drink heartily until 9 o'clock in the evening when the gathering finally dispersed. Liang An chose not to return to his dilapidated home, instead opting to squeeze in for the night at Zhang Zhangwo's residence. The following day at noon, after finishing lunch. Liang An requested Zhang Jingguo to ride his bicycle and accompany him to the town to settle the payment for the pigs with Pork Zhang. During this time, the security situation was precarious, with numerous thieves and robbers lurking in both the town and the village. Before stepping out, Liang An secured a kitchen knife at his waist, a precautionary measure should any trouble arise. Upon arriving in town, they made their way directly to the market and located Pork Zhang's stall. "Brothers, you've arrived," Pork Zhang exclaimed, retrieving a pack of cigarettes and offering them each one. "Zhang Go, I'm here to settle the payment for the pigs," Liang An stated directly. "No problem." Pork Zhang called for someone to watch the stall and led them back to his residence. Chapter 11. Secrets. Pork Zhang's home is situated in the town, a mere 500 to 600 meters from the market. It is a two-story prefabricated building conveniently located along the main road, frequented by passers-by. Capitalizing on its strategic location, he operated a grocery store that sold rice, flour, oil, and various household items. In these times, running such a grocery store in a rural township proved to be a lucrative endeavor, although profits would dwindle significantly once supermarkets infiltrated these areas years later. Liang An and his companion followed Pork Zhang back to the grocery store. Pork Zhang's wife, in her 40s, possessed a face that radiated tranquility and harmony, and spoke with remarkable eloquence. Upon learning that Liang An and his companion had come to finalize a pig sale, she promptly offered each of them a bottle of beverage before proceeding with the payment. "Brother Liang, the total is 1,224 yuan, please confirm." Pork Zhang accepted the money from his wife, counted it once more, and then handed it to Liang An. After receiving the cash, Liang An examined the 400 yuan bills, confirmed the amount, and expressed his gratitude. "Brother Zhang, everything appears to be in order. Thank you. As long as everything is satisfactory, our transaction is complete," Pork Zhang said with a smile, offering them 2 cigarettes. After exchanging pleasantries, Liang An and Zhang Jingguo made their way to the agricultural bank in town, where they opened an account, kept some change, and deposited the whole amount. Though seemingly modest, this sum represented several months' wages for an average worker. However, for Liang An, it was insufficient. The original owner had died in a construction accident, and the compensation of 2,000 yuan still remained with Liang Dashan and Su Chunhua. He was determined to reclaim that money as it would serve as his capital for business ventures in the prosperous coastal cities. Upon exiting the bank, he held a red passbook reflecting a balance of 1,200 yuan, meticulously handwritten and stamped. He tucked the passbook away and, accompanied by Zhang Jingguo, ventured to the market to purchase vegetables, fruits, and some candies. Upon returning to the village, Zhang Jingguo continued his tradition of inviting friends over, with some washing vegetables while others prepared dishes. Once the side dishes were ready, they gathered together, indulging in merriment and revelry until intoxication claimed them. Liang An, carrying the fruits and candies, proceeded to Uncle Zhang Jin's home. From the original owner's diary, he had learned that Zhang Jin's family had once hoped to adopt the original owner, but were thwarted by Liang Dashan and his wife. During this visit, he sought to inquire about certain matters, hoping to confirm his suspicions. "Liang An, what brings you here?" Zhang Jin was weaving baskets in the yard, having crafted several already. This was his craft. In his spare time, he wove a few to sell in town during market days to supplement the household income. "I came to see you, Uncle Zhang, and ask a few questions," Liang An replied with a smile, presenting the gifts to Aunt Wang. "This child has it tough. He even brought gifts," Aunt Wang exclaimed, accepting the items despite her words. Upon discovering the bag contained fruits, cookies, candies, and a piece of pork belly, her face lit up with joy. She hurried inside to fetch a stool for Liang An. "You sit and chat with your uncle for a while. I will prepare some snacks for you to enjoy together," Aunt Wang said warmly. "No need for that, Aunt Wang. I simply came to ask you and Uncle Zhang a few questions and will be on my way," Liang An insisted, waving his hands. "Your Uncle Zhang is quite reticent. If you have any inquiries, just ask me. I will share everything I know," Aunt Wang assured him, patting her chest. "It is nothing extraordinary. It is merely that I heard you once wished to adopt me, only to be outpaced by the Liang couple. I am curious as to why they were so eager to take me in," Liang An stated bluntly. "Ah, what a curious matter." Aunt Wang did not shy away from the truth and replied directly, "You are the child left behind by the educated youth returning to the city. Initially, your biological mother declared that whoever adopted you would receive monthly financial support from her once she returned to work in the city. At that time, the Liang couple, having already borne 2 daughters, were in a state of desperation. Hearing that adopting a child could bring fortune, they eagerly sought to adopt you, even kneeling before us. Who could have foreseen their true nature? She added with bitterness. Upon hearing this, Liang An furrowed his brow. It seemed there was more to the story. It was no wonder that after adopting the original child, the Liang couple had 2 biological sons within 2 years, never sending the original child away. They had indeed found a treasure, receiving a stipend each month. Why would they relinquish such a source of income? Aunt, do you know where my parents are from? Liang An asked thoughtfully. I believe they were from Haiqing. Aunt Wang glanced at Zhang Jin, inquiring, what was the name of that male-educated youth? Chen something, right? Chen Tingzhou and Liao Qing. Zhang Jin replied, continuing his task. Yes, indeed. The male-educated youth was called Chen Tingzhou, and the female was Liao Qing. They were both sent from Haiqing to participate in the agricultural work here. Aunt Wang exclaimed, striking her thigh. Back then, when the educated youth returned to the city, those with children had to send them away. Listening to Aunt Wang recount the original child's experiences, Liang An's expression darkened, a surge of unnameable anger rising within him. The Liang couple had adopted the original child while their biological parents sent monthly support, yet they treated the child with cruelty. From a young age, they sought to suppress her, raising her as a mere beast of burden, a punching bag for their frustrations. Their hearts were indeed wicked. Thank you, Uncle Zhang Jin and Aunt Wang. Liang An concluded, turning towards Zhang Jiangwo's home. In the yard of Zhang Jiangwo's house, several young men were busy with various tasks, some washing vegetables, others slicing pork, and a few gutting freshly plucked ducks, laughter echoing through the air. They were collaborating to prepare a few side dishes to enjoy with drinks, indulging in jovial banter. Third brother is back, someone exclaimed upon seeing Liang An approach. Third brother, take a moment to rest. The brothers will have the dishes ready shortly. Zhang Jingwo smiled at the others, urging, hurry up, brothers. The drinkers are growing restless. Their thirst is unbearable. The others chuckled in agreement. Brothers, please pause. I have something to say, Liang An declared, his expression serious. Hearing this, everyone halted their activities, their gazes converging upon him. Brothers, I have been cast out by Liang Dasha, who threatened that if I dared return, he would set fire to my life in the dead of night. I cannot stay in that house, nor will I let them reside there. Let us together strip the roof from Liang Dasha's house. Liang An proclaimed loudly. As the saying goes, one cannot bite the hand that feeds them. These dishes were purchased with Liang An's money, and thus the others felt compelled to respond. Otherwise, they would feel too embarrassed to remain and drink. One by one, they voiced their agreement and hurriedly returned the food to the kitchen. Zhang Jingwo was particularly enthusiastic. He seized 2 long bamboo poles from the corner of the house and exclaimed, Third brother, this will be perfect for prying the roof. Liang An accepted the poles, distributed cigarettes to everyone, lit one for himself, inhaled deeply, and waved his hand, declaring, let us ascend the roof. The group marched determinedly toward Liang Dashan. Chapter 12. Prizing open the roof in the courtyard of the Liang family. A large yellow dog lounged languidly beneath a tree, panting to cool itself. Suddenly, the dog perked up its ears, sprang to its feet, and barked incessantly at something outside the yard. You wretched mutt, bark again, and I shall turn you into stew. Liang Dashan bellowed. Having endured a thorough beating the previous day, both he and his wife felt as if their bodies were falling apart. Though they had applied medicinal alcohol and felt slightly better, they still wished to remain in bed for a few more days. Their youngest daughter had been tasked with the farm work, while she also had to manage cooking and caring for the couple. The 2 sons had been thrown into the muck pit, and a widow had come to cause a ruckus. The couple had neither the energy to respond nor the will to confront her, allowing her to berate them until she grew tired and returned home. Just as they were trying to take a midday nap, the sudden barking of the dog jolted them awake, igniting a fire of irritation within them. This wretched creature has grown so large. I should call a dog dealer and sell it for a decent sum, Su Chunhua remarked. Indeed, raising such a beast is akin to nurturing Liang An's son, heartless and a waste of resources, Liang Dashan retorted with bitterness. Initially, the couple had taken Liang An in with the intention of raising him as their own son, but upon having 2 biological sons, they resolved to treat Liang An like a mere pet. Little did they know he would turn against his benefactors. Woof, woof. The large yellow dog barked twice before emitting a whimper and leaping about. Liang An and his entourage strode confidently to the front of the yard. Third brother, that dog. A terrified voice cried out from the crowd. Fear not. This creature is reasonable. I shall send it away. Liang An reassured them with a carefree demeanor. The large yellow dog was typically fed by him and his younger sister, Liang Rui, and was most obedient to their commands. Liang An approached the yard's entrance, delivering a powerful kick to the dilapidated wooden door. With a resounding crash, the door flew open, its frame teetering precariously. The yellow dog dashed out of the courtyard like an arrow, halting abruptly at Liang An's feet. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety for Liang An, fearing he might be bitten by the dog. The last time they had come here for a drink, this large yellow dog had not been present. The dog nuzzled Liang An's leg, emitting soft whines of affection, its robust tail wagging fervently. Go play outside. You are a nuisance here. Liang An kicked the dog lightly and gestured toward the yard's exit. The dog let out a low whimper before turning and sprinting away, vanishing from view in the blink of an eye. Hearing the commotion in the courtyard, Liang An emerged from the house, bare-chested, with a bruised face and a body marked by contusions. Each step he took brought a fresh wave of pain. These are merely superficial injuries. They do not threaten any vital areas. A few more applications of medicinal alcohol will suffice. However, in his current state, he appeared quite disheveled, resembling someone stung by bees. Not only was his face swollen, but his lips had taken on an exaggerated sausage-like appearance, rendering him unrecognizable. Upon witnessing this sight, Liang An was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing the figure before him until he finally identified the malicious adoptive father, Liang An, which elicited a hearty laugh from him. It was not entirely his fault. Liang An's visage was undeniably ludicrous. The onlookers could not contain themselves either and joined in the laughter. Liang An, how dare you return here? Get out! Liang An bellowed. From the adjacent two-tiled houses, the doors swung open, and Liang Yu and Liang Hui emerged. Their appearance is not much better than Liang An's. The previous afternoon, the two brothers had been subjected to a brutal beating by several youths from neighboring villages and subsequently thrown into the latrine cesspool. Ha ha! Liang An erupted in laughter upon seeing them. Father, it was the wild bastards who conspired with outsiders to assault us, tossing us into the cesspool, and falsely accusing us of spying on Widow Zhang. Liang Yu seethed through clenched teeth. You vile-hearted wretch, how dare you commit such acts? Liang An glared furiously, pointing an accusatory finger at Liang, and were it not for his current injuries, he would undoubtedly have lunged at him to engage in a physical altercation. You old dog and your two wretched sons, it seems you've grown quite audacious. Liang An's icy gaze swept over the trio as he brandished a bamboo pole, preparing to strike. The three, not lacking in wit, promptly shut their door and bolted it securely. Particularly, Liang Yu and Liang Hui began hurling the most offensive insults from behind the door. Liang An, unwilling to tolerate their taunts, launched himself forward and delivered a powerful kick at the door. Although the door did not give way, the frame shook violently, causing dirt to cascade down. Liang An, if you dare to harm them, I will fight you to the death. Liang An shouted, remaining safely inside, fully aware that Liang An did not regard him as a father figure and would not hesitate to act. Third brother, let us all together force the door open. Zhang Jingguo and others stepped forward to propose. It's not budging. They propped it up with a wooden stick from the inside. We would need to dismantle the door frame. Liang An shook his head in response. In rural households, doors are often secured with bolts, but they still feel vulnerable. It is customary for wooden sticks to be placed against the doors at night for added security. Then, let us remove the door frame, Zhang Jingguo suggested, and many voices echoed their agreement. Don't waste your efforts. We did not come here for that purpose. We are here to tear off the roof. Liang An declined, seizing the bamboo pole to commence the task himself. He preferred to handle it alone, fearing that these ruffians might seek compensation from the elders if he involved others. The roof was tiled, with bricks placed at intervals to hold them down, intentionally left uncemented to avoid complications during repairs, necessitating a complete replacement of the tiles. Using the hook of the bamboo pole, he first dislodged the bricks, making it considerably easier to remove the tiles afterward. As he hooked the bricks from the eaves, they fell heavily to the ground. Inside, Liang An, hearing the sound of heavy objects crashing down, was oblivious to Liang An's intentions and cautiously peered through the crack of the door. The tiles shattered upon impact, scattering into pieces, creating a delightful symphony of sound that was profoundly relieving. Stop this nonsense at once, Liang An bellowed, trembling with rage as he observed the shattered tiles strewn across the ground, realizing that Liang An was stripping the roof. The moment he heard his father's furious voice, Liang An intensified his efforts, forcefully dislodging yet another stack of tiles. In no time, the eaves in front of the tiled house were stripped bare, leaving a stark emptiness. Knowing he was no match for Liang An, Liang An dared not step outside, aware that he would only be met with violence. Inside, Su Chunhua, upon learning that Liang An was dismantling their roof, immediately raised her voice in a wailing tirade. What sins have I committed to deserve such a treacherous son? A wretched creature. I cannot bear this any longer. The commotion attracted numerous onlookers from the neighborhood, yet none dared to intervene. They had all heard of Liang An's past misdeeds and wished to remain uninvolved. Outside the courtyard, Zhang Jingguo and his companions stood guard, preventing anyone from entering. Cease this at once. This incessant torment must end. The village secretary, Wu Guomin, hurried over with a group of people. Liang An cast a glance at them, but did not pause in his task. Chapter 13, Cowardice? The crowd parted to allow Wu Guomin and his entourage to enter the courtyard. Wu Guomin rushed forward to halt Liang An's destructive actions. Liang An, how can you behave this way? This is illegal, do you not realize? He admonished sternly. Indeed, dismantling a house. Do you think you are part of the family planning office? Lin Guodong, the village leader, expressed his discontent. The disturbances caused by Liang's family had reached a boiling point, and this was the third incident they had to address. Much to their irritation, seeing the village secretary's arrival, Liang An and his wife no longer cowered inside like turtles, but emerged from their home. Su Chunhua, still bearing the bruises from yesterday's beating, with clumps of hair torn out and her face swollen, appeared almost unrecognizable. The villagers stared, taken aback by the evident severity of her injuries. Secretary, look at this wretched child who has stripped our roof. Why haven't the police been called to arrest him? Liang An glared at Liang An, filled with resentment. Yes, if you hadn't come, we would have been left without a roof over our heads. Forced to live in the village committee. Su Chunhua sobbed, her words laced with veiled threats, demanding justice and fairness, insisting they could not favor Liang and arrest me. Are you out of your minds? My name is on the household registration. I am part of this family. If I strip the roof of my own house, is that a crime? Liang An retorted, devoid of fear. If dismantling one's own roof is illegal, then what of the villagers who renovate or rebuild? Should they also be apprehended? This is no longer your home. You have been cast out. Liang An shouted in fury. You claim I've been cast out, yet my name remains on the household registry. We have not split our family. Your words hold no weight. Liang An scoffed. Secretary, you must intervene. Liang An, barely literate, felt that arguing with this little beast was futile, so he decided to seek assistance from the village secretary. In his view, the village secretary was a respected and educated individual, elected by the community, and possessed a greater understanding of such matters. The village secretary sighed and spoke. Liang An, he is correct. You adopted him legally, and his name is on your household registration. He is part of the family. Reporting this to the police is merely a family dispute, primarily requiring mediation. Upon hearing this, Liang An and his wife turned pale, feeling more miserable than if they had swallowed a fly. This little beast had caused them distress repeatedly, leaving them feeling helpless. After a moment of contemplation, Liang An shouted, Then I want to separate our household and draw a clear line with this little beast. Su Chunhua, who stood nearby, fell unusually silent, no longer throwing a tantrum. She realized that the best solution was indeed to separate the household. Wow, so quickly subdued. This isn't the style of you two old folks. Why have you turned into a turtle, avoiding a fight? Liang An remarked sarcastically. If you don't want to separate households, don't come begging us later. Liang An, unable to tolerate his taunts, roared in response. Beg you? I'll tear down this roof first, then gather people to harvest the crops from the fields. Let's see if you end up begging me, or if I beg you. Liang An threatened. With the summer harvest approaching, the crops from the 10+ acres would yield a substantial amount of grain, which could be sold for a decent sum. As for how to pay the grain tax, that was a concern for Liang An as the head of the household. Liang An's face flushed with anger, his clenched fists trembling with rage. Want to fight? Do you think you can take me on? I'm not afraid, even if I call my 2 sons. If one accidentally gets killed, it would be self-defense. And I wouldn't have to go to jail. Liang An sneered, dismissing him entirely. Seeing the tension between the two, the village secretary, Wu Guomin, felt a headache coming on. He called over the village leader, Lin Guodong, and they each took one of the men aside for a discussion. All right, let us all tone it down a bit. With things escalating like this, separating households is the best choice. Wu Guomin said earnestly to Liang An village secretary. I have no objections, but I will not back down on what is rightfully mine. If it comes to it, neither of us will have it easy. Liang An replied firmly. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to assist you. Wu Guomin reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Soon after, in the yard of the Liang family, both parties sat on long benches, beginning to negotiate the separation of households. This separation would not only involve Liang An's household registration, but also the division of family assets. I agree to the separation, but I want to first reclaim the 2,000 yuan in compensation for my injury while working at the construction site. Liang An stated first. No way. That money is considered our maintenance fee for raising you all these years. Liang An immediately shook his head in opposition. You truly possess an audacity that knows no bounds. How dare you utter such words while having raised me? From a young age, I labored and supported myself, surviving the torment inflicted by both of you. It is only through sheer resilience that I remain alive. Furthermore, from the very beginning of your guardianship, my biological mother has been sending you a monthly allowance from Haiching. With her hard-earned money, you have treated me so cruelly. Do you not feel a shred of guilt? Scoundrels! Liang An exclaimed vehemently. A flicker of guilt crossed the eyes of Liang An and his wife, yet they maintained a facade of stubbornness, unwilling to relinquish the compensation they so coveted. Once it was in their possession, extracting it would feel akin to carving flesh from their own bodies. Deny it? Let us inquire at the post office to verify whether any money has been sent to you over the years, Liang An coldly suggested. Additionally, I demand the recent funds sent by my mother be returned to me. Nonsense. After you turned 18, your mother ceased all financial support. Su Chunhua retorted loudly. Upon hearing this, Liang An paused momentarily, quickly grasping the reason for Liang An and his wife's refusal to allow the original owner to attend school. They were intent on forcing the original owner to work and provide for the household. It became clear that once the maintenance payments ceased with adulthood, they had set their sights on the original owner instead. First, we must separate our household. Therefore, I insist on receiving my work injury compensation. Otherwise, there will be no negotiations. Liang An declared resolutely. This compensation was dearly earned by the original owner, and he would not yield an inch to this malicious family. No negotiations? Then let us not discuss it further. Liang An, filled with indignation, stood abruptly. Very well, let us cease our discussions. Those without shoes fear not those who wear them. Let us see who outlasts whom. My life is but a trifling matter, and I fear nothing. Liang An's gaze turned icy, a hint of a sardonic smile gracing his lips. There are moments when one must be unwavering and resolute. Let us see who truly fears whom. Sit down, Liang An. The village head, Wu Guomin, darkened his expression and turned to Liang An, stating, if this matter cannot be resolved, the village committee will wash its hands of your troubles and let the authorities handle it. After a moment of hesitation, Liang An complied and sat down, speaking in a low voice. Chunhua, go fetch the money. What did you just say? Su Chunhua, astonished, quickly inquired. I command you to retrieve the money. Liang An bellowed, his face contorted with rage. Startled, Su Chunhua wiped away her tears and turned to head into the house. Chapter 14. A heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard with the mediation of the village head and others. Liang An and Liang An proceeded to the local police station to finalize their separation. Liang An and his wife returned the 2,000 yuan in work injury compensation to Liang An, additionally providing him with 500 yuan, and granting him the old house at the eastern edge of the village as his registered address. They also allocated approximately 3 acres of land to him. This represented their utmost concession, and Liang An, understanding the importance of not pushing them too hard, wisely chose to accept the offer, aware that excessive pressure could yield unfavorable results. Upon exiting the police station with his new household registration booklet, now listing himself as the head of the household, Liang An also acquired a new identification card reflecting his updated address. After depositing the 2,000 yuan into the bank in town, he returned to the village to inspect the old house belonging to Liang An's family. At the eastern edge of the village lies an old house, situated beneath a public restroom and adjacent to a main road. This dilapidated structure, comprised of 2.5 mud brick rooms, is overrun with weeds and utterly uninhabitable. The construction of the public toilet compelled Liang An's family to relocate, for the stench of excrement permeated even mealtime. Third brother, who could possibly reside here? Renovating would require a substantial sum, Zhang Jingguo remarked, shaking his head repeatedly upon observing the site. Not to worry. I have no intention of living here anyhow. Liang An responded with a smile. Indeed, it would be wise to speak with the village secretary about exchanging this plot for another location to build a proper dwelling. Zhang Jingguo suggested. Liang An remained silent and led him directly to his uncle Liang Dajuan's home. Since the division of property, Liang Dajuan and his generation had not lived together but were scattered throughout the village, some distance apart. The walk from the eastern edge of the village to Liang Dajuan's residence was approximately 700 to 800 meters, not too far. Upon arriving at Liang Dajuan's courtyard, two large guard dogs growled and barked incessantly. Inside, Liang Dajuan observed Liang An and his companion but made no effort to emerge, allowing the dogs to continue their raucous barking. Uncle, if you don't come out, I might just have to stew your big guard dogs and serve them up in two large pots, Liang An declared, leaning against the doorframe while lighting a cigarette. Hearing this, Liang Dajuan promptly stepped outside, scolding the dogs and shooing them aside. He opened the door and asked in a deep voice, "What brings you here?" "Good news. A piece of news that brings no harm, I assure you, will leave you feeling invigorated, and you might even find it hard to sleep tonight." Liang An flicked the ash from his cigarette and smiled. "Less chatter, get to the point," Liang Dajuan replied, maintaining a serious demeanor. "Uncle, I've separated from Liang Dashan and now possess 3 acres of land. I wonder if you might be interested in taking over the cultivation?" Liang An inquired, fixing his gaze on him. "What? Do you plan to rent it to me?" Liang Dajuan asked. "Not rent, but sell it to you. What do you say? Are you interested?" Liang An pressed on. "How much do you want?" Liang Dajuan queried. "Not much, 3 acres for 3,000 yuan." Liang An contemplated before responding. "Why not just rob me?" Liang Dajuan retorted, his face darkening. "A farmer without land, can they truly be called a farmer? This is my lifeblood. The price is quite reasonable. And it's a permanent purchase," Liang An asserted, his smile fading as he spoke earnestly. "Uncle Liang Dajuan has a son who works in a state-owned factory in the city, earning a decent salary, and can afford the land. That is too expensive." Liang Dajuan continued to shake his head. "Uncle, even though your family has around 10 acres, once divided among cousins, it won't amount to much," Liang An analyzed. "I need to discuss this with my family," Liang Dajuan replied nonchalantly. "I thought of you first, considering I've called you uncle for so many years. My price is low, and this investment can be recouped. If you miss this opportunity for these few acres, you'll regret it. If you're not interested, then so be it." Liang An tossed aside the cigarette, and turned to leave. "Don't go, my nephew." Liang Dajuan quickly stepped forward to grasp his arm, replacing his serious countenance with a smile and a conciliatory tone. "Let us discuss this inside." The two conversed for a while within the house, and subsequently made their way to the village committee. Upon exiting, Liang An found himself with an extra 3,000 yuan in hand, his heart swelling with delight. He called Zhang Jingguo to accompany him to the town, where they deposited money in the bank, purchased 2 sets of clothing, and bought some vegetables to enjoy a few drinks. With both wine and food at hand, no one could refuse an invitation to drink. About 10 people gathered under the shade of a tree, drinking heartily and feasting on meat while boasting and sharing stories. The meal was quite lavish, featuring several meat dishes, and each person received a pack of cigarettes along with 10 jin of wine, embodying a spirit of revelry that suggested no one would leave until they were thoroughly intoxicated. "What are your plans, third brother?" someone inquired. "I intend to start a small business in town, and I will need my brother's support," Liang An replied, savoring a bite of food. Just moments before, he had exited the village committee office, and everyone soon learned that he had sold the 3 acres of land. In truth, it wasn't a sale in the conventional sense. He had merely transferred the land use rights directly to Liang Dajuan. Many were now aware that he possessed a sum of money, and countless envious eyes were upon him. Liang An had no intention of remaining in this small town. He aimed to travel to Haicheng to reunite with his biological parents. After retrieving the letters sent by the original owner's mother from Liang Dashan and his wife, he perused them carefully. He discovered that when he turned 18, the original owner's mother had sent a letter containing travel expenses, her address in Haicheng, and a current photograph. The letter expressed her desire for the original owner to come to Haicheng, offering to arrange schooling or even assistance in finding employment. However, he harbored reservations about those he considered mere drinking companions. He did not fully trust them. He planned to discreetly leave this town and embark on a journey several hundred kilometers away to Haicheng. Of course, third brother is loyal. We are brothers. and his affairs are our own. A young man with a fierce appearance, known as Su Sheng from the neighboring village, remarked with a grin. Su Sheng was notorious for his idleness and penchant for violence, a well-known ruffian. Indeed, if third brother has matters to attend to, just call on us. We will certainly lend our assistance. Another echoed in agreement. Thank you, brothers. Liang An rose, raising his cup. Let us toast to brotherhood. Upon seeing this, everyone stood, raised their cups, clinked them together, and drank deeply. Just as Liang An settled down again, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure running towards them along the path in front of the yard. It was none other than Liang Yu, who was brandishing a firearm approximately 1.40 meters in length. From a distance of over 20 meters, he had already taken aim, his finger poised on the trigger. Watch out. There's a venomous snake under the table. Scatter. Liang An shouted urgently. Upon hearing snake, panic ensued, and everyone fled in a chaotic rush. Bang! The firearm erupted, releasing a burst of flame as countless steel pellets rained down like a storm. Despite Liang An's warning, several unfortunate souls were struck, their clothing pierced, and they collapsed to the ground, groaning in agony. Without pausing, Liang Yu fled, clutching the firearm, as it could only fire once before needing to be reloaded. Seeing this, Liang An quickly grabbed a bench and sprinted after him, determined to pursue. The man bore wounds, his speed hindered as he fled. Stop right there. Liang An swiftly closed the distance between them. As they approached within 10 meters, he hurled the wooden bench he held. Chapter 15. Want to escape? The bench arced through the air, crashing heavily against Liang Yu's back with a dull thud. Liang Yu, in his attempt to escape, was sent sprawling to the ground, landing in a most unfortunate manner, letting out a scream of agony. The bench, crafted from solid wood and weighing approximately 10 pounds, would certainly inflict severe injury if it did not kill. Liang An charged forward, placing a foot firmly on Liang Yu's back, bending down to deliver 2 resounding slaps across his face. Following closely behind, Zhang Jingguo and several others joined the fray, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks without hesitation. This man had secretly fired a gun. Had they not reacted swiftly, he might have caused grave harm. The gunshot had already alarmed the surrounding neighbors, who rushed out of their homes to ascertain the disturbance. Enough. If you keep this up, you'll kill him. Liang An quickly intervened, restraining the frenzied attackers. Liang Yu lay on the ground, resembling a beaten dog, his body battered, yet he clenched his teeth, refusing to plead for mercy. Liang An, you wild bastard. Consider yourself fortunate. If you have the guts, kill me. Otherwise, I will eventually make you pay for this. Liang Yu spat venomously. To hell with you. The onlookers were incensed by his audacity, itching to retaliate. Liang An halted them, his gaze fixed on Liang Yu, sneering, Fool, prepare for prison. My parents will surely rescue me. Liang Yu declared, brimming with misplaced confidence. Liang An, unwilling to waste further words on such a dimwit, commanded, go to the village shop and call the police. Zhang Jingguo acknowledged the order and hurried toward the shop. Once he was out of sight, Liang An instructed the others to drag Liang Yu back to Zhang Jingguo's yard. The group, showing no mercy, grasped his legs and began to haul him across the ground. Upon returning to the yard, Liang An discovered 3 individuals sprawled on the ground, moaning in pain. Their backs bore multiple gaping wounds, blood seeping out and staining their skin. The villagers, bewildered, began to murmur among themselves. Liang An did not conceal the truth, stating outright that Liang Yu had come armed and fired upon them, causing the injuries. Upon hearing this, the crowd stared in disbelief at Liang Yu, astonished by his audacity to shoot at others. Before long, Zhang Jingguo returned with the village secretary and a local doctor. The doctor rushed to assess the injured, applying pressure to stem the bleeding, but soon declared himself powerless, advising that they must be taken to the county hospital. With no other options, the village secretary dashed to the shop to call for an ambulance. Liang Dashan and his wife, upon receiving the news, hurried over, their faces pale with shock and anger upon learning that their son Liang Yu had shot someone. Su Chunhua recognized the gravity of the situation and knelt directly before Liang An, pleading, Liang An, he has called you elder brother for over a decade. Please spare him this once. We will ensure he is properly educated. Upon hearing this, a sardonic smile crept across Liang An's face. This reckless individual, Liang Yu, had not truly called the original owner elder brother for those years. It was merely an utterance of a bast RD. Since he could remember, they had known that Liang An was not the biological child of his adoptive parents, and while they labeled him a bastard, they sought to expel him instead. I believe you have knelt before the wrong person. Liang An coldly pointed at the three individuals on the ground and stated, your precious son has shot them. When their family arrives, you will kneel and plead for mercy before them. You should fervently pray that they are unharmed. Otherwise, not only will your son face execution, but he will also owe them compensation. Upon hearing the possibility of execution, Su Chuanhua's face turned ashen, and she collapsed to the ground, seemingly drained of all vitality. Her eyes devoid of focus. Soon, the police arrived on motorcycles to ascertain the circumstances surrounding the incident, promptly placing handcuffs on Liang Yu. Mom and Dad, save me. I want to go home. Liang Yu screamed, feeling the cold touch of the handcuffs on his wrists, which fully instilled a sense of dread within him. In the past, regardless of the chaos he had caused, his parents always managed to clean up after him. He believed this time would be no different, thinking that a little crying and fussing would keep him safe. However, this time, his parents did not rush forward to intervene with the two officers, nor did they throw themselves on the ground to plead for his release, as he was taken away on the motorcycle. Liang An and Zhang Jingguo, along with others, were also required to go to the police station to provide statements detailing the events that transpired. As victims, the police did not make it difficult for them. After completing their statements, they were released. Upon returning to the village, Liang An and the others lost all desire to continue drinking, each ultimately returning to their respective homes. Without a place to stay, Liang An temporarily resided at Zhang Jingguo's house, planning to leave in a few days to seek someone in Haiqing. Third brother. A slender figure timidly called from outside the courtyard. Liang An focused his gaze and recognized it was his younger sister, Liang Rui. A faint smile formed on his face as he approached and asked, Liang Rui, what brings you here at this late hour? Mom and Dad, along with fifth brother, have gone to the police station in town, and I was home alone, so I came to see you. Liang Rui replied, come, let me escort you home. Liang An sighed internally, ruffling her hair gently as he took her hand, leading her toward the Liang family home. This girl had been raised by the original owner. Her adoptive parents, Liang Dashan and Su Chunhua, had neglected her, referring to her as a burden, much like the livestock of the household. Yet, she still bore some blood relation and had not faced expulsion as frequently as Liang An, who often found himself sleeping in the cattle shed. Now 12 years old. In a few years, she would come of age and likely be sold off by Liang Dashan and Su Chunhua for a bride price. Third brother. May I transfer my household registration to your name? Liang Rui asked, her lips pressed tightly together as she mustered the courage to inquire. Your parents would never agree to that. Liang An shook his head, pulling out 300 yuan from his pocket and placing it in her hand, saying, study diligently. If you manage to get accepted into a school, you will have the chance to leave this home. Currently, Liang Rui's guardians are Liang Dashan and Su Chunhua. In order to transfer her household registration to her, their consent is essential, which is certainly unfeasible. Third brother, they will allow me to finish only junior high school, and will not let me pursue further education. I will end up like elder sister and second sister, sold off to become someone else's wife. Liang Rui, though young, possesses considerable understanding. You have always excelled academically. Focus your thoughts on your studies. Aim for high school in the county town, and when the time comes, approach your teachers, the principal, and even the village secretary to persuade them. Your destiny must be grasped in your own hands. Liang An reflected thoughtfully. Is that really possible? Liang Rui inquired with some skepticism. They may refuse to support your education, primarily out of concern for expenses, but once third brother starts working, as long as you gain admission to a reputable high school, I will send money back to cover your tuition. Liang An reassured her with a gentle pat on her small head. Thank you, third brother. Liang Rui murmured, lowering her gaze. In the coming days, leave early and wander around the fields, seeking a cool spot to hide. With the recent events involving Liang Yu, those two old folks will undoubtedly vent their frustrations on you. Liang An cautioned. Understood, third brother. Liang Rui nodded obediently. You must amend your temperament. Do not be so overly compliant, as it may lead to suffering and loss. When it is time to be assertive, you must be so, lest you stifle yourself. Liang An advised. Liang Rui responded with a soft acknowledgement, opened the courtyard gate, and stepped inside. Watching her enter the small tiled house, Liang An sighed and turned to walk toward Zhang Jingguo's home. Third brother, she is your sister, yet her nature is too gentle. She is quite timid, even afraid to step into our yard. Zhang Jingguo chuckled. Jingguo, let us not dwell on that. Would you care to explore the scenery beyond our village? Liang An inquired intently. Third brother, it is dark outside, pitch black, and I fear ghosts. I prefer to stay in. Zhang Jingguo replied with a grimace. 100 meters ahead at the eastern edge of the village lies a cemetery. It is where most of the villagers are laid to rest. What I meant was to venture beyond this small town, to the big city to earn a living. Liang An retorted with a hint of irritation. Third brother, are you suggesting working as a laborer? Zhang Jingguo suddenly realized. Not merely labor. I propose engaging in small business ventures. Liang An clarified. Grateful for your brotherly support. I vow to follow you faithfully. Zhang Jingguo's eyes gleamed as he clasped his hands in determination. Chapter 16. Quite dizzy 2 days later, during midday. Liang An finished his meal and began to pack his belongings, preparing to take a bus to the town, then a train to Haicheng. The 3 individuals whom Liang Yu had shot were alive, but severely injured, currently languishing in the hospital. Having witnessed the true nature of those families, Liang Dashan and his wife anticipated a substantial compensation to avoid further conflict. Even with sufficient reparations, Liang Yu could not escape imprisonment and would be confined for several years. To be frank, Liang An possessed few belongings, merely 2 new outfits, along with his personal identification and a bank book from the agricultural bank, nothing else of note. From the Liang family, he retrieved the original owner's diary and the current residential address of the original owner's biological mother. The textbooks from junior and senior high school were primarily left for his younger sister, Liang Rui, while the original clothing had all been discarded by his adoptive parents into the trash. The books were not discarded. The 2 elderly individuals deemed them suitable for sale as scrap, so they were temporarily retained. Third brother, I have tidied up, Zhang Jingguo proclaimed cheerfully, carrying 2 bags of pig feed. Jingguo, are you moving? Liang An inquired, somewhat astonished. Not at all. I was contemplating a long journey. And since we might not return for a while, I decided to take along more items. Zhang Jingguo explained while grabbing a shoulder pole. My grandmother always said, when you go out, everything costs money. If you have it at home, take it with you. That makes sense. If anyone asks, just say those are local specialties for relatives. Liang An suggested after a moment's thought. All right, I'll heed third brother's advice. Zhang Jingguo responded, returning to the house to retrieve a tattered cloth bag for some snacks. Liang An lit a cigarette, took a puff, and noticed 2 bricks behind the door. He walked over, picked one up, waited, found a rag to wipe it clean, and placed it into his satchel. Third brother, what are you doing? Zhang Jingguo asked. Puzzled. When venturing out, it's wise to carry something for self-defense. Liang An elucidated with a smile. He initially intended to bring a kitchen knife, but feared it might be misunderstood while traveling, so he abandoned the idea. Third brother makes a valid point. Zhang Jingguo also picked up another brick, cleaned it, and added it to his bag. Liang An pondered for a moment before deciding to take a plastic bottle. He went outside, collected some clean soil, secured the cap tightly, and placed it in his pack. The 2 gathered their belongings, exited the courtyard, and hopped onto a neighbor's tricycle, making their way to the town's bus station. Aside from the vegetable market, the bus station was the most frequented location in the entire town. The bus station consisted of merely 2 single-story buildings, constructed from prefabricated panels, where tickets were primarily purchased on the bus, with designated ticket sellers present. Many cab drivers awaited outside the station, with both motorcycles and tricycles available. However, motorcycles were scarce, only about 3 or 4, and their fares were comparatively higher, making tricycles the more common choice. Upon arriving at the bus station, Liang An and Zhang Jingguo bought 2 bottles of drinks from a small shop at the entrance and smoked outside the station. As the bus, displaying a sign for the county town, prepared to depart, they leisurely boarded. They found only the last row of seats available and had no choice but to sit there. The odor inside the bus was unpleasant, a noxious blend of pungent gasoline with a faint hint of sweat, various scents intertwining to create a stifling atmosphere. Liang An felt as though each breath was laden with murky air, causing his chest to tighten and his stomach to churn. He opened the window, eagerly inhaling fresh air to alleviate his growing anxiety. Dagua, is that you here too? A voice called out. Liang An turned to see 2 young men. One had slanted, menacing eyes and an inherently fierce demeanor. This individual was Su Sheng, a ruffian from the neighboring village. They had shared a few drinks together, making them somewhat acquainted. The other had a pockmarked face, thick eyebrows, and narrow eyes, giving off an untrustworthy vibe. Oh, third brother is here too? Su Sheng said, casually sitting beside Zhang Jingguo with a grin. What a coincidence. Are you also heading to the county town to visit Ma and the others? Su Sheng inquired with a smile. As Zhang Jingguo was about to speak, Liang An pressed his hand down and smiled, saying, "Indeed, we are all brothers. It is because of them that I feel compelled to visit." Su Sheng praised, "Third brother truly embodies brotherhood, and I do as well. We are fortunate to be heading the same way." From his introduction, Liang An discerned that this young man was named Huang Qinglang, also a ruffian. The bus leisurely departed from the station, cruising along the highway. The ticket attendant stood by the bus door, calling out loudly to those waiting by the roadside, inquiring if they wished to go to the county town. If someone waved, the driver would hit the brakes, and the attendant would assist those carrying luggage by placing it on the overhead racks, while larger items were stored in the luggage compartment beneath the vehicle. Before the bus could leave the small town, it made several stops to pick up passengers, which was rather irksome. Liang An stole glances at Su Sheng and the young man accompanying him, sensing a peculiar coincidence in their journey. Moreover, if they were indeed heading to the county hospital to visit those three individuals, they would have already arrived. Why wait until now? Zhang Jingguo seemed unconcerned, engaging enthusiastically in conversation with Su Sheng, their dialogue primarily consisting of boastful tales. It was nothing more than claims of knowing influential figures, having relatives in power, or being notorious for fighting, with stories of injuring or even killing others. Liang An found such bravado rather juvenile and pointless. Once the bus exited the small town, it picked up speed, soaring to about 80 kilometers per hour. The distance from the town to the county city was over 40 kilometers, translating to approximately half an hour of travel time. However, the frequent stops to gather passengers delayed their journey considerably. After a short while, the ticket attendant approached from her small handbag, extracting tickets and a pen to collect fares. Zhang Jingguo, having been given several hundred yuan by his grandparents for his trip, willingly paid for the tickets for himself and Su Sheng. Observing this, Liang An refrained from comment, internally chastising him for his foolishness. Displaying wealth could easily attract unwanted attention. Moreover, these two were not trustworthy. What if they later asked to borrow money? "I'll take a nap. Call me when we arrive in the county." Liang An bid farewell to Zhang Jingguo, leaning against the window with his eyes half closed. Zhang Jingguo acknowledged him and continued chatting with Su Sheng. The bus's journey was marked by frequent stops and jarring bumps from the uneven road. After a torturous 40 minutes, the bus finally arrived at the county's passenger station. As Liang An stepped off, he could not help but crouch down and vomit several times, expelling nothing but clear liquid. The sensation was akin to being intoxicated, with an unbearable discomfort in his stomach. "Third brother, are you carsick?" Zhang Jingguo asked with concern. "It's nothing." Liang An waved his hand dismissively, pulling out a drink to rinse his mouth, attempting to dilute the unpleasant taste. Lighting a cigarette, he took a deep drag, feeling somewhat better. Yet, he appeared quite lethargic, lacking any vitality. Observing Su Sheng and the other young man, he cautiously suggested, "You two go ahead to the county hospital. I'm feeling a bit unwell and will rest for a while before joining Jangwo. Not to worry, we will stay here with third brother." Su Sheng replied with a fleeting glimmer of something unusual in his eyes, smiling as he spoke. Chapter 17. My tempestuous temper. Upon hearing his words, Liang An cast a fleeting glance at the two men and fell silent, quietly inhaling from his cigarette. The young man, Huang Qinglang, who followed Su Sheng, had his right hand tucked into his trousers pocket, his eyes darting about. The bus station was bustling with vehicles arriving from various towns, and passengers were disembarking one after another, making their way towards the exit. After finishing his cigarette and taking a few sips of water, Liang An lingered for a while before rising to head towards the restroom. Emerging from the restroom, having splashed his face with water, he noticed Su Sheng and Zhang Jingguo standing outside, engaged in conversation while smoking. Observing Zhang Jingguo carrying a bag of pig feed, Su Sheng subtly inquired about its contents. Zhang Jingguo, having taken Liang An's advice, explained that it was a gift of local specialties for relatives in the county town. "Let us go," Liang An said, flicking the droplets of water from his hands. "All right, third brother," Zhang Jingguo replied, hurrying to catch up. Su Sheng and Huang Qinglang trailed behind them, whispering a few words to each other at a distance. As they approached the exit, rickshaw drivers and motorcycle taxi operators surged forward, enthusiastically calling them handsome lads, eager to offer their services. Before Liang An could speak, Zhang Jingguo waved his hand dismissively and stated, "We're heading to the hospital. It's just a short walk ahead. No need for a ride." Liang An was taken aback, surprised that the county hospital was so close to the bus station. Not visiting those three would seem remiss. After walking approximately 300 to 400 meters, the entrance of the county hospital came into view, modestly adorned with two stone lions flanking the entrance, which bore a sign in stark black lettering on a white background. Noticing a fruit stall outside the entrance, Zhang Jingguo approached to purchase a few pounds of apples and grapes, carrying them for the sake of appearances. It was the lunch break, and upon entering the hospital, they found the place rather desolate, with few pedestrians. Following the directional signs, they made their way directly to the inpatient department. After inquiring with the on-duty nurse, they learned that the room of the three injured men was on the third floor, prompting them to ascend the stairs. The three men shared a room, attended to by family members. Upon their arrival, the families did not exhibit warmth. Instead, their expressions were stern. These three had been shot by Liang Yu, entirely due to Liang An's entanglement in the troubles of the Liang Dashan family, thus suffering an undeserved calamity. Furthermore, the four of them were not paragons of virtue. Rather, they were either ruffians or idle youths in the village, lacking proper pursuits. Noticing the glum expressions of their families, Liang An felt little inclination to engage. After exchanging a few perfunctory remarks, he quickly found an excuse and pulled Zhang Jingguo away from the room. Su Sheng and Huang Qinglang followed suit, muttering about the disdainful attitude of those men. Once outside the inpatient department, they headed towards the main entrance of the hospital. Given the lunch hour, few people were around. Noticing that the two were still trailing behind, Liang An furrowed his brow and said, "Zhang Jingguo and I are going to the train station. You two should head back." "Third brother, what do you need to go to the train station for?" Su Sheng asked, his face alight with curiosity. Liang An, maintaining a stoic expression, replied coolly, "To attend to certain matters." Su Sheng took a small step forward, hands in his pockets, and lowered his voice. "Third brother, I have something I wish to discuss with you." Liang An furrowed his brow, taking a step back and exhaling a cloud of smoke, nodding for Su Sheng to continue. "Third brother, I'm in a tight spot. I need to borrow some money." Su Sheng pulled his hand from his pocket, revealing a gleaming dagger, and grinned. Zhang Jingguo, startled by the sight of the knife, exclaimed angrily, dashing, "Have you lost your mind? That's third brother. We are all brothers. Can't we talk this out?" "Jingguo, you'd best not meddle." Su Sheng shot a cold glance at Zhang Jingguo, speaking in a low voice. Huang Qinglang also drew a knife from his pocket, pointing it at Zhang Jingguo and threatening coldly, "If you don't want to taste steel, then shut up." After a moment of silence, Liang An fixed his gaze on Su Sheng and slowly asked, "How much do you intend to borrow?" Su Sheng licked his lips, greedily eyeing Liang An's bag, and said, "Not much, third brother, just 5,000 will suffice." 5,000? Ha ha. Liang An laughed, replying, "Where would I find such a sum? Third brother, let us not beat around the bush. I know you have it. I've done my homework. Between the money from selling pigs, compensation for work injuries, and land sales, you must have around 6,000 or 7,000, right?" Su Sheng narrowed his eyes. "So you've had your eye on me all along?" Liang An raised an eyebrow, taking a deep drag of his cigarette and blowing the smoke in Su Sheng's direction. "With your character, I wouldn't lend you a dime." He considered Su Sheng a scoundrel. Lending him money would be akin to throwing a meat bun to a dog. There would be no return. Moreover, he planned to leave this place and would certainly not lend money to anyone, refusing a toast and opting for a penalty drink. Su Sheng's expression turned icy as he tightened his grip on the dagger and swung it toward Liang An's face, believing his weapon would intimidate Liang An into submission. Liang An had already anticipated the move. He flicked the cigarette butt from his fingers, which struck Su Sheng squarely on the face, sending sparks flying and eliciting a pained cry from him. Seizing the opportunity, Liang An stepped forward, seized Su Sheng's wrist, and wrenched it forcefully while delivering a swift kick to his abdomen, sending Su Sheng flying. The dagger clattered to the ground as Su Sheng's body hit the ground with a dull thud. "Damn it!" Huang Qinglang cursed, pulling out his dagger and rushing forward. "Third brother, watch out!" Zhang Jingguo, startled, quickly grabbed a brick from his bag and hurled it. The brick struck Huang Qinglang solidly in the back, causing him to stumble. Liang An had already removed the bag from his hands and swung it fiercely at Huang Qinglang's face. The brick inside the bag struck Huang Qinglang squarely, knocking out several of his pristine white teeth and sending him sprawling to the ground. Liang An stepped forward, firmly placing his foot on Huang Qinglang's knife-wielding hand, kicking the dagger away. Seeing Huang Qinglang struggle to rise, Liang An delivered a swift kick to his jaw, rendering him unconscious. Not far away, Su Sheng regained his composure and stood up, fleeing towards the hospital entrance without looking back. Trying to escape? Liang An snorted, picking up the brick from the ground and throwing it directly at Su Sheng. The sound of a sharp thud echoed as the brick struck Su Sheng on the back of the head, resulting in a pained scream as he collapsed to the ground. Third brother, what do we do now? Zhang Jingguo inquired, glancing at the two fallen figures on the ground. What else can we do? Report to the police. Liang An commanded. Understood. Zhang Jingguo replied promptly, hurrying towards the hospital's outpatient department to make the call. Not far from the county hospital stood a police station, tucked away from the main road, situated on a secondary route. Upon receiving the report, the officers immediately dispatched a patrol car. Liang An and Zhang Jingguo followed to the station, where after providing their statements, they were released. As for Su Sheng and Huang Qinglang, having committed armed robbery, they would face several years behind bars. After leaving the police station, Liang An and Zhang Jingguo purchased some snacks nearby and stood by the roadside, hailing a motorcycle to the county train station. The train station was a bustling hub, rife with a diverse crowd, where petty theft, solicitation, human trafficking, robbery, and fraud flourished amid the throngs of people. Various characters congregated here, brazenly eyeing passers-by, seeking opportunities to strike. The two men proceeded directly to the ticket counter, purchasing 2 tickets to Haiqing, and then settled onto wooden benches in the waiting hall. Noticing Zhang Jingguo glancing around restlessly, Liang An couldn't help but caution him. Stay alert while we're out here. You wouldn't want to lose your trousers to a thief. Don't worry. I just went to the restroom and tucked the money in the pocket of my underwear. Zhang Jingguo whispered back. Even so, vigilance is essential, Liang An reiterated. After waiting for over an hour, the green train gradually pulled into the station, and the announcement echoed through the air. They flowed with the crowd onto the platform, squeezing into the carriage, and began searching for their designated seats as indicated on their tickets. Upon locating their seats, they discovered they were already occupied by a middle-aged couple, who appeared to be rather formidable. Third brother, our seats are here. Zhang Jingguo pointed at the ticket in Liang An's hand and then at the seat numbers on the window. The couple, appearing to be in their 50s, seemed anything but accommodating. Wake them up and ask them to vacate our seats, Liang An suggested. This green train passed through the county, with many passengers disembarking at this stop, leaving behind vacant seats that those holding standing tickets temporarily occupied, awaiting the rightful ticket holders to board before yielding their seats. The journey from the county to Haicheng would take approximately 8 hours. It was uncomfortable enough sitting, let alone standing. Those who paid for their seats were entitled to them. Zhang Jingguo obliged, reaching out to tap the shoulder of the middle-aged man on the aisle. The man glanced at Zhang Jingguo and, with impatience, queried, "What do you want?" "What do you mean what? You're sitting in our seats. Get up." Zhang Jingguo retorted tersely. "What are you talking about? Whoever sits first claims the seat." The middle-aged man countered defiantly. "Find your own spot. We've been sitting here for several stops. You youngsters are always trying to take advantage. How shameless," scoffed the woman beside him. Zhang Jingguo, taken aback by her words, found himself at a loss for words. Why waste time arguing with them? Liang An stepped forward and seized the collar of the man, yanking him from his seat and casting him into the aisle. The middle-aged woman seated beside him, about to unleash a tirade, was abruptly pulled by her arm and tossed beside the middle-aged man. "Look, everyone! Someone is acting lewdly," she bellowed from the aisle. The middle-aged man, his face contorted with rage and fists clenched, realized that Liang An and his companion were imposing figures and, knowing he stood no chance in a confrontation, resorted to impotent threats. Surrounding passengers, oblivious to the situation's context, regarded the two with curious glances, pointing fingers at Liang An and Zhang Jingguo. "Acting lewdly? Just take a look at yourself. Am I attracted to your age or your coarse appearance?" Liang An retorted coldly. If this were the 1980s, such lewd behavior would land you in jail. But now it is the 1990s, an era of economic openness and greater societal freedoms. The middle-aged woman's face paled, akin to someone mourning a death at home for 3 days, so incensed she could hardly articulate her thoughts. Laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd, who pointed and jeered at her. This young man is not harassing a young, pretty girl. He is confronting a middle-aged woman. That is sheer folly. Liang An clarified the situation, hoping to quell any misguided sympathies that might arise for the couple. "You're talking nonsense. We've occupied these seats since we boarded the train. Who are you to claim them?" The middle-aged woman retorted, standing with hands on her hips, her voice booming. "Who are we? We are the ones who purchased tickets. If you're unconvinced, summon the conductor. Liang An replied coolly. Upon hearing the suggestion to call the conductor, the middle-aged woman's bravado faltered, her eyes flickering with uncertainty as she pulled the middle-aged man forward toward the front of the carriage. From her demeanor, Liang An deduced they might be fare evaders, fearing capture and retreating hastily. With their departure, Liang An felt no obligation to pursue them, as fare dodgers were not uncommon in these times, and he saw no need to make enemies. He made his way to a window seat, plopping down and retrieving a handkerchief to dab the sweat from his brow. Zhang Jingguo, sitting beside him, scanned the surroundings with wide, curious eyes, his excitement palpable. This was his first journey away from home, and his inaugural ride on a green train, a fresh and exhilarating experience. Once they returned to the village, he would undoubtedly regale everyone with tales of this adventure for quite some time. The carriage was bustling with people, the crowded atmosphere amplifying the sense of intimacy in an already confined space. Among the throng, some were embarking on short journeys to nearby towns for business, while others were enduring lengthy travels to distant destinations. The narrow aisle was cluttered with various goods, cages containing lively chickens, ducks, and geese, as well as individuals balancing burdens filled with fresh vegetables, fruits, or mountain products. Passengers congregated in clusters, animatedly discussing topics from all corners of the earth, their chatter rivaling the clamor of a bustling market. In this era, the green-skinned trains lack air conditioning, and with so many people packed together, they generate considerable heat, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Fortunately, the train windows can be opened, and as the train moves, the wind rushes in, alleviating some of the heat and bringing a semblance of coolness. After perusing the newspaper for a while, Liang An felt his eyes grow weary. Rubbing his temples, he lit a cigarette to invigorate himself. The train is rife with pickpockets. One must remain vigilant lest one find themselves with a gaping hole in their trousers without realizing it. While traveling, he instinctively maintained a sense of alertness to avoid any untoward incidents. The train swayed unsteadily, moving at a leisurely pace, sometimes even slower than a person running, particularly when it traversed mountainous terrain. At each station, it halted for about 10 minutes, with passengers continuously boarding and alighting. As the train approached a station, Liang An would pull down the window, ignoring the clamoring from outside and the passengers inside seeking to obtain free hot water through the window. It was commonplace for passengers boarding at the stations, unable to find space inside, to shove their luggage through the window while climbing in. As night descended, the carriage became less crowded. The short-distance travelers diminished, leaving only those embarking on long journeys, making the atmosphere feel less congested. This green-skinned train boasted a dining car, reminiscent of a restaurant with tables and chairs, though the cost of a meal was rather steep. Liang An and Zhang Jingguo had procured some food while in the county town, and when dinner time arrived, they casually consumed a few items to quell their hunger. After dark, the carriage fell into a profound silence. Many passengers grew weary, succumbing to drowsiness. Yet, some still paced the aisle. After several hours of jostling, Liang An felt utterly exhausted, and as sleepiness overcame him, he yawned repeatedly and said, "Jingguo, keep an eye out for a bit. I'll take a short nap, and then it will be your turn to rest. Go ahead and sleep, I'll watch the bags," Zhang Jingguo assured him, thumping his chest. "Wake me later." Liang An pulled the window shut, placing his bag on his lap, cradling it with both arms, and leaned back against the seat to feign sleep. The train's slow pace still allowed for a gentle swaying while seated. The lights in the carriage suddenly extinguished, leaving only the dim safety lights at either end, casting a faint glow. Liang An was unsure how long he had been asleep when he was abruptly stirred by a commotion. He opened his eyes to see Zhang Jingguo grappling with a tall, lean young man, preventing him from leaving, as a heated argument ensued. The surrounding passengers merely observed, their expressions reflecting a sense of curiosity, with no one offering assistance. After several intense exchanges, Zhang Jingguo swung his fist, swiftly knocking the young man to the ground. Chapter 19. The pickpocket. The youth, with long hair and dressed in a floral shirt, resembled a slender reed. Faced with the robust Zhang Jingguo, he was no match. Upon falling, he curled up, shielding his head with his fists. "What is happening?" Liang An inquired, noticing Zhang Jingguo's intent to continue the altercation. "Brother, this fellow is a pickpocket. He even slashed my trousers," Zhang Jingguo replied indignantly. Upon hearing Liang An's words, he instinctively glanced towards the area below the waist, only to discover a slit in the waistband of his trousers, revealing the dark undergarment beneath. The undergarment sported a small pocket, the designated hiding place for money, which had also been cut open, exposing the currency within. It appeared that the pickpocket had inadvertently touched Zhang Jiangwo's prized possession while attempting to steal money, awakening him in the process and leading to an immediate confrontation. "Did you lose any money?" he inquired with a light cough, his tone laced with curiosity. If this individual had not made a misstep, he might have succeeded. Zhang Jiangwo's face flushed with embarrassment as he retorted with a hint of bitterness. Liang An narrowed his eyes, scanning the crowd of onlookers, and soon spotted the accomplice of the pickpocket. Typically, trained pickpockets operate in pairs. One serves as a lookout while the other executes the theft. These thieves often function as a collective, instilling fear in the hearts of ordinary people who dread possible retaliation. One such accomplice had blended into the crowd and was stealthily maneuvering closer, seemingly intent on rescuing his partner in crime. The young pickpocket in the aisle glared at Zhang Jiangwo with palpable animosity. In a fit of irritation, Zhang Jiangwo delivered a swift kick, eliciting a loud yelp from the assailant. "That's enough, don't continue." Liang An interjected upon noticing the railway police approaching in their uniforms. He gently patted Zhang Jiangwo's shoulder, urging him to stop. As the railway police arrived, the passengers hastily cleared a path, allowing them to proceed unimpeded. After thoroughly investigating the situation, they apprehended the pickpocket in the aisle. The young thief, displaying no sign of fear, defiantly threatened Liang An and Zhang Jiangwo. "Just wait." However, the railway police swiftly retaliated with a slap to his head, causing him to quickly adopt a more submissive demeanor, filled with pleas for mercy. Once the railway police departed with their captive, tranquility returned to the carriage. Those tasked with guarding their belongings grew increasingly vigilant, fearful that a moment's inattention could result in the loss of their possessions. "Third brother, I'm heading to the restroom to change my trousers," Zhang Jiangwo announced, rising from his seat and making his way towards the lavatory. "Hurry back," Liang An cautioned, casting a wary glance at the pickpocket's accomplice at the front of the carriage. As he watched Zhang Jiangwo walk away, Liang An opened the window and lit a cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke. The cool night breeze swept in, dissipating the smoke he had just released. The outside world was cloaked in darkness, leaving him oblivious to which city the train had arrived in. Leaning languidly in his seat, Liang An noticed that his cigarette was nearing its end. He took a deep drag before flicking the butt out the window. Inadvertently, he caught sight of three figures approaching from the front of the carriage. As they drew nearer, he was taken aback to recognize one of them as the very young pickpocket who had been apprehended by the railway police. A wave of astonishment washed over him. How could this individual have been released so swiftly? Was there some underlying reason for this? After a brief exchange of hushed words with other accomplices at the front of the carriage, the trio turned and headed directly towards Liang An's position. With a steady hand, Liang An reached into his bag, gripping a sturdy brick, prepared to confront them should they come any closer. Their footsteps echoed with uncanny clarity in the silent carriage, as if each tread resonated upon Liang An's very mind. As they passed by his seat, the leading young pickpocket cast a cold glance at him from the corner of his eye, yet made no pause, striding purposefully onward with his three accomplices towards the public restroom. "This is disastrous. They are after Zhang Jiangwo." Liang An rose to his feet, peering ahead. He beheld the four individuals stationed at the restroom entrance, lying in wait like hunters poised for their prey. The young man in the floral shirt produced cigarettes, distributing them to his companions, lit one for himself, and approached the restroom door, knocking impatiently. "What are you knocking for?" "I'm just coming in," Zhang Jiangwo muttered under his breath, his face betraying signs of annoyance. Just then, a more forceful rapping resounded from outside, urgent and loud, as if attempting to shatter the door. Ignoring it, Zhang Jiangwo folded his discarded trousers, stowed them into his bag, adjusted his slightly disheveled attire, and swung the door open. Stepping outside, before he could comprehend the situation, he felt a sudden weight upon his shoulders. Two powerful hands, akin to iron clamps, pinned him down, while a razor-sharp dagger pressed against his waist. A sharp sting coursed through his skin, the icy sensation flooding him with an unprecedented terror. "Kid, be cooperative, or you might find the white knife going in and the red knife coming out," the young man who seized him whispered menacingly. At this, Zhang Jiangwo trembled slightly, paralyzed with fear. "Do you remember me, kid?" The young man in the floral shirt exhaled a plume of smoke, a triumphant smirk on his face. Upon recognizing his features, Zhang Jiangwo gasped in disbelief. "Aren't you the one taken away by the railway police?" "Huh. I've been blending in on this train, and the railway police can't touch us. As long as we don't cause any fatalities on this train, they'll count themselves lucky." The young man in the floral shirt kicked Zhang Jingguo in the stomach, laughing maniacally. Zhang Jingguo emitted a muffled groan, curling up like a boiled shrimp, his face contorted in pain. The two young men holding him began to rummage through his pockets and bag in search of valuables. "You two needn't bother. His money is tucked away in his underwear," the young man in the floral shirt remarked. Upon hearing this, the two youths wasted no time in yanking down Zhang Jingguo's trousers, reaching for the pockets of his underwear. "Hey, what are you doing?" Liang An shouted, pointing at them with a voice that resonated like a thunderclap. The passengers in the adjoining carriages were jolted awake, glancing around until their eyes landed upon him. As he hurried towards the restroom, their gaze shifted towards the group of young men in floral shirts. Under the scrutiny of numerous onlookers, the young men displayed no sign of alarm, as though this were a familiar routine. "Kid, for your own good, you'd best not meddle," the youth responsible for lookout warned, jabbing a finger at Liang An. "Let us converse amicably, without resorting to violence," Liang An implored, his demeanor ingratiating as he reached into his cloth bag and produced a brick, which he swung forcefully at his adversary's face. Taken aback, the assailant collapsed to the ground, emitting a wail reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. The three young men in floral shirts were momentarily stunned, evidently not anticipating Liang An's ambush against their comrade. Regaining their composure, their faces contorted with rage, they charged towards him. "To hell with you," Liang An shouted, delivering a swift kick that sent one of the floral shirt youths sprawling, before raising the brick once more to strike another across the head, blood gushing forth. The youth who had attempted to abduct Zhang Jingguo seized the opportunity, lunging at Liang An with a knife. Just as the dagger was about to pierce Liang An, he received a blow from the brick, collapsing straight down. With the brick in hand, Zhang Jingguo retaliated, kicking the assailant while cursing, "This is what you get for trying to abduct me." "Jingguo, are you all right?" Liang An inquired with genuine concern. "I'm fine, third brother," Zhang Jingguo replied, shaking his head, though he felt a sudden chill and hastily adjusted his trousers. Spotting the floral shirt youth attempting to rise, he swiftly advanced and struck him with the brick, eliciting another agonizing scream. As Liang An observed the first youth he had downed regaining his bearings and attempting to rise, he decisively kicked him under the chin. The assailant fell silent, collapsing once more, unconscious. "Railway police are coming," someone shouted. Liang An glanced up to see two railway officers hastening towards them. Chapter 20. Hitching the lights above the train car flickered on, illuminating the space and momentarily blinding the passengers. Many squinted against the brightness, rubbing their eyes to adjust. The two railway officers cautiously navigated the aisle, quickly arriving at the passage between the two cars. Their gaze fell upon the four individuals sprawled on the ground, before settling on Liang An and his companion, their brows furrowing in concern. "What transpired here?" the younger officer inquired sternly. Liang An recognized him as the one who had previously apprehended the floral shirt youth for theft, only to have released him moments later. "What happened?" "I was just about to ask you." Zhang Jingguo seethed, pointing at the floral shirt youth. "This fellow was taken away for stealing and now returns with a knife to retaliate." Liang An placed a hand on Zhang Jingguo's shoulder, interrupting him, and turned to the older officer. "We encountered a knife-wielding robbery. They stole several $100s from us. We fought back and were fortunate enough to subdue them. Passengers from both cars witnessed the incident. They can attest to the severity of their actions." "What course of action do you, esteemed officers, suggest?" With nearly 100 passengers from both cars focused intently on the two railway officers. Having just witnessed the brazen behavior of the floral shirt youths, they too were eager to learn how the officers would respond. "Robbery with a knife is a grave offense, and we shall address it according to the law, without leniency," the older officer declared with solemnity. The two individuals unclasped the handcuffs from their waists and secured the young man in the floral shirt with them, while the remaining two bound his hands with clothing and meticulously documented the incident. The older officer, before departing, cautioned Liang An and his companion to wait until the next stop to disembark, as the young man in the floral shirt was part of a gang of pickpockets that had infiltrated this train. These train thieves, notoriously unrepentant, often found themselves in custody. The amounts they pilfered were minimal, resulting in little more than verbal reprimands, and in more severe cases, a few days of detention. This was precisely why, after apprehending them, they had been released shortly thereafter. Given the commotion that had ensued, It was certain that the gang would not let this matter rest and would seek retribution against Liang An and his companion in secret. Grateful, Liang An returned to their compartment with Zhang Jingguo. Although their seats were occupied, the occupants, recognizing their return, graciously vacated their places. Having witnessed the two subdue 4 vengeful pickpockets, the other passengers were well aware of their formidable nature and dared not provoke them. Brother San, should we disembark at the next station? Zhang Jingguo inquired as he settled into his seat. No need. We still have 2 stops to our destination. We shall alight when we arrive, Liang An replied, shaking his head. What if those scoundrels come back for revenge? Zhang Jingguo expressed his unease. Rest assured, it's past 1 in the morning. They are likely asleep and won't receive news of our actions immediately. We are quite safe now, after 2 more stops. They won't be able to track us down, Liang An reassured him. Is that so? I should have dealt with them more severely. They deserve to lose an arm. Zhang Jingguo lamented, recalling the sting of the knife that had pierced his skin. Liang An remained silent, his keen gaze sweeping the surroundings for any accomplices of the pickpockets. He suspected that there were more than just those 4 thieves on this train. Perhaps others were lurking amongst the crowd. As long as they did not provoke him and his companion, all would remain tranquil. However, if they sought revenge, he was prepared to confront them, taking on 1 or even 2 at a time. In the carriage, passengers congregated in small groups, leaving one to guard their belongings while the others succumbed to sleep. After a brief 10 minutes, the lights above extinguished, enveloping the carriage in darkness, save for 2 dim lights illuminating the aisle. Observing Zhang Jingguo yawning repeatedly, Liang An advised him to take a short nap, promising to wake him upon their arrival. Zhang Jingguo nodded, cradling his bag, leaning against the seat, and closed his eyes for a moment of respite. In this era, trains traveled at a leisurely pace, and with 2 cities yet to traverse. The journey would take approximately an hour. Liang An lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before rolling down the window to let the wind disperse the smoke. The train continued its slow journey, the rhythmic clattering of wheels against the tracks resonating through the carriage. An hour later, they arrived at Haicheng Station, the lights flickering back to life and the intercom crackling to announce their arrival. As Liang An had anticipated, no accomplices of the pickpockets had come seeking trouble, and they reached their destination without incident. Haicheng is a coastal city, recognized for its relative affluence, attracting a considerable number of laborers. As they disembarked from the train, Liang An and his companion flowed with the crowd of passengers, making their way to the exit. It was just past 2 in the morning. Aside from the lights illuminating the exit, the rest of the train station lay shrouded in darkness, enveloped in an eerie silence. Numerous individuals awaited at the exit to greet their relatives and friends, yet Liang An and his companion stood alone, devoid of anyone to receive them. Noticing the absence of motorcycle and tricycle taxis, Liang An decided to seek refuge for the night in a modest hotel near the station. In these times, the security patrols in Haicheng posed a risk for those wandering outside at night. The train station, being a hub of human activity, was flanked by a dozen or so hotels across the street. They crossed the road in search of a seemingly reputable establishment and entered through the door. The hotel was housed in a quaint 4-story building. The lobby on the ground floor was dimly lit, save for a single small lamp. Behind the reception desk lay a chaise lounge, where the proprietor was resting, covered with a thin blanket. Upon hearing their entrance, he immediately sat up, and upon noticing guests, hastily turned on the lights. Liang An and his companion requested a room with a double bed, paid the fees and deposit, and took the key, ascending to their room on the 3rd floor as indicated by the hanging sign. Their room, situated near the staircase, was not in the best location. The wooden door was equipped with a roundhead lock. As Liang An inserted the key and opened the door, he was taken aback by the room's dismal condition. The space was less than 10 square meters, with 2 single beds placed against the walls, a minuscule window, and a ceiling fan hanging above. There were no bedside tables, wardrobes, televisions, or private bathrooms. Exiting the room, Liang An noted the directional signs on the walls and walked to the corner of the staircase, where he discovered the communal bathing area and restrooms. Despite the poor conditions, after spending 8 or 9 hours on the train, both were compelled to freshen up before resting. After washing up and drying his hair, Liang An, feeling utterly exhausted, inquired if Zhang Jingguo needed to use the restroom. Upon confirming he did not, Liang An locked the door, propping a bag of feed against it to create a noise should anyone attempt to enter. The 2 lay on the bed, closed their eyes, and soon drifted into slumber. Time passed, and a cacophony of suggestive sounds from the neighboring room jolted Liang An awake. He turned over, attempting to return to sleep. But the inadequate soundproofing of the room made it impossible. The raucous noises, punctuated by cries of passion, rendered slumber elusive. Damn it! Liang An sat up and pounded the wall with his fists in frustration. Chapter 21. The Lesson Third Brother. Are they soliciting in the next room? Zhang Jingguo yawned, appearing listless. The ruckus next door was so loud that even a deeply sleeping pig would have been awakened. Those wretched individuals. Liang An fished a cigarette from his pack, lit it, and took a deep drag. The smoke filled his lungs, clearing his mind somewhat and alleviating his irritation. After several hours on the train, the passengers were utterly exhausted. Just as he had managed to doze off, a loud commotion roused him, igniting a significant irritation within him. This wretched hotel room lacked a telephone. Otherwise, he would have called the authorities to have these two nuisances removed. Brother San, how about we set off a firecracker? Zhang Jingguo said, forcing himself out of bed, turning on the light, and lighting a cigarette in a lowered voice. At this hour, where would we find such a thing? Liang An exhaled a puff of smoke in reply. I have a string of firecrackers in my bag. Let us pull a few out and toss them into the neighboring room. Zhang Jingguo whispered. You brought those? Liang An's eyes widened in disbelief. Firecrackers are highly flammable, and carrying them in luggage is quite unsafe. However, he recalled that it was the 1990s, and the railway authorities were not particularly strict. It was not uncommon to bring such items on a train. But what was the purpose of carrying them? My grandmother stuffed them in there. Zhang Jingguo explained with a chuckle. She said if I felt unlucky upon arriving, I should set off a few firecrackers to dispel the bad luck. Then what are we waiting for? We've encountered it now. Let us set off a few to ward off misfortune. Liang An urged excitedly. All right, Zhang Jingguo replied, slipping into his slippers and moving to the door to begin untying the feed bag. Never mind, I'll do it. You keep smoking. If you light it, we'll be in an awkward position, Liang An declared, extinguishing his cigarette underfoot and rising to approach. Seeing his determination, Zhang Jingguo nodded, taking a couple of steps back to sit at the foot of the bed. The feed bag was tied with nylon twine, and Liang An easily opened it, bringing it to his bedside and pouring its contents onto the bed. Zhang Jingguo had packed quite a bit. Besides clothes, there were toiletries, dining utensils, and even some incense and paper money. Liang An rummaged through it until he found a black plastic bag containing a string of firecrackers, along with several larger ones. He extracted a firecracker about 2 fingers in size, noting that the fuse was long enough for throwing. The noise from the neighboring room persisted, showing that the two individuals inside were still quite energetic, continuing their ruckus for quite some time. This will do, Liang An whispered. Zhang Jingguo made a sound of agreement, swiftly packing the items back into the feed bag and securing it with the nylon twine. The two of them gently opened the door and tiptoed out, arriving at the door of the adjacent room. Standing before it, the noise grew even louder. The hotel owner downstairs, accustomed to such disturbances, did not come up to remind them to be quieter. Gazing at the closed door, Liang An felt perplexed, unsure of how to toss the firecracker inside. Zhang Jingguo scratched his head and pulled a piece of wire from his pocket, poking it into the round lock of the door, producing a crisp sound. Seeing the lock open, Liang An paused for a moment, then gave Zhang Jingguo a thumbs up, marveling at his skill. The occupants of the room were preoccupied and remained oblivious to the unlocking of the door. Zhang Jingguo cautiously pushed against the door and found that it was not latched, allowing him to open it slightly. Upon witnessing the scene upon the bed, he widened his eyes and could not resist peering inside. Noticing his expression, Liang An had no time to caution him about the potential danger of the firecrackers. He ignited a firecracker and tossed it through the crack of the door, swiftly locking it behind them. Without a moment's hesitation, the two retreated to their guest room, gently closing the door and extinguishing the light. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted. Following the detonation of the firecracker, a heavy object crashed to the ground. Almost immediately, a piercing scream resonated throughout the entire hotel building. Shortly after, the door of the adjacent room swung open, and a figure bolted out in a panic. Who threw that firecracker? Came an irate shout. The hotel owner, awakened by the commotion, hurried upstairs to inquire about the disturbance. Upon learning that someone had thrown firecrackers in the guest's room and noticing that the man was clad only in his underwear, a look of sympathy crossed his face. Startled during a rather intimate moment, it was likely that the shock had rendered him impotent. The culprits, Liang An and Zhang Jingguo, eavesdropped on their conversation from behind the door, their faces flushed with embarrassment. The agitated guest insisted that the owner wake the occupants of the third floor to interrogate them and identify the instigator. However, the owner, not wishing to offend anyone, began to mediate, urging him to let the matter rest. Those bold enough to operate a hotel near the train station were accustomed to dealing with all manner of unruly patrons and were not easily intimidated. After much persuasion, and seeing that the guest was unyielding, the owner eventually grew impatient and issued a few terse warnings before descending the stairs. The man's face turned a deep shade of anger as he muttered curses and retreated to his room. In the adjacent room, silence fell after a brief outburst of anger. The door opened and closed again, and footsteps faded away into stillness. "Brother San, I suspect that man may be impotent." Zhang Jingguo chuckled. "He is probably off to the hospital. Let them be. We must rest. We have matters to attend to tomorrow," Liang An replied as he lay back on the bed, closed his eyes, and forced himself into slumber. When they awoke, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. Their slumber was not due to fatigue, but rather a result of hunger, their bodies still bearing traces of lethargy. However, after such an extended period of rest, their spirits had been rejuvenated. Liang An dressed, enjoyed a cigarette, and slowly made his way out of the room to the wash area at the staircase corner to freshen up. A splash of cold water on his face revived him considerably, intensifying his hunger. After some bustling about, they gathered their belongings, checked out of the hotel, and hailed a rickshaw from the street. Upon boarding, they provided the driver with their destination. The driver, quite talkative, sought to engage them in conversation to alleviate the fatigue of pedaling. Unfortunately, the two were too famished to engage meaningfully, responding only perfunctorily before lapsing into silence. Recognizing their disinterest, the driver ceased his attempts at conversation and continued pedaling in silence. Soon, they arrived at their destination, and Liang An paid the fare before leading Zhang Jingguo into a nearby noodle shop, where they ordered 2 generous portions of noodles. When the server brought their food, they devoured it with an insatiable hunger, like famished souls. After Liang An had indulged in a hearty meal, he skillfully extracted a toothpick to clean his teeth, and with practiced ease, retrieved a cigarette from his case, igniting it with a flicker of flame. The lunch hour had long passed, leaving only the two of them as patrons in the noodle shop, while the owner idly perused a newspaper, indifferent to the smoke curling around him. An antiquated fan whirred above, dispersing the haze of smoke that lingered in the air. Zhang Jingguo took a sip of the noodle broth, set down his bowl with a contented burp, then reached for the cigarette case on the table, lighting one up and inquiring, "Third brother, where are we headed next?" "First, we need to find a place to settle," Liang An replied, flicking the ash from his cigarette as he pondered. Chapter 22. A complicated relationship underneath the bus stop sign along the main thoroughfare. Liang An surveyed the buses passing by, seeking one that would take him to his intended destination. The buses traversing the main road were frequent, arriving every few minutes, with a steady stream of passengers boarding and alighting. Spotting the number 8 bus that would serve his route, he withdrew his gaze, awaiting its arrival. After a brief wait, the bus appeared, and the two boarded, settling into seats at the rear. Their journey would conclude at the suburban industrial park, with multiple stops along the way, and the bus was filled to capacity with passengers. Among them were many young men and women, their ages not dissimilar to Liang An and Zhang Jingguo, likely workers from the nearby industrial area, venturing into the city for leisure. In an era prior to the internet, many found solace in outings, dining, and recreation during their free time. The youthful crowd sported trendy attire, contrasting sharply with the somewhat outdated clothing of Liang An and Zhang Jingguo, which made them feel out of place. Perhaps it was the duo's distinctive appearance, coupled with the large feed bags they carried, that drew the attention of several onlookers. Zhang Jingguo, sensing the stares, felt a twinge of embarrassment, nearly burying his head into his neck. Inland cities lacked the rapid fashion evolution seen in coastal areas, creating a noticeable disparity. Liang An, however, remained unfazed. His attire was not shabby, and he felt no shame. After all, they were all crammed into the same bus. And who was to look down upon whom? If one possessed true capability, why endure such discomfort? After several stops, Liang An and his companion reached their destination, hastily rising to navigate through the crowded aisle before disembarking. "Third brother, where to now?" Zhang Jingguo set down the feed bag, wiping the sweat from his brow, his back already damp with perspiration. "We need to find someone," Liang An said, producing a cigarette to offer Zhang Jingguo, while lighting one for himself and taking a deep drag. The bus was more nauseating than a long-distance coach. The short distances between stops made him feel ill, and he needed a cigarette to alleviate the discomfort. Once he finished the cigarette, the unpleasant feeling subsided, although he now felt parched. Glancing up at the sun, Liang An scanned the surroundings and spotted a small convenience store nearby. He led Zhang Jingguo over to buy 2 bottles of drinks. The chilled beverages were refreshing, instantly dispelling the heat and invigorating their spirits. Jingguo, wait for me here. I need to handle some business at the agricultural bank next door, Liang An declared, striding towards the bank. The staff at the agricultural bank had just begun their workday, and the number of customers seeking assistance was scant, with only a few scattered individuals in the entire hall. Upon noticing Liang An's arrival, the staff warmly greeted him, inquiring about the nature of his business. Liang An shook his head and stated directly, I am here to find someone. Is there anyone by the name of Liao Qing here? Are you looking for Director Liao? The staff member, taken aback, scrutinized Liang An for a moment, his eyes widening as he cautiously asked, What is your relation to Director Liao? I am her relative. Liang An replied, Please have a seat. I will go inform her, the staff member said before turning towards the office. After a brief wait, the same staff member returned, accompanied by a woman dressed in professional attire. Liang An stood as they approached, taking a moment to appraise the woman. She appeared to be in her 30s, impeccably groomed, and exuding a youthful vitality, with features that bore a resemblance to his own. I am Liao Qing. May I ask who you are? Liao Qing's expression was calm, though her voice trembled slightly. My name is Liang An, he responded, producing his identification card and handing it over. Without hesitation, Liao Qing accepted the card, examined it, and then returned it to him, saying, This is not a suitable place for conversation. Let us speak in my office. Nodding in agreement, Liang An followed her to the office. Once inside, Liao Qing closed the door, gestured for him to sit, and poured him a glass of water. My child, you have endured so much suffering over the years. It is my fault, and I apologize for not being there for you, Liao Qing said, her eyes beginning to well with tears, her face etched with remorse. A cold smile graced Liang An's lips as he slowly replied, Indeed, I have faced many hardships over the years. However, I wonder, Ms. Liao, have you ever considered bringing me back from this place of hardship to the prosperous city of Haiqing? My child, I have my reasons. It was not that I did not wish to bring you to Haiqing, nor that I was indifferent to your well-being, Liao Qing said, wiping a tear from her cheek as she began to recount the difficulties of the years past. After returning to the city, she and Liang An's biological father, Chen Tingzhou, had parted ways, and the following year she married her current husband, Lin Hanqing, with whom she had 2 sons and a daughter. Even during the most challenging times, she had consistently sent support to Liang Dashan and his wife, hoping that her biological son, Liang An, would fare better in the countryside. Later, after the resumption of the college entrance examination, she successfully enrolled in university and, upon graduation, secured a position at a bank. Experiencing a rise in her circumstances and an increase in the financial support she sent. After Liang An completed middle school, she had written to Liang Dashan and his wife, enclosing travel expenses for the 3 of them, hoping to bring Liang An to Haiqing for his studies. However, the reply indicated that Liang An was unwilling to relocate to an unfamiliar city. Hearing these words, Liang An fell silent, unable to fathom that his mother, after parting ways with his biological father, had moved on to another life, ultimately marrying someone else and bearing 3 additional children. The eldest child was only 2 years younger than him, while the youngest was about 13. From his mother, Liao Qing, he learned that his biological father, Chen Tingzhou, had also remarried after returning to the city and fathered several children. Both of his biological parents had formed new families, leaving Liang An to feel a profound sense of sorrow for the original owner of this life, a child seemingly unwanted by anyone. Child, now that you've arrived in Haiqing, do you intend to pursue your studies here, or are you seeking employment? Liao Qing inquired cautiously. Liang An glanced at his mother, realizing that this adoptive mother was far more reliable than his biological father. At the very least, she had not abandoned him, consistently providing support and hoping he would come to Haiqing to seek her out for schooling and work opportunities. His expression softened considerably, and his words lost their edge as he replied, I am not cut out for school. I'll settle in Haiqing first, and then look for some small business ventures. The prospect of sitting in a classroom was out of the question. He lacked both the desire and the patience. It seemed far more advantageous to capitalize on the current economic boom to achieve financial independence, and then simply relax. Very well, I shall find you a place to stay, Liao Qing replied, unsure of her son's temperament and hesitant to offer advice for fear of counterproductive results. After all, she was not a qualified mother, having given birth but not raised him, and their bond required nurturing. Liang An did not refuse. Who would turn down a free place to stay? The cost of living in the city was exorbitant, with every basic necessity requiring money. Why do I say this? In this day and age, even public restrooms in the city are monitored and charge fees, including those at train and bus stations. Upon leaving the office, they exited the bank and stepped onto the main road. Noticing Liang An emerge, Zhang Jingguo hurriedly approached, carrying his luggage. Having waited anxiously for Liang An to appear, he was restless, fearing that he might be abandoned in this unfamiliar place, akin to a headless fly lost in chaos. Liang An introduced his mother, Liao Qing, to Zhang Jingguo, a childhood friend. At Liang An's request, Zhang Jingguo had altered his hairstyle and donned simple attire, shedding his previous rough appearance for a more wholesome look. Liao Qing observed Zhang Jingguo silently, then hailed a taxi. Once inside the vehicle, they swiftly departed for their new lodging. Chapter 23. The lodging point. The taxi traversed the main road, past 2 traffic lights, and turned into a side street, halting after a few hundred meters. After Liao Qing settled the fare, the 3 disembarked, facing the entrance of a residential complex marked Farm Machinery Factory Dormitory. The security guard at the gate, an elderly gentleman in his 60s wearing reading glasses, was engrossed in a newspaper. Upon noticing Liao Qing and her companions, he promptly set aside the paper, stood, and greeted them warmly. "Director Liao, what brings you here?" "Uncle Son, I've brought 2 relatives to stay in the apartments for a while," Liao Qing replied with a smile. Liang An, knowing they would reside here, stepped forward to greet the old man. Uncle Son nodded slightly, his gaze lingering on Liao Qing, displaying a respectful demeanor. This was only natural. Encountering someone of higher status and influence often invites such deference. After exchanging a few casual remarks with Uncle Son, Liao Qing led Liang An and Zhang Jingguo into the dormitory area. This is the dormitory area of the agricultural machinery factory, featuring 4 buildings, each approximately 5 stories high. The exterior walls are adorned with a faded yellow hue, with red slogans that have long lost their vibrancy, rendering some of the text nearly illegible. The dormitory buildings are constructed from prefabricated panels, their windows composed of wooden frames with glass panes that open outward, with balconies that extend only slightly. As Liao Qing made her way from the main entrance to the second dormitory building, she encountered numerous acquaintances, exchanging greetings with them. It was evident that she had resided in this dormitory area for an extended period, well acquainted with her neighbors. The buildings consist of 2 units, the eastern and western units. They ascended to the 3rd floor of the eastern unit, where the entrance is marked by a wooden door, accompanied by an old-fashioned iron gate. Liao Qing retrieved a key from her bag, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. The apartment features 2 bedrooms and 2 living areas, oriented towards the south. The living room lacks a balcony, while the kitchen boasts a small utility balcony, ideal for drying clothes. This dwelling is classified as a welfare apartment provided by her workplace, spanning just over 60 square meters, devoid of shared spaces, and more spacious than the 90-plus square meters typical in later years. The apartment is fully furnished and equipped with appliances, allowing for a seamless move-in experience with only the need for personal items. Liao Qing had acquired these furnishings with the intention of providing Liang An with a stable base for his studies in Haiqing, thereby facilitating his settlement in the city. The apartment had remained unoccupied, and she visited periodically to clean and maintain its tidy appearance. "Child, this apartment was allocated to me as a welfare benefit from the factory after I returned to the city for work. Tomorrow, we will transfer the ownership to your name at the housing authority. You can reside here with peace of mind," Liao Qing declared. Handing a set of keys to Liang An, taken aback, Liang An momentarily hesitated, surprised by his mother's generous gesture of gifting him a home so soon after his arrival in Haiqing. The dormitory area is situated in the city center, surrounded by comprehensive amenities and convenient transportation options. With the city's development, it is certain that this area will undergo renovations and redevelopment, potentially yielding substantial compensation. Liang An, having visited Haiqing several times in a previous life, was aware of the rapid growth of this coastal city. The city center is subject to even greater transformations, with skyscrapers rising and property prices soaring, making it exceedingly difficult for the average person to acquire a spacious apartment in such a prime location. "Isn't this a bit excessive?" Liang An pondered aloud as he accepted the keys. What could possibly be wrong? Tomorrow afternoon, I will be free, and I will come here to meet you. We will head directly to the housing authority. Liao Qing responded with a smile. She opened her wallet, keeping 10 yuan for herself and handing the remaining cash, a substantial amount, to Liang An, urging him to purchase essential items and indulge in some good food. Observing the wad of cash in Liang An's hands, Zhang Jingwo's eyes widened in astonishment, and he inhaled sharply. This sum exceeded 1,000 yuan, a considerable amount that could procure many necessities. Aware that she was still on the clock, Liao Qing offered a few parting words of advice before hastily descending the stairs, exiting the dormitory area to hail a taxi on the main road. As Liao Qing departed, Liang An glanced at the money in his hand, counted it, and then tucked it into his pocket, patting it. "Third brother, your sister is quite generous," Zhang Jingwo remarked, leaning in for a closer look. Liao Qing, in her 30s, possesses a fair complexion and appears exceptionally well-maintained. Clad in professional attire, complemented by an exquisite makeup, she could easily be mistaken for someone in her early 30s. Particularly notable is her resemblance to Liang An, leading Zhang Jingwo to mistakenly believe she is Liang An's sister. "What sister? That's my mother," Liang An exclaimed, delivering a playful slap to Zhang Jingwo's head. Third brother, that's an aunt, isn't it?" Zhang Jingwo stammered, momentarily taken aback and somewhat embarrassed. "Well, she is indeed youthful. But where's the uncle? Why isn't he here to pick you up? The situation is a bit complicated. My mother remarried, and her current husband is not my biological father," Liang An explained candidly, without a hint of discomfort. Zhang Jingwo's eyes widened once more, filled with disbelief. "Let us not dwell on that. This house has 2 rooms. You can take the one on the west side," Liang An directed, pointing towards the designated room. "Okay, third brother," Zhang Jingwo responded, promptly grabbing his luggage and entering the room. As Liang An stepped into his own chamber, he found a bed and a wardrobe with a mat on the bed, and both the pillow and thin blanket were new, still encased in plastic. He placed his fabric bag on the bed and retrieved his soiled clothes from within the plastic bag, then exited the room and made his way to the bathroom. These clothes, exchanged at the nearby train station hotel, bore a sour scent, and he feared they had accumulated stains. First, Liang An took a cold shower to rid himself of the sweat and odor, then washed his clothes and hung them out to dry on the balcony. Returning to his room, he turned on the electric fan, lay on the bed, and contemplated his forthcoming path. Sleep had eluded him at the hotel, and after a while, he dozed off, drifting into slumber. Uncertain of how long he had slept, Liang An was awakened by a series of knocks at the door. Rubbing his eyes, he rose from the bed, exited his room, and opened the front door. Standing outside was a man in a suit, in his early 40s, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle that exuded an air of sophistication. The moment he laid eyes on Liang An, surprise flickered in his gaze, quickly transforming into a scrutinizing stare. "Who are you?" he inquired, his tone devoid of warmth. With a slight furrow of his brow, Liang An retorted, "And you are?" "I am Liao Qing's husband." Lin Hansheng, the middle-aged man, replied, his voice flat and his gaze probing. Liang An was momentarily taken aback, not expecting his mother's husband to arrive so promptly, catching him off guard. However, it dawned on him that it was quite reasonable. They had resided there for an extended period, and many within the dormitory area were familiar with them. When the trio arrived, they encountered numerous acquaintances, likely prompting someone to inform Lin Hansheng of their presence. "Oh, so you're my brother-in-law," he mused, stifling a yawn. You are Liao Qing's brother?" Lin Hansheng's expression shifted to one of incredulity, as if he had stumbled upon a juicy revelation. He was well aware of the number of children his father-in-law had. The youngest was his brother-in-law, Liao Yong, who was also in his 30s. In an instant, he conjured images of an illegitimate child born from his father-in-law's extramarital affairs, or perhaps a love child of his mother-in-law. "What's the matter? Do I not resemble the family?" Liang An fixed his gaze on him, an expression of displeasure evident on his face. "That was not my intention." Lin Hansheng repeatedly waved his hands, his expression softening considerably as he hastily implored, "Dear brother-in-law, please do not divulge to your sister that I have visited here." With that, he retrieved his wallet, extracted several 100 yuan notes, and promptly pressed them into Liang An's hands before turning and descending the stairs. After Liang An closed the door, he approached the window in the living room and looked down. He observed Lin Hansheng getting into a small car after leaving the building, stopping momentarily to exchange a few words with the gatekeeper, old son, before driving away. In these times, a household capable of affording a small car was indeed affluent. After all, in the village, owning a motorcycle was akin to returning home in a Ferrari, let alone a car worth over 200,000 yuan. Third brother, who just came by? Zhang Jingguo inquired, rubbing his sleepy eyes as he opened the door. A big spender. Liang An replied with a smile, quickly freshen up. I will take you out to eat. Chapter 24. Shopping. As the city lights began to twinkle, the streets bustled with throngs of people, a scene of vibrant prosperity. After finishing a sumptuous meal at a small restaurant, Liang An and Zhang Jingguo strolled along the street, leisurely digesting their food. The feast had been lavish. Courtesy of Lin Hansheng, the unwitting benefactor, providing enough for several meals for the two of them. One could not help but wonder what Lin Hansheng's feelings would be upon discovering that he was the biological father of Liao Qing, and what actions he might take in response. Liang An had come to Haiqing to uncover the identities of his biological parents and to exploit their sense of guilt for his own gain. In the 1990s, one needed a certain capital to amass wealth swiftly. However, the original parents had parted ways upon returning from the countryside as educated youth, each forming new families, leaving behind a child deemed unwanted. This was precisely why the original owner had not been reclaimed over the years, a rather dramatic turn of events. As for the claim made by his biological mother about transferring the ownership of a two-bedroom unit in the agricultural machinery factory's dormitory to him, he could not ascertain whether it was truth or fiction. Regardless, if they were willing to offer it, he would graciously accept it as a foothold in Haiqing. Third brother, the public safety in the city is quite commendable, far better than our town, where those ruffians are always brawling at night, Zhang Jingguo remarked, surveying the surroundings with wide-eyed curiosity, feeling the novelty of the big city. Perhaps he had overslept or simply had not rested well, for he appeared somewhat listless. Did you not notice the patrolling police on motorcycles roaming about? Anyone who dares to stir trouble will surely be apprehended. Liang An rolled his eyes in response. He wished to convey that the presence of patrolling police was precisely due to the inadequate safety conditions. Coastal cities tend to be more developed, attracting individuals from all corners of the nation seeking fortune, with many engaging in dubious enterprises. Third brother, I urgently need to relieve myself, Zhang Jingguo suddenly exclaimed. Liang An glanced around but found no public restroom. However, he spotted a small alleyway at the end of the street and suggested, let us go to the alley. All right. I can hardly hold it any longer, Zhang Jingguo replied, hastening toward the alleyway. Liang An followed closely behind, quickening his pace as well. In these times, with public safety being a concern, it was not uncommon for individuals to lurk in secluded areas, ready to rob unsuspecting passers-by. In the particularly dim alley, one could never be certain of encountering a reckless youth wielding a knife. The two individuals turned into the alley, advancing cautiously. The passage was deep and the lighting was feeble. Occasionally, a cyclist would hasten by, too afraid to linger, swiftly departing. The alley was lined with private residential buildings, tightly packed not only side by side but also in front and behind, with barely a meter-esque gap, serving as a drainage channel. However, every 10 or so houses, a narrow path would branch off, resembling blocks of tofu, leading in various directions. The smaller paths adjacent to the alley were numerous, devoid of streetlights, enveloped in darkness. In such a vast city, conveniences were scarce. Had they been in a village, one could simply stand by the roadside and relieve oneself with ease. Zhang Jingguo sought a corner and adjusted his belt, muttering to himself, enough of this, let us get on with it. Liang An leaned against the wall, lighting a cigarette and exhaling clouds of smoke. The path was shrouded in darkness, and walking alone instilled a genuine fear of an unexpected encounter. Out in the world, he carried a cloth bag slung over his shoulder, within which lay a brick, his hand instinctively resting inside, ready to wield it if necessary. Observing the cigarette in his hand, Liang An suspected he had purchased a counterfeit. After just a few puffs, he felt lightheaded, the tobacco burning too quickly. He flicked the cigarette but towards the distant drainage channel, igniting a few sparks. A sharp cry of pain echoed through the gloom. Liang An lifted his gaze. The darkness concealed everything. Just when he thought he had misheard, several muffled sounds followed. Zhang Jingguo, startled, adjusted his trousers, feeling a sense of relief. Turning back, he noticed Liang An intently fixated on the drainage channel between the houses, which puzzled him, prompting him to approach. Just as he was about to inquire, Liang An gestured for silence, indicating with his hands that there was someone inside, though he could not discern their activities. Zhang Jingguo understood immediately. Reaching into his bag to retrieve a small bundle of firecrackers, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Liang An's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of the firecrackers. He found it perplexing that this fellow carried such things with him. Noticing Liang An's expression, Zhang Jingguo sheepishly scratched his head, explaining that carrying firecrackers was a habit of his. Back in his hometown, whenever he ventured to the town for leisure, he not only brought a knife, but also a string of firecrackers. From his experience, the knife was for self-defense, while firecrackers were for diverting attention during a brawl. They were an infallible strategy. He then ignited the firecrackers and casually tossed them into the shadowy recesses of the drainage channel. A cacophony of crackling sounds erupted. A scream pierced the air, and a figure dashed out in haste. Another silhouette stumbled forth, falling to the ground, disheveled and appearing quite wretched. As the two focused their gaze, they recognized that the first to emerge was a young man with long hair, gaunt cheeks, slanted eyes, and a face marred by scars. Clutching a spring knife, the following figure was a girl, her hair disheveled, her attire partially torn, exposing her delicate shoulders and a fair expanse of skin, her pants having been partially removed. The scene left Liang An and Zhang Jingguo momentarily stunned, seemingly caught off guard by their disruption of someone else's clandestine affair. Help! The girl, upon seeing Liang An and his companion, clung to them as if they were her last hope, crying out in desperation. Liang An and his companion, taken aback, exchanged bewildered glances between the girl and the long-haired youth, feeling somewhat disoriented. Damn it! How dare you ruin my plans? You seek death, the long-haired youth snarled. Moments earlier, a small firecracker had been thrown at him, singeing his hair and emitting wisps of smoke. Liang An and Zhang Jingguo shared a knowing look and silently reached into their bags. If you don't want to die, get lost, the long-haired youth threatened, brandishing a knife at them. The girl on the ground looked at them with pleading eyes, trembling all over, tears welling in her eyes. If they were to leave, only a fate of humiliation awaited her. Damn it! Liang An shouted, seizing a brick and hurling it at the long-haired youth. The brick arced through the air, striking the youth with a dull thud, causing him to stagger and grimace in pain. Zhang Jingguo followed suit, smashing another brick against the youth's head. With a resounding thump, the long-haired youth collapsed, blood spilling from his head. Liang An rushed forward, stepping on the youth's knife-wielding hand, twisting his heel with force, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. He then kicked the spring knife away and landed a blow to the youth's jaw, rendering him unconscious. After retrieving the brick and placing it back in the bag, Liang An approached the girl, helping her to her feet. It was undeniable, this young lady, appearing to be around 18 or 19, was quite striking, with fair skin and a tall figure. No wonder that scoundrel had harbored ill intentions. Thank you. The girl repeatedly expressed her gratitude, her face radiating the joy of having escaped a dire fate. However, upon realizing her disheveled appearance, her cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly adjusted her clothes. Once she had composed herself, she walked over to the long-haired youth and kicked him savagely in the legs, cursing, "That'll teach you to take advantage of me." The unconscious youth was jolted awake by the pain, his face contorted in agony, his eyes rolling back before he fainted once more. Liang An and Zhang Jingguo winced at the sound of a cracking noise, involuntarily squeezing their legs together, marveling at the girl's ruthless retaliation. With this brutal kick, the long-haired youth was likely destined for a life of impotence, with no chance of redemption. Brother San, how should we handle this? Zhang Jingguo inquired. What else can we do? We should report it to the police. Liang An replied. All right, you wait here. I'll go report it, Zhang Jingguo said, hastily making his way outside. In a short while, he returned, accompanied by 2 officers. The officers escorted all 4 of them to the nearby police station to take their statements. Chapter 25. No more laboring at the police station. The officers learned about the incident and commended Liang An and his companion. After taking their statements, the 2 were able to exit the station without incident. Just as they stepped out, someone called out from behind, urging them to wait. They paused and turned to see the girl from earlier approaching briskly. Behind her followed a middle-aged couple, both in their 40s, dressed elegantly, exuding an air of affluence. In comparison, Liang An and Zhang Jingguo appeared rather modest in their attire. Earlier, in the dimly lit alley, they had not been able to discern the appearance of the girl they had rescued. However, her disheveled hair accentuated her delicate features. She had a charming visage and a tall, graceful figure that was pleasing to the eye. Now, under the bright lights, her oval face, gracefully arched eyebrows, and finely chiseled features were truly captivating. Yet, the thought that this dainty girl had just incapacitated a young man with long hair sent a chill down their spines, prompting them to instinctively tighten their legs. Her gentle, melodic voice was like a breath of spring. Liang An sensed that her soft tone was a result of her restrained demeanor, having witnessed her more rugged side moments earlier. "Thank you for saving my daughter, Wan," approached the middle-aged man, clad in a white shirt, a leather bag tucked under his arm, and a mobile phone in hand. After expressing his gratitude, he reached into his bag and produced several hundred-yuan bills to offer them. It was merely a small act, no need to mention it. Liang An refrained from accepting the money. "Indeed, my brother and I simply couldn't stand by while that man bullied a young girl," Zhang Jingguo echoed. However, as he spoke, he caught sight of the crisp bills, momentarily taken aback by the generosity of city dwellers. The thought of splitting the money, envisioning 200 or 300 yuan each, made him glance expectantly at Liang An. "From your accents, I gather you are not locals?" the middle-aged man inquired. "Yes, we just arrived in Haiqing," Liang An replied candidly, noticing that they had not accepted the money. The man pulled out a business card from his bag and handed it to them with a smile. "This is my business card. Should you encounter any difficulties in Haiqing, do not hesitate to call me. I will certainly assist you." Liang An accepted the card, glancing at it to find it bore the name Gu Chong, general manager of Dongfang Company, and he promptly placed it in his pocket, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Gu." Gu Chong then inquired about their names and where they were staying, sincerely inviting them to dine at a nearby restaurant to ease their distress, offering to drive them home afterward. However, having just finished a meal, Liang An and Zhang Jingguo felt uncomfortably full and could only decline the invitation, explaining that they would merely be taking up space as guests. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Liang An and Zhang Jingguo departed from the police station and made their way to a nearby department store to purchase some everyday necessities. Currently, Haiqing lacked supermarkets. Residents primarily shopped at department stores. However, in a year or so, supermarkets would emerge, encroaching upon the survival of these department stores. After acquiring some daily essentials at the department store, Liang An and Zhang Jingguo visited the night market to procure 2 outfits before returning to the dormitory of the agricultural machinery factory. Their 2-bedroom apartment was well equipped with appliances, including a black and white television in the living room. As soon as Zhang Jingguo returned, he eagerly turned on the television, adjusting the rudimentary antenna to catch the broadcast. Liang An had little inclination to engage with such distractions. He advised himself to refrain from staying up too late, retreated to his room, and closed the door behind him, sinking into the comforting embrace of sleep. The night passed uneventfully. The following day, shortly after 8 in the morning, a knock at the door roused Liang An from his slumber. Inquiring about the visitor, he learned it was his mother, Liao Qing. With sleepy eyes, he rose from his bed and opened the door wide. Liao Qing stood there, holding 2 breakfast portions, a large meat bun, and some soybean milk. Breakfast in Haiqing was quite straightforward. It consisted of either congee and fried dough sticks or an assortment of buns and soybean milk, sometimes accompanied by various noodle dishes. Prompted by Liao Qing, Liang An hastily washed up, donned a fresh outfit, and after finishing his breakfast, bid farewell to Zhang Jingguo before stepping out with her. This time, Liao Qing had not taken a taxi but had instead driven a scooter, a mode of transport not easily affordable for an ordinary working-class family, requiring years of savings to procure. The 2 of them sped through the streets on the scooter and soon arrived at the Housing Management Bureau. With the help of acquaintances, Liao Qing swiftly completed the transfer of the 2-bedroom apartment on the 3rd floor from the agricultural machinery factory into Liang An's name. After finalizing this matter, she returned to her job at the agricultural bank and dropped Liang An back at the dormitory of the machinery factory. As Liang An entered, he found Zhang Jingguo seated in the living room, munching on a meat bun while watching television. It was unclear when this fellow had gone to bed the previous night, as he bore the marks of fatigue, with dark circles under his eyes. "Third brother, you're back," Zhang Jingguo exclaimed, his cheeks bulging with food as he took a gulp of soybean milk to catch his breath. "Once we finish eating, let's go explore outside." After placing the property deed safely in his room, Liang An emerged and closed the door behind him. The 2 of them headed downstairs and made their way to the eastern perimeter wall on the 1st floor, where a row of storage rooms was located. Liang An scanned the numbers on the doors and led Zhang Jingguo to the adjacent storage room. The wooden door was secured with a spring lock, which he opened with a key, only to be met with a cloud of dust. Inside the storage room stood an old-fashioned bicycle, a Phoenix brand, coated in dust from disuse, with flat tires. The bicycle bore a license plate affixed to the handlebars, a red metal tag inscribed with a serial number. This tag served as the official identification for the bicycle. Stepping inside, Liang An found a rag to wipe it down, and then instructed Zhang Jingguo to wheel it out. Near the dormitory of the agricultural machinery factory, there was a bicycle repair shop. Once they arrived, the mechanic examined the bicycle thoroughly, identifying numerous issues: a flat tire, worn brake pads, a rusted chain, and a damaged axle. After a comprehensive repair session, they spent a total of 20 yuan to restore the old bicycle to working condition. In these times, cycling was the prevailing mode of transportation, while those with a bit more means opted for scooters or small cars. With so many cyclists on the streets, Liang An and Zhang Jingguo felt perfectly at ease as they rode. Haicheng was divided into 3 districts, with the agricultural machinery factory located in the old town. Liang An requested Zhang Jingguo to take him on a tour of the old town to familiarize himself with the surroundings. This area was the most bustling part of the city, though the road planning left much to be desired, with some streets being quite narrow, barely accommodating tricycles. The 2 individuals spent the entire morning exploring the old town, casually selecting a dining establishment for a meal before returning to the agricultural machinery factory dormitory for a brief afternoon nap. Upon awakening in the afternoon, Liang An requested Zhang Jingguo to ride his bicycle and accompany him to the industrial park on the outskirts of the city. This newly established industrial zone, located merely 5 or 6 kilometers from the old town, was still in its infancy. Upon entering the industrial area, one could see numerous new factories under construction. The largest of these was the Jianguan factory, primarily engaged in the production of motherboards, wiring, small motors, and other electronic components. It was already operational, with a recruitment notice prominently displayed at the entrance, attracting many individuals filling out job applications. "Brother, should we consider working at the factory?" Zhang Jingguo inquired, glancing at the recruitment notice that promised a monthly salary supplemented by overtime pay, amounting to several hundred yuan. He felt a twinge of desire, contemplating the prospect of earning money at the factory. "Working? That is simply out of the question for us. Our constitutions cannot endure such toil," Liang An replied, lighting a cigarette and shaking his head. "This factory operates long shifts, including overtime. One must endure over 10 hours a day, starting at 7:30 in the morning and finishing around 11 or midnight. No matter how robust one is, it would be exhausting." "What then shall we do?" Zhang Jingguo asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Engage in business, become our own bosses." Liang An exhaled a plume of smoke, asserting, "Let us pursue small ventures nearby." "Business?" Zhang Jingguo echoed, somewhat astonished. "Indeed, we will commence with small trades, accumulate some capital, and then expand into larger enterprises." Liang An contemplated, aware that his current funds were limited to a few thousand yuan, making grand business aspirations unrealistic. His biological mother, Liao Qing, had long since established a new family and could not offer him substantial assistance. Providing him with a modest apartment and some living expenses was already commendable. "Brother, in this desolate place, what business can we possibly conduct?" Zhang Jingguo surveyed the surroundings, feeling that it was too remote. Having witnessed the vibrancy of the city, this locale felt akin to returning to the countryside, with vast stretches of barren land beyond the factory. "There are plenty of opportunities here." Liang An discarded his cigarette, and strode toward the factory entrance. Uncertain of Liang An's intentions, Zhang Jingguo hastily followed, pushing his bicycle along. The factory entrance was expansive, and within the security kiosk, a middle-aged guard lounged, engrossed in a newspaper. As Liang An approached, the guard glanced up briefly before returning his gaze to the paper, coldly instructing, "The recruitment is over there. Go register." "Excuse me, I would like to inquire about something," Liang An said, producing a pack of fine cigarettes from his pocket and offering it to the guard. Upon noticing the quality of the cigarettes, the guard accepted them, inspecting the pack before his demeanor shifted to a more amiable one. "I've been here for a year. Feel free to ask whatever you wish." Liang An, unreserved, began by inquiring about the number of employees at the Jianguan factory, whether there was a canteen, and the demographics of the workforce. The guard, having accepted the cigarettes, became quite chatty, patiently answering all his questions. The factory currently employs over 5,000 individuals and is in the process of expanding its operations, with ongoing recruitment efforts aimed at reaching a workforce of approximately 10,000. Within the premises, there exists a cafeteria. Although the quality of the meals leaves much to be desired, as the monotonous offerings have led to employee fatigue. Many workers prefer to patronize the numerous mobile food vendors outside the factory gates, drawn by the diverse culinary options available. Liang An observed that the array of food stalls outside the factory undoubtedly thrives in business. However, the presence of these vendors significantly undermines the cafeteria's sales, and it is likely that local authorities will intervene to disperse them, prohibiting their stalls. Just a few hundred meters from the factory gates, a new commercial street has been established, lined with shops that are currently being marketed to prospective tenants. From a middle-aged security guard, Liang An learned that these street-side establishments are part of the development initiated by the factory. After expressing his gratitude to the security guard, Liang An, accompanied by Zhang Jingguo, proceeded to the leasing office of these shops. This newly constructed street spans approximately 500 meters, recently completed with a newly paved two-lane concrete road. The shops, equipped with rolling shutters, appear largely unoccupied. The vendors at the factory gates incur no stall fees and thus have little incentive to rent a shop, as doing so would require them to allocate a portion of their profits for rent. Moreover, the distance from the factory entrance to the new street necessitates a walk of several hundred meters for meals. Walking side by side, Liang An and his companion finally arrived at the leasing office of a shop. Upon gently pushing open the door, they were greeted by a modestly sized room, characterized by its simple and tidy arrangement. Inside, two staff members sat comfortably at their desks, exuding an air of leisure. One of the employees was engrossed in a newspaper, occasionally smiling as he read. Noticing the entrance of Liang An and Zhang Jingguo, a young leasing agent hastily set aside his newspaper, rose from his seat with an inviting smile, and approached the door to greet them. Upon learning of Liang An's interest in renting a shop, the young agent immediately became enthusiastic, serving them each a glass of cool water and engaging in conversation. He explained that the commercial street had only recently begun its leasing efforts, with some shops already rented out, primarily small spaces ranging from 30 to 50 square meters. While few shops remain available, attractive leasing incentives are currently offered. Additionally, he revealed that a new entrance to the factory would be constructed at the central position of the commercial street to facilitate employee access. Seeing Liang An's skepticism, the agent took no time to waste, retrieving a key to personally escort them to the proposed entrance. Exiting the leasing office, they arrived at the central area of the commercial street, where the agent opened the rolling shutter. This revealed a passageway directly leading into the factory. The passageway, approximately 6 meters wide, featured a delineated center line and a security booth constructed alongside it. Liang An glanced into the factory and noted that this entrance was not far from the production area. Once it opens, the number of employees opting to dine here would undoubtedly surpass those at the main entrance. From the lips of the recruitment officer, it was revealed that the entrance would be opening next month. Without hesitation, Liang An decided to lease a shop in this commercial street. After a careful selection, he chose a 100 square meter shop located on the right side opposite the factory's small entrance. The lease term commenced at a minimum of 5 years, with an annual rent increment of 5%. The monthly rent was set at 1,000 yuan, payable quarterly, alongside a management fee proportional to the shop's area, which covered utilities such as water and electricity, as well as waste disposal fees. Currently, there was a promotional offer. The first year's rent was halved, reducing the monthly payment to 500 yuan, with the second year reverting to the original price of 1,000 yuan. Liang An reviewed the lease agreement and insisted that the stipulation regarding the opening of the small entrance next month be included in the contract. Should the entrance remain closed, he wished for the ability to terminate the lease unconditionally, with a full refund of the rent and deposit. The young recruitment officer had no objections to this request, promptly inscribing it by hand and affixing an official seal to the clause. Observing his familiarity with the process, Liang An felt reassured, realizing that many tenants likely made similar requests. Having successfully signed the lease, he paid a quarterly rent of 1,500 yuan along with a 2,000 yuan deposit. Liang An then received the lease contract and keys, exiting the recruitment office with Zhang Jingguo to inspect the rented shop. Using the key, he unlocked the roller shutter door to reveal a bare, unfinished space, necessitating renovation before it could commence operations. "Brother San, what are we going to do with this shop?" Zhang Jingguo inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. Having just witnessed Liang An disburse over 3,000 yuan for the lease, he had felt a moment of hesitation. Such a sum was no trifling amount, Ordinary workers might save for an entire year to accumulate that much. Of course, we shall venture into fast food. Liang An surveyed the shop, noting that utilities appeared to be connected. But can we recoup the rent within a month with fast food? Zhang Jingguo asked, his concern evident. There are many employees at the factory, and they earn substantial wages each month. They toil relentlessly and desire decent meals. Entering the fast food business is undoubtedly a sound decision. Once we open, we shall be counting our profits, Liang An asserted confidently. After exploring the shop, he glanced at the sky and noted that it was still early, suggesting they return to the city to consult with renovation specialists. The two made their way from the suburbs back to the city, heading straight for the building materials market. After some inquiries, they found a reliable contractor and made a trip to the Industrial Park South Commercial Street to assess the site. They agreed upon a price for basic renovations, paid a deposit, and scheduled the work to commence the following day. Having spent the day running around, they were utterly exhausted. After a quick meal, they returned to the dormitory at the agricultural machinery factory to rest. As they approached their doorstep, they noticed a figure waiting for them. Chapter 27. Trouble? At the entrance stood a man, appearing to be in his 40s, dressed in a well-tailored suit that hugged his slightly portly physique. He wore a pair of polished black leather boots. Under his arm, he firmly clutched a black leather briefcase, and at his waist hung a compact device that intermittently flashed a signal light. Upon catching sight of Liang An, he paused momentarily, scrutinizing him closely. Liang An and Zhang Jingguo had spent the entire day outside, utterly exhausted and disinclined to speculate about the man's purpose. Who are you? Don't block the doorway, Zhang Jingguo retorted irritably. Stealing a glance at the middle-aged man, Liang An approached the door, inserted the key, and unlocked it, stepping inside without hesitation. Zhang Jingguo followed closely behind, and just as he intended to close the door, he noticed the middle-aged man had already entered. The man sauntered to the living room sofa, plopped down, crossed his legs, and lit a cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke. How did you get in here? Zhang Jingguo demanded, his face a mask of fury, ready to confront the intruder. However, Liang An placed a hand on his shoulder, saying, "You go inside first. I'll call you out later." Seeing the seriousness etched on Liang An's face, Zhang Jingguo acquiesced, casting a glare at the middle-aged man before retreating back into the room. Liang An settled across from the man, retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag, exhaling a long plume of smoke. He gazed at the man before him with keen interest, increasingly struck by the uncanny resemblance he bore to his mother, Liao Qing. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Liao Sheng, Liao Qing's elder brother. You must be the child born after my sister was deceived by that scoundrel from the Qin family after she moved to the countryside, correct?" Liao Sheng flicked ash from his cigarette, his tone frigid. Had it not been for a meal with a friend from the housing authority, he would have remained unaware that his sister, Liao Qing, had transferred ownership of this property. Upon reviewing the registration details, he confirmed that Liang An hailed from the same area where his sister had settled, ultimately recognizing him as that illegitimate child. "Is there something you need?" Liang An reclined on the sofa, cigarette in mouth, eyes half closed in inquiry. "Indeed, there is." Liao Sheng cast a disdainful glance at Liang An, his contempt unmistakable. He held a poor opinion of Liang An, perceiving him as a lowly country bumpkin. "Then speak plainly, and get to the point," Liang An retorted, discarding his cigarette butt and extinguishing it with his foot, exuding impatience. Having just returned from dinner, he felt fatigued and wished to wash away the stench of sweat before resting in bed. The following morning, he would need to visit the industrial park and then the wholesale market to check the prices of vegetables and meats. "Very well, I shall not beat around the bush. Your mother endured significant hardship when she moved to the countryside, and after returning to the city to establish a new family, her current life is hard-earned. I do not wish for you to disturb their lives. Do you understand?" Liao Sheng rapped his fingers on the table, adopting a commanding tone. "Are you finished?" Liang An inquired, his expression impassive. "Although I do not comprehend why my sister transferred this house to you, it is a form of compensation. I hope you will not be overly greedy and will know when to stop," Liao Sheng continued. "What gives you the right to lecture me?" Liang An snapped, unable to contain his frustration at Liao Sheng's incessant prattling. Though they were indeed relatives, it was their first encounter, and at best, they were strangers. For Liao Sheng to adopt a condescending tone as though he were a revered elder was rather presumptuous. "I am your second uncle, your elder." Liao Sheng's expression darkened, and he abruptly rose to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Liang An, exclaiming with indignation, You truly possess no manners. How dare you discuss decorum with me? Do you even deserve it? Liang An replied with a cold demeanor. Deserve it? Liao Sheng's eyes glinted with a chilling light as he retorted icily, in Haiqing. Making you vanish is merely a matter of speaking. Suddenly, the door to the secondary bedroom burst open, and Zhang Jingguo rushed out, wielding a brick in his hand and lunging at Liao Sheng. Fearing the impulsiveness of youth might lead to a fatal outcome for Liao Sheng, Liang An swiftly intervened to stop him. Third brother, don't hold me back. He dares to threaten us. I want to deal with him now. Zhang Jingguo struggled to break free. You little brat, when I was out making a name for myself, you weren't even born. Liao Sheng showed no fear, lowering his head and pointing at his own head, boasting arrogantly. Come on, smash it right here. Seeing his bravado, a cold smile crept onto Liang An's lips as he exchanged glances with Zhang Jingguo, no longer obstructing him. Understanding the cue, Zhang Jingguo swung the brick, striking Liao Sheng's back with a dull thud. Before Liao Sheng could react, he was kicked in the stomach, crashing against the wall with a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Liao Sheng clutched his beer belly, bent over in pain, his face contorted. Liang An seized the brick from Zhang Jingguo, weighing it thoughtfully, a smirk appearing on his lips. He raised the brick and brought it down forcefully against the wall above Liao Sheng's head, producing a resounding thump. Gone was Liao Sheng's earlier arrogance. He bowed his head, hands clasped tightly over his head, trembling in fear. So, you are the second uncle? Their essay saying, the barefoot need not fear the one in shoes. You may be living well now, with wealth and status, but if you wish to squabble with us two country bumpkins, let's see who is truly tougher. Liang An yanked him up, brushing the dust from his clothes, and said with a cheerful smile. Liao Sheng dared not utter a word. Grabbing a leather briefcase from the coffee table and scurrying out of the room, his tail between his legs. Upon reaching the entrance, he hesitated, intending to utter a few harsh words. But just then, a porcelain cup came hurling towards him, prompting him to bend down to avoid it. Losing his balance and tumbling down the stairs from the third floor to the landing of the second floor. Third brother, do you think this guy might injure himself? Zhang Jingguo expressed his concern. Don't be fooled by his earlier threats against Liao Sheng. It was all just bluster. This guy is tough. He won't be easily broken. Liang An replied, closing the entrance door and ignoring Liao Sheng's pained groans. He approached the living room window to glance outside, noting a person getting into a Santana car. Returning to his master bedroom, he retrieved a pair of clean shorts, then headed to the bathroom to wash away the sweat and odor, ensuring his clothes were clean to avoid any stains. Currently, in the phase of starting a business, every penny counted, leaving no room for purchasing new attire. With deft movements, Liang An changed into a fresh and tidy outfit, then picked up a pack of cigarettes from the table, expertly extracting one and lighting it with a lighter. As the smoke spiraled upwards, he squinted slightly, turning to glance at the slightly worn wall clock. At this moment, the clock points to 5:30 in the afternoon. Liang An's benefactor, Liao Qing, has already finished her work. However, he possesses her pager number and can summon her via the paging service. Upon stepping outside, Liang An made his way to a nearby convenience store and picked up the phone to dial the paging service, reporting the short number he wished to call. After hanging up, it wasn't long before the phone rang. Liang An answered, identified himself, and recounted the events that had just transpired. Naturally, he embellished the tale a bit, for that man who claimed to be his second uncle certainly carried an air of disdain. Liao Qing treated him exceptionally well, having unreservedly transferred the ownership of this modest apartment in the agricultural machinery factory dormitory into his name. Moreover, upon learning of his entrepreneurial aspirations, she directly provided him with 5,000 yuan in startup funds. Were it not for her support, he would not have dared to lease a commercial space on Factory Street, spending over 3,500 yuan in the process. As long as Liao Sheng did not trouble him, he, out of respect for Liao Qing, would refrain from confronting Liao Sheng. Regarding his benefactor's family, he had no intention of causing discord, as it would serve him no advantage. Chapter 28. Easier with acquaintances. Shaoan, your second uncle is a foolish man who speaks without thinking. You need not pay him any mind, Liao Qing remarked. Upon learning of Liang An's experiences over the years in the countryside, she felt deeply remorseful, wishing she could give him everything she had to offer. Now, she had only provided him with an old and dilapidated two-bedroom apartment, which was her own property, and it was not for his second brother to voice any objections. Mom, you don't understand. My second uncle said he could make me disappear in Haiqing without a trace, and no one would know where I was buried," Liang An said, feigning grievance with a cigarette dangling from his mouth. "Does he dare? I want to let him off." Liao Qing's voice was laced with anger, her tone rising significantly. "With your words, I feel reassured," Liang An replied. "By the way, this morning you mentioned wanting to open a fast food restaurant. I have a friend who runs a furniture factory. I've already given him a heads up. Later, you can go to him and pick up as many tables and chairs as you need." Liao Qing provided the address of the furniture factory. "Thank you, Mom," Liang An quickly responded. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he hung up the phone, paid the call fee, and headed back to the dormitory. The next morning, Liang An had breakfast with Zhang Jingguo before cycling to the building materials market to meet the renovation workers. He purchased the necessary materials for the renovations and followed the delivery truck to the commercial space in the industrial park, assisting in unloading the materials. The store's renovation did not need to be extravagant. A simple application of putty, a cement floor, and the installation of plumbing and electrical systems would suffice. The internal decoration of the store was expected to take about half a month to complete, during which time Liang An would prepare everything needed for the grand opening. His first task was to visit the local business administration office to obtain a business license for the fast food restaurant, allowing him to operate legally. Acquiring a license as a sole proprietor was not difficult. It merely required submitting the necessary personal documents along with the lease agreement for the business premises. Upon exiting the industrial department, Liang An first made a call to the Hongxing furniture factory, as suggested by his mother, before hastily riding his bicycle to the location. The factory, situated on the outskirts of the industrial park, was housed in a metal structure, surrounded by stacks of various wooden boards, and the pungent scent of wood lacquer wafted through the air. The establishment was modest in scale, employing just over 20 workers, each laboring shirtless, showcasing their robust musculature. Upon arriving at the factory entrance, the proprietor, Liu, personally came out to greet them. Liu, a man in his 30s clad in a white shirt and dress trousers, with a closely cropped hairstyle, exuded the shrewdness of a businessman. "You must be Director Liao's younger brother. You two siblings bear a striking resemblance," he remarked in a friendly manner, producing a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offering one to each of them. Liang An, having spent years laboring in the fields, had a healthy, wheat-colored complexion, and at 19, he appeared older, resembling someone in their 20s. It was only natural for Liu to mistake him for Liao Qing's younger brother due to their similar features. Without correcting the misunderstanding, Liang An accepted the cigarette, lit it, and got straight to the point. "Boss Li, I am here to purchase a batch of tables for a fast food restaurant." "Of course. Let me show you the styles we have," Liu replied, promptly leading them into the factory. Inside the metal building, several floor fans whirred, yet the atmosphere remained stifling, akin to a sauna. Within minutes, they were drenched in sweat. The showroom featured an extensive array of furniture essentials for daily living, with prices varying from affordable to luxurious. After surveying the options, Liang An selected a model designed for 4 people, placing an order for 15 of these tables and 1 cashier counter. The restaurant space was over 100 square meters, accommodating a kitchen, a self-service area, and a cashier, leaving just enough room for the 15 four-person tables. As for the stools, he opted to purchase a batch of plastic ones instead of ordering custom-made. They were economical and convenient for storage. "Brother, when would you like to collect the goods?" Liu inquired, exhaling a plume of smoke. "In 20 days. Liang An calculated the timeline for the opening. "All right. I will arrange for the workers to start immediately. Please leave your address. I will ensure delivery in 20 days. Liu responded with a smile. "Thank you, brotherly," Liang An said, contemplating. "What is the deposit? I can provide it now." "No need. I have been friends with your sister for many years. I understand that starting a business requires funds. Take the items first and pay me when you are more financially comfortable." Liu waved his hand dismissively. "Then thank you, brotherly." Liang An expressed his gratitude and provided the address of the shop. "No need for formalities. We are all in this together. I know a few people in this industrial park, both above and below board. If you encounter any issues in this area, just give me a call." Liu offered with a grin. "If any problems arise, I will certainly seek your assistance, brotherly." Liang An nodded earnestly. "Have you had lunch yet? Come. Let us head to the factory canteen for a drink." Liu cordially invited. Liang An did not refuse, and accompanied Zhang Jingguo as they followed Liu to the factory canteen. Within the canteen, there was a private booth, presumably reserved by Liu, the owner, specifically for entertaining guests. It was equipped with an independent air conditioning unit, providing a comfortable and refreshing atmosphere. Under Liu's instructions, the chef prepared several hearty dishes that were visually appealing and aromatic, whetting the appetite. Alcohol is a remarkable elixir, capable of bridging the gap between individuals at the dining table. After a few rounds, Liang An and Liu began to address each other as brothers, embracing each other with camaraderie, appearing as if they were long-lost friends. This fellow was a local of Haicheng, with a father who was a carpenter running a small workshop. In just 3 short years under his stewardship, the workshop had expanded into a factory, showcasing his capabilities. During this era, the furniture industry was relatively prosperous, with a steady demand for the products created. Liang An intended to establish himself in Haicheng, and naturally sought to broaden his network, engaging with individuals from various fields. The value of a person can significantly influence how others perceive them. Liao Sheng viewed himself with little regard, merely considering himself a country bumpkin without any worth, coming to Haicheng in hopes of attaching himself to the affluent. To Liang An, this era was a golden age, brimming with opportunities. Making money was a relatively simple endeavor, requiring no need to cling to anyone. As Liang An and Zhang Jingguo departed from the furniture factory, dusk had already settled in, casting a shroud of darkness around them. The stretch of road from the suburbs to the city was not particularly safe. Liu offered to drive them back, but Liang An declined. The fellow was flushed from drink, staggering as he walked, and allowing him to drive would likely result in disaster. After some persuasion, Liu relented and did not drive them home, but handed them 2 wooden sticks over a meter long for self-defense, instructing them to call out his name loudly if they encountered any trouble on the way. Reeking of alcohol, Liang An and Zhang Jingguo exchanged a few perfunctory remarks and, clutching the 2-meter-long sticks, slowly rode their bicycles towards the city. Chapter 29. Local specialties. The two took the main road, wobbling along at a leisurely pace on their bicycles. They had consumed locally brewed rice wine in the factory canteen, which, though around 20 degrees, had not felt potent at the time. Now, with the wind blowing against them, Liang An began to feel lightheaded and his stomach churned. Abruptly, he jumped off the back of the bicycle, crouched by the roadside, and vomited violently. Zhang Jingguo brought his bicycle to a stop, braced himself with his feet, swayed his head, and then collapsed to the side with a loud thud. As he rose from the ground, he immediately retched, leaving a mess around him. "Jingguo, are you all right?" Liang An, feeling much better after emptying his stomach, looked at Zhang Jingguo with concern. "Third brother, I'm fine." "Ugh," Zhang Jingguo managed to say, only to double over and vomit again. Liang An lit a cigarette and took a deep drag, allowing the smoke to escape through his nostrils, feeling considerably more alert. The alcohol, though seemingly mild, had a potent after-effect. A few more drinks and he would surely struggle to return. Glancing back, he noted that they were not far from the furniture factory, merely about 100 meters away. If Liu and those workers were to catch sight of us, they would undoubtedly mock these 2 grown men. "Jingguo, let us hasten our departure to avoid becoming the subject of their ridicule." Liang An arose and spoke. "Certainly, third brother." Zhang Jingguo lit a cigarette, propped up the bicycle, mounted it, and once Liang An settled onto the rear seat, he began to pedal. The bicycle darted forward like an arrow released from its bow, swiftly making its way towards the city center. This road was a secondary one, devoid of streetlights, shrouded in darkness, with not a single vehicle in sight. Currently, a new thoroughfare leading to the suburban industrial area was under construction, an 8-lane road flanked by streetlights. However, it had yet to be opened to traffic, necessitating the use of this unlit secondary road to reach the industrial zone. The journey encompassed a distance of 5 or 6 kilometers, which could be traversed in a mere 10 minutes on a bicycle. Just as they had traveled partway, Zhang Jingguo abruptly applied the brakes, stabilizing the bike with his feet. "What is the matter?" Liang An inquired. "Third brother, there are people ahead," Zhang Jingguo replied in a hushed tone. Upon hearing this, Liang An followed his gaze and scrutinized the path ahead, but saw no one. Observing the 2 wooden sticks in his hands, he felt no fear. He dismounted from the rear seat and declared, "Let us push the bike forward to take a look." "Very well." Zhang Jingguo nodded, pushing the bicycle onward. The 2 advanced, one following the other. After covering more than 30 meters, several figures suddenly emerged from the thicket by the roadside, brandishing weapons. "Hold on, they are our people." Liang An pointed his wooden stick at the approaching individuals. The night was pitch black, and they could not discern whether Liang An's stick was a firearm. Each of them halted, hesitant to advance. "Brother, your accent suggests you are from out of town. Do you expect us to believe you are one of us?" One of them questioned, "Do you know Li Yu, the owner of the Hongxing furniture factory?" Liang An lowered his stick and asked, "Li Gu? Of course, we know him." The man replied, "Since you know him, that makes us comrades. We just returned from drinking with him." Liang An asserted, "The floodwaters have swept through the Dragon King's temple. We are turning against our own." The man chuckled awkwardly, instructing the others to lower their knives. Liang An tossed the stick to Zhang Jingguo and stepped forward, producing cigarettes from his pocket to share with the group, engaging in casual conversation. Illuminated by the flickering flame of a lighter, he observed the weapons they carried: sabers, guangong knives, mountain-cutting knives, and iron rods. "Brothers, do you carry such weapons whenever you venture out?" One of them glanced at Zhang Jingguo's stick from a distance, unable to see clearly but perceiving it as something akin to a gun. "We carry them for self-defense." Liang An refrained from clarifying that it was merely a wooden stick. Despite their amicable tones, should matters turn hostile, the two would find themselves at a disadvantage. "As long as we are all comrades, you may proceed. But please refrain from reporting to the authorities, otherwise, well." The leader's voice mingled just with a hint of menace. "Rest assured, we understand what must be done," Liang An assured him with a pat on his chest. The leader then directed his companions to clear a path by moving aside the wood blocking their way, allowing the two bicycles to pass. The two individuals mounted their bicycles and swiftly departed from the location. Along the way, they encountered no unforeseen incidents and arrived in the city with ease. Returning to the dormitory of the agricultural machinery factory, Liang An felt somewhat lightheaded and, foregoing a bath, retreated to his bedroom, collapsing onto his bed in slumber. He awoke naturally to find it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Having missed both breakfast and lunch, Liang An sensed a pang of hunger. Rising from his bed, he refreshed himself and called out for Zhang Jingguo to accompany him in search of food. After calling a few times at the door with no response from Zhang Jingguo, he decided to enter. Zhang Jingguo lay upon his bed, his complexion pale and bearing an appearance of utter exhaustion. "Jingguo, what has happened?" Liang An approached and placed a hand on his forehead, finding his temperature normal, with no signs of fever, and gently nudged him. Zhang Jingguo slowly opened his eyes, bloodshot and weary, and weakly replied, "Third brother, I am suffering from abdominal pain and diarrhea. I made several trips to the restroom last night." "How could this be?" Liang An inquired in astonishment. While it was possible that the food and drink at the Red Star Furniture Factory's canteen were suspect, he himself had consumed the same fare without issue. "Perhaps it is a case of adapting to the local conditions. I feel nauseous, on the verge of vomiting, and my lower regions are quite sore." Zhang Jingguo grimaced with pain. "Adapting to the local conditions? That ailment is easily remedied," Liang An declared, returning to his own bedroom to retrieve a plastic bottle from the drawer. This bottle contained soil from his hometown, which he had meticulously selected to be clean. He procured an enamel basin, opened the bottle, and poured some soil inside, then added hot water from a thermos, stirring the mixture with chopsticks until well combined. He placed the basin in cold water to allow the soil to settle at the bottom, waiting for the temperature of the water to cool slightly before offering it to Zhang Jingguo. "Third brother, what is this medicine?" Zhang Jingguo asked, eyeing the somewhat murky liquid with curiosity. "It is a specialty from my hometown, specifically for treating ailments caused by local conditions. Drink it and see how you feel. If there is no improvement, we shall visit a hospital," Liang An explained. This remedy was originally intended for himself in case he experienced any discomfort from the local environment. Yet it seemed Zhang Jingguo had manifested the symptoms first. Zhang Jingguo propped himself up and accepted the enamel basin, drinking half of the liquid in one go. The warm water entered his stomach, bringing with it a sensation of warmth and considerable relief. "Third brother, what kind of specialty is this?" "It has a sweet, grassy flavor," Zhang Jingguo inquired. "Sweet?" Liang An recalled the soil, which he had collected not far from the entrance of Zhang Jingguo's courtyard, seemingly close to the cow shed, where rainwater would flow to the lower area. "Indeed, it is quite sweet," Zhang Jingguo affirmed confidently. Liang An refrained from disclosing that he was drinking soil water, quickly saying, "You should lie down and rest. I will go downstairs to buy some kanji nearby." After uttering these words, he carried the enamel basin outside, filled it with water in the kitchen, and disposed of the muddy water down the drain, rinsing the basin afterward. Having completed these tasks, he took the key to the apartment and exited. Liang An swiftly returned from a nearby fast food establishment, carrying 2 portions of kanji and dishes, and called out to Zhang Jingguo to rise and eat. However, this fellow had little appetite. consuming only a few spoonfuls of porridge before retreating back to his bed to sleep. Observing his condition, Liang An hesitated to venture out on errands, fearing for his well-being. Fortunately, by evening, Zhang Jingwo's complexion had improved significantly, allowing him to eat a bit more. By the following day, he had nearly fully recuperated, brimming with vitality and his appetite restored. Relieved to see him well, Liang An took him along to continue their business affairs. Chapter 30. The grand opening approaches. In the industrial park on the outskirts of the city, the Jiangua factory had opened a commercial street, officially welcoming the public at the beginning of the month. The rents for shops along the entire street surged dramatically, with the bustling with eager individuals vying for the remaining commercial spaces. The shop rented by Liang and was conveniently located not far from the factory entrance. Besides his establishment, neighboring shops were also commencing renovations, primarily focusing on the culinary business, offering a delightful array of cuisines. Within a couple of months, as the entire commercial street commenced operations, it would transform into a scene of thriving prosperity. Currently, only the Jiangua factory employed around 10,000 workers, and as surrounding factories began operations, the foot traffic was expected to multiply several times over. In places with abundant patrons, even the simplest of food offerings could yield substantial profits. After 20 days of renovations, the shop was finally complete, adorned with several ceiling fans and a central hanging fan. Unfortunately, given the limited funds at hand, air conditioning was not feasible at this time. They would have to rely on fans for now, planning to enhance the conditions once profits were realized. After all, the little three-wheeled vehicle used for procuring vegetables and meats was merely a second-hand purchase. At the entrance of the shop, several workers were installing the sign, prominently displaying Liang's fast food in bold letters. Meanwhile, the Red Star Furniture Factory had delivered the custom-made 15 four-person tables and a cash register, which were set up inside the establishment. From the wholesale market, over 80 plastic stools, along with a batch of plastic bowls, spoons, trays, and 2 large iron pots, as well as several aluminum pots, were procured. Liang An intended to take charge of the cooking himself, having opted not to hire a chef, but instead engaged 2 ladies to assist with washing dishes after the opening. In this era, labor costs were minimal. The 2 ladies would earn around 400 yuan each month, with meals provided but no accommodation. Presently, the 2 ladies were busy cleaning the shop, wiping down tables, and the newly purchased freezer. Brother San, should we choose an auspicious date for the opening? Zhang Jingwo pondered aloud. Of course, I have consulted the almanac, and in 3 days, it will be an auspicious day. We shall open then, Liang An replied with a smile. At that moment, the calendars being sold outside were traditional almanacs, featuring a page for each day, detailing auspicious times, directions, and zodiac signs, clearly outlining daily fortunes and taboos. I noticed that the shops opening before us are performing rituals, setting off firecrackers, and hosting banquets. Should we follow suit? Zhang Jingwo inquired thoughtfully. The locals possess an inherent advantage, and we find ourselves incomparable to them. With friends and family absent from this place, we shall keep things simple when the time comes. Setting off firecrackers will suffice. Liang An shook his head. Among his relatives in Haiqing, only Liao Qing remained, and a simple phone call would suffice. As for his maternal relatives, aside from a hostile encounter with his second uncle Liao Sheng, he had not met any others and saw no necessity to inform them. Having spent nearly a month in Haiqing, even his biological mother had not made an effort to arrange a meal for them to become acquainted, likely due to the belief that they would not welcome him. I will heed third brother's advice. Zhang Jingwo nodded. Prior to our opening, we must engage in a marketing strategy. Liang An pondered before speaking. Marketing? How shall we execute that? Zhang Jingwo appeared perplexed, unfamiliar with the concept. Marketing is akin to advertising. We need to inform the factory employees about our fast food establishment to attract customers. Liang An explained with a smile. Ah, I see. Zhang Jingwo exclaimed in realization. We have those 2 large boxes in the shop, filled with the flyers I had printed at the printing factory. Tomorrow, we can distribute them at the factory entrances alongside Sister Zhang and Sister Li. Liang An declared. Very well, I shall speak with them at once. Zhang Jingwo replied before turning to enter the shop. With the grand opening approaching, they had numerous tasks to attend to. Rather than returning to the city at night, they had set up 2 folding beds within the shop, returning to the city during the day to change their clothes. In these times of poor security, thefts were rampant. Without anyone overseeing the shop at night, it could easily be emptied overnight, and one would remain oblivious to the perpetrator. Reporting to the police? Given the outdated criminal investigation techniques, uncovering the culprits could take an eternity. The next day, during the factory's lunch break, Liang An and Zhang Jingguo distributed flyers at a small entrance, while the two ladies, Sister Zhang and Sister Li, handled the larger entrance. The flyers, palm-sized, announced the grand opening of Liang's fast food, featuring promotional activities, a complimentary drink, and free fruit with every purchase during the opening period. The most striking aspect was the affordability of the fast food prices, along with a guarantee of fresh, clean, and hygienic ingredients. On the commercial street by the factory entrance, many shops remained closed. However, a convenience store nearby attracted numerous employees seeking cigarettes and beverages. While the factory also had a convenience store, the rent led to slightly higher prices. The factory operated on a day shift without night shifts, allowing employees a 1-hour lunch break, which was staggered. By around 1 o'clock, foot traffic dwindled, and it wouldn't be until 5 in the afternoon that people would emerge for dinner. Third brother, won't offering drinks and fruits during the opening lead to losses? Zhang Jingguo inquired, unable to suppress his concern upon reading the flyer. It's merely for the first 3 days, not a continuous offer. Primarily, it serves to attract customers. In the grand scheme, we won't incur losses. Liang An shook his head. The drinks and fruits provided during these 3 days will be at wholesale prices, costing us very little. During the opening period, we must provide customers with a taste of satisfaction to ensure they remember our establishment and return for future visits. Certainly, the flavor of the dishes requires diligence. Delectable cuisine naturally attracts a multitude of repeat customers. Liang An, in a previous life, had partnered with friends to run a fast food establishment, where he personally wielded the spatula, instilling in him a profound confidence. The factory workers preferred their meals rich in oil and salt, necessitating a balance of spicy and non-spicy options to cater to the regional culinary preferences. Upon returning to the restaurant, they relaxed in front of the fan, awaiting the return of the two ants who had gone out. A throng of mobile vendors had gathered at the factory entrance, drawing the employees toward them, and the two women had successfully distributed all their flyers. Liang An instructed them to rest in the shop, planning to continue distributing flyers at the factory gate during the afternoon break. Over the course of 3 days, they aimed to distribute all the flyers from the 2 large boxes. The current batch of flyers was limited, totaling only 3,000. Thus, it was improbable that every factory worker would see them, but it sufficed for a portion to be informed. Humans are inherently drawn to bargains. Awareness of complimentary drinks and fruits would undoubtedly spark widespread enthusiasm, leading to a surge of patrons. Chapter 31. Unease before long. The day of the grand opening arrived. At the early hour of 5 or 6 o'clock, while the sky remained shrouded in darkness, Liang An rode his tricycle from the commercial street of the industrial park to the nearby wholesale market to procure supplies. This was the largest wholesale market in Haiqing, bustling with farmers who harvested vegetables in the early hours, delivering them for wholesale by 3 or 4 o'clock. Both urban and surrounding town markets primarily sourced their goods from here. The secondary roads were devoid of streetlights and pedestrians, enveloped in silence. With a cigarette clenched between his lips, Liang An rode his tricycle confidently at a speed of 80, undeterred by the vehicle's raucous exhaust, which could be heard from afar. After 20 minutes, he arrived at the wholesale market, now ablaze with lights and filled with the clamor of numerous restaurateurs who had arrived even earlier to purchase their necessary ingredients. Liang An had thoroughly researched the prices of ingredients at the wholesale market 2 weeks prior, knowing precisely which vendors offered the best deals. He followed a meticulously prepared shopping list, quickly filling his tricycle with goods before hurrying back to the restaurant to stow the supplies away in the freezer and catch some additional sleep. At 8 o'clock, the 2 ants he had hired for the shop arrived to assist with a modest opening ceremony, marked simply by a string of firecrackers. Liang An's affectionate mother and Li Yu, the owner of the Hongxing furniture factory, visited to present him with a red envelope for his opening. Exchanging a few words before departing, after a simple breakfast with the 4 of them, Liang An began preparing the day's meals for the inaugural opening. Uncertain of the number of patrons that might visit, he prepared a pot of rice and a pot of congee, along with a large aluminum pot of pork bone, corn, and radish soup. In the kitchen, the 2 ants washed a variety of vegetables, filling several large basins with water and stirring the greens within. Meanwhile, Zhang Jingguo busily wielded a chef's knife, skillfully chopping various ingredients into uniform shapes and sizes, ensuring everything was meticulously prepped for the forthcoming culinary endeavors. Liang An fastened his apron and donned a mask, skillfully igniting the stove and pouring in a generous amount of cooking oil. He carefully swirled the pan, ensuring the oil evenly coated the bottom. As the oil heated up, he tossed in the chopped vegetables, which sizzled and released a plume of fragrant steam. With deft movements, he wielded the spatula, tossing the vegetables to ensure they cooked evenly while emanating an irresistible aroma. The factory's break time was set for 11 o'clock, and Liang An was determined to have all the dishes prepared by then to welcome the guests. After stirring up a dozen dishes, he felt the strain in his wrists and was drenched in sweat. It was still summer, and cooking in the kitchen felt akin to being in a sauna, necessitating frequent wipes of perspiration. In his mind, he pondered the necessity of installing an air conditioner in the kitchen. Winter was manageable, but summer was an ordeal. 3 hours passed, and Liang An completed all the dishes, panting heavily and feeling his weary hands tremble. The clock on the wall was steadily approaching 11. Today, he had prepared a modest 20 dishes, consisting of merely 4 vegetarian options, with the remainder being meat dishes, all steaming and fragrant. Zhang Jingguo squatted outside the shop, chain-smoking while fixating on the factory entrance across the street. It would be quite embarrassing if no one came to dine on the first day of opening. In contrast, Liang An remained calm, leisurely sipping a drink beside the cash register. Currently, Liang Ji Fast Food was the only eatery on the street, with neighboring shops yet to open, leaving him without competition. Several oscillating fans hummed, and a large ceiling fan whirled incessantly, dispersing the oppressive heat. On the cash register, there was a basket of chilled orange drinks and another filled with bananas. Before the opening, they had distributed all the flyers at the factory entrance, and he was confident that patrons would arrive. 2 ladies were busy wrapping bowls and plates in white plastic bags and placing them on a nearby rack for easy cleanup after the guests finished their meals. "They're coming," Zhang Jingguo shouted from the entrance, hastily returning to the cash register and putting on a disposable mask. Liang An looked up to see a throng of young men and women in work uniforms pouring out of the factory entrance. Upon exiting, they glanced over at Liang Ji Fast Food, drawn by the banner announcing the opening date and complimentary drinks and fruits, and made their way toward the shop. Soon, 20 to 30 people flooded into the store, first surveying the self-service area before picking up trays to select their meals. More patrons trickled in, and the atmosphere grew lively. "Boss, are you really offering drinks and fruits today?" someone inquired. "Indeed. For the first 3 days of opening, we are giving away drinks and fruits. And rice and porridge are free to enjoy," Liang An replied with a smile, adding, "Over there is a complimentary pig bone, corn, and carrot soup. It's not just plain broth." He added a considerable amount of tender corn and carrots, skillfully using the ladle to scoop up the corn and carrots, and perhaps even some well-stewed pork bones. At the checkout counter near the self-service area, the flow of customers was initially sparse, allowing Zhang Jingguo to manage with ease. However, as the crowd began to swell, he found himself somewhat flustered. Observing this, Liang An hastily stepped in to assist with managing the dishes and collecting payments. "That LLB 150. Your total is $3 for you." Liang An adeptly handled the transactions, providing change while also reminding customers who had forgotten to grab drinks and bananas. The 2 attentive ladies quickly cleared the tables and washed the dishes as soon as customers finished their meals, efficiently making room for new patrons. Due to the factory staff being released in shifts for their meals, customers arrived in waves, causing the 4 of them to be busily occupied. By noon, the entire selection in the self-service area had nearly sold out. Yet, many still entered the establishment to inquire, and Liang An and his colleagues could only apologize for the lack of food. By 1 o'clock, when the factory resumed work, the influx of customers ceased. After lunch, the 2 ladies in the kitchen busily washed large serving platters and wiped down the tables and floors. Liang An and Zhang Jingguo reconciled the accounts at the checkout, tallying the total sales for the afternoon. "Brother San, we made a total of 668 yuan and 50 cents. Zhang Jingguo exclaimed excitedly. "That's decent. We undercooked the dishes. We must prepare more for the afternoon, or we won't have enough to sell." Liang An contemplated. "Brother San, if the crowd remains this large in the afternoon, we could easily exceed 1,000 yuan for the day, and in a month, that could amount to several tens of thousands." Zhang Jingguo said, visibly thrilled. "However, with such revenue, we must deduct expenses for labor, utilities, rent, and ingredient costs." Liang An remarked with a smile and a shake of his head. "Currently, rental costs are not exorbitant, but in 20 or 30 years, running a business will see rent consuming half of the profits. Still, It's far better than working for someone else. Zhang Jingguo chuckled. Liang An nodded, glancing at the two ladies who had finished their tasks, and said, "Sisters Li and Zhang, here are some chilled beverages to cool off. Take a break. We'll need to resume the hustle by 2:30 this afternoon." They responded appreciatively, each taking a bottle of orange soda and settling down at a table by the entrance to enjoy their drinks. Chapter 32. Customer rush on the first day of the fast food restaurant's opening. Liang An was cautious not to prepare too many dishes in the morning, fearing that the customer turnout would be low. The sweltering heat posed a challenge. If the morning dishes were not sold out, their flavor would diminish by the afternoon, affecting both taste and reputation. To his surprise, however, the morning offerings sold out completely, with both the porridge and the large pot of soup reaching the bottom. Liang An also identified a significant issue. The restaurant had 15 four-person tables, accommodating over 70 diners simultaneously. With the influx of patrons, some had to wait for others to finish before securing a seat. To address this predicament, Liang An, accompanied by Zhang Jingguo, drove a three-wheeled vehicle to the Hongxing furniture factory to fetch 10 folding wooden tables. They then visited a wholesale market to purchase 50 plastic stools. Returning to the fast food establishment, Liang An and his companions set up a folding wooden table in front of their shop, as well as at the entrances of the neighboring stores on either side. Currently, the two adjacent shops remain unrenovated, their roll-up doors securely locked, allowing Liang An to temporarily place the wooden table at their entrances without any oversight. Along the entire commercial street, only a handful of shops are operational, leaving the fast food venue without competition, a prime opportunity for profit. Liang An does not intend to operate this fast food establishment indefinitely. His objective is to swiftly accumulate initial capital before pursuing other business ventures. According to his plan, he aims to manage the fast food operation until the end of the year, after which he can transition to other pursuits. Around 2:30 in the afternoon, after a brief respite, Liang An and his team resumed their work. They prepared 2 large aluminum pots of congee and simmered a substantial pot of pig bone and lotus root soup. The pot was filled with several large pieces of pig leg bones, and the lotus root, which is quite affordable, was added in quantities of about 10 jin. This soup, once brewed, would not be thin and insipid. The lotus root, being of the starchy variety, would yield a delightful flavor after being simmered on high heat and then low heat for over 2 hours. 2 ladies were responsible for washing the vegetables while Liang An and Zhang Jingguo collaborated on chopping and cooking, with 2 large pots in the kitchen. Each person managed 1 pot for stir-frying, significantly enhancing efficiency. However, Liang An insisted on tasting the dishes prepared by Zhang Jingguo to ensure the flavors were just right before they were served. 2 hours later, they had prepared over 20 dishes, saving considerable time. After completing the cooking, both men were exhausted and drenched in sweat, collapsing onto small plastic stools outside the shop, their hands trembling slightly as they reached for cigarettes. "Brother San, we've prepared several more dishes this time, and the portions are even larger than in the morning. Shouldn't we cook more rice?" Zhang Jingguo inquired, lighting a cigarette and exhaling a cloud of smoke. "You're absolutely right. I completely overlooked that." Liang An nodded in agreement, calling out, "Sister Zhang, please cook another pot of rice." "Understood, boss." Sister Zhang replied, promptly beginning to wash the pot and prepare the rice. As the clock approached 5 in the afternoon, a throng of employees from the Jianguan factory poured out of the factory gates. This was the first batch of workers released for their break, and they hurried directly toward this area, which is only 300 to 400 meters closer than the main entrance. The itinerant vendors had already noticed this trend, with some relocating from the main entrance to this spot. Many shops here remain unopened, allowing these vendors to conduct business without interference. Liang Ji Fast Food remains the favored choice among the factory employees, bustling with patrons and enjoying booming business. Liang An and Zhang Jingguo, massed at the cash register, were busy managing orders, collecting payments, and providing change. Noticing some customers searching for seating amidst the crowded interior, Liang An quickly reminded them, "The folding tables outside are also for our customers." Following his cue, many patrons headed outside, alleviating the congestion within the shop. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, another wave of customers surged in, quickly filling the cash register area, where a line formed to settle their bills. A young lady, having just completed her payment, found herself unsteady with her tray and accidentally dropped it to the ground, her expression a poignant blend of despair and helplessness. Observing this, Liang An spoke up, "My dear, it is likely the floor is slippery. Please feel free to return and serve yourself another meal at no cost to you. With that, he called for the staff to clean up the scattered food on the floor. The young lady acknowledged him and hurried back to the self-service area to procure another meal. Rejoining the queue to pay, Liang An, exhibiting keen insight, refrained from collecting her payment, cheerfully suggesting that she should simply return to dine with them again in the future. The onlookers unanimously regarded Liang An as a considerate proprietor. However, Zhang Jingguo was less convinced and pondered whether Sangu had developed an interest in the young woman, who was indeed quite attractive, possessing both a lovely figure and a beautiful face. There were certainly many young women in the factory, and he found himself stealing glances while collecting payments, contemplating whether he might find a partner among them. Unaware of Zhang's musings, Liang An ignored his dazed smile. Taking advantage of the lull in customers, he approached the self-service area to assess the remaining dishes and organize the large platters. It was still before 6 o'clock, yet all the meat dishes had been sold out, with only a few vegetable dishes left and scarcely anyone coming through. Liang An prepared 3 meat dishes, complemented by the remaining vegetables, and they shared dinner together as a group of 4. Following their meal, 2 staff members were responsible for clearing the dishes, wiping down all the tables, and sweeping the floor. Zhang Jingguo was at the cash register, meticulously counting the money, anxious about any potential miscalculation. Liang An engaged in conversation with the 2 security guards at the factory entrance for about 10 minutes before returning. Sangu. The afternoon customer flow surpassed that of the morning, with revenue reaching 835 yuan. Zhang Jingguo recounted after several calculations. The day's earnings approached 1,400 yuan, and after deducting various expenses, they anticipated a profit of around 900 yuan. Within a week, they could recoup their initial investment in the establishment. Let us return to the city, wash away the sweat and odor, Liang An said, placing the money into a cloth bag he carried, as leaving it in the shop felt unsafe. After a day of exertion, his clothes were drenched in sweat, leaving him feeling sticky and uncomfortable. All right, let us allow Sister Zhang and Sister Li to inspect the shop first. We can leave afterward, Zhang Jingguo suggested. No need, they have already finished their shifts. Let them go, replied Liang An, shaking his head. But if we leave, who will watch over the shop? Zhang Jingguo inquired. No worries. I spoke with the security guards earlier. They will keep an eye on the store for us, Liang An assured him confidently. To facilitate this arrangement, he had purchased 2 packs of fine cigarettes and 2 bottles of beverages for the guards from a convenience store. The 2 of them turned off the utilities in the shop, left one light on by the entrance, rolled down the shutter door, and hopped onto their scooter, heading towards the city. When they finally arrived in the city, the night had fully enveloped the land, thick and dark as ink. Streetlights flickered on one by one, like loyal sentinels, casting a soft and warm glow that pierced through the darkness, illuminating the winding paths ahead. Upon arriving in the city, Liang An decelerated his vehicle, leisurely making his way toward the agricultural machinery factory dormitory. As he entered the narrow path leading to the dormitory, a motorcycle emerged from around the corner, and an ostentatious vehicle obstructed the route of his 3-wheeled cart. Behind him, another motorcycle approached, carrying 4 young men who swiftly dismounted. Brothers, we bear no grudges against each other, so why obstruct our path? Liang An inquired as he descended from the cart, surveying the group. The 7 individuals, riding 2 motorcycles, had cornered them at the path's bend. Their disheveled attire and brazen demeanor suggested they were local ruffians. You're Liang An, right? The leader, a youth with a cigarette dangling from his lips, fixed his gaze on Liang An and questioned him. Indeed, I am Liang An, but I haven't wronged any of you, Liang An replied, his voice steady. He racked his brain but failed to recall any offense against this group. Since arriving in Haicheng, he had been preoccupied with the opening of a fast food restaurant, keeping a busy schedule without engaging in any conflicts. Although he had dealt with a few pickpockets on the train prior to his arrival, they had no knowledge of his disembarkation point, and Haicheng was vast enough that they could not have traced his whereabouts. You've eluded us for days, and today we've finally caught you. The leader exhaled a puff of smoke, his eyes narrowing. They had been lurking near the agricultural machinery factory dormitory for days, enduring mosquito bites in vain. But today luck was on their side. Enough with the chatter, let's teach him a lesson first, exclaimed a particularly slender youth, eyeing Liang An and his companion with impatience. Passers-by, witnessing their menacing demeanor, kept their distance, wary of witnessing something they ought not to see. Brothers, if you intend to deal with us, at least enlighten us on whom we have offended. If we must face our demise, we would prefer to understand the reason, Liang An maintained a calm facade. You can be certain you've crossed someone. They sent us to teach you a lesson and deliver a message. If you wish to avoid peril, leave Haicheng post-haste. The leader did not disguise the fact that they were merely hired hands, delivering retribution for someone else. Upon hearing this, Liang An immediately discerned the identity of the individual who had sent them, none other than his nominal uncle, Liao Sheng. That man, with a vengeful disposition, would not let bygones be bygones after suffering a significant loss at Liang An's hands. He had hoped that his mother, Liao Qing, would have smoothed over the matter with a warning, but it seemed trouble was still on the horizon. Liao Sheng sent you? Liang An fixed his gaze intently on the leader. Meanwhile, Zhang Jingguo had already slipped his hand into his bag, ready to retrieve a brick to confront the group, if necessary. Whoever sent us is of little consequence. Today, you shall not escape a thrashing. The leader flicked the cigarette butt to the ground and waved his hand, commanding, "Get them." On either side stood 3 youths, their faces contorted with malice, who instantly assumed a combat stance and charged fiercely towards them. Liang An, unperturbed, stood back to back with Zhang Jingguo, each prepared to face 3 adversaries. With a sudden, lightning-fast motion, he raised his right foot and delivered a powerful kick to the chest of the leading thug. The impact resonated with a muffled thud, sending the thug hurtling backward like a broken kite, crashing to the ground several meters away. Without pausing, Liang An swiftly reached into his backpack and retrieved a sturdy brick, wielding it with precision to strike another thug squarely on the head. The force of the blow rendered the thug momentarily blind, causing him to stagger before collapsing unconscious to the ground. In the brief encounter, Liang An demonstrated his formidable prowess by taking down 2 assailants with astonishing speed and strength. Upon witnessing the brick in Liang An's hand, the remaining thug hesitated. Seizing the opportunity, Liang An swung the brick, striking the thug's face, eliciting a piercing scream as he fell to the ground. Turning his gaze toward Zhang Jingguo, Liang An observed him wielding a brick, attacking the 3 remaining thugs, forcing them to retreat as they endured several blows. Liang An redirected his attention to the leader by the motorcycle, charging toward him with the brick in hand. Alarmed by Liang An's advance, the thug hastily drew a spring knife from his pocket, threatening menacingly, "Come any closer, and I'll make you bleed." Liang An weighed the brick in his hand, a cold smile gracing his lips, before hurling it directly at the thug's head. The brick struck true, causing the thug to stagger back, clutching his head and wailing in agony. Before the thug could regain his composure, Liang An launched a kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Stepping forward, he pinned the thug's hand to the ground and kicked the knife away. "Everyone, stop this instant," Liang An bellowed, retrieving the brick and directing his gaze towards the battlefield where Zhang Jingguo was engaged. The 4 combatants froze at his command, their eyes collectively fixed on him. "Lao Wu, go call for reinforcements. I intend to incapacitate those 2 leading thugs," Cheng Gu shouted. With a resounding thud, Liang An struck Cheng Gu on the head with the brick, silencing the remainder of his threat. Cheng Gu collapsed, disoriented, as stars danced before his eyes. "You 3, stand still, or I will cripple your leader." Liang An's icy glare swept over the remaining thugs as he spoke coldly. Zhang Jingguo returned to Liang and sighed, brick in hand, fixated on the 3 thugs. They stood frozen, their expressions a mixture of anger and fear, unwilling to advance or retreat. Liang An's gaze fell once more on Cheng Gu as he placed his foot on the thug's hand, demanding in a low tone, "Tell me, did Liao Sheng send you?" When Cheng Gu averted his gaze, resolute in his defiance, Liang An brought the brick down upon his hand, eliciting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. The agonizing pain radiated through Cheng Ji's being, distorting his features in torment. As the 3 ruffians approached, Zhang Jingguo's eyes glinted with menace as he brandished a brick, pointing it at them. "Did Liao Sheng send you?" Liang An inquired in a low voice, raising the brick. The ruffian leader, Cheng Gu, met his cold gaze and instinctively recoiled, hastily replying, Yes, Liao Sheng sent us." "Is it truly Liao Sheng? You dare to engage in this business without knowing our relationship?" Liang An scoffed. "I don't know." Cheng Gu shook his head. "He is my dear uncle. And you dare to meddle in our family affairs? You must not wish to live." With that, Liang An kicked him to the ground. Cheng Gu, bewildered, struggled to comprehend why his uncle would send someone to deal with his nephew. "Tell me, where is my uncle now? I need to have a serious discussion about our misunderstandings." Liang An sighed. "Boss Liao is at night Paris." Cheng Gu pondered for a moment before answering. "Excellent." Liang An nodded, turning to the others and pointing at Cheng Gu. You three, hurry and take him to the hospital, or he will lose his hand." Upon hearing this, the three ruffians rushed to help Cheng go up, while one hurried to start the motorcycle. "Jingwo, let us return to the agricultural machinery factory dormitory for a hot shower before we go have a chat with my uncle." Liang An beckoned Zhang Jingwo to start the three-wheeled bicycle. Chapter 34. Night Paris. In the cluttered storage room of the agricultural machinery factory dormitory, Liang An rummaged through items with a flashlight. The flashlight, a tin model powered by a large battery, emitted a dim, yellowish light. Standing beside him, Zhang Jingwo held a wooden stick, his hair still damp. This stick was given to them by the factory owner, Li Yu, as a means of protection after their drinking session at the Hongxing furniture factory, and they had brought it back with them. Once back in their two-bedroom apartment, Zhang Jingwo couldn't resist watching television for a while until Liang An urged him to shift his gaze, reluctantly heading to the bathroom for a shower. This black-and-white television was a rarity in their hometown, with very few families in the village owning one, so it was only natural for him to enjoy watching it. "Third brother, what are you looking for?" Zhang Jingwo inquired curiously as he noticed Liang An sifting through the pile of clutter. "Tools," Liang An replied without looking up, soon unearthing a sack. The sack was covered in dust and emanated a strong, musty odor. Liang An folded the sack and took 2 wooden sticks from Zhang Jingwo, instructing, "Hop on the bicycle, we're heading out now. Aren't we taking the three-wheeled bike?" Zhang Jingwo couldn't help but ask. "That thing is too loud and will draw attention." "A bicycle will suffice," Liang An explained. Zhang Jingwo acknowledged with an "O," kicked the bicycle's stand away, and pushed it out of the storage room. It had been a while since he last rode it, and dust had settled on it. Wiping the seat with his hand, he mounted the bicycle and steadied himself. Liang An closed the storage room door and sat sideways on the rear seat, saying, "Let us go to Night Paris." "Third brother, where is Night Paris?" Zhang Jingwo, unfamiliar with the route, awkwardly asked. As they stepped out of the gate, Liang An sighed. "Just turn right and head straight down the main road." "Never mind. You can ride slowly while I guide you." This fellow was utterly directionless. They had been wandering the city for nearly half a month, distracted by the beautiful women on the streets and utterly failing to navigate. In all honesty, the summer attire of the ladies in the city was quite revealing, adorned with exquisite makeup, each one more captivating than the last, making it difficult to avert one's gaze. "All right," Zhang Jingwo responded, placing his foot on the pedal and leisurely making his way towards the entrance. At around 11 o'clock at night, many shops had closed, leaving the streets devoid of pedestrians and exuding an eerie emptiness. Occasionally, a car would zip by on the main road, its headlights causing one's eyes to sting. Liang An and Zhang Jingwo soon arrived at Night Paris. At the intersection, there stood a large 5-story building in a colonnaded architectural style. This was one of the more renowned nightclubs in Haiqing, frequented by the affluent and the elite, famously known as a den of indulgence. Night Paris only permitted motorcycles at its entrance, with no parking available for cars. Given its proximity to the central park of Haiqing, patrons typically left their vehicles parked by the roadside. At the park entrance, Liang An and Zhang Jingwo perched on their bicycles, indulging in smoke. The vibrant neon lights of Night Paris flickered, illuminating the scene, while 2 security guards stood resolutely at the entrance. Groups of individuals, exuding an air of authority, emerged from within, accompanied by fashionable female companions with cascading waves in their hair, swaying their hips alluringly. "Third brother, shall we go inside?" Zhang Jingwo asked, his eyes fixed on Night Paris, excitement bubbling within him. To him, entering this high-end venue would be a tale to boast about upon returning to their village. "This is a den of indulgence. With our attire, we wouldn't even make it to the door." Liang An shook his head in disapproval. "Then should we wait for your second uncle here?" Zhang Jingwo inquired. "Well, I am uncertain if he's still inside. Let us first check if his car is around. If fortune smiles upon us, we'll wait. If not, we can seek him out another time." Liang An dismounted his bike, took a deep drag from his cigarette, tossed the butt to the ground, and extinguished it with his foot. The two of them pushed their bicycles along the narrow path beside the park, inspecting each vehicle as they passed. After a short while, Liang An spotted Liaosheng's Santana, having memorized the license plate number. With the car parked there, it was likely that the owner remained in Night Paris, prompting him to decide to lie in wait. Nearby, there was a small convenience store, and they rode over to it, locking their bicycles before entering to purchase 2 packs of cigarettes and 2 bottles of beverages. Upon returning to the park entrance, they squatted in the shade of a tree, smoking and sipping their drinks while awaiting the appearance of their quarry. having applied mosquito repellent before their arrival. They were unbothered by any biting insects. After roughly an hour, a figure emerged into their line of sight. It was none other than Liao Sheng, visibly intoxicated. His steps unsteady, clutching a mobile phone as he engaged in a conversation. "My dear second uncle has arrived," Liang An exclaimed, pulling a mask from his pocket and handing it to Zhang Jingguo while donning one himself. Grasping the burlap sack beneath him, he tightened his grip on the opening and swung it with force. Emerging from the shade of the trees, he dashed forward, swiftly enveloping Liao Sheng's head in the sack and delivering a kick to his waist. A sharp cry escaped Liao Sheng as darkness enveloped his mind, and pain shot through his midsection, causing him to collapse onto the ground. Liang An seized the wooden stick from Zhang Jingguo, unleashing a flurry of blows upon his hapless uncle, whose cries echoed in desperation. Yet, unsatisfied after a few strikes, he swung the stick down hard onto Liao Sheng's calf, a resounding crack echoing in the air. The bone shattered. Liao Sheng emitted a sound akin to a slaughtered pig, succumbing to unconsciousness, motionless thereafter. "Let us go." Liang An hurled the stick into the park and urged Zhang Jingguo to hasten their departure towards a nearby convenience store. The anguished wails of Liao Sheng attracted the attention of patrolling police, and soon a police motorcycle sped towards them, sirens blaring. Hearing the urgent alarms, Zhang Jingguo's grip on the handlebars trembled, causing the bicycle to swerve precariously. "What are you so scared of?" "He asked my uncle. If there's trouble, it's my responsibility," Liang An remarked, lighting a cigarette and taking a drag, his expression one of bemusement. "Free brother, I'm feeling a bit weak in the knees." Zhang Jingguo stammered, visibly shaken. "Get off, all right," Liang An declared, leaping off the bicycle. Zhang Jingguo hastily braked, bracing himself on the ground as he surrendered the bicycle to Liang An. "Look at you. Your face is as pale as a ghost. Has the meat between your legs shrunk back?" Liang An teased, grasping the handlebars with a grin. "Not at all. If anything, it's expanded," Zhang Jingguo retorted, lighting a cigarette to quell his rising anxiety. "Shall I find you an auntie to soothe your nerves?" Liang An suggested merrily as they took a side path and passed a hair salon. "Absolutely not. Women over 30 are fierce. I fear becoming a mere husk." Zhang Jingguo shook his head vigorously. Returning to the dormitory of the agricultural machinery factory, they stored the bicycle in the utility room before riding a three-wheeled vehicle towards the industrial park on the outskirts of the city. Chapter 35. Giving face on this occasion. Their journey to the industrial park was fortunate, as they did not encounter the gang of road bullies and arrived at the commercial street without incident. They parked the three-wheeler at the storefront, and Liang An opened the roll-up door, checking that nothing had been stolen from within before bringing the vehicle back inside. Feeling hungry after the earlier commotion, Liang An retrieved some rice noodles from the freezer and stir-fried them as a late-night snack. He prepared an ample portion, filling 2 foam containers and placing them in a plastic bag. He also grabbed 2 bottles of beer from the freezer and a pair of disposable chopsticks from the checkout counter, making his way towards the security booth at the entrance of the commercial street. "Little Liang is back," exclaimed the elderly security guard, who was listening to traditional opera, a cigarette clamped between his fingers as he hummed along. "Uncle Dong, I'm hungry, so I made some stir-fried rice noodles. I brought 2 portions for you and Uncle Nan to try." Liang An placed the 2 containers and beers on the table, cheerfully inquiring, "Where's Uncle Nan?" "That fellow went to the restroom," Uncle Dong replied, quickly extinguishing his cigarette and opening the food containers. "You're very thoughtful, little Liang. Uncle Dong is pleased, and henceforth, I trust you and Uncle Nan will look after him," Liang An remarked with a smile. These 2 elderly gentlemen, surnamed Xie, hail from a neighboring village and have come here to serve as security guards, merely to pass the time. In the South, the concept of familial hierarchy is deeply ingrained. At their age, they hold considerable standing in the village, and should one provoke them, a throng of younger relatives would surely descend upon you. "Rest assured, with your uncle here, no one dares to touch anything in your shop," Uncle Dong declared, patting his chest. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with him, Liang An awaited the return of the other security guard, greeted him, and then returned to his shop. After enjoying a late-night snack and a few drinks, Liang An could no longer withstand his fatigue and unfolded a folding bed to sleep. When the alarm rang at 4 in the morning, Liang An rose, started his tricycle, and set off to the wholesale market for supplies. Upon his return, he called Zhang Jingguo to assist in putting the ingredients into the freezer before lying back down on the folding bed to catch up on sleep. By 8:30, both men arose, freshened up, and had breakfast, which consisted of buns, steamed bread, and soy milk that Liang An had brought back from the market, ready to be heated. At precisely 8:30, two ladies arrived, first preparing rice and congee, then assisting with washing the vegetables. Liang An and Zhang Jingguo took charge of chopping the vegetables, commencing their cooking at 9:30 and laboring diligently until around 11 o'clock to complete all the dishes. This time, they had increased their offerings to a total of 26 dishes, leaving their arms fatigued from the endeavor. After stepping outside for a couple of cigarettes and waiting for the factory's lunchtime break, they returned to the cash register, ready to calculate the dishes and collect payments. Numerous mobile vendors had congregated outside the factory gates, selling a variety of noodle soups, fried rice, and fast food. Nevertheless, during meal times, Liangji fast food restaurant still experienced a bustling influx of patrons, creating a scene of crowdedness. The Jiangua factory employs several thousand workers and continues to recruit, aiming for a full staff of 10,000. Liang An's fast food establishment, during peak hours, can accommodate only 300 to 400 customers at most. Thus, the presence of these mobile vendors had little to no impact on their business or that of the factory's canteen. By 12:30, most of the dishes in the restaurant had been sold out. Noticing the absence of customers, Liang An instructed the two ladies to tidy up the large serving platters and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare a few dishes for his own lunch. Third brother, Brotherly from the Hongqing factory, is here. Zhang Jingguo, who was busy calculating the accounts, hurriedly locked the money in the cabinet and swiftly entered the kitchen to take over the cooking. Liang An, clad in an apron, emerged from the kitchen with a smile. "Greeting, Brotherly, what brings you here?" He pulled out a fine cigarette from his pocket and offered one to him, lighting up a stick for himself. "Business seems to be thriving," Liu remarked, lighting his cigarette and exhaling a cloud of smoke. Upon hearing this, Liang An realized that Li must have arrived earlier and observed the bustling activity outside for quite some time. It was evident he was there to inquire about settling the bill, knowing business was good. "Business is decent. I was thinking of coming by for a drink with you when I have some free time in the next few days, and we could settle the tab then. Since you're here today, let us take care of it now," he replied with a smile. Liu realized he had misunderstood and quickly waved his hand, explaining, "Brother, that payment for the batch of tables has already been settled by Sister Qing." "Oh, is that so?" Liang An replied, somewhat astonished, not expecting his mother to have already taken care of the bill. "To be honest, I came here at Sister Qing's behest. She mentioned that you didn't have a pager and there was no phone in the store to reach you. Since my factory is nearby, I thought I would stop by." As he spoke, Liu picked up his mobile phone and dialed a number. The call connected after a few seconds. "Sister Qing, I have arrived." "All right, I'll have him speak with you," Liu said, handing over the phone. Liang An took the phone and stepped aside, saying, "Mom, what is the matter?" "Child, your second uncle is hospitalized. He has suffered a broken leg," came Liao Qing's voice through the receiver. "Is this a case of offending someone and facing retaliation?" Liang An feigned surprise. "I'm not sure how it happened. He is currently in a VIP ward at the second municipal hospital. Your grandparents, as well as your eldest uncle, second uncle, and fourth aunt, have all gone to see him. Please try to come by this afternoon and at least show your face," Liao Qing suggested thoughtfully. "Mom, do they know about me?" Liang An pondered for a moment before asking. "Don't worry, they all know you. Just come by this afternoon," Liao Qing reassured him. Liang An hesitated, feeling reluctant to go. He thought that if he wanted to introduce himself, it could easily be done over a meal at a later time, rather than in a hospital room. However, since his mother had been kind to him since he arrived in Haiqing, providing him with both a place to stay and financial support to help set up his business, he felt it was only right to show some respect. In the future, if his business expanded and he needed a bank loan, she would undoubtedly be of assistance. "All right, I'll come over after I have lunch." Liang An nodded. "Shall I drive over to pick you up?" Liao Qing asked, relieved and smiling. "No need. I'll drive myself," Liang An replied, not wanting to trouble her. "Very well," Liao Qing agreed without pressing further. Liang An chatted with her for a few more moments before hanging up the phone and returning the mobile to Liu. Noticing it was mealtime, he invited Liu to stay for lunch and enjoy a few drinks together. Knowing that Liang An would be heading to the second municipal hospital in the afternoon, Liu declined, suggesting they could drink together another time. Liang An did not insist, seeing him off to his car and watching as it drove away before returning to the store. After having lunch and resting for about half an hour, he leisurely rode his tricycle towards the city center. Chapter 36. A straightforward exchange with a cigarette between his lips, Liang An firmly grasped the handlebars of the tricycle, cruising at a speed of 50 kilometers per hour. As he approached the wholesale market, He slowed down and meandered inside. "Is that you, Boss Liang?" The fruit vendor, noticing the tricycle stopping at his stall, hurried over, pulling out a fine cigarette from his pocket and offering it to him. Over the past few days, Liang An had been purchasing fruit from him, making him one of his new valued customers, so the vendor was keen to show his hospitality. "Boss Zhang, I'd like to buy some fruit to visit a patient," Liang An called out without getting out of the vehicle. "Visiting a patient, I shall purchase some grapes, bananas, and apples," said Boss Zhang, turning to his wife, instructing her to fetch a fruit basket and select the finest and freshest fruits for little Boss Liang. "No need for such trouble. I only require the fruits that are to be disposed of," Liang An quickly interjected, waving his hands dismissively. "What? Fruits to be disposed of?" Boss Zhang's eyes widened in disbelief. The fruits that needed to be discarded usually bore varying degrees of damage, having suffered collisions and compressions during transport or handling, which resulted in visible blemishes. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that nearly every piece of fruit had begun to rot in certain spots. Such fruits were typically set aside in their establishment and sold at rock-bottom prices. "Yes, precisely the kind of fruit I need. I am purchasing them to visit an adversary, so there is no need for the finest quality." Liang An chuckled as he explained. This inexpensive fruit would not be treated kindly by his uncle Liao Sheng, who had once sent thugs to intercept him. That day, he had retaliated by giving them a good thrashing, rendering them no different from enemies. During this visit, it was entirely possible that, upon his departure, the recipient would dispose of the items he brought in haste. "Very well." Boss Zhang nodded and turned to his wife, instructing, "Use red plastic bags, and prepare one bag of each for little Boss Liang. Just grapes and apples will suffice, topped with some fresh and appealing fruits." After a moment of contemplation, Liang An added, "Just ensure they are adorned with some fresh and lovely ones." While he engaged in casual conversation with Boss Zhang, the boss's wife had already prepared 2 bags of fruit, specifically bringing them over for him to inspect. Both bags were cleverly arranged, with fresh fruits on top to conceal the less desirable ones beneath. Liang An was quite pleased. This was precisely the effect he desired, and he inquired about the price. Being a shrewd businessman, Boss Zhang adamantly refused to accept any payment, insisting that Liang An simply take them and return for future business. Given his insistence, Liang An did not press further and expressed his gratitude before departing the wholesale market in his 3-wheeled vehicle. The journey from the wholesale market to the second hospital in the city spanned 6 kilometers, and upon reaching the urban area, he encountered several traffic lights, causing delays. By 1:30 in the afternoon, Liang An parked his vehicle securely at the second hospital, locking it with a chain. Despite being a place for healing, hospitals can also be quite chaotic, with pickpockets, car thieves, and scalpers lurking about. Thus, one must secure their vehicle and keep a close watch on their belongings. Carrying 2 bags of bruised fruit, Liang An made his way directly to the inpatient department. Haicheng, as a coastal city, boasted a robust economy, and its hospitals typically offered superior medical standards and environments compared to those in inland cities. The inpatient department consisted of 2 high-rise buildings, one dedicated to general patients and the other to high-ranking officials. Upon arriving at the inpatient department, Liang An inquired about Liao Sheng's hospital room, but found he could not enter without an escort, which left him feeling somewhat frustrated. He approached a public telephone booth within the hospital, inserted several coins, and dialed the number of his dear mother, Liao Qing. The phone rang twice before connecting, and upon learning that he had arrived at the inpatient department, Liao Qing instructed him to wait at the entrance, where she would come down to receive him. After hanging up the phone, Liang An walked back to the entrance of the hospital ward and soon spotted his mother, Liao Qing, briskly approaching. Upon seeing Liang An carrying 2 bags of fruit, Liao Qing felt a surge of gratitude and immediately offered to reimburse him for the cost. Liang An, feeling slightly guilty, repeatedly waved his hands, asserting that he had brought the fruit as a token of goodwill for his hospitalized uncle. The 2 bags of fruit were subpar. Even the vendor had hesitated to accept payment for such poor quality. Despite the attractive packaging, the contents were far from satisfactory. As they exchanged pleasantries, they entered the hospital building and took the elevator to the upper floors. Those fortunate enough to be admitted here were either wealthy or influential, as ordinary folks could hardly gain entry. Upon reaching the 6th-floor ward, they entered a spacious room equipped with a private bathroom and complete furnishings. Liao Sheng lay in his hospital bed, dressed in a patient gown, one leg encased in a plaster cast, his face bearing the bruises of his recent ordeal. He was reading a newspaper when he looked up to see Liang An entering, his expression momentarily betraying a flicker of disdain. "Your nephew has come to see you," Liao Qing announced cheerfully. "It's sweltering outside. You must be exhausted. Please sit down and cool off." Liao Sheng's demeanor shifted dramatically, becoming warm and welcoming. "I rushed over as soon as I heard about your hospitalization and brought some fruit, though I hope you don't find it lacking." Liang An placed the 2 bags of fruit on the bed and settled into a chair beside it. "Oh, how thoughtful of you," Liao Sheng replied with a smile. "Is your leg all right, uncle? You won't be left with a limp, will you?" Liang An asked, a forced smile on his face. "It's nothing serious. The doctor has set the bone, and with some rest, I'll be as good as new." Liao Sheng waved his hand dismissively, still smiling. Both men were acutely aware that they were merely performing for each other, neither willing to expose the charade, especially in Liao Qing's presence. Suddenly, Liao Qing's mobile phone rang, and after a brief conversation, she informed them that she needed to step out to meet someone, turning to leave the room. As they watched her retreating figure, the smiles on their faces faded, and a heavy silence enveloped the room. "You know, let us cut to the chase. Did you have someone break my leg?" Liao Sheng fixed his gaze on Liang An, demanding an answer. "Indeed, you orchestrated the initial confrontation, so I had no choice but to retaliate," Liang An openly admitted. "How audacious of you, a powerless country bumpkin, to challenge me. You'll soon find yourself buried." Liao Sheng's eyes glinted with malice. "Those without shoes fear not the barefoot. If you think to use underhanded tactics against me, consider this a warning. Next time, it may not end so well for you," Liang An replied, a smile playing on his lips. "Are you threatening me? You are the first to attempt such a feat. Just remember, it would take but a word to end you. Wait for it," Liao Sheng hissed with menace. "By all means, I shall await your move." Liang An rose from his chair, approached the door, and closed it behind him. A smile crept across his face as he returned to the bedside, reaching out to grasp Liao Sheng's plastered leg. "What on earth do you think you're doing?" Liao Sheng stammered, a hint of panic in his voice. "Just loosening your muscles a bit, to hasten your recovery," Liang An said, shaking the cast with force. A pain scream erupted from Liao Sheng. Liao Sheng's face contorted in agony, his eyes glaring at Liang An with a venomous intensity, as if he were a predator ready to strike. When he dared to continue staring, Liang An intensified his shaking of Liao Sheng's leg, which had just been set, causing the bones to misalign once more. Liao Sheng's vision darkened, and he fainted from the pain. Upon witnessing the man lose consciousness, Liang An clapped his hands, indicating his intention to depart, and turned to exit the room. Just as he closed the door to the hospital ward, he spotted his cheap mother and several others approaching, engaged in lively conversation. Chapter 37. A matter of virtue among them was an elderly couple in their 70s, accompanied by a few individuals in their 40s or 50s, all impeccably dressed. 2 middle-aged men were clad in suits. One carried a leather briefcase tucked under his arm, his hair slicked back, while the other boasted an expensive watch. Exuding an air of authority, followed by a young man in his early 20s, equally well-dressed, and undoubtedly his secretary. The collective gaze of the group fell upon Liang An, scrutinizing him closely until they deduced his identity, for he bore a striking resemblance to Liao Qing, with similar facial features and contours, as if crafted from the same mold. "Shaoan, why are you out here?" Liao Qing approached him with concern. My second uncle was feeling tired and fell asleep. I thought there were matters to attend to at the store, so I decided to leave," Liang An lied smoothly, his heart steady, confident that Liao Sheng would remain unconscious for a while and unable to reveal his previous misdeeds. Even if Liao Sheng did awaken and recounted the events, he would likely deny it. "Come back in a moment," Liao Qing insisted, opening the ward door and gently pushing him inside. As the group entered the room, the elderly couple took their seats while the others stood, the atmosphere thick with tension. The young man remained outside, tactfully closing the door and waiting at the threshold. "Shaoan, these are your grandparents," Liao Qing introduced him, pulling him closer to the elderly couple. "Hello, grandfather and grandmother," Liang An greeted them. After introducing her parents, Liao Qing proceeded to introduce the others. The relatives' demeanor towards Liang An was notably cold. They acknowledged his greeting out of mere politeness, but offered little more in terms of conversation. Liang An's attire starkly contrasted with theirs, making him appear as a poor relative from the countryside. The disparity in social status was glaring. Had it not been for Liao Qing's presence, they likely would not have spared him a second glance. Liang An had anticipated their indifference, harboring no expectations. If they had truly wished to acknowledge him, they would have arranged a meal upon his arrival in Haiqing, Rather than waiting for Liao Sheng's hospitalization to come and make introductions, Liao Qing, eager for recognition and support from her family, found herself disregarded. "Mom, I have matters to attend to at the store. I must take my leave." He disregarded the group entirely and made his way toward the exit. "Child, wait a moment," came a frail voice from behind. Liang An came to a halt, glancing back to find an elderly lady addressing him. With a slight furrow of her brow, she inquired, "Is there something you need? You few, please step outside. We wish to converse with this child for a moment," the elderly woman stated. Upon hearing this, Liao Qing and the others dared not ask further questions and obediently exited the room. Observing this scene, Liang An realized that this elderly lady was no ordinary figure. She likely held the reins of authority within her household. Once they departed, the ward felt desolate. Liang An pulled up a chair and sat before the elderly couple, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it nonchalantly. The couple, ostensibly his grandparents, wore kind expressions, yet their disdain was unmistakable in their eyes. He had heard from his biological mother, Liao Qing, that they were once leaders within the establishment and had since retired. Now, they sat upright, exuding an air of solemnity, their piercing gazes seemingly capable of seeing through a person's very soul. "So, what is it you wish to discuss?" Liang An met their scrutinizing stares without trepidation, speaking casually. A forthright character, unafraid of challenges. The elderly man shifted his gaze, turning to his companion, and remarked, "This one has a bold spirit. He remains composed." Hearing this, Liang An inwardly scoffed. He had no desire to curry favor with these two old folks. The elderly lady shot a sidelong glance at her husband, waving a hand to dispel the swirling smoke, and coldly admonished, "Smoking in the ward, truly lacking in decorum." Liang An retrieved an ashtray from beneath the bed, flicking off some ash, and replied indifferently, "Look at you, my uncle, the patient, doesn't he adhere to such rules? A smoke is still a smoke." The old woman's face twitched as she cast a glance at her motionless son, Liao Sheng, lying on the bed. With a huff, she redirected her attention to Liang An, stating, "I shall be straightforward. I wish for you to leave Haiqing and stay far away from your mother, not to disturb her current life. In compensation, we shall offer you a sum of money." Her son-in-law, Lin Hanqing, remained oblivious to the fact that his youngest daughter had given birth to a child with another man during her time as a sent-down youth. Should he learn of this, it would undoubtedly create chaos. "All right," Liang An readily agreed, inquiring, "How much money are we speaking of?" The elderly lady smirked inwardly, thinking him a simple country bumpkin, easily swayed by monetary allure. A look of disdain flickered in her eyes as she patiently responded, 50,000 yuan. You leave now, and I shall have someone deliver the money immediately." To her, 50,000 yuan was a substantial sum, one that Liang An had never encountered before and would find hard to refuse. For a rural dweller toiling away might never earn such an amount in a lifetime. 50,000 yuan. Is this a mere pittance meant to dismiss a beggar? Liang An retorted with a laugh. Managing a fast food establishment was arduous, yet he earned over 1,000 yuan daily. Within 2 months, he could easily accumulate 50,000 yuan. He engaged in the culinary business solely to amass funds. And should the offer be generous, he would not hesitate to abandon Haiqing for more lucrative opportunities in another city. The sum of money is considerable. You truly are insatiable. The elderly woman's expression darkened instantly as she spoke in a solemn tone. It seems you possess no sincerity whatsoever, so let us not waste each other's time. Liang An extinguished his cigarette, rising to his feet. Child, your mother treats you well. One must know how to be grateful. The old man interjected. You are aware of your concerns, and I assure you I will not disrupt my mother's current family, nor will I act under the banner of your Liao family. You need not worry about this. Liang An adjusted his sleeves and proceeded towards the door. The two exchanged a glance, plunging into silence. As Liang An reached the door, grasping the doorknob, he recalled something and turned back to say, I do not wish for you to disturb me or create trouble. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what I might do. Is this a threat? The elderly woman bristled, rising abruptly. It cannot be deemed a threat, merely a piece of advice. Liang An disregarded their expressions, opened the door, and stepped outside. The Liao siblings were chatting just outside, their gazes converging on him as he emerged. Mother, I shall take my leave. Liang An cast a glance at his birth mother, offering not even a moment's attention to his uncles and aunts, before turning towards the elevator. Let me see you off. Liao Qing hastily followed, offering him a few words of comfort. Liang An exchanged casual remarks with his mother Liao Qing, before departing the hospital on his scooter, heading towards the suburban industrial park. In his view, nothing was more crucial than earning money. To achieve a life of ease in his later years, he must toil in his earlier days. These opportunistic individuals, had they not looked down upon him in his impoverished state, would have treated him with indifference. Once he amassed wealth, their demeanor would surely shift to one of friendliness, acknowledging him as kin and eagerly seeking his favor. Chapter 38. The struggle to earn money at 3 in the afternoon. Liang An returned to the commercial street of the suburban industrial park on his scooter. Currently, every shop along the street was bustling with renovations, eager to commence operations swiftly and recoup their investments. Since the Jianguan factory opened at the entrance of the commercial street, surrounding street vendors congregated here, creating an even more vibrant scene than at the factory's gates. This was primarily due to the proximity to the factory, where many employees preferred to gather during breaks. With a high foot traffic, business flourished. Even a modest stall selling simple fare could earn 200 to 300 yuan daily from just lunch and dinner sales. At this hour, the nearby shops were alive with the sounds of renovation, a cacophony that was quite overwhelming. Liang An parked his scooter in front of the shop, removed the key, and entered the store. Inside the kitchen area, 2 ladies in Zhang Jingguo were busily engaged, one chopping vegetables while the other 2 washed them. "Third brother, you're back," Zhang Jingguo exclaimed with a smile upon seeing Liang An enter. Liang An nodded, took an apron from the wall, tied it on, washed his hands, and approached the counter to begin chopping vegetables. "Third brother, did you visit your second uncle at the hospital? I hope his injury isn't severe?" Zhang Jingguo inquired with curiosity. "After suffering a broken leg, I deliberately misaligned it, causing him to faint. This means he will require additional time for recovery." Liang An remained focused on chopping the chicken, seemingly unfazed. "When he awakens, he will surely seek retribution," Zhang Jingguo voiced his concerns. "If he dares to come, I shall break his other leg," Liang An retorted with a cold snort. Once they finished chopping the vegetables, they swiftly ignited the stove, aiming to complete all dishes before 5 o'clock, ready to serve in the self-service dining area for the incoming guests. After a flurry of activity, having cooked all the dishes, they were drenched in sweat, their clothes clinging to them as if they had emerged from water. 2 ladies in the shop utilized transparent plastic bags to wrap the plates and bowls. Liang An and Zhang Jingguo, seated on small plastic stools at the entrance, smoked cigarettes, their hands trembling slightly. Despite the arduous labor, both felt a sense of elation, eager to earn some money. After finishing his cigarette, Liang An entered the store, retrieved a piece of red paper from beneath the cash register, and inscribed a line of text with a brush. He found a large wooden board, affixed the red paper to it, and carried it outside. He located 2 bricks at the entrance to secure the wooden board and nodded with satisfaction. It read, "After 8 o'clock, our establishment offers sweet soup and stir-fried rice noodles at affordable prices. All are welcome to come and taste." Zhang Jingguo, puzzled, inquired, "Third brother, are we working tonight?" "Of course. Do not underestimate the sweet soup and fried rice noodles. One can earn several hundred yuan in a single night," Liang An replied confidently. Upon hearing that they could earn hundreds in one evening, Zhang Jingguo's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with anticipation. Selling fast food during the day and sweet soup and rice noodles at night could potentially double their monthly income. Even if he only received a small portion, by year's end, he could return home and build a modest prefabricated house. Liang An sensed his enthusiasm and patted his shoulder, smiling. "This is merely small change. Soon, brother will lead you to greater fortunes. Currently, we are in the phase of accumulating capital. Once we have enough to cover our initial investments, we shall venture into more lucrative industries. At that point, our efforts will be less strenuous, and our earnings will increase significantly. I believe in you, third brother." Zhang Jingguo replied with a cheerful grin. "All right, the factory's break time is over. We must get to work," Liang An announced with a smile. A group of young men and women dressed in work uniforms approached the entrance of the commercial street factory. The 2 returned to the cash register, awaiting the factory employees to dine. As the employees entered, many noticed the sign at the entrance and began to inquire about it. Liang An was thrilled to seize the opportunity to promote their offerings, encouraging the staff to come for a late-night snack after work. Earlier that morning, in a moment of impulsive enthusiasm, he had purchased several packages of rice noodles. He wondered how many people would come in the evening and whether he could sell them all. After clearing the self-service dining area of all dishes, Liang An and his colleagues finished their dinner, and the 2 ladies left on their bicycles. Liang An took a deep breath after smoking a cigarette and began preparing the sweet soup. Currently, time is of the essence, and he has prepared only 3 types of sweet soups: mung bean with kelp, white fungus with red beans, and 8 treasure porridge. On the first evening of operation, he has not cooked in large quantities, as he wishes to observe the sales before deciding to increase the portions the following night. Zhang Jingguo is also busy. Following Liang An's instructions, he retrieves bean sprouts from the freezer, washes them, and places them in a bamboo basket to dry. He then slices lean meat into strips and finely chops scallions. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Liang An moves a gas stove from the kitchen to the entrance of the shop, preparing to stir-fry rice noodles outside. It is still summer, and the heat inside the kitchen is stifling. Cooking outdoors is far more comfortable. The factory has several departments, with some workers finishing their shifts at 9 and others at 10. During busy periods, they may even work until the early hours of the morning. The sweet soup simmering in a large aluminum pot has cooled down, and Liang An adds a generous amount of ice. On a wooden board at the entrance, he has written the prices for stir-fried rice noodles and sweet soups, all reflecting current market rates. Once all is prepared, he and Zhang Jingguo sit at the entrance, smoking, while awaiting customers. As he anticipated, after the factory workers clocked out at 9, they did not return to their dormitories but instead headed towards the commercial street near the factory. After a long day on the production line, they seek a late-night snack: stir-fried rice noodles and sweet soups. Liang An calls out, attracting numerous glances. Zhang Jingguo follows suit, joining in to draw customers to their stall. Some employees, intrigued by their shouts, wander over, while others, already aware of Liang G's late-night offerings, make a beeline for the stall. "Boss, I'd like a portion of stir-fried rice noodles, but please add only a hint of chili." A clear voice rings out. The speaker is a young man who has just finished his night shift. His stomach growls with hunger, and the enticing aroma draws him to the stall. "Certainly. Please have a seat. It will be ready shortly." Liang An responds warmly, adeptly igniting the stove and heating the pan. Although stir-frying rice noodles may seem straightforward, it requires considerable skill. An inexperienced hand could easily cause the noodles to stick to the pan. As Liang An begins to work, he quickly captures the attention of many passers-by. Before long, a steady stream of customers arrives. The entrance of the shop becomes bustling with activity. Meanwhile, Zhang Jingguo busily prepares sweet soups for the patrons, simultaneously handling payments and keeping an eye on the used bowls and chopsticks. It is evident that the patrons opting for stir-fried rice noodles far outnumber those indulging in sweet soups. Liang An is fully engaged at the stove, his hands deftly tossing the rice noodles in the pan while occasionally adding seasonings. With the influx of customers, he decides to prepare several portions at once. However, even that proves to be a challenge. Observing the other mobile vendors at the factory entrance, it is clear that while some also offer fried noodles, their business pales in comparison to the thriving trade at Liang An's stall. Nevertheless, a considerable number of people venture out for late-night snacks, ensuring that the mobile vendors do not find themselves without business. However, due to the overwhelming popularity of Liang An's establishment, these vendors have found themselves extending their operating hours later than the previous night. Initially, Liang An anticipated working until midnight, yet unexpectedly sold out by 11 o'clock. After swiftly packing up, they rolled down the shutters and began tallying their earnings for the evening. "Brother San, we made over 600 yuan. Zhang Jingguo exclaimed with excitement after finishing the calculations. "Not bad," Liang An replied, feeling the strain in his arms from tirelessly stir-frying rice noodles throughout the night. He contemplated purchasing a smaller wok at the market the following day, hoping to involve Zhang Jingguo in the noodle preparation, for he feared that solely handling the frying would leave his arms utterly exhausted. Chapter 39. Competitors in the commercial street of the Jianguan factory located in the suburban industrial park. Dozens of shops opened within a mere month, all launching promotional activities during their trial periods. The nighttime commercial street dazzled with neon lights, bustling with foot traffic, rivaling even the vibrancy of the city center's shopping districts. Liang's restaurant had been operational for 2 months, with Liang An and Zhang Jingguo working tirelessly in fast food during the day and selling late-night snacks at night. Despite their relentless efforts, they managed to earn over 60,000 yuan in just 2 months. Were it not for the toll on his health, Liang An might have considered selling breakfast in the mornings to supplement their income. Even so, Liang An was unwilling to overlook any lucrative opportunities and began discussions with a mobile vendor. As the shops on the commercial street gradually opened, The itinerant vendors found themselves unable to set up stalls in front of the factory gates, as their presence obstructed the entrances of the stores and hindered business operations. The management of the commercial street prohibited them from operating within the area, forcing them to relocate to the street corners or in front of the factory gates. Currently, most employees frequented the entrance of the commercial street, leading to a significant decline in business for the vendors, with meager earnings throughout the day. Nonetheless, their income as small vendors still surpassed that of factory workers. Liang An sought out a mobile vendor specializing in breakfast, a young couple named Chun Gang and Su Liangpan, who primarily sold steamed buns and mantu. Each day, they prepared the buns and soy milk in their rented accommodation and transported them via tricycle for sale. This industrious couple set up their stall at the factory entrance before dawn, offering generously filled buns at reasonable prices. Every morning, as Liang An visited the wholesale market for supplies, he would buy 2 buns and soy milk for himself and a portion for the unsuspecting Zhang Jingguo. Through these exchanges, Liang An became acquainted with them and learned of their circumstances. Since Liang An did not sell breakfast, he proposed renting the space in front of his restaurant to them for their morning sales. They began operating around 5 or 6 in the morning, selling until approximately 9 o'clock, when they would pack up and head home. This arrangement posed no disruption to Liang An's fast food business, allowing both parties to thrive without interfering with each other's operations. Liang An's demands were modest. He sought a monthly rent of 500 yuan, which equated to a mere 16 yuan per day. The rationale behind this pricing lay in the spaciousness of the storefront and its advantageous location. Mere meters across from the factory entrance, coupled with the allowance for them to erect a sign for advertising purposes. However, Xiao Liang, the proprietor, was faced with resistance. Chen Gang was a straightforward man, somewhat inept at negotiation. In contrast, Su Liangpan was quite articulate, exuding a boisterous charm. She tugged at her husband's sleeve and cheerfully remarked, "Xiao Liang, this price is not exorbitant. We shall take it." She was astute, well aware that rents for commercial spaces on the bustling street had escalated to over 2,000 yuan monthly. The location of Liangji fast food was prime, and securing it during morning hours promised a flourishing business. "Let us proceed with signing a contract, clearly delineating the terms." Liang An responded with a smile. In no time, they formalized a leasing agreement for a 1-year term with monthly payments and no requirement for a security deposit. Should the couple decide to vacate, they could terminate the contract without incurring any penalties. After signing the agreement, the couple promptly relocated their stall to Liangji Fast Food's entrance the following day. As Su Liangpan had anticipated, the prime location, in close proximity to the factory, attracted workers who could easily spot their setup, resulting in significantly better sales than at the factory's entrance. By morning, customers flocked to their stall, and by 9 o'clock, they had sold out. Wrapping up their business for the day, Liang An had rented out the morning hours of the shop primarily to ensure that the couple could cover their rent. The first year's rental fee was discounted to 500 yuan, but the subsequent year would revert to the standard rate, with additional management and waste disposal fees to consider. Zhang Jingguo was astonished by this arrangement, realizing that it could serve as an avenue for supplementary income. Had they not been selling late-night snacks, he suspected that his brother would also lease the evening hours to others. It was clear that being alongside his brother provided him with invaluable lessons and broadened his horizons. However, the couple's late-night activities did disturb the peace of the shop. Where Liang An admitted he was unfazed, after a few cups of rice wine, he was oblivious to the thunderous noise. Following the Mid-Autumn Festival, just a week later, the National Day holiday arrived, and the Jianguan factory unexpectedly granted a rare 4-day break for inventory purposes. With employees off work, many opted for outings, while those living nearby returned home. Upon hearing this news, Liang An decided to close the shop for a brief respite. In contrast, Chun Gang and his wife continued their routine, albeit with a reduced number of buns. At 9 o'clock, the sudden cacophony of firecrackers erupted outside. Liang An and Zhang Jingguo, resting on folding beds within the shop, were jolted awake. The explosive sounds, akin to 100,000 firecrackers, were rapid and deafening, strikingly close. "Damn it! What a disturbance to our slumber." Liang An could not help but curse. It was National Day, a time for universal celebration. Yet this ruckus compelled him to utter such expletives. "Brother, it's the Rongji fast food next door that has chosen this day to open." Zhang Jingguo quickly informed him. "You reminded me, I almost forgot. We have acquired a competitor." Liang An, roused from his slumber, decided against returning to sleep. He lit a cigarette and opened the roll-up door to observe the commotion outside. The sound of firecrackers had long ceased, leaving behind an unpleasant odor in the air. Red remnants of firecracker paper littered the ground, with many scattered near their storefront. Hey, third brother, their grand opening is quite the spectacle. Not only is it crowded, but they also have a plethora of flowers at the entrance, reminiscent of a funeral, Zhang Jingguo muttered quietly. Those aren't wreaths, they're bouquets for the opening. Liang An explained with a smile. Similar enough, it certainly has flair. Zhang Jingguo contemplated aloud. As Liang An scanned the scene, his gaze fixed upon a certain individual, and his smile abruptly faltered. The figure was Liao Sheng, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, engaging in conversation with others, all the while supported by someone else, radiating a beaming smile. After 100 days of labor and recovery from an injury, his broken leg had yet to fully heal, yet here he was, lively and present. From their proximity, Liang An could clearly hear the exchanges of congratulations directed at Liao Sheng for his new restaurant's opening and wishes for prosperous business. It became evident that Liao Sheng was one of the proprietors of this fast food establishment. No wonder the two neighboring shops, which had previously stalled in renovations, had recently resumed work, merging into a larger fast food venue. At that moment, Liao Sheng noticed Liang An standing at the entrance of the adjacent shop. His gaze was icy, coupled with a provocative smile. Liang An narrowed his eyes. It seemed that his second uncle had not forgotten past grievances and intended to undermine his business. If he could not resort to underhanded tactics, he would settle for commercial suppression. Chapter 40. A Stitch in Time saves 9. The neighboring Rongji fast food restaurant boasts an impressive area of 200 square meters, double the size of Liangji's establishment, and its signage exudes an air of sophistication. Liang An cast a glance inside, noting the lavish decor, complete with suspended ceilings, tiled floors, and solid wood furnishings, indicating a significant investment. Among the crowd, two individuals donned in white chef's attire caught his eye. It was uncertain whether they were professional chefs. If the neighboring fast food outlet had indeed hired skilled chefs, their menu would be highly competitive, likely far superior to his own offerings. The commercial street was bustling with establishments, predominantly focused on the food industry, featuring fast food outlets, roasted meat shops, and pig trotter eateries. In addition, there were various noodle shops, such as spicy hot pot venues, noodle houses, and others showcasing regional delicacies. The current culinary landscape on the commercial street was fiercely competitive. Even the Jianguan factory had its own cafeteria. Despite a significant number of employees opting to dine out, many still chose the cafeteria for their meals. Presently, Jianguan employed 10,000 workers, with nearby factories yet to open. Hundreds of shops and factory cafeterias were vying for clientele, resulting in some thriving while others struggled. However, as nearby factories gradually commenced operations and recruited laborers, foot traffic would undoubtedly surge, promising a boost for the businesses on the commercial street. After exchanging pleasantries at the entrance of Rongji fast food restaurant, Liao Sheng and his group entered the establishment to dine, where the two chefs had already prepared a sumptuous array of dishes. Liang An took a deep drag from his cigarette, discarded the butt onto the ground, extinguishing it with his foot, and turned to head towards the factory entrance. Upon reaching the convenience store at the factory gate, he stepped inside to purchase 2 packs of fine cigarettes before making his way to the security booth. Inside the booth, an elderly security guard was engrossed in the Haiqing daily, occasionally glancing at the employee badges as individuals entered and exited, ensuring that no outsiders breached the premises. Uncle Dong, Liang An called as he entered the booth, placing the 2 packs of cigarettes on the table and pulling up a chair to sit down. Little Liang, are you taking a break today? Uncle Dong inquired, setting aside his newspaper, picking up a porcelain cup, and sipping his tea with a smile. This month, he had transitioned to daytime shifts, starting work at 7 in the morning and clocking out at 7 in the evening. With the National Day holiday underway, most factory employees were out enjoying themselves, leading to a decrease in attendance, and thus, they decided to close operations for a few days to grant themselves a respite. A break is well-deserved. After all, money is endless, but one must not exhaust their health, Uncle Dong remarked, taking one of the fine cigarettes Liang An had brought. Unwrapping it, lighting it, and taking a deep puff, exhaling the smoke leisurely. Across the street stood Liang's fast food restaurant, where he worked diligently each day, and Uncle Dong had witnessed the young man's industriousness firsthand. They served fast food during the day and fried rice noodles and sweet soup until the early hours, often heading to the market before dawn to procure supplies. scarcely getting any sleep in their relentless pursuit of earnings. "Uncle, I would like to ask for your assistance," Liang An said thoughtfully. "Speak freely. We are like family, and I shall not hesitate to help." Uncle Dong replied with a chuckle. Over the past couple of months, Liang An had brought them fine cigarettes sporadically and even late-night snacks when he worked the evening shift. Given their close rapport, it was only natural that he would not refuse a request for help. "Here's the thing. My health has been faltering lately, and I am considering hiring 2 chefs to prepare meals, with prices to be negotiated. I was wondering if you could recommend any cooks from your village," Liang An explained. Smiling. In the southern regions, it was common for each village to have its own cooks, renowned for their culinary skills, often summoned for festive occasions to prepare feasts. However, such banquets were not a daily occurrence. Thus, many of these cooks worked part-time, spending the majority of their time farming or taking on odd jobs to support their families. Regarding this matter, Uncle Dong furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before finally speaking. "I have a relative who is quite famous as a chef in our village. He even has several apprentices. How about this? I will inquire if they would be willing to come back and assist you. Does that sound agreeable?" Upon hearing this, a look of delight spread across Liang An's face as he eagerly nodded in response. "That would be wonderful. I appreciate your help, Uncle Dong. There is no need for such formality among us," Uncle Dong replied, calling someone over to cover his post before making a phone call. In a short while, Uncle Dong returned from the office after completing the call. "Little Liang, I've spoken with them. They will come to your shop at 3 in the afternoon to discuss the details," he informed with a smile. "Excellent. I shall await them at the shop this afternoon," Liang An affirmed, nodding appreciatively. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, Liang An leisurely strolled back to the shop, cigarette in mouth. Zhang Jingguo had already prepared porridge and was washing vegetables, preparing to cook 2 dishes for breakfast. After the two enjoyed their meal, they rode their tricycle back to the dormitory of the agricultural machinery factory, where they lay down, took a shower, and changed out of their sweat-soaked clothes. In the past, they would typically return to the dormitory for a shower after closing their night stall, but due to the fast food restaurant's closure for the National Day holiday, they only had the chance to return now. On National Day, the foot traffic in the city far exceeded the usual, with people from surrounding towns flocking to the urban area. In such sweltering heat and amidst the festive crowds, Liang An preferred to remain in the 2-bedroom dormitory, waiting until 2 o'clock before calling Zhang Jingguo to join him in heading back to the commercial street in the suburban industrial park. At 3 in the afternoon, Uncle Dong, the security guard, led the 2 newcomers to the fast food restaurant. They were not significantly older than Liang An, robust in physique, and appeared quite earnest. These 2 were relatives of Uncle Dong, a younger generation from the ancestral hall, whom they referred to as Uncle. The slightly older one was named Lin Haixing, who had recently married, while the other, Lin Haimin, shared the same generation. After inquiring about their backgrounds and assessing their culinary skills, Liang An decided to hire them as cooks for the restaurant. The salary offered was a base of 600 yuan, with the restaurant's profits divided 3 ways each month. For example, if the restaurant's profit amounted to 10,000 yuan, 3,000 would be shared between the 2 of them. As long as the business thrived, their bonuses would increase, incentivizing them to remain diligent. Both Lin Haixing and Lin Haimin were quite pleased with these terms, realizing they were far superior to a fixed salary. Once the conditions were agreed upon, Liang An went to a print shop on the commercial street to draft a contract. The contract was produced in duplicate, clearly stating the terms in black and white, requiring signatures and fingerprints. Liang An preferred to formalize agreements in this manner to avoid any potential disputes. Satisfied with the conditions, Lin Haixing and Lin Haimin were eager to commence their roles, but as it was the National Day holiday, Liang An instructed them to return in 3 days at 9 in the morning to begin work. As they watched Lin Haixing and his companion leave, Zhang Jingguo could not contain his curiosity and asked, "Third brother, why did you offer them such favorable terms? It's fine if we work a bit harder ourselves." Liang An sighed. Jingguo, the fast food restaurant next door is our biggest competitor, and we are about to face a tough battle. Third brother, that restaurant is opened by your second uncle in partnership with someone. He is trying to undermine us. Should we go confront him tonight? Zhang Jingguo suggested after a moment's thought. If the opportunity arises, we certainly should teach him a lesson. Liang An replied with a smile. Chapter 41. Unfinished business. As the National Day holiday concluded, the employees of Jingguan factory returned to work, and the entire commercial street regained its vibrancy, bustling with activity. More lively than even the central streets of the city. Liang Ji fast food restaurant, having been closed for 4 days, reopened its doors. Taking advantage of the holiday period, Liang An had installed several air conditioning units, ensuring a cooler and more comfortable dining experience. In the southern autumn, temperatures remain quite high. A stroll outdoors leaves one drenched in sweat. At 8:30 in the morning, Lin Haixing and Lin Haimin, two village cooks, rode their bicycles to the restaurant. It was their first day at work, and clad in the pristine white chef uniforms provided by Liang An, they bore the appearance of professional chefs. Both worked diligently and with remarkable agility. Whereas Liang An and Zhang Jingguo typically spent over an hour chopping vegetables, these two accomplished the task in just an hour, showcasing impressive knife skills. According to Zhang Jingguo, they could chop without even looking, their hands deftly maneuvering through the vegetables without fear of injury, which was quite a sight to behold. The two had learned their culinary skills from a village chef who primarily catered to banquets, indicating their commendable proficiency. After years of apprenticeship, they had honed their skills considerably, mastering the art of cooking. The village banquets were characterized by large pot dishes, and now, working in a kitchen suited to their expertise, they felt no pressure at all. With the installation of air conditioning, the kitchen remained cool, ensuring they did not sweat profusely while cooking. Such favorable working conditions delighted them, making them feel they had found their rightful place. Previously, when assisting their master at wedding feasts, they had to endure outdoor conditions, laboring in the sweltering heat, drenched in sweat with no dry clothes in sight. Now, cooking in an air-conditioned environment was a stark contrast to their previous experiences, providing unparalleled comfort. With the presence of professional chefs in the restaurant, Liang An and Zhang Jingguo did not have to exert themselves as much, allowing them to truly embrace their roles as owners. However, every time the two prepared a dish and presented it on a stainless steel platter, Liang An and Zhang Jingguo would sample it with serving chopsticks to assess the flavors. Brother San, they truly are professional chefs. Their dishes are far tastier than ours. Zhang Jingguo couldn't help but praise. Are you implying that Brother San's culinary skills are lacking? Liang An shot him a sidelong glance, a playful smirk on his face. Brother San's skills are commendable. I was referring to my own, which could use a bit more finesse. Zhang Jingguo quickly clarified. Make sure to learn from them. Your culinary skills will surely improve. Liang An responded with a smile. After tasting a dozen dishes and finding no issues, they decided not to sample every single dish. Upon reaching the entrance of the restaurant, Liang An pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Zhang Jingguo before lighting one for himself. With neighboring shops opening, Liang's fast food restaurant could no longer place its folding tables outside. Consequently, Liang An had arranged for an awning to be constructed at the entrance, extending about 3 to 4 meters to accommodate 5 or 6 folding tables. The adjacent Rongji fast food restaurant also began its operations today, proudly displaying a red banner proclaiming grand opening celebration, complimentary drinks and fruit with any purchase. The entrance featured glass doors, and 2 young women busily cleaned the tables and chairs inside. Brother San, the neighboring restaurant has quite an elegant vibe, comparable to those in the city. I feel embarrassed to step inside in my attire, fearing they might think I'm a country bumpkin. Zhang Jingguo jested. Liang An chuckled softly and remarked, you possess such sentiments. The employees of those factories are quite similar. I reckon Rongji fast food will have few patrons today. Their establishment has no superiority. The decor resembles that of a restaurant, and when we compare it to theirs, it feels like an urban establishment versus a rural one, deliberately disparaging. Zhang Jingguo scoffed. To obstruct someone's means of livelihood is, without question, akin to murdering their parents. With the 2 shops standing side by side, if the competitor's business flourishes, ours will undoubtedly suffer. One can only wish for their misfortune. In the realm of commerce, everyone must rely on their own capabilities. After pondering for a moment, Liang An continued. Liangji fast food has been in operation for over 2 months and has already garnered a commendable reputation. We need not fear a lack of patrons. They may have professional chefs, but we have also employed skilled cooks, and the difference in quality will be negligible. Third brother, they are mimicking our tactics, offering complimentary beverages and fruit upon opening. Zhang Jingguo pointed disdainfully at the red banner above. Let them be. They can only sustain that for 3 days. Eventually, they will falter. Liang An took a deep drag from his cigarette, discarding the butt onto the ground and stamping it out, kicking it toward the entrance of the neighboring shop. Observing this, Zhang Jingguo imitated him, tossing his cigarette butt at the neighboring shop's entrance and spitting a mouthful of phlegm onto the ground. However, Misfortune struck him as a waitress from the adjacent restaurant, who was cleaning by the glass door, caught sight of the act and shot him a fierce glare. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Zhang Jingguo forced a smile and hastily retreated back into their establishment. Before long, the lunchtime break at Jingguan factory commenced, and a large group of employees streamed out from the entrance of the commercial street, swiftly dispersing in either direction. The once desolate commercial street was suddenly bustling with activity, transforming into a vibrant scene. Liangji Fast Food held an advantageous position, situated diagonally across from the factory entrance, allowing many to spot it immediately upon exiting. Today's foot traffic was, as usual, overwhelmingly abundant, with the restaurant teeming with patrons. Liang An and Zhang Jingguo were stationed at the cash register, tallying up the dishes. Even when customers attempted to take advantage by concealing meat with vegetables, they merely glanced at the plates without probing with chopsticks, collecting payment with fairness and without overcharging. This was a rule Liang An had instituted. Rummaging through a customer's plate with chopsticks was considered exceedingly impolite and would evoke disdain. Seeing the crowds, Lin Haixing and Lin Haimin felt elated and promptly came over to assist with serving rice and porridge. To prevent any misconceptions among customers, they repeatedly emphasized that if there were insufficient servings of porridge or rice, they could be replenished free of charge. The two aunts displayed keen awareness, swiftly collecting dishes and wiping the tables with cloths. Once the cash register area became less hectic, Liang An entrusted Zhang Jingguo with the task of managing payments while he took a stroll to inquire about the patrons' opinions on the dishes. This query, however, made the two chefs, Lin Haixing and Lin Haimin, quite anxious, fearing negative feedback from the customers. Nevertheless, many factory employees present expressed their delight in the food, generously offering compliments. With the patrons' approval, Lin Haixing and Lin Haimin secretly exhaled in relief, feeling they had passed the test. After gathering feedback, Liang An stepped outside to observe the business status of the neighboring Rongji fast food. It is uncertain whether the exquisite decor of the establishment has deterred patrons due to inflated prices or if the tightly sealed glass doors contribute to the scant attendance. Despite the numerous tables within, fewer than half are occupied, creating an air of desolation. In stark contrast, Liangji fast food is teeming with customers. Even the folding tables outside are brimming with patrons, indicating a thriving business. Liang An lit a cigarette, taking a moment to inhale before noticing a black Santana parked across the street, its rear window partially ajar, with an individual gazing in his direction. The person in question is Liao Sheng, whose expression betrays his displeasure, evidently perturbed by the contrasting customer flow between the two establishments. Despite the substantial investment in renovations, the anticipated bustle is absent, leaving him perplexed about the underlying issues. Liao Sheng also spots Liang An standing by the roadside, his gaze turning icy, his demeanor darkening abruptly. With a cigarette perched between his lips, Liang An defiantly gestured with a middle finger, unperturbed by the prospect of Liao Sheng exiting his vehicle. Chapter 42. Attracting customers. The black Santana, its windows rolled up, showed no intention of departing, quietly stationed at the curb across from the restaurant with its hazard lights flashing. Liao Sheng appeared disinclined to leave, seemingly intent on observing the foot traffic generated by the new store's opening. After standing for a brief moment under the sweltering sun, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead, Liang An finished his cigarette and turned to re-enter the establishment. The interior boasted air conditioning, providing a welcome reprieve from the heat outside. However, the open door allowed cool air to escape, leading to unnecessary energy consumption. If not for this, patrons dining at the small folding tables outside would not enjoy such comfort. Business within the restaurant remained robust, with the self-service area depleting its offerings well before 1 o'clock. Vegetables included. This was attributable to the presence of two skilled chefs. Even the simplest of vegetables, when prepared by their capable hands, transformed into exquisite culinary delights. Zhang Jingguo reviewed the day's accounts and noted an increase in midday revenue, approximately 800 yuan more than usual. Uncertain if the surge was due to the sale of several large platters of vegetables, it nonetheless resulted in a modest increase in earnings. Typically, the lunchtime crowd is not as abundant as in the afternoon. The midday sun can be oppressive, leaving one drenched in sweat after a single trip. Factory employees prefer to dine in the commercial district during the evening to avoid the heat. Observing the empty vegetable trays, Liang An deliberated over lunch with Lin Haixing and Lin Haimin, proposing an increase in the quantity of dishes for the afternoon. The two agreed. recognizing that with such large cooking pots, a slight increase in volume would have no adverse effects. Indeed, greater portions would likely lead to higher earnings, resulting in larger end-of-month payouts. The inventory in the large freezer had been meticulously calculated, and to augment the quantities of various dishes, a trip to the wholesale market was necessary for replenishment. After lunch, Liang An, braving the blazing sun, drove his tricycle to the wholesale market for supplies. During the midday break, the secondary highway lay deserted, devoid of both pedestrians and vehicles. With a cigarette clenched between his lips and hands firmly gripping the handlebars, Liang An sped along at 60 kilometers per hour. However, the brisk pace and fierce wind quickly consumed the cigarette, leaving him with little to savor, resulting in a rather extravagant use of tobacco. In order to avoid wasting a cigarette, he decided to slow down to 40 miles per hour while smoking, intending to accelerate only after finishing. As he journeyed halfway, a small unlicensed truck approached from behind, hurtling forward at a speed of 100 miles per hour. Liang An caught a glimpse of the truck in his rearview mirror, an unsettling feeling rising within him. Without a moment's hesitation, he pressed the accelerator to the floor, propelling his vehicle to 80 miles per hour. This was the maximum speed of his three-wheeler, its exhaust sputtering and emitting a foul odor. The distance between the two vehicles diminished at a visible rate. There were no oncoming vehicles, and the truck had no intention of overtaking, closely tailing the three-wheeler. Liang An furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the upcoming intersection, where he turned right. The truck sped past, almost brushing against the rear of his vehicle. Had he slowed down just a fraction, a collision would have been inevitable, leaving him in a perilous state at best. The truck continued past the intersection, slowing down but not stopping, soon vanishing from sight. Liang An halted his vehicle, his heart racing furiously. He had just brushed past death. That truck was no mere coincidence. It was a calculated attempt to incite an accident. In this desolate area, should a mishap occur, there would be no one to call for help, and he would be left to his fate. He resolved to investigate the truck, to uncover the mastermind behind this sinister plot and ensure they face justice. After calming himself with a cigarette, he resumed his journey to the wholesale market for supplies. Upon leaving the market and heading back, he did not encounter the unlicensed truck again, and he returned to the commercial street of the industrial park without incident. In the afternoon, the neighboring Rongji fast food restaurant had placed a sign by the roadside, adorned with red paper detailing their menu prices. Liang An noted the prices, which seemed quite reasonable compared to those at Liangji fast food, indicating that Liao Sheng was no fool. He had observed the situation and made timely adjustments. As the employees of the factory were about to take their break, the glass doors of the restaurant swung open, welcoming guests with open arms. To boost business, 2 young waitresses were stationed by the roadside, calling out to the factory workers, promoting grand opening discounts that included free beverages and fruits at half price. The waitresses, possessing a modicum of beauty, caught the attention of passers-by. This promotional strategy proved effective, as many employees exiting the factory were drawn to their offers. Originally, those who intended to dine at Liangji fast food hesitated momentarily before turning towards the neighboring Rongji fast food instead. Consequently, business at Rongji fast food surged, with patrons filling the establishment. Nevertheless, Liangji fast food still attracted a fair number of customers, and the impact was not overly detrimental. Rongji fast food was twice the size of Liangji fast food, accommodating a maximum of 100 diners at 34-person tables. Some patrons, seeing the crowded conditions inside, opted not to wait but chose to dine elsewhere. Due to the factory providing its employees with a fixed meal schedule, there is little time to linger. Third brother, is Rongji truly shameless? They've enlisted 2 young ladies outside to attract customers. Look at how flushed their faces are. When Zhang Jingguo noticed no one was approaching, he stepped outside for a smoke. The factory workers eat in shifts, with a maximum interval of 15 minutes. Before noon, all the workers are released for their meal, which lasts about an hour. I feel for them. Perhaps I should go and offer some comfort. Should I entice one of them to visit our establishment? Liang An jested. Who would even glance my way? Just look at their attire. They demand quite a bit of upkeep. They might even mistake me for a rogue. Zhang Jingguo shook his head repeatedly. Look at you, filled with desire, yet lacking the courage. Now is the perfect opportunity to practice. Go on. Strike up a conversation with them. Liang An encouraged. Are you serious, third brother? Zhang Jingguo's eyes widened as he cautiously inquired. Of course. Let them continue their calls. They might steal quite a few of our patrons, Liang An said, glancing at the next wave of employees emerging from the factory. Hurry and engage. Oh, Zhang Jingguo quickly tossed aside his cigarette, but adjusted his sleeves and sauntered over. Liang An noticed his heavy steps and intermittent pauses and couldn't help but cough loudly. With a determined breath, Zhang Jingguo marched forth. As customers approached, Liang An hastily returned to the register, ready to take orders and collect payments. He understood how Zhang Jingguo would fare. The distant calls outside were sporadic and soon fell silent. The restaurant was bustling with customers, and Liang An focused solely on the dishes and transactions. Chapter 43. A warning. As night fell, Liang Ji fast food restaurant was brightly lit. The air conditioning long since turned off, leaving only the ceiling fan whirring continually. Lin Haixing and Lin Haimin finished their meals and returned to the village, while the two aunts wrapped up their cleaning and rode off on their bicycles. At the register, Liang An was diligently jotting down figures, calculating the day's earnings and profits. In the kitchen, Zhang Jingguo was preparing the sweet soup for evening sales, stirring the contents of a large aluminum pot with a ladle. Is the owner present? A sudden voice called from outside. Liang An looked up to see a middle-aged man standing at the door, peering inside. The man appeared to be in his 40s, sporting a crew cut, a mole above his left eyebrow, and a clean demeanor, with a mobile phone hanging from his waist. Upon recognizing the man, Liang An was momentarily taken aback. It was Rong Hong, the owner of the Rong Ji fast food restaurant. However, to Liang An, Rong Hong was merely a minor stakeholder, with the true owner being Liao Sheng. Today, he had observed this individual eagerly rushing towards Liao Sheng's Santana sedan, an attitude unbecoming of a partner. I am the owner. How may I assist you? Liang An set down his pen, rose, and stepped outside. I am Rong Hong, the owner of Rong Ji fast food restaurant. Rong Hong appraised Liang An before introducing himself. Ah, so you are the esteemed Mr. Rong. Liang An replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. In the world of business, rivals are often akin to enemies, and encounters are fraught with tension. Boss Liang, I come here for no other reason than to ask you to manage your people and refrain from bothering mine. Rong Hong stated in a deep voice. Boss Rong, why such harsh words? What do you mean by bothering? If the young ones fancy someone, let them pursue their affections. Can you truly dictate your employees' romantic endeavors? Liang An replied with a charming smile. The confrontation had arisen because this afternoon, Zhang Jingguo had approached two young women from the neighboring shop, and Rong Hong did not wish for them to promote Rong Ji fast food. Enough with the empty talk. I demand that your people cease their harassment. Rong Hong raised his voice considerably. Look at your flustered demeanor. Could it be that an old bull covets tender grass? Liang An remarked, scrutinizing him with a mocking tone. What nonsense are you spouting? I speak clearly, yet you respond with nonsense. Are you incapable of understanding human speech? Rong Hong's expression darkened, and he lashed out in anger. Then speak plainly. Why blame me for not comprehending? Liang An calmly lit a cigarette, exhaling a cloud of smoke while taunting him. You have quite the nerve. Rong Hong's gaze turned icy as he replied coldly. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Zhang Jingguo emerged brandishing a large spoon, his demeanor fierce. He stood beside Liang An, glaring at Rong Hong, ready to swing that spoon should his brother give the word. Is it you, brat? Rong Hong pointed at Zhang Jingguo. Listen well. If you dare to bother my people again, I will deal with you. To hell with you. Zhang Jingguo raised the spoon, ready to strike. Liang An swiftly intervened, fearing that a heavy hand might lead to serious injury. The sight startled Rong Hong, who instinctively took a step back, his complexion paling slightly. You had better leave immediately. Otherwise, I cannot restrain my brother. Liang An warned coldly. Remember my words. Rong Hong spat as he turned to leave, hastening towards the roadside. Brother, don't hold me back. I want to bash his head. Zhang Jingguo exclaimed, seething with rage. Rong Hong quickly reached his motorcycle, mounted it with swiftness, inserted the key, and revved the engine, departing hastily from the scene. After watching him leave, Liang An muttered an expletive and turned to Zhang Jingguo, saying, Get back to work. Brother, I truly wish to teach that guy a lesson. Zhang Jingguo grumbled as he walked back into the shop. You didn't lay a hand on those two young women, did you? Liang An inquired. Of course not. I merely checked their identification and complimented their beauty. Zhang Jingguo hurriedly replied. That guy claimed you touched them. Now they're pregnant. And you must take responsibility. Liang An said with a serious expression. What? Zhang Jingguo's eyes widened in alarm, panic rising in his voice. I swear. I didn't touch them. For heaven's sake, brother, believe me. Haha, I was just teasing you. Liang An chuckled at his frantic expression. Brother, you can't scare me like that. Zhang Jingguo patted his chest, his face contorted in distress. If those two girls shout again tomorrow, you should approach them once more. Liang An resumed his position at the cash register, picking up a pen to continue his calculations. Brother, I'm not bold enough. If they say they're not interested, I wouldn't dare. But if it were you, they might reconsider. Zhang Jingguo suggested with a glint in his eye. Really? Liang An gazed at him with a smile that was both playful and ambiguous, inquiring. Of course, they praised third brother for his handsome looks. Zhang Jingguo patted his chest, assuring, once third brother makes his move, he is certain to charm one back to the shop. Since arriving in Haiqing, Liang An had seldom basked in the sun. Her complexion had lightened considerably, rendering her even more youthful. This visage inherited the fine genes of her mother, Liao Qing. Her features were well-defined, and her enchanting peach blossom eyes held a profound affection even towards dogs. All right, if they dare to stand by the roadside and shout, I shall accompany them to discuss the intricacies of life. Liang An remarked with a smile. That sounds splendid. Zhang Jingguo responded, turning promptly toward the kitchen, fixated on the 3 pots of sweet soup. After 9 o'clock in the evening, Liang An and Zhang Jingguo resumed selling fried rice noodles and sweet soup. The factory workers at Jingguan Factory often worked late shifts, finishing as early as 9 and as late as the early hours. Opening earlier yielded few customers, but after 9, a throng of patrons would arrive. The nighttime snack scene had little competition, ensuring a thriving business. A serving of fried rice noodles cost 2 yuan, while a large bowl of sweet soup, also priced at 2 yuan, served generously, and they would close once sold out, earning 600 to 700 yuan in a single night. However, the most lucrative business belonged to the fruit vendors, who pushed tricycles laden with seasonal fruits. A mere 7 or 8 jin could be sold swiftly at the factory gate, often returning with empty carts. Liang An couldn't help but feel envious, as he was acquainted with fruit sellers at the wholesale market who could procure even lower prices. Yet, with so many profitable ventures, it was impossible for him to invest his energy into them all. Boss, I'd like a serving of fried noodles. A middle-aged man, wearing a hat, took a seat. Certainly. Please have a seat. It will be ready shortly. Liang An replied, hastily preparing a hot pan with oil. Do you have any alcohol? The middle-aged man inquired further. We have rice wine, 50 cents a cup. Zhang Jingguo interjected, hurrying over. All right, then I'll have a cup. The man responded. Zhang Jingguo quickly returned to the shop, retrieving a large enamel cup and pouring a cup of wine to serve. Upon seeing the generous portion in the large enamel cup, the middle-aged man appeared somewhat taken aback, clearly not expecting such a substantial serving. As Liang An finished stir-frying the rice noodles, Zhang Jingguo presented the dish, and the man was even more astonished, exclaiming in admiration at the boss's generosity. If Liang An and Zhang Jingguo had heard his thoughts, they might have felt a twinge of guilt. After all, rice noodles cost only a few dimes per jin, and a serving weighed a full jin, still yielding a considerable profit. The wine, locally brewed rice wine, was even cheaper, primarily meant for cooking, purchased at wholesale prices. The middle-aged man savored the rice noodles and took a sip of wine, feeling immensely content. Just then, the distant sound of revving motorcycles pierced the air. Before long, 2 motorcycles sped toward the entrance of Liangji Fast Food, halting beside the neighboring shop. Each bike carried 4 individuals, armed and leaping down, striding purposefully toward Liang An's direction. Chapter 44. Strike first. These individuals were thugs, brandishing machetes, frightening the patrons dining at the folding tables. Upon witnessing their intimidating presence, the diners hastily rose and fled from this perilous scene. A group of individuals, having paid for their meal, yet only sampling a few bites, were reluctant to incur a loss. Thus, one of them clutched a plate of stir-fried rice noodles, nibbling as they stealthily cast glances in this direction. Liang An had already noticed their presence, and he was far from naive enough to believe they were merely seeking a midnight snack. Who, in their right mind, would gather a group of 7 or 8, armed with machetes, for such a trivial pursuit? Jianguo, grab the weapons. Liang An commanded. Yes, third brother. Zhang Jianguo responded, promptly darting into the establishment. The late-night hours demanded vigilance, as they feared potential intruders attempting to breach the roll-up doors. Thus, they had strategically placed 2 wooden sticks inside for self-defense. Without hesitation, Liang An seized a folding table and hurled it at the foremost thug wielding a machete. The sound of a resounding crash echoed as the unsuspecting assailant was sent sprawling to the ground, emitting a cry of distress. As the remaining thugs rushed forward, Liang An swiftly launched 2 more folding tables in their direction. Having spent the past 2 months diligently preparing stir-fried rice noodles, his arm strength had considerably increased, and the tables flew with an intimidating force. Another unfortunate soul, caught off guard, was struck down, losing consciousness upon impact, having thrown several folding tables. Liang An did not linger, but hastily retreated into the shop. These thugs were not empty-handed. Armed with machetes, a single strike could lead to severe injury or even death. Given their youthful exuberance, they were reckless, showing no regard for the consequences of their actions. In a time of poor public safety, with no surveillance, criminal investigations took an extensive duration. Should anything happen, the perpetrators could easily flee to populous cities or border towns, disappearing for a decade or two without a trace. Liang An was no fool. To confront them barehanded would be tantamount to inviting disaster. In a swift encounter, he had dispatched 2 thugs with the folding tables, while 2 others remained in the vehicle. The remaining 4 were manageable for him and Jianghua, third brother. Upon entering the shop, Zhang Jianghua handed him a 2-meter-long wooden stick, which he grasped firmly, feeling a surge of confidence. Outside the shop, the scene was chaotic, with folding tables, plastic stools, large aluminum pots, 2 woks, and a gas stove strewn about, amidst the ingredients for stir-fried rice noodles. The newly arrived middle-aged man lay sprawled on the ground, having been kicked down, with the contents of his enamel cups spilled all around. Upon seeing Liang An and Jianghua brandishing wooden sticks, the thugs wore expressions of derision. Had they brandished firearms, the thugs would have fled in terror. However, with merely wooden sticks in hand, they felt emboldened, their arrogance swelling. "Brothers, how dare he harm us and vandalize our establishment?" one of them exclaimed. The others echoed in agreement, brandishing their machetes as they charged into the shop. "To dare to destroy my shop! How dare you?" Liang An shouted, charging out with his stick and toppling one of the attackers. Following closely behind, Zhang Jianghua, undaunted, lunged at a thug swinging a knife towards Liang An, swiftly incapacitating him with a thrust that elicited a pained cry. In a matter of minutes, 3 thugs lay unconscious on the ground. The factory employees, gathered around to witness the commotion, were left astounded, perceiving the 2 bosses as remarkably fierce. Upon sighting the gang wielding machetes, fear overcame them, leading them to flee without a moment's hesitation. The 2 men on motorcycles, leisurely smoking, awaited the conclusion of the altercation before departing. Yet, witnessing the unfolding scene, the onlookers could no longer remain passive. They abandoned their vehicles, brandishing machetes, and charged forward. In this confrontation, armed with machetes, the 4 assailants found themselves unable to close in on Liang An and Zhang Jianghua, who adeptly wielded long sticks. With a flurry of strikes, the duo forced their adversaries to retreat. The gang had not anticipated encountering such formidable opponents willing to confront them head-on. To their dismay, they gained no advantage whatsoever and were pushed back onto the street. Their fallen companions lay on the ground, their fates uncertain, rendering escape impossible. Noticing the retreat to the road, Liang An paused, feeling the strain of exertion as beads of sweat streamed down his forehead. Stir-frying rice noodles was a labor-intensive task, and after more than 2 hours, his arms began to ache. However, he dared not reveal his fatigue, aware that showing weakness could invite danger. Presently, the odds stood at 5 against 2. They lacked numerical superiority, but relied solely on their own valor to repel the attackers. The 5 assailants, equally weary, gasped for breath, their fierce gazes fixed upon the 2 men as they exchanged a barrage of profane taunts across the street. At that moment, a middle-aged man wearing a cap stealthily approached the motorcycles the gang had arrived on. The remaining assailants were entirely focused on Liang An and Zhang Jinghua, oblivious to the man's actions. The 2 motorcycles idled, their engines emitting a subtle vibration. The gang, brimming with confidence, believed no one would dare tamper with their motorcycles under their watchful eyes. Such an act would be tantamount to courting death. The middle-aged man mounted one of the motorcycles, revved the throttle, and turned the bike onto the main road. The engine roared as he accelerated away. The sound drew everyone's attention, and they instinctively turned to see the motorcycle speed off into the distance. "Damn it, that is my bike," one of the assailants exclaimed, abandoning the fight with Liang An and Zhang Jinghua to rush back to the remaining motorcycle. One of them hopped on, while the other brandished a machete. They sped off in pursuit of the fleeing motorcycle, quickly vanishing into the night. Seizing the moment while the 3 remaining assailants were distracted by the departing motorcycle, Liang An surged forward, resolutely swinging the stout stick with a powerful whoosh towards the remaining gang members. Caught off guard by Liang An's sudden assault, the three men momentarily faltered, scrambling to evade the impending blow. The stick sliced through the air, creating a sharp arc and a rush of wind, producing a swift whooshing sound. One of them, unable to dodge in time, was struck solidly on the shoulder, letting out a cry of pain as he collapsed to the ground, rolling in agony. With a decisive strike, Liang An pressed the advantage, leaving no opportunity for the remaining two ruffians. He wielded his club with unrelenting ferocity. Zhang Jingguo, trailing closely behind, also sprang into action, targeting one of the thugs and bringing his club down forcefully. The two coordinated seamlessly, and within a few exchanges, they sent the last two ruffians crashing to the ground, their capacity for resistance extinguished, emitting a chorus of wails. Gazing at the six thugs sprawled on the ground, Liang An exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling utterly drained. He sank onto the ground, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket, inhaling deeply before releasing a long plume of smoke. Suddenly, two gunshots rang out in the distance. Liang An lifted his gaze towards the source, which was the direction of two motorcycles. Third brother, was that gunfire? Zhang Jingguo halted, his eyes fixated on the far end of the commercial street. This thoroughfare led upwards to the newly constructed city entrance avenue and downwards to a secondary highway, both of which offered direct access to the city center. However, the newly built avenue was not yet operational, with several sections still under construction. I can confirm it was indeed gunfire, Liang An stated with conviction. The sound was more pronounced than the firing of Liang Yu's gun, clear even from such a distance. At that time, the comprehensive gun ban had not yet been fully enforced. One merely needed to register firearms at the local police station. Generally, this applied to hunting rifles, while handguns and assault rifles were prohibited. Third brother, these bastards are armed. We must report this to the police immediately, Zhang Jingguo exclaimed anxiously. If they pull out a weapon, no amount of courage will suffice. One shot could take us down. He recalled an incident from a few years prior, when a brawl in town had resulted in a young hothead brandishing a hunting rifle, firing it, and creating a fatal wound in his opponent's chest. The youth had faced dire consequences when the crackdown commenced, leaving him to rot in the grave. If these thugs were armed, they would have drawn their weapons already. They wouldn't have wasted their effort on us, Liang An replied, shaking his head. At his words, Zhang Jingguo felt a bit more at ease, though he cast a wary glance at the thugs lying on the ground. After finishing his cigarette and regaining his composure, Liang An rose from the ground and scanned the onlookers, factory workers who had gathered to witness the commotion. With a look of contrition, he addressed them. I apologize for the disturbance caused by this incident, interrupting your late-night meal. For those who have not yet paid, there is no need to do so. If anyone has already paid but hasn't finished their food, please come here for a refund. Upon hearing this, the crowd hesitated momentarily before some approached him. Liang An instructed Zhang Jingguo to issue refunds, amounting to a little over 30 yuan. The workers, still intrigued by the sight of the six fallen thugs, showed no intention of departing. Some kindly warned the duo that the ruffians who had driven away might return with reinforcements, urging them to report the matter to the police. In an era devoid of mobile phones, immediate assistance in reporting to the authorities was not feasible. Nevertheless, the factory did have public telephone booths, with 3 lines available. Though after work hours, they were typically met with long queues. Grateful for the concern expressed by the onlookers, Liang An offered a sincere thank you. Third brother, how should we handle these thugs? Zhang Jingguo surveyed the chaotic scene around him, feeling a pang of regret. It was all money, after all. First, ascertain the facts. Then we shall notify the police, Liang An stated gravely. These ruffians wouldn't have approached them without provocation. There must be someone orchestrating their actions from behind the scenes, offering them certain incentives. Having spent over 2 months in Haicheng, they had only confronted a few thugs in the city center and had not antagonized others in the outskirts. Instead, they had made acquaintances with the local ruffians. Approaching the nearest thug, Liang An stepped on his back, towering over him as he inquired, "Tell me, who sent you to trouble us?" He and Zhang Jingguo had dealt heavy blows moments ago, leaving the thugs momentarily incapacitated. It was essential to strike hard. Armed with machetes and outnumbering them, they needed to assert dominance to ensure their survival. Go ahead, kill me if you dare, otherwise, you won't find peace here in your business. The thug threatened, unperturbed. Liang An dismissed his bluster and instructed Zhang Jingguo to fetch a brick. He aimed to dislocate the thug's jaw before pinning his palm to the ground and raised the brick to smash down upon his fingers. The impact was severe. The thug's expression twisted in agony as he writhed, emitting muffled sounds of distress. "I shall ask you once more, who sent you to harass us? Think carefully about your response, or you may lose that hand." Liang An's gaze was icy as he repositioned the thug's jaw. "I'll tell you, it was Rong Hong, the owner of Rongji Fast Food, who sent us to intimidate you, to give you a warning." The thug blurted out in desperation. "A warning?" Liang An scoffed. Recalling their earlier violent encounter, it was far beyond mere intimidation. Before the thug could react further, the brick struck his head, and he collapsed, unconscious. Observing the others lying on the ground, Liang An proceeded to dislocate their jaws as well. At that moment, the shrill sound of police sirens pierced the air. Shortly after, 2 police cars, flashing their lights, sped down from the commercial street. One halted at the storefront while the other drove towards the new city avenue. The police doors swung open, revealing several robust officers clad in olive green uniforms, sidearms strapped to their waists, who stepped out to assess the situation. Seeing the sprawled thugs and the scattered machetes, the officers exchanged puzzled glances and approached to inquire about the events. Liang An stepped forward to recount the incident, emphasizing that they had intended to rob him. The thugs, regaining their composure, grew anxious upon hearing his words. They understood that vandalism was one thing, but robbery was another. A confirmed charge could land them in prison for several years. However, with their jaws dislocated, they could only utter muffled protests. The police wasted no time, apprehending the thugs and taking them to the nearby station for formal statements. Inside the precinct, the seasoned officers assisted the thugs in repositioning their dislocated jaws as they protested their innocence, denying any intent to commit robbery. It was merely a matter of disliking Liang An and Zhang Jingguo, intending to intimidate them. Yet they turned the tables by claiming to have been injured by the two and demanded compensation for medical expenses. However, they were quickly separated for questioning, and one of them admitted to acting under the instructions of Rongji, the owner of a fast food restaurant, to cause trouble for Liang An and his companion. Soon, in the city, Rong Hong was summoned to a police station in the suburbs for interrogation. He appeared remarkably composed, denying any directive to instigate trouble for Liang An, merely stating that he had complained during a drinking session, which prompted them to seek out Liang An on their own accord. Liang An and Zhang Jingguo were unaware of these developments. After finishing their statements, they exited the hall. As they approached the police station's entrance, a black Santana pulled up, and Liao Sheng slowly emerged, leaning on a cane. His leg, previously broken by Liang An, had not healed properly, necessitating the use of a cane for mobility. "Uncle, your leg isn't healed yet, and you're still causing trouble. Aren't you afraid of becoming a cripple?" Liang An's gaze turned icy as he spoke coldly. "I am not your uncle. You want me to become a cripple? You'd better consider if you possess such capability," Liao Sheng retorted, stepping forward with a mocking expression. "What? Planning to run to your mother to cry and complain again? Complain? Only children do that. If you can act first, don't blame me for retaliating." Liang An replied defiantly, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag before exhaling smoke toward him. "Very well. I shall see just how much prowess you, a mere country bumpkin, truly possess." Liao Sheng scoffed, turning on his heel and striding into the police station's hall. Chapter 46. Stirring trouble. Those ruffians were detained for a few days under the charge of creating disturbances and were subsequently released. However, their vandalism had inflicted losses on Liang An's business, resulting in a compensation of 500 yuan. Rong Hong, the mastermind behind it all, faced no repercussions and left the suburban police station that very evening with Liao Sheng. The next day, he swaggered into the commercial street on his motorcycle. Standing outside Rongji's fast food restaurant, observing the young waitresses enticing customers. Spotting Liang An and Zhang Jingguo smoking outside the restaurant, he cast them a provocative glance, as if to say, "I've got people to deal with you. What can you do about it?" In the days that followed, Rong Hong returned during the lunch break from his factory, loitering in front of his restaurant, before heading back to the city as night fell. He would often bring along 2 young women to attract customers, significantly boosting the business at Rongji's. The establishment had made substantial investments, boasting an appealing decor, 2 professional chefs, and a menu that rivaled Liang An's, complete with complimentary drinks and fruit for patrons, making it unsurprising that business flourished. "Third brother, that guy infuriates me. I want to rush over and slap him across the face," Zhang Jingguo exclaimed, his eyes fixed on Rong Hong. Let us deal with him in the next few days. Liang An replied, his eyes narrowing. Those thugs had received a thorough beating and had compensated them 500 yuan. Thus, in essence, they had profited from the encounter. The foldable tables and plastic chairs hold little value, requiring no substantial expenditure. Have you heard, brother? 2 individuals perished on the newly constructed entrance road. Those 2 ruffians who troubled us a few days ago, each met their end with a single gunshot. Zhang Jingguo inhaled deeply from his cigarette and spoke. I too have just learned of this. I never anticipated that the middle-aged man was a wandering robber, armed with a handgun and responsible for several murders. Those 2 fellows were indeed unfortunate. Liang An nodded in agreement. This news has recently spread, and many are aware of it. The merchants on the commercial street are in a state of unease. The middle-aged man appeared so honest and unassuming that no one could have imagined he was a ruthless killer. The suburban police station has formed a public security patrol team to oversee the industrial park area, Zhang Jingguo remarked. Liang An glanced up to see a police motorcycle parked at the entrance of a convenience store, adorned with the words Public Security Patrol. 3 youths in uniforms, wearing red armbands, leaned against the motorcycle, smoking, while wielding batons and scanning their surroundings. One of them, Liang An recognized. He was a local troublemaker recruited into the patrol team. With their vigilant presence day and night, no one dares to cause disturbances on the commercial street. However, since the establishment of the commercial street and the opening of shops, there have been no reports of thugs demanding protection fees from the merchants. It is not that they lack the desire to come. Rather, they are deterred from engaging in mischief here. This commercial street is the private property of Jianguan Factory, and the management fees collected monthly are substantial. Preventing these merchants from conducting business would threaten the factory's revenue. And dealing with these thugs is merely a matter of the factory leadership's command. It is worth noting that Jianguan Factory is currently the largest electronics manufacturer in the suburban industrial park, employing around 10,000 people and continuously expanding its production scale to provide more job opportunities, making it a significant asset to the city. Thus, it is not that Liao Xing wishes to employ underhanded tactics to disrupt Liang's fast food establishment. Rather, he is simply unable to do so. The thugs who sought trouble were dealt with severely upon their release, causing them to vanish without a trace. Zhangguo, keep an eye on the shop. I have some matters to attend to. Liang An glanced at Rong Hong, who stood by the roadside, took a deep drag from his cigarette, and tossed the butt to the ground, issuing his command. Rest assured, brother, I will watch over the shop, and nothing will happen. Zhang Jingguo assured him with a thump of his chest. Liang An nodded, returned to the store, and grabbed a black plastic bag containing 2 fine cigarettes. He mounted his 3-wheeled vehicle and proceeded down the road, heading towards the nearby village. The village nearby is called Danong Village, and part of the industrial park was established on their collective land. Each household received a meager sum, and the village still has many mud brick houses, with few green brick tiled houses and prefabricated small buildings. In times of poverty, one must seek a way out to improve living conditions. Laboring in the fields by day and resorting to robbery at night is quite commonplace. However, recently, the atmosphere has grown tense, causing these individuals to behave more cautiously and refrain from wielding knives under the cover of darkness for illicit gains. Liang An navigated the familiar paths into the village, arriving at the entrance of a small convenience store. In the small convenience store, a multitude of individuals congregated, engaging in various games of mahjong and cards, creating a cacophony of noise. Some gamblers, lacking funds to participate, stood at the periphery, content to observe the games for hours on end. When luck favored a player, resulting in substantial winnings, they would generously offer cigarettes and snacks to the onlookers. Ah, Brother Liang, what brings you here? A young man emerged with a smile as Liang An's tricycle came to a halt. Liang An handed him a pack of fine cigarettes and inquired, "Is Fei San around?" Fei San was the leader of a group that had previously accosted them on the secondary highway, and he was a notorious figure in the village, often involved in various enterprises, including debt collection and administering lessons to others. "Three brother is here. I will fetch him." The young man glanced at the cigarettes, his grin widening, before swiftly darting into the convenience store. Moments later, a tall, muscular young man emerged, casually smoking a cigarette. "Brother Liang has arrived?" Fei San rubbed his sleepy eyes and greeted him with a smile. "Let us skip the pleasantries and get down to business." Liang An handed over a black plastic bag. Fei San accepted it, recognizing by touch that it contained a full pack of cigarettes, and assured, "Rest easy, brother. My men will see to it that this matter is handled properly. Recently, a joint patrol team has been established here, patrolling the area, Liang An cautioned. These patrols, newly formed, were eager to make a name for themselves and tended to wander about, often seeking out matters to address. Don't worry, they are all my people. I've given them a heads up. When my brothers are at work, they want to come this way. Faison replied confidently. That fellow will arrive here within an hour. Ensure he doesn't slip away. Liang An pondered aloud. Fear not. I've been tailing him for several days. Today, he will have to crawl back. Faison guaranteed. Don't let it escalate to a fatality. Just break a couple of legs and teach him a lesson. Liang An cautioned, a hint of worry in his voice. This man had a number of reckless youths under his command, and a heavy hand could lead to complications that would ultimately backfire. Not an issue. Trust in my professional capabilities, and I assure you there will be no mistakes. It will be executed flawlessly. Faison asserted with confidence. Very well. I shall await the outcome. Liang An nodded in agreement. After exchanging a few more words, he did not linger. Lighting a cigarette as he turned the tricycle around and departed the village, heading towards the commercial street of the suburban industrial park. Chapter 47. A spectacle in the afternoon. During the break for factory workers at the Jianguan factory, the commercial street buzzed with life. Young men and women, clad in work uniforms, wandered in groups, filling the streets with their lively presence. Liang An returned from Danang village on his tricycle, entering the bustling commercial street where the throngs of pedestrians caused him to navigate slowly. After approximately 10 minutes, he finally reached the entrance of Liang's fast food restaurant. Nearby, two waitresses from Rong's fast food restaurant stood by the roadside, calling out to the passing workers. At the entrance, Rongheng leaned casually against his motorcycle, leisurely smoking a cigarette. It was a Suzuki motorcycle, stylish and imported, valued at over 20,000 yuan. Upon spotting Liang An return on his tricycle, a look of disdain flickered in Rongheng's eyes, as if mocking the humble appearance of the tricycle. In this day and age, anyone striving for a semblance of success inevitably rides a motorcycle. Those with means opt for a car, a symbol of status and prestige. Liang An disregarded Rongheng, extinguished the engine of his three-wheeled vehicle, removed the key, and entered the establishment. Liang Ji Fast Food had been operational for over 2 months, already earning a commendable reputation, bolstered by a skilled chef and attracting a fair share of repeat customers. Daily sales were satisfactory, with most dishes selling out and revenue remaining stable. At the cash register, only Zhang Jingguo was present, overwhelmed by the bustling crowd. Liang An's return alleviated some of the pressure, preventing any frantic disarray. As the self-service area neared depletion of its offerings, and with few patrons remaining, Zhang Jingguo began tallying the day's earnings. While chefs Lin Haixing and Lin Hailan synchronously prepared their evening meal, and two ladies tidied the tables and washed the dishes. Third brother. Today's revenue is down by several dozen yuan compared to yesterday, Zhang Jingguo announced as he completed the accounts and stepped outside the shop, removing his mask to light a cigarette. It's nothing significant. The difference is negligible, Liang An replied, his gaze fixed on the motorcycles parked outside the neighboring Rong Ji Fast Food. The factory workers had returned to their jobs, leaving the commercial street rather desolate. After finishing his own accounting, Rongheng mounted his motorcycle and headed towards the city center. The neighboring shop's business is thriving. Many flock there for the complimentary drinks and fruit. Should we consider offering something similar? Zhang Jingguo pondered aloud. In reality, Liang An was the true proprietor of the fast food restaurant, while Zhang Jingguo could only claim a partial role, needing to consult Liang An on every decision. Unwilling to act independently, let us wait and see, Liang An responded dismissively. All right, third brother. Zhang Jingguo nodded, inhaling deeply from his cigarette, releasing a plume of smoke. Just then, Rongheng exited his shop, a smile gracing his face as he swung onto his motorcycle, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and igniting it. He inserted the key, revved the throttle a couple of times, and the engine roared to life as he kicked the stand away, leisurely driving onto the road towards the secondary highway. Jingguo, come, let me take you to witness the excitement. Liang An took a deep drag from his cigarette, discarding the butt at the entrance of Rong Ji Fast Food, and swiftly approached his three-wheeled vehicle, climbing aboard. Upon seeing him quickly ignite the engine, Zhang Jingguo hastened to join him. The three-wheeler veered onto the main road, heading towards the intersection of the secondary highway. With a cigarette between his lips, Rongheng rode his motorcycle at a speed of 40 kilometers per hour. Having enjoyed a significant increase in today's revenue, he was in exceptionally high spirits, contemplating calling the big boss to share the good news upon returning home. As he approached the intersection, he instinctively reduced his speed to 20 kilometers per hour to make the turn onto the secondary highway. Just then, a human-powered tricycle careened onto the road in a drifting manner. A resounding crash echoed through the air as the two vehicles collided, shattering the front fender of the motorcycle. Debris scattered across the ground. Witnessing this scene, Rong Heng's heart sank, fury coursing through him as his face contorted, his eyes ablaze with rage. He cherished his motorcycle as a prized possession, cleaning and polishing it to a gleaming shine at the slightest hint of dirt. Spotting the tricycle's reckless entry, he had instinctively chosen to brake, yet the other party still crashed into him. The individual in question was undoubtedly intentional, veering towards his side despite the ample space available. How on earth can you drive like that, blinded by your own ignorance? The one riding the tricycle was a young man who immediately took the initiative. Rong Heng dismounted with a forceful kick, advancing a few steps to grasp the young man's collar, menacingly declaring, "You dare to damage my vehicle and insult me? Are you seeking a fight? Come on then, if you wish to strike." The young man retorted defiantly, pointing at his own head. Enraged, Rong Heng swung his arm and delivered a resounding slap, sending the young man sprawling. Several dozen meters away, a tricycle was parked, with Liang An and Zhang Jingguo seated within, casually smoking while observing the scene unfold. Passers-by at the intersection also paused to witness the commotion, showing no inclination to intervene. "Brother San, should we lend a hand? I've found this fellow irksome for quite some time." Zhang Jingguo could no longer contain himself. "Just watch," Liang An replied with a shake of his head. The young man, picking himself up from the ground, continued to hurl vile insults at Rong Heng, cursing with utmost filth. This infuriated Rong Heng further, who pursued him around the tricycle, intent on avenging his wounded pride. At that moment, an unregistered motorcycle sped into view, carrying 4 individuals. The vehicle halted at the intersection, and the group leapt out, launching a brutal assault on Rong Heng with fists and feet. Before long, he lay on the ground like a discarded rag doll, begging for mercy. Not content with their handiwork, the assailants turned their wrath upon the motorcycle, smashing it to a state of utter disfigurement. Seeing his beloved vehicle being destroyed ignited a fire within Rong Heng. He sprang up in a fit of rage, lunging at one of the assailants, only to be swiftly knocked down with a kick. Before he could recover, he was pinned to the ground, his legs mercilessly shattered by a blunt object. A blood-curdling scream echoed as Rong Heng writhed in agony, clutching his broken limbs and emitting heart-wrenching cries. Once their task was complete, the group hastily departed. After a considerable time, Rong Heng finally regained his composure, cursing furiously, "I will remember you. I will make you pay." Yet, his head was spinning from the blows, rendering him incapable of recalling the assailants' faces. The onlookers, having seen enough, dispersed, leaving the scene. Liang An, driving the tricycle, leisurely approached the intersection and deliberately came to a stop. "Oh, isn't this Boss Rong? It seems you've been in an accident. TSK, your vehicle is utterly wrecked," he remarked sarcastically. "This is no accident. He was clearly beaten. Look at his face." Zhang Jingguo chimed in. Rong Heng glared fiercely at the two, bellowing, "Stop with your mockery and get lost." Unable to restrain himself, Zhang Jingguo jumped out of the vehicle, ready to deliver a thorough beating. "Jingguo, come back," Liang An quickly called out. "Boss Rong doesn't require our assistance. Let us leave." Taken aback by this, Zhang Jingguo hesitated, realizing his intent was to fight, not to assist. Noticing Liang An's signal, he reluctantly returned to the tricycle and settled back in. Liang An engaged the clutch, revved the throttle, and the tricycle sped away down the secondary road. As the tricycle departed, Rong Heng stood at the desolate intersection, momentarily taken aback. In this remote locale, with his legs broken, he truly felt abandoned by both heaven and earth. Suddenly, a pang of regret washed over him. He wished he had swallowed his pride and implored Liang An and his companion to take him to the hospital. Gazing at the darkening sky, Rong Heng gritted his teeth, pushed himself off the ground, and began to drag his crippled legs towards the commercial street. As he crawled, the agonizing pain radiating from his legs became unbearable, and he broke down in tears. Chapter 48. The full night fell swiftly, enveloping the road in darkness devoid of streetlights. Fixated on the distant, brightly lit commercial street, Rong Heng gritted his teeth and exerted himself to crawl, dragging his broken legs. The excruciating pain compelled him to wail, desperately seeking relief from the torment. Fortune smiled upon him. After crawling for several hundred meters, as he neared the intersection, a patrol team on motorcycles passed by. Just as he was about to call for help, the trio accelerated away as if they had seen a ghost, with a kilometer still separating him from the commercial street. Despair enveloped Ronghong. If he were to reach the intersection, his legs would surely be irreparably damaged. At that moment, a beam of light pierced the darkness. A tricycle approached. Liang An piloted the vehicle, with Zhang Jingguo leisurely seated beside him. Brother San, these opportunities are efficient, but the price is exorbitant, 1,000 yuan. Zhang Jingguo could not help but comment. They had just left the intersection and visited the nearby Danong village, where they encountered the notorious thug, Fei San. It was there that Zhang learned Liang and had instructed them to deal with Ronghong. He remarked, Brother San is not one to suffer in silence. How could he allow someone to provoke him without seeking revenge? But these fellows charged 1,000 yuan and even gave us 2 fine cigarettes. The cost is rather steep. Zhang Jingguo continued. After all, they lost a tricycle, didn't they? The price is quite fair. Liang An inhaled a puff of smoke, exhaling it into the wind. That old tricycle can be repaired. The costs won't exceed a few dozen yuan. Zhang Jingguo replied. This deal is done. Let us not overthink it. Who knows? We might need to enlist their services again. Liang An maintained that 1,000 yuan was not exorbitant. After all, those who undertake such tasks must bear a certain level of risk, not to mention the days spent surveilling and selecting the opportune moment to act, all to satisfy the client's desire for spectacle. Well, we've wasted a day. Zhang Jingguo sighed lightly. Who says we've wasted it? I'm about to take you to earn some fool's money. Just remember to keep quiet. Liang An, possessing keen eyesight, discerned a figure seated on the road illuminated by the headlights. The absence of the motorcycle at the intersection indicated that Ronghong had not received assistance and was still crawling on his hands. The road was straight, and the lights illuminated far ahead. The person before him was indeed Ronghong. The tricycle slowed deliberately as it approached, coming to a halt mere meters from him. Oh, Boss Rong, you've made it this far, Liang An said with a grin, his eyes sparkling with malice. Ronghong, with swollen eyes and tears streaming down his face, resembled a wronged little bride. The arduous journey from the intersection to this very spot, spanning mere hundreds of meters, became the most excruciating ordeal he had ever endured. As he continued to crawl, he felt not only his legs were on the verge of collapse, but his hands too would soon succumb to the strain. Zhang Jingguo recalled Liang An's words, daring not to utter a sound, his gaze coldly fixed upon Ronghong. This fellow had enlisted several ruffians armed with knives to threaten them. Would Sangu even contemplate coming to his rescue? A fleeting thought crossed his mind, prompting him to glance at Liang An, shaking his head repeatedly and signaling with his eyes. Ronghong remained silent, internally debating whether to plead for help. Recalling his past actions, he feared rejection and the accompanying humiliation. Let us not disturb Boss Rong. Let us return to the restaurant for dinner, Liang An declared, discarding his cigarette but onto the ground and starting the tricycle towards the commercial street. The 2 chefs at the restaurant had already prepared the meal and were awaiting their return. As the tricycle leisurely passed by Ronghong, moving at a modest pace of about 20 yards, he bit his lip in frustration. With a determined lift of his head, he shouted, Boss Liang, I implore you, save me. To him, dignity paled in comparison to life itself. One must be adaptable in their humanity. The tricycle screeched to a halt, and Liang An turned back, inquiring, What is it? Sangu? There was no sound. You must have misheard. Let us go back to the restaurant for dinner. Zhang Jingguo interjected hastily. Upon hearing this, Ronghong grew anxious and shouted once more, Boss Liang, I beseech you, save me. Liang An reversed the tricycle, returning to face Ronghong, asking, You wish for me to save you? Indeed, Boss Liang. I acknowledge my folly in causing you trouble. I understand my mistake. Please, show mercy and help me. Ronghong pleaded, his demeanor humble and desperate. Ah, what a curious situation. We are enemies, and you ask for my assistance. On what grounds? Liang An questioned mockingly. Ronghong, upon hearing this, felt a wave of shame wash over him. After a prolonged hesitation, he managed to stammer out, I can offer you money. Oh, and how much does Boss Rong intend to offer? Liang An inquired with interest. At this, Ronghong's heart leapt with joy, and he quickly extended 5 fingers, exclaiming, 500 yuan. Such a lack of sincerity from Boss Rong. Forget it. Liang An sighed, turning away. 1,000 yuan. Ronghong gritted his teeth. feeling a pang of pain in his chest. Liang An remained silent, revving the engine as if to depart. 1,500. Rong Heng's heart bled as he spoke. Help me, and I shall provide it now. Very well. Liang An dismounted the tricycle and strode towards him, extending his hand. Rong Heng hesitated momentarily, then reached into his pocket, extracting a bundle of cash, counting out 1,500 yuan and presenting it to Liang An. This amount represented the majority of the day's earnings at the restaurant, funds that did not rightfully belong to him, and he would have to account for it later. As he produced the money, Zhang Jingguo could hardly suppress a laugh, almost exclaiming, "What a fool," but bit his lip to contain himself. Liang An took the money, meticulously counting it before confirming the amount was correct, and pocketed it, beckoning Zhang Jingguo to assist. Together, they lowered the tricycle's side panel and worked in unison to hoist Rong Heng onto the vehicle. As they made contact with the broken bones in his legs, Rong Heng cried out in agony, tears streaming down his face. Liang An returned to the driver's seat, twisted the throttle, and engaged the clutch. As the rickshaw leisurely made its way towards the commercial street, transporting him to the city hospital was out of the question. At best, they could drop him off at the commercial area and then call for an ambulance. The bumpy cement road made the journey all the more arduous for Rong Heng, whose face turned pale with pain, his body trembling incessantly. This stretch of over a kilometer felt like the longest road of his life, with each moment an agonizing trial. The rickshaw soon came to a halt in front of Liang Ji fast food restaurant, where Liang An instructed Zhang Jingguo to make a call for an ambulance. The Rong Ji fast food restaurant had already closed for the night, and its staff had returned to their nearby dormitories. In about 10 minutes, a siren-blaring ambulance entered the commercial street, drawing the curiosity of many onlookers. The ambulance stopped at the entrance of Liang Ji fast food restaurant, and the medical personnel, clad in white coats, unloaded a stretcher, lifted Rong Heng from the rickshaw, and swiftly transported him into the ambulance, heading directly to the city hospital. As he watched the ambulance depart, Liang An lit a cigarette and pulled out a stack of cash, counting it once more. This transaction proved profitable. Not only had they vented their frustrations by beating him, but they also gained an extra 500 yuan. Third brother, that fellow knows you were the one who sent those thugs after him. He even paid you generously to save him, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. He realizes he was a complete fool. That must be infuriating for him. Zhang Jingguo leaned in, whispering, just wait until I let him in on this. The realization of his foolishness will be delightful. Liang An laughed heartily. Chapter 49. The decline. The public figurehead of Rong Ji fast food restaurant, Rong Heng, had fallen into misfortune, and the surrounding merchants were well aware of the situation. It was Liang An who had brought him back in the rickshaw and called for an ambulance to take him to the city hospital. Many merchants in the commercial street recognized the rivalry between the two fast food establishments, recalling that the owners had recently clashed at the police station, their relationship fraught with animosity. Now, with Rong Heng incapacitated following a car accident that left him with broken legs, Liang An's willingness to save him, despite their past grievances, earned him commendations as a benevolent figure among the local business community. What these merchants did not know was that Rong Heng had compensated Liang An, and the latter chose not to mention this fact. After all, the act of saving a life remained unchanged. Numerous merchants, perceiving Liang An's good character, sought to befriend him, visiting him in droves. When Rong Heng learned of this, he would undoubtedly be furious, especially considering that his extravagant rickshaw ride of less than 2 kilometers cost him a staggering 1,500 yuan. What stung the most was the humiliation of having to plead with Liang and to accept the fare, bringing him back to the commercial street. As for Rong Heng, the nominal owner of the restaurant, his absence from Rong Ji fast food restaurant had little impact on the establishment's operations, aside from the lack of oversight. The two service girls, who usually stood at the corner calling out to passers-by during meal times, grew disinterested in promoting the restaurant now that Rong Heng was hospitalized. Standing on the roadside in the sweltering heat, under the relentless sun, they would not only darken their skin but also sweat profusely, feeling as though they had just emerged from a pool. Who would willingly endure such discomfort when the restaurant offered air conditioning and television? However, Rongji fast food restaurant has been in operation for over half a month. The chefs exhibit commendable culinary skills, and the pricing is reasonable. They offer complimentary beverages and fruits daily, which has attracted a considerable number of patrons. From an initial trickle of customers, the daily influx has steadily increased, stabilizing the flow of visitors. In contrast, Liangji fast food restaurant has experienced a slight decline in clientele, with daily revenue fluctuating. After observing for several days, Liang An discerned that diners predominantly choose Rongji fast food restaurant as their first option. Only when it becomes overcrowded and seating is unavailable do they opt for Liangji fast food restaurant. Their rationale is simple. Both establishments serve delectable dishes. Yet dining at Rongji comes with the added benefit of complimentary drinks and fruits. It stands to reason that anyone with sound judgment would prefer Rongji for their meals. The management strategy of Rongji is a complete imitation of Liangji, utilizing only the freshest ingredients. Any unsold dishes by noon are discarded rather than saved for the evening service. The pricing is comparable, with meat dishes costing 1 yuan and vegetable dishes 50 cents, while rice and porridge are complimentary, charged by consumption. Brother San, I have learned that their promotion of free beverages and fruits will not cease for the time being, aimed at building a reputation that directly competes with our restaurant. Zhang Jingguo remarked, noting that the other party is extravagantly employing a capital-intensive strategy. Liang An pondered this thoughtfully. The facade of Rongji fast food restaurant comprises 2 interconnected shops, spanning over 200 square meters. Since the establishment of the Jianguan factory on the commercial street, rental prices have surged, particularly for shops in close proximity to the factory entrance. By this estimation, Rongji fast food restaurant must pay at least 4,000 yuan monthly in rent alone. The cost of daily complimentary drinks and fruits adds up, and the salaries for the 2 chefs are not insignificant. There are 5 staff members for service and cashier duties, contributing to substantial labor costs, alongside expenses for utilities and shop management fees. When all these miscellaneous costs are calculated, despite the bustling clientele, Rongji fast food restaurant is unlikely to yield significant profits. The emergence of Rongji has indeed impacted the business of Liangji, resulting in reduced earnings, yet bankruptcy remains an impossibility. Brother San, our daily turnover is declining, and those 2 are beginning to doubt their culinary skills. Zhang Jingguo expressed with urgency. Their culinary abilities are not in question. Rather, we have faltered in our marketing strategy. Let us begin offering fruits during the afternoon meal period and observe the response. Liang An contemplated. Very well. Shall I prepare an announcement? Zhang Jingguo inquired. Go ahead. Liang An nodded affirmatively. All right. Zhang Jingguo replied, rummaging through the drawer beneath the cash register for red paper and ink. He spread out the red paper, opened the ink bottle, and dipped his brush, but hesitated at the moment of writing. Brother San, how should I write this? He scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Write it as follows. In appreciation of our new and loyal customers, all patrons who dine in will receive complimentary fruits. Liang An suggested after considering the phrasing. How do you write the character for appreciation? Zhang Jingguo asked, somewhat shyly. Never mind, I shall take care of it. Liang An took the brush from his hand, gestured as if to write a few characters, and then began to write with fervor. Observing the elegant lines on the red paper, Zhang Jingguo could not resist offering a compliment. His elder brother, a high school student, was indeed impressive. Not only did he recognize many characters, but his calligraphy rivaled that of seasoned masters who craft spring festival couplets. Once the ink dries, we shall adhere it to the wooden board and place it at the entrance of the shop. Liang An instructed. Understood, elder brother. Zhang Jingguo nodded repeatedly. Checking the time on the clock hanging on the wall, Liang An grabbed the car keys and stepped outside, mounting his 3-wheeled vehicle to head towards the wholesale market. As he entered the secondary road, he remained vigilant for the presence of a small, unmarked truck trailing behind. He had encountered this vehicle several times. Upon sighting it, he would pull over and watch from a distance. This secondary road was quite secluded, and should an accident occur, it could very well mean waiting for death in a dire situation. Each time he spotted the small truck, he would park by the roadside, and the truck would pass by nonchalantly. Yet, he knew such coincidences were unlikely, having crossed paths with it too many times. The first encounter had left him with a chilling realization. Had he not turned at the intersection, a collision would have been inevitable. At that speed, 100 kilometers per hour, survival was unlikely. Even if he lived, he would be left severely injured, possibly incapacitated. However, upon entering the wholesale market, he did not see the elusive truck. Boss Liang, long time no see, greeted Zhang, the fruit vendor, with a warm smile as Liang An parked his 3-wheeler by the stall. Producing some fine cigarettes from his pocket, he offered one to Liang An, personally lighting it for him, and invited him to come inside for tea and conversation. Zhang, I intend to order a batch of fruit. Liang An stated after taking a drag from his cigarette. Absolutely. I assure you, the prices will be wholesale, no extra charges for you. After all, we are old customers. Zhang's words were polished and comforting to hear. Since this order is larger, do you offer delivery services? Liang An inquired. Not a problem. The distance to the industrial park's commercial street is quite short. Zhang replied eagerly. Liang An nodded in agreement, discussing the types and quantities of fruit to be delivered daily, as well as the pricing. After finalizing these details and paying a small deposit, he loaded 2 large baskets of bananas and set off towards the industrial park's commercial street. Just as he arrived at the entrance of Liangji Fast Food, he noticed a police car parked by the roadside, with 2 officers inside questioning Zhang Jingguo. Chapter 50. A bite back. Upon seeing Liang An reverse his 3-wheeler back to the shop's entrance, the 2 officers turned their gazes toward him and approached slowly. Liang An switched off the vehicle, dismounted, and scrutinized the 2 officers. They appeared quite youthful, likely in their 20s, with robust physiques and piercing gazes akin to that of hawks, seemingly capable of discerning the depths of one's soul. Given their demeanor and presence, it was evident they were not novices, but seasoned officers with considerable experience in handling cases. Are you Liang An? One of the officers, with pronounced eyebrows and bright eyes, inquired after assessing him. Indeed. May I ask what brings you here, comrades? Liang An responded calmly, his expression unruffled. Greetings. We are from the Urban Criminal Investigation Team and wish to inquire about certain matters, one of the officers intently said, gazing into Liang An's eyes. Liang An remained utterly unfazed, nodding slightly as he responded, Feel free to ask. I assure you, I will not conceal any information I possess. The 2 officers stood before him, one tasked with questioning while the other diligently recorded the dialogue in a notebook. Their purpose for this visit was to investigate the case concerning Rongheng. Liang An was not taken aback. He surmised that the individual in question had likely realized the improbability of the incident. Just as he had revved his motorcycle at the junction of the secondary road, a collision with a tricycle ensued. After a brief exchange of heated words, 4 individuals on unregistered motorcycles had appeared, dismounted, and proceeded to assault him, resulting in 2 broken legs. Coincidentally, as those ruffians departed, Liang An and Zhang Jingguo ambled by on their tricycle, undoubtedly leading Rongheng to speculate that the duo had been lurking nearby, relishing the spectacle. Nevertheless, Liang An had meticulously instructed Zhang Jingguo to staunchly deny any involvement in orchestrating Rongheng's troubles. As long as they did not slip up, Liang An harbored no fear regarding the officers' inquiries. Furthermore, he had confidence in the resilience of Fei San, dismissing any concerns that the situation might unravel. Their dealings had been discreet, with Liang An compensating Fei San covertly, ensuring that no one was privy to their arrangement. The officers began their questioning by inquiring if Liang An had been passing through the intersection of the secondary road and Industrial Park Road at the time of Rongheng's accident. Liang An, with no intention of deception, admitted that he and Zhang Jingguo had been traversing that very route in their tricycle. Upon witnessing the accident, he had stopped to observe the commotion. Among the onlookers were 2 factory workers from Jingguan, who had arrived on bicycles. The officers, skeptical of his account, did not allow him a moment to reflect and promptly asked where they were headed and if there were any witnesses. Without hesitation, Liang An replied that they were en route to the wholesale market to procure rice noodles for their evening stir-fried noodle business, asserting that the noodle vendor could corroborate his story. He had indeed made a special trip to the wholesale market that evening to purchase 2 packages of rice noodles before returning. They further probed whether he had seen the tricycle driver involved in the altercation with Rongheng or could describe the assailants. Liang An claimed that as dusk had fallen and due to the distance, he could not discern their features, only noting that he had seen them fleeing toward the city after the assault. The officers, observing his steadfast demeanor and unwavering gaze, fell into a contemplative silence, recognizing that he appeared to be telling the truth. From their dialogue, Liang An gathered that Rongheng had filed a complaint, asserting his belief in Liang An's involvement and suggesting that it was a deliberate act of retaliation. Moreover, Rongheng had accused Liang An and Zhang Jingguo of extorting him for 1,500 yuan. Liang An was taken aback by this treachery, realizing that the individual had turned against him, casting unfounded accusations instead. Had he known this would transpire, he would have demanded a greater sum, not allowing this ungrateful wretch to benefit. In response to the allegations, Liang An immediately proclaimed his innocence, declaring that the money had been a rescue fee from Rongheng. They had escorted the injured individual back to the commercial street and summoned an ambulance, a fact witnessed by numerous onlookers. Subsequently, Liang An recounted the agonizing pleas of Rong Hung that night, embellishing the narrative with dramatic flair. The two officers failed to glean any valuable information and informed Liang An that he was now a suspect in the case, prohibited from leaving Haicheng and required to cooperate with the police summons at any moment. Liang An affirmed his status as a law-abiding citizen, expressing his unwavering willingness to assist the police in their investigation. He personally escorted the two officers to their police vehicle, watching it depart before retracting his gaze. Third brother, that scoundrel Rong Hung intends to accuse us of extorting him for 1,500 yuan. Zhang Jingguo exclaimed indignantly. Humph, that was a compensated rescue, not extortion. Liang An retorted with a scoff. He willingly offered the money, pleading with tears for our assistance. We brought him back, and there were numerous witnesses. He cannot accuse us. That's reassuring. When those two officers arrived, I was quite intimidated, Zhang Jingguo said, lighting a cigarette and exhaling a plume of smoke. You should know what to say and what to withhold. I trust you weren't intimidated into revealing everything? Liang An inquired with a serious demeanor. Third brother, rest assured. I know precisely what to say. That matter is buried deep within me. Zhang Jingguo replied earnestly. With your assurance, I am at ease. Liang An clapped him on the shoulder and suggested, let us move these 2 crates of bananas inside. Of course, third brother, Zhang Jingguo replied, placing the cigarette in his mouth, lowering the tailgate of the tricycle, and carrying a crate of bananas toward the cash register. Liang An lifted another crate of bananas, placing it on the ground, then maneuvered the tricycle to the roadside, ensuring it did not obstruct the shop entrance. After parking the tricycle, he turned off the engine, removed the key, and walked directly to the convenience store across the street to make a phone call. After a few rings, a middle-aged woman's voice came through the line, accompanied by a cacophony of sounds. The clattering of mahjong tiles and the raucous cheers of onlookers could be heard. Hello. Who are you looking for? I'm looking for Fei San. Hold on, I'll call him. After a brief wait, static crackled through the line, followed by Fei San's languid voice. Hello, who is this? It's Liang An. Oh, brother Liang. What's the matter? The fellow you dealt with a few days ago seems to be receiving treatment at the Second City Hospital. Keep an eye on him, Liang An stated. The ambulance from that night bore the insignia of the Second City Hospital, and he was indeed taken there for treatment. Not a problem. Fei San, recognizing business had come his way, quickly responded. When that guy is discharged, I'll make sure to give him a good beating, ensuring he doesn't leave the hospital. Liang An instructed. Understood. Fei San replied promptly. Make sure this is handled by reliable individuals. We cannot leave any traces. Liang An cautioned. Brother Liang, rest assured. I will handle this with utmost integrity. Fei San vowed, thumping his chest. All right, once everything is settled, I shall deliver your service fee. Liang An concluded. Very well. Brother Liang, await my good news. Fei San said with a smile. Upon finishing the call, Liang An exited the convenience store, lit a cigarette, and caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. It was a middle-aged man, wearing a cap, carrying a tattered bag, and walking with his head bowed, quickly disappearing into the bustling commercial street. Chapter 51. Have they arrived? The individual in question is the middle-aged man who last time indulged in stir-fried rice noodles at the entrance of the store, accompanied by a glass of rice wine. However, misfortune befell him when he encountered a group of ruffians armed with knives, becoming an unintended victim of their misdeeds. Subsequently, he commandeered several motorcycles from these thugs and fled the commercial street, only to return fire, fatally shooting 2 of the knife-wielding assailants who pursued him on their motorcycles. Currently, several wanted posters have been affixed around the commercial district, yet he remains undeterred, brazenly wandering through the industrial park area. It must be said that he is indeed a hardened criminal, exhibiting an exceptional level of psychological resilience. This man, concealing a handgun, is an exceedingly dangerous individual. Even with a bounty exceeding 10,000 yuan, one must ponder whether it is worth the risk to pursue him. He is a desperate outlaw who thrives at the edge of peril, and Liang An has no desire to attract trouble or bring calamity upon himself. Upon returning to the store, he and Zhang Jingguo set about slicing 2 baskets of bananas into individual pieces for the convenience of their patrons. Presently, the cost of living is quite low. The price for the 2 large baskets of bananas amounts to merely 50 yuan, translating to a mere 20 cents per gene. However, this pricing applies to the southern region, where Haicheng and its neighboring cities serve as the production areas, naturally resulting in lower costs. Had these bananas been in the north, the price would have surged several times over, especially considering the difficulties of preserving and transporting bananas in this era. Meanwhile, two ladies were busy washing vegetables, while Lin Haixing and Lin Haiman expertly sliced the ingredients in preparation for the afternoon's offerings. With these individuals laboring in the establishment, Liang An and Zhang Jingguo could assume the role of proprietors, alleviating themselves from the daily grind of strenuous work. As mealtime approached, factory workers were released from their shifts, with a significant number opting to dine at Rongji fast food first. Only when that establishment became overcrowded did some workers choose to come to Liangji fast food for their meals. Nonetheless, even in this scenario, the restaurant remained bustling with patrons and lacked available seating. Liangji fast food has been in operation for quite some time, maintaining a loyal clientele. Liang An inquired and learned that the fruit offered for free at Rongji fast food today was also bananas, though of inferior quality. These bananas bore slight blemishes on their skins and had ripened due to prolonged storage. Such bananas are considered subpar and are sold at a discount. In contrast, the two baskets of bananas Liang An procured were vibrant yellow and clearly fresh. Each patron dining at Liangji fast food is entitled to a complimentary banana. Some workers, having finished their meals, depart with their bananas, encountering colleagues who dined at Rongji fast food, both groups clutching their complimentary fruit. In comparison, the disparity is evident. Although both establishments offer free fruit, discerning eyes can easily distinguish between the fresh bananas and those that have languished unsold for days. Both restaurants provide different fruits each day. The next day it might be apples, followed by oranges, and then fragrant pears. For several consecutive days, Liangji fast food has provided exceptionally high-quality fresh fruits, which has not gone unnoticed by the dining workers. While collecting payments at the cash register, Liang An took the opportunity to inform the patrons that the fruits offered in his establishment are carefully selected for freshness, unlike the discounted produce at the neighboring restaurant. It remains unclear how the rumor began, but word has spread that the free fruits from Rongji fast food are merely discounted items, sold at 10 yuan for a large basket. Soon, the business at Rongji fast food restaurant was adversely affected, with a noticeable decline in customer traffic. The once bustling scene during meal times, where the restaurant was filled to capacity, had transformed into a situation where not even 30 tables could be filled, resulting in a staggering 50% drop in revenue. Rong Heng was still recovering in the hospital, undergoing treatment for his broken legs. Otherwise, he would have come to confront Liang An. However, he would be unable to visit the commercial street near the industrial park for a considerable time, which was why Liang An had prepared a contingency plan. According to Liang An's instructions, Fei San had enlisted a few young men to keep watch at the second hospital in the city, ensuring that as soon as Rong Heng was discharged, he would receive a severe beating before he could step out of the hospital door, ensuring he would remain bedridden. Hey, third brother, the neighboring restaurant is struggling again. And those two girls haven't been seen shouting during meal times. Zhang Jingguo remarked with a smile. Business had picked up for him over the past few days, and he felt quite content, his brow noticeably relaxed. With Rong Heng absent and no one watching, it was only natural that they wouldn't foolishly step outside to bask in the sun. Liang An took a puff of his cigarette and chuckled. Third brother, there's chatter going around that the fruits given away by Rongji fast food are low-quality clearance items, and there hasn't been any action for over half a month? Zhang Jingguo voiced his concerns. Liang An considered for a moment and replied, if the boss doesn't speak up, the workers certainly won't care. Less profit is the boss's issue, and as long as they can slack off at work, they will. Having been a corporate drone in his past life, he learned to navigate the workplace with cunning. The more one worked hard, the more endless tasks and burdens one accumulated. Regardless, as long as the neighboring restaurant struggled, he felt a sense of joy. Hey, with third brother around, they won't be able to stir up any trouble, Zhang Jingguo said, as his cigarette burned down to the filter, taking a deep drag before tossing the butt at the entrance of the neighboring restaurant. He and Liang An were both avid smokers, consuming at least a pack a day, and they habitually discarded their cigarette butts on the concrete floor in front of Rongji fast food restaurant. By midday, the entrance of Rongji was already littered with cigarette butts. Just as the butt hit the ground, the glass door of Rongji fast food swung open, and a girl, around 17 or 18, with a fair complexion emerged. Wielding a broom and dustpan, she shot Zhang Jingguo a fierce glare as she began sweeping up the discarded cigarette butts. Caught in the act, Zhang Jingguo felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He cast a glance at Liang An and, with a forced smile, remarked, "Third brother. This young lady is quite industrious. Wouldn't you agree?" Liang An turned away silently, adopting an air of indifference as if he were unfamiliar with Zhang Jingguo. The young lady scoffed and coldly retorted, "Stop throwing your cigarette butts at our doorstep. I've seen you do it several times." With indignation, Zhang Jingguo exclaimed, "Given your statement, it seems my third brother has discarded cigarette butts in front of you multiple times without a word of protest from you. That's quite a double standard, don't you think?" Liang An was taken aback, gazing at Zhang Jingguo in surprise, perplexed as to how he was unaware of such incidents. The young lady shot a glance at Liang An, quickly lowering her head to sweep the cigarette butts into a dustpan. In her eyes, if Liang An dared to litter even in front of his own boss, how could she possibly admonish him? At that moment, a black Santana pulled up and parked by the roadside in front of the shop. The driver's door swung open, and Liao Sheng emerged, his gaze immediately honing in on Liang An, darkening with malice. Since the incident involving Rong Hong, the shop had been devoid of oversight, and troubles had been scarce. However, with a recent significant decline in revenue, Liao Sheng could no longer remain idle and decided to investigate personally. Initially, the purpose of opening this fast food establishment was to annoy Liang An and drive his business to the ground. Now, seeing that the other party's business was thriving while his own faltered, he dreaded the thought of being ridiculed. "Who is that, walking with a slight limp?" Liang An remarked with a sardonic smile. After a period of recovery, Liao Sheng no longer required crutches for walking and was able to drive. Upon hearing Liang An's derisive tone, Liao Sheng halted, fixing a cold stare upon him. "You truly possess a remarkable talent, making Rong Hong dance to your tune, not only emptying his pockets for you, but also expressing gratitude." He sneered. "Your assertion is utterly misguided," Liang An exclaimed, his eyes widening in fury as he shouted. "He came to me, offering a handsome sum to save his life. To suggest otherwise is a gross misrepresentation. Who would have thought that ungrateful wretch would not only fail to express gratitude, but would also turn against me?" As he spoke, Liang An wore a pained expression, as if deeply wronged. Liao Sheng smirked mockingly, his voice icy as he said, "Stop pretending. You are the one who sent people to deal with Rong Hong. If you have the audacity to commit such a scoundrelly act, do you lack the courage to admit it? Do not slander the innocent. I could sue you for defamation." Liang An retorted, "Don't be so smug. The police have already opened an investigation. If they uncover anything, you'll find yourself behind bars." Liao Sheng warned coldly, "Do not intimidate me. I am quite timid," Liang An replied, unperturbed. He knew that even if investigations were to lead to the wasteful trio, they would not implicate him. Observing Liang An's arrogance, Liao Sheng glared at him, wishing he could deliver a couple of slaps. However, he understood that a direct confrontation would not end well for him, especially with Zhang Jingguo standing nearby. "With those lifeless eyes of yours, I can hardly fathom how you could be related to me," Liang An declared before dismissing Liao Sheng entirely and turning to re-enter the shop. Liao Sheng's face turned ashen, his gaze chillingly fixed upon Liang An's retreating figure, before he strode purposefully towards Rongji Fast Food. In the afternoon, a three-wheeled vehicle arrived at the entrance of Rongji Fast Food, laden with 2 baskets of fresh fruit. It seemed Liao Sheng had caught wind of the rumors. Without a moment's hesitation, he discarded the previously discounted fruits and procured a new batch of fresh produce. By the time dinner hour approached, the 2 waitstaff, having been idle for over half a month, were once again compelled to stand at the roadside, calling out to passers-by. Additionally, the glass door of the establishment swung open, revealing several folding tables and plastic stools arranged outside. The faade of Rongji Fast Food was already spacious, accommodating 34-person tables within, with an extra 10 small folding wooden tables set outside. With the addition of these folding tables, the establishment could now host nearly 200 diners simultaneously. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Jingguo felt a surge of resentment. The audacity of it all was a blatant imitation of his own establishment setup. Liang An, however, remained unfazed. How another's business chose to operate was not within his purview. Presently, Liao Sheng had come to exchange the complimentary fruit for fresh stock, seemingly indifferent to the rising operational costs of the establishment. Business is conducted for profit, and a prudent merchant prioritizes financial gain over personal grievances. Yet this individual was different. His sole intent appeared to be driving Liangji Fast Food into closure, indifferent to the notion of profit or loss. "Third brother, I'm stepping out for a moment," Zhang Jingguo announced. "All right, go ahead, I'll manage here." Liang An replied with a nod, returning his focus to the dishes and the cash register. The factory workers were released in batches. One group would come to dine, followed by another after a brief wait. With the current lull in customers, he could handle the situation alone without Zhang Jingguo's assistance. Zhang Jingguo acknowledged him with a nod and swiftly exited towards the entrance. Before long, the shouts of two young women from the neighboring store abruptly ceased. Liang An paid little mind, engaging in conversation with Lin Haixing and Lin Haimin regarding their rest schedule. These two had diligently worked in the establishment for almost a month without taking a single day off. The factory workers at Jingguan typically worked long shifts, only receiving 2 days off each month. Some workshops even staggered their breaks, ensuring that workers were always present. As the chefs, the two could only take turns resting, necessitating that one remained on duty. If one of them took a day off, Liang An would assign someone else to cook, while he and Zhang Jingguo handled the chopping duties. After all, the customers were accustomed to the flavors of their cooking. Any substitution would be immediately detectable. Both men indicated they were currently unoccupied and did not require a break, pledging to inform Liang An in advance should the need arise. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside, prompting the factory workers dining in the establishment to rush towards the entrance to witness the spectacle. It is in the very nature of the Chinese to relish a lively scene, and when there is excitement to behold, they are sure not to miss it. The ordinary workers, intrigued by the commotion, anticipated returning to the production line, using the unfolding drama as a topic to alleviate the monotony of their shifts. Observing the excitement, Liang An and Lin Haixing could no longer remain seated and made their way towards the entrance of the shop. As they squeezed through the crowd, Liang An was taken aback by the scene before him. Zhang Jingguo was embroiled in a brawl with two individuals clad in chef uniforms, who were none other than the cooks from Rongji fast food. These two chefs, robust and formidable, launched a fierce assault on Zhang Jingguo, forcing him to retreat step by step. It was infuriating to witness Zhang Jingguo being bullied without uttering a single cry for help, inciting Liang An's ire. "Damn it, go after them," he called out to Lin Haixing and Lin Haimin, swiftly charging forward. The moment their boss spoke, Lin Haixing and Lin Haimin wasted no time in following suit, rushing towards the two chefs. With the three of them joining the fray, the tide of battle shifted dramatically, and the two hefty chefs soon found themselves the targets of a collective onslaught, retreating under the barrage of blows. While their size granted them some resilience, it ultimately proved insufficient against the combined force of their assailants, and before long, they were toppled to the ground. "What a thrill that was!" Zhang Jingguo exclaimed, cursing as he rallied with Liang An and the others, delivering further punches and kicks until the chefs were howling in agony. Upon hearing the ruckus, the neighborhood patrol, mounted on motorcycles, raced back to the scene. "What is going on? Stop this at once." 3 members of the patrol dismounted, brandishing their batons to separate the two factions. Clad in uniforms adorned with red armbands and equipped with a walkie-talkie at one officer's waist, these patrol members belonged to a recently established auxiliary team from the suburban police precinct, tasked with maintaining public order. Those unaware might have mistaken them for a special division of the police. In truth, they were recruits from military academies and local ruffians. As Liang An and his companions were caught up in their fervor, it took considerable effort for the 3 officers to intervene. On the ground, the 2 chefs bore the imprints of size 42 shoe prints on their white uniforms, their faces bruised and battered to the point that even their mothers would struggle to recognize them. "Why did you gather to engage in a brawl?" inquired one of the dark-skinned officers, his voice deep and commanding, his rugged face etched with authority. Taken aback by the question, Liang An was at a loss for words, unsure of the events that had transpired. All he had witnessed was Zhang Jingguo being besieged by the 2 men, prompting him to rush in with Lin Haixing and Lin Haimin. "He was harassing the female employees of our establishment," exclaimed the chef with a mole on his cheek, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhang Jingguo. "Jingguo, were you indeed harassing the female employees?" Liang An turned to Zhang Jingguo, seeking clarification. "Third brother, I did not. I merely asked them why they were shouting so loudly and whether they were thirsty. I offered to buy them a bottle of soda," Zhang Jingguo retorted, his eyes darting as he feigned innocence. Liang An, recognizing the pattern, understood that the man had approached the young waitresses, attempting to flirt and likely uttering unkind remarks, which had understandably upset the young girls to the point of tears. "Utter nonsense. You are the one who acted inappropriately," exclaimed the chef, visibly agitated. as he pulled over two tear-streaked waitresses. "Do not slander the innocent. It was they who pursued me with violence, and I did not retaliate. I merely wept." Zhang Jingwo's voice rose in pitch, his emotions palpable. He winced, drawing in a sharp breath as pain shot through the injury at the corner of his mouth, making him grimace. From their fragmented exchanges, Liang An and the three community patrol officers gleaned the essence of the unfolding drama. It was merely a case of Zhang Jingwo attempting to flirt, uttering a few unkind remarks that left the two waitresses in tears, prompting them to strike back. Witnessing the chaos, the staff of Rongji fast food summoned two burly chefs, believing Zhang Jingwo was bullying the young ladies, and soon the confrontation escalated. Such a misunderstanding. Was it necessary to resort to violence? One of the slightly rebellious patrol officers scolded, his countenance stern. This individual was acquainted with Liang An and knew Lin Haixing and Lin Haimin from the same village. He sought to mediate, wishing to downplay the incident. Indeed, merely a misunderstanding. Clarity is essential, but how could you resort to violence? Liang An admonished the two hefty chefs from Rongji, his expression one of reproach. He is still but a child. At this remark, the two chefs could not suppress a smirk. They found it hard to believe that this towering figure, Zhang Jingwo, could be considered a mere child. "You both engaged in the brawl. You share the blame," the patrol officer quipped, stifling a laugh as he continued to play the role of mediator. "Damn it, it appears you are all in cahoots. We were both beaten to a pulp. And you come here to smooth things over?" The chef with a mole on his lip erupted in anger, directing a tirade towards the patrol officers. The three patrol officers' expressions darkened as they fixed the chefs with disapproving glares. "Do you truly believe you are the only ones injured?" Liang An interjected, pulling Zhang Jingwo closer. "Look at this child. His mouth is bruised from your assault. If he cannot find a wife later, will you take responsibility?" Zhang Jingwo instantly comprehended, contorting his mouth and clutching his face in mock distress, exclaiming repeatedly. The two chefs rolled their eyes, incredulous at how easily they were being manipulated. The onlookers erupted in laughter at the scene unfolding before them. "This is mutual combat. If you refuse to reconcile, we shall escort you both to the suburban police station and charge you with disturbing the peace for a few days," one patrol officer stated coldly. Upon hearing the threat of a few days in custody, the chefs fell silent, begrudgingly accepting the reconciliation. They recognized that the three patrol officers were intent on mediating, and no amount of commotion would change that. The patrol officers dispersed the gathering crowd, ensuring no one remained to witness what they might misinterpret as a significant incident. To prevent any further altercations between the restaurant staff, they parked their motorcycles diagonally in front of a nearby convenience store and settled on plastic chairs outside to smoke. Noticing a group of factory workers being released, Liang An disregarded everything else to inquire about the details of the brawl with Zhang Jingwo. He hurried back to the cash register, prepared to serve the workers as they arrived for their meals. After a considerable time of bustling about, once the restaurant had emptied out significantly, Liang An beckoned Zhang Jingwo outside to smoke, eager to discuss the events that had transpired. Zhang Jingwo felt a twinge of embarrassment. After contemplating for a moment, he finally articulated his intentions. Observing the two waitresses outside calling out, he approached them to initiate a light-hearted conversation, echoing their calls and exchanging playful banter. Suddenly, the two rotund chefs burst out from the establishment. Although he could have retreated inside, he chose instead to engage them in a scuffle. He was well aware that Liang An and his companions would certainly rush out upon hearing the commotion to lend a hand, delivering a thorough beating to the two men. Just earlier, he had surreptitiously struck hard at their kidneys and kicked the inner sides of their thighs, ensuring that they would require several days of recuperation before they could resume work. "You ought to discuss this with me. If we delay our exit, you may very well end up hospitalized," Liang An remarked with a hint of reproach. Yet, in that moment of confrontation, he too had entertained the thought of landing a few solid punches on the chef's arms. By the next morning, their arms would likely be swollen and painful, rendering them incapable of wielding a spatula for cooking, a recovery that would take several days. "If they truly manage to send me to the hospital, I'll make them pay dearly, no less than 3,000 or 5,000 yuan. Zhang Jingwo chuckled mischievously. "Money can always be earned. Why should I endure pain?" Liang An shot him a disapproving glance. "Brother San, I promise I'll be more cautious next time," Zhang Jingwo hastily assured him upon noticing his anger. "Next time, stay out of trouble. If you seek conflict, do it subtly. Don't foolishly leave them with evidence against you. We may act on the first day of the month. But that old fox Liao Sheng will certainly retaliate on the 15th. Liang An pondered aloud. He recognized that the man was vengeful and would likely concoct some underhanded scheme. He would not simply let the matter rest. How about we take him down on the 15th as well, effectively blocking his path? Zhang Jingguo scratched his head, pondering. What are you thinking? Murder is a crime. Liang An inhaled deeply, exhaling a plume of smoke. Brother San, that is not what I meant. What if we ambush Liao Sheng again in the city, breaking 3 of his legs? Zhang Jingguo suggested. You need not concern yourself with this. I will devise a plan to deal with him. Liang An waved him off. Now, go find some medicinal alcohol at a nearby clinic to tend to your wounds. Otherwise, even your mother wouldn't recognize you. Zhang Jingguo had just been chased and struck by the 2 chefs, and his face was swollen with numerous bruises. Despite his current vitality, he would likely be groaning in pain while walking tomorrow. Understood, Zhang Jingguo replied, turning towards the clinic on the commercial street. Chapter 54. Setting the trap at 8 o'clock in the evening, the neon lights of the commercial street flickered, with only a few pedestrians meandering about. The nearby factories had yet to commence hiring general workers, leaving the entire street reliant on the laborers from the Jianguan factory for its livelihood. The workers kept to long shifts during the day, often required to work overtime at night, with the earliest batch finishing around 9 o'clock. Naturally, no one lingered idly. At the entrance of Liangji Fast Food, Liang An and Zhang Jingguo set up the gas stove and arranged the folding tables. Several large aluminum pots filled with sweet soup had long cooled. Ice was added, creating a generous batch. Do not underestimate these pots of sweet soup. If sold out in a single night, they could yield at least 300 to 400 yuan. Currently, during the night market, the duo only sold fried rice noodles and sweet soup, as expanding their offerings would be too much for them to manage. At the entrance of the convenience store across the street, a few plastic tables and chairs were arranged for patrons to rest. 3 members of the neighborhood watch sat outside, engaged in conversation, while a motorcycle emblazoned with the words Public Security Patrol was parked nearby, its rear adorned with a flashing siren. Riding through the night, the flashing light created an impressive spectacle. Liang An exchanged a few words with Zhang Jingguo, a cigarette dangling from his lips, before striding towards the convenience store. Upon noticing his approach, the familiar neighborhood watch members greeted him, indulging in small talk. One of them, Lin Daong, a tall and burly man from the nearby Dawang village, sported a set of yellowed teeth. These individuals had recently joined the patrol, often seen riding their motorcycles around the industrial park or finding a spot to linger and smoke. The neighborhood watch had only recently been established in the industrial area, and they had yet to earn a reputation that instilled fear. In a year or so, they would wield a semblance of authority, capable of randomly checking identification, publicly punishing thieves, and resorting to violence with alarming regularity. The current crop of neighborhood watch members, to put it bluntly, consisted largely of idle societal figures, each with a temperament that could hardly be described as amiable. Upon entering the convenience store, Liang An purchased several packs of fine cigarettes and a few cans of soda. Exiting the store, he distributed the cigarettes and drinks to Lin Daong and the others. At this time, imported soda was not inexpensive, with a single can costing at least 2 yuan. These 3 typically consumed soft drinks, but seldom indulged in such luxuries. Not only were they limited in quantity, but they were also quite costly. Liang An was indeed generous. Lin Daong took a sip of soda and lit a cigarette, feeling quite content. We're all brothers here, no need for formality. When hunger strikes, come over to my place for some fried noodles and sweet soup, on the house. Liang An said with a smile. All right, we will definitely come by to taste Brother Liang's culinary skills. Lin Daong replied, grinning. Liang An chatted with them for quite some time before turning back towards his own shop's entrance. It was nearly time for the first batch of factory workers to finish their shift at Jianguan factory, and he needed to prepare for his role as the noodle vendor. For the impoverished, the greatest joy lay in earning money. Although the work was somewhat taxing, it was indeed lucrative. The profits from the late-night snacks belonged solely to him and Zhang Jingguo, without the need to share with Lin Haixing and Lin Haiman. Having gained notoriety for his fried noodles over time, he could sell several bags of rice noodles in a single night, earning the moniker Fried Noodle Master of the commercial street, much to the delight of the factory workers. As the factory workers finished their shifts, a large crowd quickly gathered around, filling the outdoor folding tables and spilling into the shop. The 2 men became busy once more, overwhelmed with the hustle and bustle, and counting the earnings became the most joyous moment of the day. The following morning, The neighboring Rongji fast food restaurant remained closed, its doors tightly shut throughout the day. As Liang An had anticipated, the two overweight chefs were battered and unable to work. He and Zhang Jingguo had dealt a heavy blow to them the previous day, ensuring they would need at least 10 days to recuperate. Zhang Jingguo was not faring any better, with one side of his face swollen and several bruises adorning his body. He frequently winced in pain while walking, lamenting, "I feel like I'm falling apart." In the absence of a head chef, the Rongji fast food restaurant found itself devoid of purpose. The neighboring establishment remained closed, resulting in a surge of patrons at Liang An's restaurant, which led to the setting up of several folding tables and plastic stools outside. Previously, when both neighboring shops were shuttered, they displayed their tables and chairs at their entrance. But once the other establishments commenced operations, they restricted their seating to their own doorway, storing away the excess. Now, with Rongji fast food closed, there was no one to oversee the situation, allowing them to temporarily extend their seating to accommodate guests. By 12:30, the self-service area had sold out of all its offerings. Some workers arrived hoping to dine, only to find the dishes depleted and were compelled to seek sustenance elsewhere. For 3 consecutive days, Rongji fast food remained closed, leading many to speculate about the establishment's potential demise due to its prolonged inactivity. However, only Liang An and his associates understood that the 2 head chefs were incapacitated and incapable of cooking, rendering the opening of the restaurant futile. On the 4th day, in the morning, several waitstaff arrived to commence a thorough cleaning of the premises. At 9 o'clock, a gray Santana pulled up outside Rongji fast food, and 2 somewhat rotund individuals disembarked. Their girth was evident as the vehicle's suspension noticeably elevated upon their exit. Liang An, who was standing outside smoking, recognized that these were not the usual chefs, but rather substitutes. The 2 regular chefs had merely sustained injuries, with a period of rest. They would soon be back to their vigorous selves. There were still 2 individuals remaining in the vehicle, with the window partially rolled down, intermittently flicking ash outside. These men sported crew cuts and bore fierce expressions, their gazes radiating an intimidating aura. One had a prominent scar across his left cheek, resembling a centipede, while the other was missing several teeth and bore 2 missing fingers on his left hand, which gripped the steering wheel. They exuded an air of menace, unmistakably seasoned in brawls and confrontations, suggesting a propensity for violence. Such individuals typically carried knives, posing a genuine threat, far more dangerous than mere hotheads. Liang An surmised that Liao Sheng was likely concerned about the 2 chefs and had intentionally dispatched these individuals as a precautionary measure, serving both to reassure himself and to intimidate others. "Third brother, are they open for business?" Zhang Jingguo, with a face reminiscent of a pig's head, emerged from the restaurant and approached. Cough, cough. Liang An choked on his smoke before responding. "Jingguo, I need to discuss something with you." "Third brother, go ahead. What is on your mind?" "We're brothers, after all," Zhang Jingguo promptly replied. "Next time you approach, don't get so close. Your face nearly scared the life out of me." Liang An gasped. Zhang Jingguo's eyes reflected a sense of grievance as he retorted, "Third brother, you were too engrossed in what was happening over there. I walked over, and you didn't even notice. I can't be blamed for that." Fine, my fault. Please go to the kitchen and inform Haixing and Haimin that for lunch, they need not prepare such an abundance of dishes. Just stick to the usual quantity." Liang An instructed. "Understood." Zhang Jingguo responded with an acknowledgement and turned to enter the store. Liang An discarded his cigarette but onto the concrete slab of the neighboring shop and set off towards the convenience store, dialing a number to discuss business with Fei San. Chapter 55. The pit dug. The 2 substitute chefs at Rongji fast food had not returned after working for about a week. The 2 portly chefs had recovered and resumed their duties at Rongji fast food. However, the 2 ruffians arrived daily in their gray Santana, parking it by the roadside at the entrance of Rongji fast food. They lingered until the afternoon, waiting for the 2 chefs to finish their shifts before departing with them. Liang An did not anticipate that these chefs would be so timid. After being beaten previously, they now required an escort. It seemed that the last vicious beating had left them with psychological scars, instilling a fear of being ambushed on their way back to the dormitory at night. Recently, Rongji fast food had reverted to its normal operations, with the 2 waitresses vocally enticing customers during meal times. The ruffians stood nearby smoking, occasionally glancing over at Liang Ji fast food, wary of Zhang Jingguo emerging to stir up trouble again. Business at Rongji fast food improved day by day, gradually returning to its peak state. The place was bustling with patrons, and the few folding tables outside were always occupied. In contrast, Liang Ji fast food saw a decrease in customers, earning 300 to 400 yuan less each day. This was primarily due to Rongji's ongoing promotional activities, where diners received a complimentary drink and fruit with their meals. The complimentary beverages were not glass-bottled sodas, but rather plastic-bottled ones, which could be taken away, unlike glass bottles that needed to be returned for recycling. In this era, carbonated drinks dominated the market, while fruit juices had yet to make an appearance. As the saying goes, if one does not seize the opportunity for a bargain, they are a fool. Most factory workers preferred to dine at Rongji fast food during meal breaks, with Liang Ji fast food merely serving as an alternative. Nevertheless, a portion of patrons remained loyal to Liang Ji fast food, choosing to eat there despite the absence of complimentary drinks. Many factory workers had forged friendships with Liang An and Zhang Jingguo, frequenting the fast food joint during the day and returning at night for fried rice noodles and sweet soups, effectively becoming their true benefactors. The complimentary drink promotion at Rongji fast food had also siphoned off a substantial amount of business from the convenience store at the factory gate. Soft drinks constituted a third of the convenience store's profits, and with declining sales, their earnings had significantly plummeted. The convenience store was operated by a couple with connections to a factory leader. Otherwise, they would not have been able to acquire the premises so swiftly and establish a convenience store. Although there was another convenience store adjacent to the factory dormitories, this particular shop consistently generated considerable profits each month. The reason was simple. Its proximity to the factory allowed it to attract many customers during meal times, who came to buy cigarettes and sodas. Ever since the opening of Rongji fast food, the convenience store owner felt a significant loss in revenue and harbored deep resentment towards the fast food establishment. After the lunch rush, Liang An habitually walked to the convenience store diagonally across from him to purchase a pack of cigarettes. Boss Xiaoliang, back again for cigarettes? The proprietor, Su Onghua, was a rough-hewn man with a boisterous demeanor. Hey, boss, the cigarettes you sell are not enduring enough. Liang An jested. Women can hardly withstand your youthful vigor. Su Onghua replied with a mischievous grin. You, the seasoned driver, aren't afraid of your wife giving you a beating. Liang glanced at the counter and requested a few packs of quality cigarettes. By the way, if I buy more cigarettes, they'll last longer. And it also helps support my brother's business. Business has been poor lately, and I've faced a fair share of scolding from my wife. Su Onghua chuckled. We're in the same boat, my friend. It's a worry. I need your help. Liang sighed. The store next door, doesn't he understand business at all? They keep giving away drinks and fruits without considering the costs, which must lead to a significant loss. Boss Xiaoliang, you mustn't emulate that foolish shop next door. Such business practices are not sustainable. Su Onghua shook his head vigorously. Brother, you are mistaken. I must operate this way. Otherwise, my business will be completely snatched away. Liang shook his head in disagreement. In the last half-month, I've lost 200 to 300 every day. It would be better to convert that lost income into drinks for the patrons who support my business. This way, offering drinks attracts more diners and earns me kind words in return. Oh dear, with both of you operating this way, I find it impossible to conduct my business. Su Onghua lamented, Big guy, grant me a lifeline. Brother, if you desire a lifeline, adhering to my advice is your best course of action. Liang lit a cigarette and inquired further. Su Onghua glanced outside. Then at the time, noting his wife had yet to return from grocery shopping, and said, Boss Xiaoliang, do not deceive this honest man. Look at what you're suggesting. Am I that type of person? I don't need your supply channels to run a convenience store. I merely intend to compete with the shop next door, drive them out, and then cease offering drinks. Wouldn't that improve your business? Who in their right mind would raise costs and earn less? Liang declared, thumping his chest. Su Onghua fell silent, contemplating for a moment, and found the reasoning sound. All right, I'll make a phone call. He then picked up the phone and dialed a number, exchanging a few words. After hanging up, he wrote down an address and contact number on a piece of paper, saying, I've made arrangements. You can go over there tomorrow to negotiate. Thank you, brother. After closing shop tonight, I'll prepare a few dishes, and we can enjoy a few drinks together. Liang invited. Sounds good. I look forward to tasting Boss Xiao Liang's culinary skills tonight. Su Onghua nodded enthusiastically. Liang tucked the note away and engaged in a bit more idle chatter before exiting the convenience store and returning to his own establishment. Inside, Lin Haixing and Lin Haimin had already prepared the meal, eagerly awaiting his return to dine. After finishing their meal, they planned to head back to their village. The two resided in the village, approximately 3 kilometers from the commercial street, sharing a bicycle that allowed them to return home in just a few minutes. As they dined together, they discussed the current state of business, noting a significant decline in daily revenue. Liang reassured them not to worry, as he intended to seek out a distributor the next day to negotiate for a batch of low-priced beverages. Isn't it all about marketing? If the shop next door can do it, so can we. After several individuals finished their meal, 2 ladies began to tidy up the dishes and wipe down the tables, including the folding ones. Lin Haixing and Lin Haimin took it upon themselves to clean the kitchen. At that moment, 2 figures, resembling Lin Haixing and Lin Haimin in stature and attire, entered the establishment. As it was nighttime, their faces were obscured, rendering it impossible to discern whether they were indeed the 2 brothers. Welcome. Liang An stood up from the cash register, presenting them with 2 bottles of orange soda, along with neatly packaged cigarettes. For a while now, they had been impersonating Lin Haixing and Lin Haimin, cycling back to Danao village from the commercial street, playing the role of bait. After exchanging a few casual remarks, the duo donned their hats and pedaled away on the bicycles belonging to Lin Haixing and Lin Haimin. Shortly after their departure, Lin Daong, who had been smoking outside the convenience store diagonally across the street, approached briskly. He exchanged a few words with Liang and before returning to the convenience store, summoning the neighborhood watch members to mount their motorcycles and depart leisurely. Haisheng Haimin, allow me to escort you back to the village. Liang An, cigarette in mouth and keys in hand, called out as he settled onto the tricycle. The 2 responded affirmatively, removing their aprons and hanging their hats properly, wiping their hands clean before hastily exiting. The tricycle roared to life, entering the main thoroughfare of the commercial street, heading towards the secondary highway. Chapter 56. Seeking the undead on the secondary highway, 2 ruffians, cigarettes clenched between their lips, rode Lin Haixing's bicycle, wielding flashlights and engaging in crude banter. Over the past few days, not only had they enjoyed fine cigarettes, but they also had beverages and satisfactory meals. Most importantly, upon the successful completion of their task, each would receive a reward of 300 yuan, an opportunity seemingly tailor-made for them. The secondary highway led toward the city, devoid of streetlights and with very few vehicles, enveloped in pitch darkness. The 2 were unperturbed, their poverty rendering them fearless. What was there to fear? After traveling a short distance, they spotted a forked tree in the distance. One of them hollered, prompting the bicycle to slow down. After a brief wait, a car sped towards them, its high beams glaring and causing discomfort to their eyes. The bicycle came to a halt at the roadside, and the passenger in the back seat alighted, standing at the edge to relieve himself. Suddenly, the car screeched to a halt, and the doors swung open as 4 individuals leapt out, brandishing weapons. Break their hands and feet, the person in the vehicle commanded. Yet, before he could finish his directive, several stones struck the windshield with a resounding crash. The glass shattered, resembling a spider's web, rendering the view ahead completely obscured. This unforeseen turn of events startled the assailants, causing them to freeze in their tracks. From the nearby woods, beams from flashlights illuminated the scene as a group of individuals, armed and menacing, charged toward them. Ahead, a tricycle was parked, with Liang An and Zhang Jingguo seated inside, smoking and observing the unfolding drama. Beside the tricycle, a motorcycle stood parked, while Lin Daong and his fellow neighborhood watch members craned their necks to catch a glimpse. The static crackle of a walkie-talkie intermittently breaking the silence. They had not taken the secondary highway but had instead opted for a shortcut to arrive at the scene ahead of time. Those not hailing from the nearby villages are utterly oblivious to this narrow path. Even if they were aware, they would likely find themselves lost. Moreover, the thickets bordering this road conceal numerous individuals indulging in illicit activities, deterring many from venturing forth. While a group of men lingered in a Santana, surveilling the commercial street, they had already attracted the attention of the neighborhood watch. As they trailed behind a bicycle, the watch had promptly communicated the situation via radio. Thus, their every movement was meticulously monitored, yet they naively believed themselves invulnerable, choosing to act on this night. The few who disembarked were swiftly subdued. Witnessing this, the occupants of the vehicle attempted to flee, but alas, their windshield shattered, obscuring their vision. After driving several hundred meters, they collided with a tree during a turn, rendering their radiator useless. Plumes of white smoke billowed forth, startling the passengers, who hastily opened the doors and fled. Lin Daong and his companions promptly commandeered their motorcycle and pursued the assailants. As the man exited the vehicle, their motorcycle approached, and with a swift strike, he was knocked to the ground. The group descended upon him, delivering a barrage of blows, eliciting cries of anguish. Goodness, that was rather brutal, wasn't it? Zhang Jingguo remarked, unable to contain his surprise. Liang An's expression remained stoic. They were extrajudicial operatives, akin to thugs. In a year or so, they would gain notoriety, becoming figures that instilled fear in migrant workers. Furthermore, they were members of the local neighborhood watch, tasked with maintaining order in the area. These ruffians had unwittingly crossed paths with them, providing an opportunity to hone their skills and perhaps even earn commendations. Initially, the assailant displayed bravado, threatening Lin Daong and his companions, but after enduring several strikes, he began to plead for mercy. Before long, Fei San and his crew dragged 4 individuals, battered and broken, towards Liang An and his group. Following them was a motorcycle belonging to the neighborhood watch, with 3 more members aboard. The 4 had been tossed to the ground, utterly unrecognizable, with 2 already rendered unconscious. Brother Liang, the task is accomplished, Fei San announced with a grin. Are the brothers unscathed? Liang An inquired. These fellows were armed. Quite the dangerous lot. Thankfully, we were prepared, Fei San replied, still shaken. They had brought hunting rifles, which effectively intimidated their adversaries, preventing any retaliation. Upon searching the assailants, they discovered knives, and had the confrontation escalated in the darkness, injuries could have ensued. Well done, my brothers. Liang An descended from the vehicle, producing fine cigarettes to share among them. With a flashlight, he scrutinized the faces of the assailants. 2 of them were the thugs who had been loitering at the entrance of Ranji's restaurant. As he suspected, their presence on the commercial street was not solely as bodyguards, but also as spies seeking opportunities to harm his 2 chefs. Without the chefs present, the restaurant would have to close, incurring significant losses. While Liang An and Zhang Jingguo could substitute for a day or 2, they would struggle to match the expertise of Ranji's professional cooks. The workers from the Jianguan factory, having been nurtured by the 2 fast food establishments, had developed discerning palates over time. The commercial street is not devoid of fast food establishments. However, the absence of skilled chefs has led to a dismal business performance that cannot sustain itself for long, ultimately resulting in closures. Brother Liang, what should be done with these fellows? Should we bury them in a pit or toss them into the sea to feed the fish? Wei San inquired while holding a cigarette. Let the joint defense team handle these individuals, Liang An replied. These team members are eager to assert their authority by capturing those who dare to cause trouble in this area. No problem. I assure you they will regret their actions here, especially against our village. Lin Daong spat on the ground. Liang An exhaled a puff of smoke, then, with an arm draped over Wei San's shoulder, distanced himself from the crowd to share a hushed conversation. The others, sensing the mood, tactfully refrained from following, wary of incurring their wrath. Find me someone who is struggling and has such a difficult life that even mice refuse to visit, Liang An instructed. What do you need such a person for? Those kinds of individuals are fearless and should not be provoked. I would avoid them myself. Wei San cautioned. You need not concern yourself with this matter. Once I locate someone, just arrange for me to meet them. Liang An waved his hand dismissively. All right. I will inquire around and let Daong inform you when I find someone, Wei San said, not pressing further. Well then, my brothers have worked hard. Let us retreat for now. I will send over the tea expenses later, Liang An declared, discarding his cigarette, but, understood. Wei San nodded, rallying everyone to return to the village. Lin Haixing and Lin Haimin did not require Liang An's escort and followed the group back. As Liang An observed the crowd vanish into the night, he exchanged a few words with Lin Daong before driving his vehicle back to the commercial street. On the secondary road, devoid of pedestrians and vehicles, the 3-wheeled cart accelerated to 80 kilometers per hour, the wind rushing past. Brother San, is there really money to be made from these fools? Zhang Jingguo could not resist asking. Were there that many fools? Liang An rolled his eyes. There indeed are some, but we need to find individuals through Wei San to facilitate better operations. So, we won't be at a loss this time. Zhang Jingguo pondered aloud. There will be no losses. In fact, we will profit. You will understand soon enough, Liang An asserted confidently. Chapter 57. I only want the cheapest. The following morning, after giving Zhang Jingguo a few instructions, Liang An returned to the dormitory of the agricultural machinery factory on his 3-wheeled vehicle. Ever since opening a fast food restaurant on the commercial street in the suburban industrial park, both he and Zhang Jingguo had been staying overnight at the establishment, returning to the city dormitory during the day to change clothes. This dormitory, monitored around the clock, had very few thieves daring to approach, making it relatively secure. All residents were family members of the factory workers, and there were no tenants, meaning they were all familiar with one another. Liang An seldom stayed there, and his neighbors hardly recognized him, but those few encounters were met with curious glances. Fortunately, despite his busy schedule, he made it a point to get a haircut every month and maintained a normal appearance. Otherwise, he might be mistaken for a thief or a loafer. After changing into a clean outfit, he made a phone call at the convenience store downstairs and then rode his three-wheeled vehicle to the address provided by Suanghua. The sign above the entrance reads Haiqing Donghing Beverage Company, situated at the intersection of Dongdi Street in the Old Town. It is a mere 2 kilometers from the agricultural machinery factory dormitory, and Liang An pedaled his tricycle with vigor to reach it. The establishment is a 3-story building made of prefabricated panels, adorned with yellow exterior walls and remnants of red slogans. A sign hangs at the entrance, displaying the name Haiqing Donghing Beverage Company in bold black letters against a white background. Despite the presence of the word beverage in its name, the company does not manufacture drinks. Rather, it serves as an agent for Gaoqing Beverages, responsible for the sales of several of its products in the region. Outside, a Volkswagen sedan and several motorcycles are parked, but bicycles are conspicuously absent. It seems that being a salesperson in these times can be quite a lucrative profession. After securing his tricycle, Liang An instinctively locked it and proceeded inside. The first-floor lobby is modest, spanning approximately 100 square meters, furnished with a few desks. Upon his entry, a polite young woman wearing glasses approached him with inquiries. After Liang An stated his purpose, she escorted him to the office of the manager on the second floor. A middle-aged man in a suit approached, extending his hand with a smile, saying, "You must be Boss Liang. I am Gua Xiao from Donghing Beverage. I just spoke to you on the phone." "Indeed. Hello, Mr. Gua," Liang An replied, shaking his hand. "Please, let us sit and chat," Gua Xiao invited, guiding him to a sofa in the office and effortlessly preparing tea. Liang An, though not particularly fond of tea and preferring sugary drinks, recognized the necessity of conforming to local customs and felt compelled to compliment the rich flavor of the tea. "Old Su is my classmate, and since you are his friend, naturally, you are also a friend of mine," Gua Xiao remarked as he rinsed the teacups with hot water and began pouring tea. The air filled with a fragrant aroma that was refreshing. "To be candid, Mr. Gua, I am here to order a batch of small bottled Gaoqing beverages." Liang An crossed his legs and retrieved some fine cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Gua Xiao while lighting another for himself, exhaling a plume of smoke. He felt a sense of confidence in conducting business here, knowing he had ample options as a customer. The beverage market is not limited to Gaoqing. Numerous domestic and foreign brands abound. "Absolutely. Since you've traveled such a distance, let us enjoy a cup of tea and discuss matters at our leisure," Gua Xiao suggested, pouring tea into Liang An's cup. Observing this, Liang An brought his fingers together and gently tapped the table thrice. The tea was filled to a respectful 7/10. "May I ask how much you require, Boss Liang?" Gua Xiao inquired after taking a sip of tea and setting his cup down. "Approximately 1,000 bottles daily for about 3 months." Liang An replied thoughtfully after sampling the tea. Understanding that larger quantities often yield lower prices, he intentionally stated a higher figure. "That's quite a substantial order." Gua Xiao nodded, acknowledging that several thousand bottles indeed constituted a significant deal. "Mr. Gua, I require the most favorable pricing possible," Liang An said, glancing at Gua Xiao as he spoke. "The wholesale price set by our company is 70 cents per bottle, but I will offer you 60 cents per bottle," Gua Xiao said with a wave of his hand and a smile. "No, no, no, that is not what I want," Liang An replied, flicking the ash from his cigarette. Upon hearing this, Gua Xiao looked somewhat surprised. He had already conceded a 10-cent profit per bottle, and any further concession would leave him without profit. Noticing Gua's puzzled expression, Liang An stated plainly, "Gua, we are on the same side, so let me be straightforward. I am looking to procure a batch of beverages nearing their expiration date, specifically those with 2 to 3 months left." Gua Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief, seemingly taken aback by Liang An's request for such near-expiry products. "Do you happen to have any of those?" Liang An inquired. "Of course," Gua Xiao replied without hesitation. Such near-expiry beverages were typically given away as promotional gifts to retailers. Selling them was their business, and if they remained unsold, it posed no significant loss. When sales were sluggish and near-expiry stock was abundant, they had no choice but to accept the loss. Coincidentally, a batch of such beverages was currently in the warehouse, and Guo Xiao was pondering how to deal with them. "Guo, name your price," Liang An declared, extinguishing his cigarette and taking a sip of tea. "This batch has some that expire in 2 months and some in 3 months. Since we are friends, I'll give you a 50% discount." Guo Xiao waved his hand, indicating the offer. Liang An shook his head and held up 2 fingers, stating 20 cents. "All right, it's settled then," Guo Xiao replied directly. Hearing this, Liang An paused, feeling that the deal was somewhat rushed. He could have simply offered a price of 10 cents. "Boss Liang, do you want it now? I can arrange for a truck to deliver it immediately." Guo Xiao seemed eager, afraid Liang An might change his mind. "Let me inspect the goods first. If everything is satisfactory, I will take a batch," Liang An suggested after a moment's thought. "Not a problem. I'll take you to the warehouse right away." Guo Xiao stood up, walked to his desk to grab the car keys, and beckoned Liang An to follow him outside. The two descended the stairs and got into a Volkswagen sedan, heading to a nearby warehouse to examine the near-expiry goods, ensuring they were not expired. After inspecting the stock, they signed a supply contract, and Liang An paid the corresponding deposit, allowing Guo Xiao to deliver the first batch. By the time Liang An returned from the city to the commercial street in the suburban industrial park, a small delivery truck was already parked outside Liangji Fast Food. 2 burly workers were unloading cases of beverages from the truck and stacking them against the wall, building a makeshift wall of drinks. "Third brother, did we order so many high orange beverages?" Zhang Jingguo inquired. "Not too many. This is 1,000 bottles, and they will deliver another 1,000 each day," Liang An replied with a smile. "Then we can start delivering beverages during lunch," Zhang Jingguo asked. "Of course. Write a sign to place at the entrance of the store. Starting today, every customer who makes a purchase will receive a complimentary bottle of high orange beverage." Liang An nodded. "All right, I'll go write it now." Zhang Jingguo cheerfully dashed back into the store. Chapter 58. All within grasp as the factory workers took their break. They stepped outside to see the prominent wooden sign at the entrance of Liangji Fast Food. On a wooden board, red paper with black characters proclaimed a reward for both new and returning customers. Those who entered the store and made a purchase would receive complimentary, high orange beverages and fruit. Many workers, weary of the sodas from Liangji Fast Food, sought a refreshing change and flocked to Liangji Fast Food. In an instant, the establishment became bustling with patrons, the noise resembling that of a lively market. The cash register was lined with a long queue, as Liang An and Zhang Jingguo attended to customers and collected payments for the dishes. Lin Haixing and Lin Haimin were equally occupied, unloading cases of high orange beverages for the hungry workers to help themselves. Each case contained 12 bottles, and with so many diners, the boxes were quickly emptied, necessitating the constant opening of new ones. The task of transporting and unboxing the drinks left the 2 men rather exhausted. However, their spirits remained high. The influx of customers boosted the store's revenue, resulting in greater earnings for them, while others were oblivious to the cost of these beverages. They knew well that supplying over 1,000 bottles daily incurred minimal expense. Their admiration for their boss, Liang An, grew. It was clear why he was a successful businessman. He possessed true acumen. They felt fortunate to be in the presence of such a figure, believing they could learn much from him. Meanwhile, Liangji Fast Food had become a secondary choice, as Liangji Fast Food swiftly filled its seats. While patrons continued to trickle into Liangji, under similar marketing strategies, Liangji could not claim a significant advantage and failed to capture much of the business. By the time it was just past 12:30, Liangji's dishes had been entirely depleted. After 2 ladies cleared the tables, they began washing the large stainless steel platters used for serving. In contrast, patrons still entered Liangji, indicating that their dishes had not yet sold out. Today, they had prepared the usual amount of food, and barring any surprises, they expected to sell out by 12:30. However, with Liangji having introduced a new batch of beverages and a promotional giveaway, they had poached a considerable number of customers, delivering a harsh blow to Liangji. After finishing his lunch, Liang An stepped outside for a smoke and spotted the 2 portly chefs exiting the establishment. They cast a fleeting glance at him before hastily retreating into their vehicle and driving away. It was impossible for them not to feel fear, as the imprint of a size 42 shoe on their faces lingered in their memories. Additionally, several thugs dispatched by Liao Sheng had been thoroughly dispatched, with 2 of them even meeting their demise. Officially, it was reported that these men had attempted a robbery in the industrial park, only to be confronted by the patrolling Joint Defense Team, resulting in a fierce altercation that left them incapacitated. During their transfer to the health clinic, they tragically succumbed. The commercial street buzzed with tales of the Joint Defense Team's ruthlessness, yet the two chefs understood that it was largely Liang An who orchestrated these events. They were merely laborers seeking a paycheck and wished to avoid further antagonizing such a formidable character. Thus, they contemplated resigning. Those two walk like ducks, Zhang Jingguo remarked as he emerged from the store, chuckling at their wobbly gait. Have our sales increased today? Liang An inquired, inhaling a puff of smoke and exhaling a cloud. Yes, but our costs have also risen somewhat, Zhang Jingguo replied, lighting up a cigarette. There's no need for concern. Our beverage costs are minimal. It's akin to shearing a sheep for its wool, Liang An remarked with a smile. In business, deceit is a necessity. Can any merchant truly operate without a hint of cunning? Honesty rarely yields profit. The fruit vendor at the factory gate weighs his goods at 7 or 8 taels, offering slightly lower prices, yet the workers still purchase from him, believing he is fair and offers better rates than others, having distributed over 400 bottles of beverages. If we could set up a few more tables in our establishment, we might attract an even greater number of diners, Zhang Jingguo pondered aloud. Some workers, upon finding no available seats, opt not to wait and instead dine at other eateries. Perhaps we could negotiate with the shop next door, a convenience store, to place a few folding tables outside during meal hours. They could handle the daily influx of diners, Liang An suggested, casting a glance at the neighboring shop. That's a delicate matter. They are running a business and may not agree, Zhang Jingguo replied thoughtfully. It's not as if we are placing them directly at the entrance, just a little off to the side during meal times. It shouldn't hinder their commerce. Liang An discarded his cigarette, but onto the cement floor in front of the neighboring Rongji store. Go ahead, third brother. I'm not well acquainted with them, Zhang Jingguo said, his face a mask of reluctance. What are you afraid of? The owner is a respectable person and bears no ill will towards you, Liang An teased. Third brother. I urgently need to relieve myself, Zhang Jingguo exclaimed, hastily retreating into the shop. Liang An shook his head, a hint of exasperation crossing his features, before turning towards the convenience store. First, I'll engage them in light conversation. Everyone enjoys a compliment. Shower them with praises, and familiarity will soon blossom. The first encounter may be awkward, but with repeated visits, we shall soon be like brothers. Only then will I present my request, and it should pose no issue. A few days later, as mealtime approached, a folding table was set up at the entrance of the neighboring convenience store. Liangji fast food restaurant was thriving, reminiscent of its grand opening, with complimentary beverages and fruit, drawing a crowd of eager patrons daily. The folding tables outside the neighboring store were also filled with diners, with some tables accommodating 5 or 6 individuals. With the success of Liangji fast food restaurant, the business of Rongji fast food naturally suffered, yielding slightly less profit. However, the notion of Rongji fast food closing its doors was far-fetched. The owner had invested substantial capital, possessed skilled chefs, and had garnered a loyal clientele over the years. Moreover, Liao Sheng had ample funds. Even if Rongji fast food did not turn a profit, it could sustain itself for 2 to 3 years. Now that Liao Sheng was aware of Liang An's flourishing business, he would not remain passive and was sure to devise a scheme. Liang An, not one to sit idly by, was also preparing a grand surprise for Liao Sheng to secure his future. Recently, dusk descended rapidly. By 6 in the evening, darkness enveloped the sky. In the early winter of the south, the temperature fluctuated greatly between day and night, warm during the day, yet chill permeating the night air. One had to don an extra layer when venturing outside. In recent days, a beggar had appeared on the commercial street, an elderly man in his 70s, dressed in tattered clothing, carrying a worn bag and holding a battered stainless steel bowl, begging from passers-by at the factory gate. Wandering daily through the commercial street, he neither rummages through trash bins nor begs for alms, adopting a somewhat serene disposition. After mealtime, he positions himself at the entrance of Liang's fast food establishment, where he is invariably rewarded with a sumptuous boxed meal, his lips glistening with grease. He begins his day of begging shortly after 10 in the morning and departs around 6 or 7 in the evening. The money he collects is promptly exchanged at the convenience store for cigarettes and alcohol, leading a life more carefree than that of the ordinary factory workers. The owner of the adjacent grocery store speaks of Liang with compassion, expressing a willingness to share a meal with the elderly man, lamenting his plight and chastising his offspring for their failure to fulfill their filial duties. Upon hearing such sentiments, Liang merely smiles, saying little, for that man is akin to a revered ancestor, beyond reproach. As the makeshift stage nears completion, They await the arrival of the foolish Liao Sheng to perform. Entering early winter, the weather remains temperate. While mornings and evenings are cool, the midday sun radiates warmth. Observing the impending drop in temperature, Liang realizes that the dishes he prepares will cool quickly. In warmer weather, this is manageable, but the factory workers prefer not to eat cold meals in chillier conditions. Those in the fast food business are well aware of the necessity for a microwave to reheat food, which alleviates this issue. However, when the crowd swells, a microwave becomes insufficient, as one cannot expect patrons to queue individually for reheating. Most of these customers are factory workers, who have limited time during their 1-hour break and cannot afford to wait. To remedy this, Liang procured a contraption akin to a steam pot. On regular days, he burns coal to boil water, allowing steam to fill a metal cabinet, above which he places a long stainless steel basin for the dishes. The aim is not to heat the food for an extended period, but to ensure it remains warm within the hour following the workers' mealtime, without needing to be as hot as when freshly cooked. As mealtime approaches, Liang and Zhang Jingguo sit at the cash register, anticipating a rush of factory workers eager to spend their earnings. It remains uncertain whether the workers at Jingguan factory have received a wage increase or are simply overworked. But the expenditure on meals has noticeably risen, with many spending 4 to 5 yuan per meal. A throng of people surges from the factory gates, dispersing rapidly to various dining establishments along the commercial street. Liang's fast food shop, however, sees only 20 to 30 patrons, who, as usual, select their dishes and proceed to the cash register to pay. Initially, Liang and Zhang perceive no irregularity, but as time passes, they begin to notice an unusual decrease in customer traffic. Typically, the shop buzzes with activity, tables filled to capacity, spilling over to the folding tables outside. Yet today, the number of patrons has significantly dwindled, appearing to have halved at the very least. By noon, a considerable portion of the self-serve meal options remains. Stepping outside, Liang observes the bustling scene at the neighboring Rong's fast food shop, where the influx of customers is overwhelming. The folding tables outside are filled with people, prompting some factory workers to abandon their wait and seek other eateries along the street. They did not consider Liangji fast food as an alternative dining option, even though there were vacant tables inside. Yet, no one ventured in this direction. The culinary skills of the chefs at Liangji fast food are nearly on par with those at Rongji fast food. To overlook this establishment for a quick meal surely points to a significant issue. Returning to the cash register, Liang An pondered for a moment and instructed Zhang Jingguo, go outside and see if there are any rumors circulating. All right, third brother, Zhang Jingguo replied and promptly exited the cash register area, heading outside. They had been in the food industry for over 3 months, and they were well acquainted with many of the shop owners and factory workers in the vicinity. The factory employed a considerable number of migrant workers, some of whom hailed from the same town as the two of them. Half an hour later, Zhang Jingguo rushed back, his face as dark as stormy waters. One might think he had just engaged in a heated argument outside. What is going on? Liang An inquired. Third brother, someone is spreading rumors in the factory, claiming that our food is unclean and that people have ended up in the hospital. Zhang Jingguo clenched his fists, his face flushed with anger. Is that true? If so, why hasn't anyone come to demand compensation? I suspect this is a deliberate attempt to spread falsehoods. Liang An's gaze turned icy as he scoffed. Third brother, I believe it must be the envious scoundrels from next door, jealous of our thriving business. Zhang Jingguo said indignantly. They only possess this level of cunning, Liang An remarked. The customer flow had been halved at noon today, yet a fair number still came to dine. This indicated that the rumors were still in their infancy. Some patrons had not yet heard the whispers and continued to frequent Liangji fast food as usual. However, if this continued, the afternoon clientele could dwindle even further, and once the rumors spread widely, they would be left with an empty establishment. Third brother, should we clarify the situation? Zhang Jingguo suggested anxiously. Clarify? That would play into their hands, plunging us deeper into the quagmire. Liang An shook his head. This insidious tactic, based on unfounded claims, could escalate to the point where rumors suggest that several people have perished. Once the workers hear that, who would dare to dine here? Perhaps we should also spread rumors, dragging Rongji fast food down with us. If we cannot thrive, neither should they. Zhang Jingguo said bitterly. To sever someone's means of livelihood is akin to murdering their family. I am tempted to storm into Rongji fast food with a cleaver and wreak havoc, he added. Spreading rumors against them would be futile. It would only lead to mutual destruction, with no one benefiting. Liang An sighed. Third brother, what should we do now? Zhang Jingguo asked, somewhat agitated, lighting a cigarette and exhaling deeply. Let us put Rongji fast food on the hot seat, making it impossible for them to escape. Liang An suggested thoughtfully. What do you mean? Zhang Jingguo queried, puzzled. Quite simple. If others spread rumors, we shall do the same, but not against Rongji specifically. Instead, we will cast a shadow over the entire commercial street's dining establishments, pulling them all into the fray. Liang An smiled. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Jingguo's eyes lit up, and he slapped his thigh, exclaiming, what a brilliant idea. By creating confusion, if every restaurant on the commercial street is implicated, then no one will believe the rumor. Furthermore, we can incite animosity against Rongji fast food, making them the target of public scorn. Liang An replied with a cold smirk. All right, I will spread the rumor immediately. Aiming for a whirlwind of gossip within a few days, Zhang Jingguo declared as he dashed outside. Wait a moment. Liang An urgently called him back. Third brother, what is it? Zhang Jingguo asked, puzzled. Do not enlist the help of familiar local workers for this task. If they betray us, we will become the very targets of ridicule ourselves. I will handle this matter with others. Liang An stated solemnly. Understood. Zhang Jingguo nodded. Go to the kitchen and inform Haixing and Haimin to reduce the portion sizes by half for the afternoon. Liang An commanded, given the circumstances. The number of workers dining in the afternoon may dwindle further. Cooking too much that cannot be sold would only lead to waste. Thus, this approach will mitigate some losses. All right. Zhang Jingguo entered the establishment and conveyed the message to the two chefs. Liang An then set off towards the convenience store diagonally across the street. At mealtime, Lin Daong and the other neighborhood watch members would habitually gather outside the convenience store, reading newspapers and smoking. Once the workers returned to the factory, they would drive around aimlessly. Liang An intended to find Lin Daong and recruit a few aunties from their village who worked in the factory to assist him. When it comes to spreading rumors, these seasoned aunties excel, ensuring that even falsehoods are conveyed with conviction. Chapter 60. Breaking the deadlock in just a few days. Rumors began to circulate throughout the various eateries on the commercial street surrounding Jingguan factory, spreading like wildfire. The first victim was the soup noodle shop adjacent to Rongji fast food, owned by locals and specializing in regional delicacies such as seafood noodles, lean meat noodles, and pork entrails noodles. The rumor claimed that the ingredients at this noodle shop were unhygienic and that a worker had been hospitalized after consuming their soup noodles. Once this rumor emerged, the noodle shop's business plummeted, with not a single customer throughout the entire day. Liangji fast food fared somewhat better, still attracting 100 or 200 customers daily, managing to earn some revenue. Some workers remained skeptical of the claims against Liangji fast food, firmly believing that the establishment could not possibly cause such harm. Many had been dining there since its opening and had frequented the place for over 3 months. Moreover, if such incidents were true, authorities would have come to investigate, prompting the shop to cease operations for rectifications. However, the power of rumor is formidable. Some individuals still preferred to believe in its veracity rather than dismiss it. With business dwindling, Zhang Jingguo found the task of managing the cash register rather effortless. Liang An, on the other hand, did not linger in the shop, opting instead to visit the convenience store across the street to engage in conversation with the owner, Suanghua. Outside the convenience store, the workers gathered, smoking and discussing the latest rumors, cautioning one another about which establishments were deemed unsafe for dining. Hearing this, Liang An couldn't help but smile, knowing that it wouldn't be long before they realized that there wasn't a single restaurant on the entire commercial street that was safe to eat at. Except for Rongji fast food, all other dining establishments are shrouded in rumors, plagued by various issues. According to Liang An's plan, rumors would be spread about all the restaurants on the commercial street, leaving Rongji as the sole exception. He felt compelled to take such drastic measures to undermine everyone else's businesses in order to break the deadlock. As the workers became desensitized to the incessant gossip, they would begin to question the veracity of these rumors and ultimately disregard them, unless they dined at the factory canteen. If they ventured out to the commercial street for a meal, they would be confronted with tales of wrongdoing associated with every restaurant. Believing such tales would leave them with nothing to eat. Little boss Liang, you're not doing so well, remarked boss Suanghua, who was casually smoking a cigarette. How can a man say he can't do it? Liang An replied with a smile. Just look at the customer flow at Rongji, and then at yours. Oh, it's quite disheartening, Suanghua said with a look of disdain. You talked about competing and knocking them out, yet here you are, nearly on the brink of collapse yourself. It's just temporary. It will improve in a few days. Aren't those two chefs at Rongji threatening to resign? Liang An said, lighting a cigarette with a grin. They're not scared of you. You've been watching them like a hawk, making them anxious. Suonghua teased. Old Su, does your wife know about this? Liang An shook his head, bemused by his friend's suggestive banter. Kid, if you're thinking of making a move on your sister-in-law, I can't even control myself sometimes and end up with a black eye. Suonghua wiped away an imaginary tear and gazed at the ceiling. Want to hear a story? Bring me a bottle of 53-degree facial liquor, and I'll regale you with it. Please, no? I don't want to hear it. That liquor is expensive. Liang An waved his hand. Look at you. I'm only suggesting a drink to lift your spirits since your business isn't thriving. Suonghua feigned innocence, as if he weren't trying to make Liang An buy him liquor. All right then, I have some rice wine at my place. If you really want to share a story, come over tonight for a few drinks. Liang An laughed. While they were conversing, a middle-aged man entered. His expression far from cheerful. This man was in his 40s, tall and thin, with a slight hunch and prominent cheekbones, giving him a malnourished appearance. Old son, what's wrong? Did you have a spat with your wife? Suonghua inquired jovially, noting the man's forlorn demeanor. Don't mention it. I don't know who spread the rumors, but my noodle shop has had no customers all day. I'm about to starve. Old son lamented, his face clouded with worry. With no business to attend to, he purchased a pack of cigarettes and sat down to chat with the two. Upon hearing this, Liang An felt a surge of anger. Cursing in his heart, you are a son, your whole family are fools. Hey, little boss Liang, you're in the same boat. You two are fated to be at odds with Rongji. They have customers lining up while you have none. Suonghua chuckled. Liang An feigned a sorrowful expression and sighed. I suspect we've obstructed Rongji's fortune. That's why they're spreading these rumors. Before long, we'll be left to eat nothing but the wind. Little boss Liang has a point. I suspect it's that scoundrel at Rongji behind this. Old son angrily exclaimed. I'll make sure to pour boiling water on those 2 money trees at his shop and trance tonight. Liang An was somewhat taken aback, questioning the usefulness of such an act, and thought it would be more effective to hurl a few bricks at Rongji's entrance instead. Hey, your approach seems lacking. Little boss Liang's business has gradually improved, and it's thanks to those who toss cigarette butts over there daily. You might as well learn a thing or two. Suonghua chuckled slyly. Liang An rolled his eyes, retorting, Did you really see me tossing cigarette butts from that distance? Old son, somewhat skeptical, chimed in. Then I'll throw a few bricks tonight. Suonghua's smile faltered as he quickly replied, Just toss more cigarette butts. Buying a few more packs of cigarettes will suffice. After chatting for a while, other shop owners arrived, engaging in casual conversation. The convenience store at the factory entrance was quite spacious, frequented by numerous smoking shop owners purchasing cigarettes. Liang An subtly directed his suspicions toward Rongji, believing him to be the beneficiary of the rumors being spread. Many dining establishments were now rumored to be affected, yet only Rongji's fast food restaurant remained unscathed, making it all too easy for people to let their guard down. Exiting the convenience store, Liang An felt a wave of contentment wash over him as he briskly returned to the shop. Business had been sluggish recently, with only Lin Haimin working as the chef, while Lin Haixing took leave to accompany his wife. Upon seeing him return, Zhang Jingguo hurried over, inquiring, Third brother, our business has been stagnant for several days now. It will improve in a few days. Soon, we shall be busy again. Liang An responded confidently. With rumors swirling like autumn leaves, the workers had grown weary of them, dismissing the whispers entirely. Indeed, Zhang Jingguo's eyes brightened as he flattered. Third brother is truly remarkable. You resolve issues effortlessly. We are just one step away, tonight. I will send someone to put Rongji in his place. Liang An's eyes glinted with determination. Yes, that fool started this. He deserves a taste of his own medicine. Zhang Jingguo nodded in agreement. By the way, that beggar asked for some liquor today. I filled a plastic bottle for him. He recalled hastily. It's all right, from now on. Keep some rice wine in plastic bottles here. When he comes, just give it to him. It doesn't cost much. Liang An nodded in response. Third brother. Doing this might encourage him to take advantage. His appetite will only grow. Zhang Jingguo cautioned carefully. No worries. He won't become greedy. It's not about money. Just follow my instructions. Liang An waved his hand dismissively. Understood. Zhang Jingguo nodded, turning to the account book to tally the figures. Chapter 61. The fool arrives before the rumors had settled. Yet another tale spread its wings, igniting fervent discussions among the self-employed and workers alike. This latest rumor was straightforward. claiming that the previous tales were fabricated by Rongji's fast food restaurant, aiming to undermine its competitors in the dining industry. Recently, workers had grown weary of the incessant rumors, no longer believing them. After all, if they genuinely believed the rumors, the entire food establishment on the commercial street would suffer, leaving only Rongji's fast food restaurant to thrive. The rumors escalated absurdly, with reports of businesses collapsing daily, leaving one to ponder how many had truly perished. If the situation were as dire as claimed, it would have long been reported in newspapers, with television stations conducting interviews and the factory issuing notices urging caution against dining out. However, none of this mattered to them. They simply indulged in whatever they desired on the commercial street. The foot traffic at Liang An fast food has returned, no longer consisting of just a few sporadic diners. Not only Liang An's establishment, but other eateries on the commercial street have also resumed their former bustling business. Liang An's strategy proved to be a resurrection from the brink of extinction. Henceforth, if rumors were to circulate, the factory workers would likely dismiss them as mere fabrications. 2 money trees outside the neighboring Rongji fast food had withered, their leaves losing their vibrant hue and shedding at the slightest breeze. This mischief was orchestrated by Old Sun from the powder shop. One evening, as Liang An was closing up after a late-night snack, he witnessed this fellow pouring a kettle of boiling water at the roots of the trees. After completing his task, he unzipped his pants, exposing himself to relieve himself upon the unfortunate flora. It remains uncertain whether the man was simply suffering from a heat-induced condition, but when the Rongji server arrived for her shift the next morning, she was greeted by a foul odor. She promptly took the hose and washed the floor, only to discover that the source of the stench emanated from the planters of the 2 money trees, leading her to douse the area with a copious amount of garlic and onion water to mask the odor. They dared not use water directly, fearing the demise of the trees, as that would surely invite a scolding from their boss during inspections. "Brother San, we ran out of the dishes cooked this afternoon. We'll need to procure more supplies tomorrow," Zhang Jingguo reminded. Recently, with fewer patrons, the daily procurement of ingredients had dwindled to a quarter of what it once was. Who could have anticipated that the afternoon would bring an influx of customers? Those arriving late found nothing to eat and had no choice but to head to Rongji fast food instead. "I understand. We shall revert to our previous procurement levels and prepare more dishes. Business should improve beyond what it was." Liang An nodded in agreement. "Oh dear, I forgot to save a meal for that old man. Is he coming by soon?" Zhang Jingguo exclaimed, smacking his forehead in realization. "Not to worry. Hai Sheng and Hai Min are cooking, right? Just take a portion from each dish and pack it in a lunchbox, along with a bottle of rice wine," Liang An instructed. "Understood," Zhang Jingguo replied, hastily preparing the lunchbox and wine. As he stepped outside, he noticed Liang An conversing quietly with the old man, handing him a packet of fine cigarettes. Zhang Jingguo offered the lunch and wine, watching as the old man sat on a plastic stool to eat without uttering a word. Regardless, this fellow would toss the lunchbox into a nearby trash bin once he was finished. After his meal, the old man patted his backside, picked up a stainless steel basin, and carried away the plastic bottle. "Brother San, how long has it been since this guy last bathed? The stench emanating from him is worse than a cesspool. It's fortunate that he didn't linger during meal hours. Otherwise, he would have scared off quite a number of customers." Zhang Jingguo waved his hand through the air in distaste. When he is present, never speak such words nor display any disdainful expressions. Liang An cautioned sternly. "I understand." Zhang Jingguo nodded, then inquired, "Why do we treat him so kindly?" He was well aware that offending such a person would mean the end of business, as he would linger here daily. Is Brother Sin planning to use this opportunity to sabotage Rongji fast food's business? This is a living ancestor. He is not to be trifled with. In time, you shall understand, Liang An asserted with conviction. In the evening, Liang An and Zhang Jingguo continued their routine of selling late-night snacks, and their business thrived, surpassing their usual sales by a factor of 2. By midnight, they had sold out all their goods and began to tidy up, returning to the store, drawing down the shutter, and reclining on a folding bed to sleep. As the temperature dropped during the night, a chill permeated the air. However, with the air conditioning on, the warmth provided a comfortable slumber. Uncertain of how long they had been asleep, they were abruptly awakened by a series of loud banging noises from outside. Liang An's eyes flew open, startled from his dreams, and he sat up straight. Zhang Jingguo, alerted by the commotion, followed suit. "Third brother, it seems the noise is coming from next door," he whispered. "It should be," Liang An responded, straining to listen, discerning that the sounds originated from the adjacent Rongji fast food restaurant. It sounds like bricks striking the shutter. Zhang Jingguo observed intently, and there are sounds of smashing. Liang An nodded, adding to his analysis. With their establishment being right next door, it was not difficult to surmise that someone was prying open the shutter and wreaking havoc inside. Should we go take a look? Zhang Jingguo inquired. What for? If you're bored, just rub your hands together. Liang An shot him a glare, responding with irritation. No, I meant I want to throw a few bricks. Zhang Jingguo quickly clarified. We are decent people. We don't engage in such unscrupulous acts. Let us just sleep and throw bricks in our dreams instead, Liang An said, lying back down and covering himself with the blanket. Zhang Jingguo tugged at his lips. He would believe such words from anyone else, but not from his third brother. Seeing Liang An settle down, he too lay back under the covers, attempting to sleep. Third brother, they are prying the shutter. Zhang Jingguo whispered again. As long as they don't pry ours, the sky could fall, and it wouldn't concern us. Liang An replied, lapsing into silence thereafter. The commotion next door ceased, only to be followed by another round of smashing that lasted several minutes before fading into quietude. When morning arrived, Liang An pulled up the shutter to find Chun Gang and his wife had already set up their stall, offering him a large meat bun and soybean milk. Having risen later than usual, he brought his tricycle out into the street and glanced at the Rongji fast food restaurant. The restaurant's entrance was shrouded in darkness, evidently doused in gasoline and set ablaze. Upon inspecting the sign, it was in disarray, the floor littered with debris. Undoubtedly, the establishment had suffered extensive damage, making it impossible for them to open for business that day. Without lingering, Liang An lit a cigarette, revved up his tricycle, and made his way, panting, towards the wholesale market for supplies. By 9 in the morning, the employees of Rongji fast food arrived for work, only to be met with a shocking sight. The restaurant was in disarray, prompting them to urgently contact their boss, Liao Sheng. Around 10 o'clock, Liao Sheng arrived in a black Santana, parking at the roadside in front of the restaurant, stepping out of the vehicle. His expression darkened upon witnessing the chaos, and his gaze involuntarily shifted towards Liang Ji fast food. Liang An emerged from his store, wearing an expression of curiosity. In these times, with forensic technology lagging, capturing the culprits of such vandalism was undoubtedly a Herculean task. In the bustling commercial district, individual food vendors, even if they witnessed something, would refrain from lending their assistance, perhaps even orchestrating the incident themselves. If someone arrives here, they should expect to offer gifts. Liang An observed Liao Sheng's retreating figure, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing a cold smile. Chapter 62. No turning back. Third brother, what are you watching? Zhang Jingguo inquired, having just rinsed his mouth and stifling a yawn. That foolish idiot has arrived, simply here for the spectacle. Liang An instructed him to fetch 2 plastic stools to sit and enjoy the scene. Zhang Jingguo hastily procured 2 plastic stools and a folding table. Arranging them at the entrance of the shop, he returned inside to retrieve 2 bottles of gaocheng and placed a handful of sunflower seeds on the table. Where did the sunflower seeds come from? Liang An asked, somewhat surprised. The owner of the convenience store, Boss Su, is quite generous. He said we are significant tobacco clients and gifted us a pack of seeds. Zhang Jingguo replied with a smile. That fellow is a master of deception. Do not believe his tall tales. Soon he'll be asking if you want to hear a story, enticing you to buy a bottle of 53-degree facial liquor. And then he'll introduce you to specialty cigarettes that cost hundreds a pack. Liang An twisted open a bottle of gaocheng and took a sip. No way. He even claimed he would introduce me to a girl from the city who sells goods on the street and earns over 100 a night, if there's chemistry. Deeper exchanges will ensue. Zhang Jingguo scratched his head. Uffed. Liang An, mid-sip, abruptly sprayed the gaocheng everywhere, coughing uncontrollably. What's wrong, third brother? Zhang Jingguo asked, perplexed. Nothing. Just don't believe that guy's words in the future. Liang An took a breath, speaking earnestly. At that moment, a series of urgent sirens pierced the air. Shortly after, a police car and 2 motorcycles from the public security patrol sped to a halt in front of the Rongji fast food restaurant. 2 officers disembarked, questioning several members of the patrol team before advancing towards the entrance of Rongji. This incident occurred around 2 or 3 in the morning. The security patrol had concluded their rounds by then, leaving no one to monitor the area. Liao Sheng emerged from the shop with a grim expression upon seeing the police. His demeanor softened slightly as he led them inside to examine the remnants of the scene. The shop, which had seen considerable investment in its decor, had only been open for 2 months and now lay in ruins with catastrophic losses. The electrical circuit had been shut off, all wiring severed, and the faucets hacked away, making reconnection nearly impossible without tearing up the floor. Outside, apart from Liang An and Zhang Jingguo, other shop owners gathered to witness the spectacle, many relishing in the misfortune. The 2 officers surveyed the scene but found no useful clues, recording the shop's losses and initiating an investigation. In these times, forensic technology is rather primitive, posing a significant challenge in uncovering the perpetrator's identity. Though an investigation was underway, it remained uncertain when, or if, the case would be resolved. Liao Sheng was convinced that Liang An was behind this incident and insisted the police classify him as a prime suspect for thorough scrutiny. Given their competitive relationship and prior grievances, he firmly believed Liang An was responsible. The officers nodded in agreement and approached Liang An, diligently posing a series of inquiries. Liang An diligently responded to the inquiries and candidly admitted that he had heard some commotion the previous night, where a group of individuals had come to vandalize. Yet he did not dare to step outside the store to investigate. He further divulged that he and Liao Sheng were related as uncle and nephew. This incident was not perpetrated by him. No matter how thoroughly it was investigated, no wrongdoing could be uncovered. After listening to his account, the 2 police officers dismissed their suspicions, visited nearby shop owners, and subsequently departed the commercial street in their patrol car. Liao Sheng addressed his employees for a while, granting them a brief respite before preparing to leave the area. As he approached the roadside vehicle, he lit a cigarette, his gaze dark and fixed ominously in Liang An's direction. In Liao Sheng's eyes, this matter was undoubtedly connected to Liang An, whether directly involved or not. He believed Liang An had orchestrated it. He pondered on issuing a bounty, knowing that under the lure of a substantial reward, a brave soul would surely come forward to identify the culprits. If that failed, he would find someone to frame, ensuring the culprit faced some hardship. Liang An met Liao Sheng's stare, his expression unperturbed as he leisurely cracked sunflower seeds. Observing the foolishness in Liao Sheng's eyes, he knew plots were brewing against him and hoped that the gift he had prepared would come as a surprise. Liao Sheng flicked his cigarette but to the ground, entered the car, and picked up his mobile phone to dial a number. The call connected swiftly, and he barked orders at the person on the other end, his frustration palpable. Suddenly, a disheveled septuagenarian, clutching a battered stainless steel basin, began to bang incessantly on the car window. Liao Sheng, in the midst of his call, wore a look of disgust, waving his hand dismissively. The old man, undeterred, continued to strike the window with vigor, producing a cacophonous racket. Interrupted and unable to endure any longer, Liao Sheng rolled down the window, bellowing in fury, "Get the hell away from me, or I'll kill you." The onlookers, still gathered, remained engrossed in the spectacle. Isn't this guy wealthy? It would be best if the old man fell down and extorted him, they thought. Just then, a piercing scream shattered the air, startling everyone. The old man had seized Liao Sheng's arm, his body abruptly collapsing to the ground, dragging Liao Sheng with him. Blood gushed from several wounds on the old man's body, staining the ground crimson. Liao Sheng leapt back, colliding with the car as the crowd stood frozen in shock. Upon seeing Liao Sheng's blood-soaked face and the knife in his hand, realization dawned on them. He had committed murder. Murder! Someone finally shouted, breaking the stunned silence. Liao Sheng regained his senses, gazing at his bloodied hands, and hastily discarded the dagger, stammering, "I did not kill him." He inflicted the wound upon himself. Despite his boisterous demeanor, he lacked the courage to take a life, even with tenfold audacity. However, the onlookers had witnessed him extracting the blade from the old man's body, accompanied by a spurt of blood. "Quickly, summon an ambulance." Liang An bellowed as he rose to his feet. Yes, yes. Call for an ambulance." Liao Sheng, as if clinging to a lifeline, turned to retrieve a mobile phone from the vehicle, his hands trembling as he attempted to dial. After several futile attempts, the call remained unconnected. The crowd observed this spectacle, interpreting his anxiety not as genuine, but as a calculated intent to let the old man perish. Upon hearing the commotion, Lin Daong and other members of the neighborhood watch arrived on motorcycles, swiftly surrounding Liao Sheng to prevent any escape. Upon checking the old man's breath, they discovered his pupils were dilated. He had succumbed to death. Faced with the grim news of the old man's demise, Liao Sheng's countenance turned ashen, collapsing to the ground like a heap of mud. How could this happen? He muttered, bewildered. He had merely wished to vent his frustrations, never intending to take a life. The knife had been drawn by the old man, and Liao had acted in self-defense, snatching it away as the man thrust it towards himself. I truly did not kill him. It was he who stabbed himself, he implored, his voice quivering as he scanned the faces around him. The gravity of intentional homicide, leading to death, could only result in the death penalty or life imprisonment. The lightest sentence would entail years of incarceration. Anyone aware of such impending doom would hardly remain composed. The crowd regarded him with skepticism. Unable to fathom the notion that the old man had harmed himself, such a thought seemed utterly irrational. While the old man did beg on the commercial street, he was far from destitute. He lived comfortably, enjoying 3 meals a day, a little drink, and a pack of cigarettes without a care in the world. Each day, he would arrive at 10 o'clock, squatting outside the factory gates to solicit alms, departing after 6 in the evening. His meals were often at Liang's fast food restaurant or Old Son's noodle shop, or perhaps indulging in clay pot rice. Over time, he had sampled numerous eateries along the street. With Liang's fast food establishment being his favorite haunt, it wasn't that the owners wished to bestow their meals upon him. Rather, individuals claiming to be his family would pay for his food. He did not enter the establishments, but remained outside, equipped with his own bowl. And he never disrupted the dining hours. Consequently, the restaurant owners treated him with respect, providing him with food, knowing someone would inevitably cover the cost. No one in the commercial street believed he wished for his own demise. What a grave matter, to have so brutally taken a life. Liang An pushed through the crowd, chastising him. Indeed, if offended, a mere beating suffices. How could one resort to a blade? Zhang Jingguo echoed. The assembly of onlookers unanimously condemned Liao Sheng's ruthless actions, denouncing him for such a heinous act. Some remarked that his public act of violence would have dire repercussions, ensuring he would face severe consequences. Upon hearing the mention of peanuts, Liao Sheng's eyes turned red with fury, and he erupted in a rage, shouting, "I did not commit murder. He brought it upon himself. This man is insane and poses a grave danger. We must not allow him to escape and wreak havoc." Liang An, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, ventured a suggestion. Liao Sheng's gaze fell upon Liang An, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent as he lunged towards him. A loud thud resonated as Liao Sheng's bloodied hands were thwarted by a swift kick to his abdomen, sending him crashing into a vehicle with a resounding bang. The 3 members of the joint defense team, witnessing Liao Sheng's audacity to commit violence, wore grim expressions and seized their batons to strike. Their blows were merciless, leaving the onlookers feeling a chill run down their spines. After several strikes, Liao Sheng lay on the ground like a defeated dog, emitting anguished groans. The crowd, rather than sympathizing, erupted in applause. At that moment, a police car, its sirens blaring, sped towards the scene. It was the same vehicle, manned by the same 2 officers from earlier. Upon disembarking, they were met with incredulity as they learned of the unfolding events. Mere minutes had passed since they left, and the victim had suddenly transformed into the assailant, leaving them in a state of astonishment. Shortly thereafter, Liao Sheng was handcuffed and placed into the vehicle, while the lifeless body of the old man was also removed. The bloodstains on the ground were meticulously cleared away by professionals, rendering the scene devoid of any trace of the preceding chaos. Liao Sheng's black Santana remained parked outside the Rongji fast food restaurant, likely to be vandalized into a state of ruin by the early hours of the morning. After providing a few instructions to Zhang Jingguo, Liang An exited the establishment and made his way to the nearby convenience store across the street. It was still too early for dinner, and the store was devoid of customers. Upon seeing Liang An, the store owner, Su Onghua, immediately offered a thumbs up and remarked, "Little boss Liang. That was quite the maneuver. Murder without a trace. Old Su, do not malign the innocent. That man is my maternal uncle. I am not as heartless as you suggest." Liang An replied with a smile. Su Onghua appeared taken aback, seemingly surprised to learn that Liao Sheng was Liang An's uncle, pondering whether it was truly family turning against family. "Hey, little boss Liang, your uncle. He wasn't picked up and raised by your grandparents, was he? You seem to share no kinship at all," he mused, envisioning a dramatic family saga with an amused expression. "Do not pry into matters of society," Liang An requested, ordering a pack of quality cigarettes, tearing open the plastic wrap, and extracting one to light. "Little boss Liang, given the troubles at Rongji, I suppose you will no longer be offering beverages at your shop?" Su Onghua inquired, rubbing his hands together. "That is not the case. I have received a new shipment that has yet to be delivered." Liang An shook his head in response. "What deliveries? Bring them all here." I will gladly accept every last one. Su Ongwa declared boastfully. No, no, no. I cannot let you incur a loss. Liang An waved his hand dismissively. It is of no concern. I am not short on funds. Su Ongwa replied with grandiosity. Old Su, I appreciate your audacious demeanor. I have ordered over 60,000 bottles of beverages. I will ensure that they all come to you. Liang An remarked with a playful glint in his eye. 60,000 bottles? Su Ongwa widened his eyes, glancing outside. The weather was pleasant today, and his sister-in-law had asked him to wash the sheets. He had to get on with it. Otherwise, he would face a beating later. After uttering these words, he hurried into the inner room. Old Su, don't go. Liang An called out urgently. Damn it, that was careless. Su Ongwa muttered, disappearing into the inner chamber. Watching Su Ongwa flee in such a fluster, Liang An couldn't help but smile and shake his head, contemplating how to deceive the fellow for a profit. This batch of near-expiry beverages was known only to himself and the agent, Guo Xiao. Su Ongwa remained oblivious, thinking they were part of normal sales. With Rongji fast food restaurant closing down, they had no intention of delivering these drinks, planning instead to sell them to customers at 50 cents each. Given that the market price was 1 yuan, 50 cents was indeed quite a bargain, and there would always be those eager to seize a deal. If all else failed, they could simply merge the beverage cost into the meal price, ensuring the drinks would be sold. After finishing his cigarette, Liang An extinguished the butt in the ashtray on the counter and approached the landline phone in the shop, picking up the receiver to dial a number. The call was quickly connected, and he introduced himself directly. The person has entered the suburban police station. You need to bring people over now, Liang An instructed. Understood. Brother Liang, I'll take them there right away. Fei Sen replied hastily. Make sure not to bring any weapons. And keep those hot-headed youths in check to avoid any trouble, Liang An warned. Rest assured, Brother Liang, there are only 2 children among these distant relatives. But there are plenty of cousins. I can rally 20 or 30 people. Fei Sen assured him. I'll only bring 2 reckless ones. All right, enough chit-chat. Let us get to work. Liang An concluded. Got it. Fei Sen acknowledged before hanging up the phone. After the call ended, Liang An directly dialed the office phone of his inexpensive yet caring mother, Liao Qing. This was her private line, known to very few. Once connected, the other end quickly picked up. Mom, it's Liang An, he announced. Shaoan, have you encountered any difficulties? Liao Qing asked without hesitation. There was little choice. Having not raised her son by her side, he seldom called after arriving in Haiqing, and their meetings had been rare. Mom, I haven't encountered any difficulties. But there's something I wish to discuss with you. Liang An feigned hesitation. Are you talking about a romantic interest? Which girl? Liao Qing inquired with a smile. I'm not in a relationship. Liang An sighed, his tone turning serious as he continued. Mom, my second uncle has committed murder in the commercial street of the suburban industrial park. What? What did you just say? Liao Qing's voice rose several octaves. I said, my second uncle has killed someone in the commercial street of the suburban industrial park. Many people witnessed it. Liang An refrained from providing specific details. You're not deceiving me, are you? I know my second uncle can be a bit of a rogue, but he wouldn't dare to murder anyone. Hasn't it been only a short while since the crackdown? Isn't he afraid of jail time? Liao Qing questioned anxiously. Really? He is currently detained at the suburban police station. We need to consult the authorities for the specifics. Liang An replied earnestly. Is he at the southern suburban police station or the northern one? Liao Qing inquired quickly. At the southern suburban police station. Liang An confirmed. Very well. I shall notify your grandparents and second aunt to make a trip, Liao Qing stated before abruptly ending the call. Liang An hung up. Calling out for Su Ongwa to come out, settled the phone bill, and turned to leave the convenience store, making his way back to his own shop. As mealtime approached, he instructed Lin Haixing and Lin Haimin to assist Zhang Jingguo at the cash register if there were many customers. Grabbing the car keys, he leisurely hopped onto his 3-wheeled vehicle and proceeded towards the suburban police station. Familiar with the route from his previous visit, Liang An knew the police station was not far from the wholesale market, allowing him to conveniently pick up a few bags of rice noodles afterward. After traveling a short distance on the secondary highway, he spotted a tractor pulling a cart filled with people, puffing along ahead, accompanied by a motorcycle. This tractor was a newer model, equipped with a cabin to shield against the elements, and despite the loud noise of the diesel engine, it still required a hand crank to start, moving at a pace of 30 kilometers per hour. On the motorcycle, a young man was in the driver's seat, while a familiar face, Fei Sen, occupied the rear. Not feeling the need to hasten, Liang An trailed behind the group at a leisurely pace. In about 5 or 6 minutes, the tractor arrived at the entrance of the suburban police station, where a throng of people disembarked. There appeared to be a dozen or so individuals, a mix of men and women, young and old, all displaying expressions of indignation, creating quite a commotion. After disembarking, they directly entered the police station. Liang An parked his vehicle beside the tractor and found a shaded spot to squat down. Once everyone had arrived, he could commence his performance. Faison noticed him but refrained from approaching, wary that others might discover their acquaintance, and thus joined the main group as they entered the station. Shortly after, a pedal motorcycle approached and stopped beside the three-wheeler. The rider, donned in a helmet, wore a black suit complemented by a black down jacket. Recognizing the license plate, Liang An stood up from his position and hurried over. The individual was none other than Liao Qing. After exchanging a few words, 2 sedans arrived and parked in the adjacent lot. The doors opened, and an elderly couple emerged, their expressions far from cheerful. With a murderer in the family, the couple faced the prospect of ridicule from their neighbors in their twilight years. Following them, several more individuals descended from the vehicles, 2 men and 3 women, all around their 40s or 50s. Liang An recognized them from his previous visit to the hospital to see Liao Shang. They were Liao Qing's maternal relatives, her parents, siblings, and their spouses. Each was dressed in respectable attire, their garments and jewelry exuding an air of affluence. However, one person was conspicuously absent, the eldest uncle, who worked within the system. It remained unclear whether his absence was due to avoiding suspicion or attending to official duties. This assembly of individuals scarcely acknowledged Liang An's presence, not even casting him a glance, as they clustered together to exchange a few words before making their way into the police station. Liang An felt indifferent. They looked down upon him, just as he held them in disdain. Regardless, he anticipated the impending spectacle. To consider his feelings, Liao Qing lagged behind to accompany him, offering a few comforting words. The Liao family had arrived. A voice rang out, and Liang An grasped her mother's arm, stepping back to distance themselves from the Liao family ahead. Suddenly, a throng surged forth from the police station's hall, encircling the Liao family. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of accusations, voices overlapping in fervor. In a matter of moments, tensions escalated into shoving, and soon fists began to fly. The Liao family hastily shielded the elderly couple, determined to protect them from the wrath of the mob. The scene descended into chaos. "Shaoan, hurry and help. Your grandparents are in poor health. They cannot afford to be harmed," Liao Qing urged anxiously. Liang An nodded and rushed forward, calling out loudly, "Everyone, please. Let us resolve this peacefully." Despite her loud cries, the crowd remained on the outskirts, unwilling to intervene. 2 police officers, witnessing the commotion, dashed out and shouted for the crowd to cease their actions. However, their pleas fell on deaf ears, prompting them to draw their sidearms and fire a shot into the air. The sound of the gunshot instantaneously restored order, and the crowd dispersed. The Liao family appeared disheveled, their faces bruised, hair disarrayed, and clothing torn. Some bore the marks of slaps, with blood trickling from split lips. Fortunately, the elderly couple remained unharmed, albeit seething with anger. Seeing this, Liang An felt a sense of satisfaction. Was this not a disgrace? The 2 officers separated the factions, wary of further altercations. The elderly couple, aware of their status as victims' relatives, refrained from escalating the situation, demanding only stringent punishment. They understood that if their second son had indeed committed murder, leniency would require the victims' families' forgiveness, forcing them to swallow their grievances. Upon learning the details of the case, the Liao family requested to see Liao Shang, but the police refused, citing concerns for the investigation's integrity. The elderly couple remained silent, directly using their eldest son's mobile phone to make a call. After a brief conversation, they hung up. Moments later, the suburban police station received a call, leading to the officers agreeing to permit them a visit with Liao Shang. Liang An was not surprised. The Liao family wielded considerable connections, making it relatively easy for them to arrange a meeting with the detained Liao Shang. Reluctant to see him herself, Liang An found herself being urged by her mother, Liao Qing, who insisted on accompanying the Liao family into the interrogation room. Inside the police station's interrogation room, Liao Shang sat shackled to a chair, bloodied and disheveled, his hair a wild mess. Despite his disheveled appearance, he remained calm, his head bowed in contemplation. "Erzi," the elderly woman gasped upon seeing her son in such a state, tears streaming down her face. Liao Shang looked up, his eyes lighting up, and exclaimed, "Mom and Dad, what brings you here? How dare you commit murder in broad daylight? What a disgrace to our family. You have brought shame upon us." The old man raised his cane and brought it crashing down upon Liao Sheng. "Old man, what are you doing? Even in this state, you still lay your hands on him." The elderly woman glared at her husband, reprimanding him with indignation. The old man merely grunted in discontent, turning his face away in silent protest. "Second son, tell your mother, did you or did you not commit murder?" The matriarch inquired with a serious countenance. "Mother, I did not kill him. He chose to end his own life, stabbing himself. No, he wielded the knife intending to kill me. I merely defended myself and seized the weapon. He thrust himself onto the blade." Liao Sheng quickly recounted the events of that fateful moment. As the car door swung open, he contemplated stepping out to deliver a beating to the old man, to make him understand the consequences of his actions. The old man, however, perceived his intent and blocked the doorway, attempting to kick him. In response, the other party brandished a knife. At that instant, fear gripped him, and he hastily reached for the knife, but the old man held onto his wrist, stabbing himself several times before pulling Liao Sheng's arm, causing him to tumble out of the vehicle, both collapsing onto the ground. Yet, none witnessed the altercation within the car. They only beheld the two of them falling together, with Liao Sheng gripping the knife, which he had drawn from the old man. Upon hearing these words, the Liao family fell into silence, uncertain of the veracity of the claims. Liao Sheng, a notorious liar, had often faced the old man's wrath, weaving tales that were half-truths. He had caused considerable trouble in his youth, even serving as a petty soldier during turbulent times, donning a red armband while committing numerous misdeeds. Liang An, standing nearby, remained silent, yet inwardly amused. Liao Sheng's words bore truth, but none would believe him. Many local merchants had witnessed the crime, leaving him unable to clear his name, no matter the circumstances. "Father, mother, you must believe me. I truly did not kill him. Please help me escape this predicament. I do not wish to be punished. Seek my elder brother's assistance. He will surely rescue me." Liao Sheng pleaded, tears streaming down his face. The terror of death eclipsed all else. He had no desire to perish, for he enjoyed a life of privilege, abundant wealth, and a family legacy that remained steadfast, with life outside flourishing brilliantly. "Fool, what are you thinking? You wish to harm your elder brother? I could never let you live, you wretched creature." The old man, incensed by these words, raised his hand as if to strike. The eldest son was their heir, and should he advance further, he would surpass them. In light of this incident, the old man harbored thoughts of silencing the troublesome son. The siblings, fearing for their father's health, rushed forward to console him, discreetly taking away his cane. Meanwhile, Liang An observed quietly, wishing he had brought along some sunflower seeds to enjoy while witnessing the unfolding drama. Amidst Liao Sheng's lamentations, he caught a glimpse of Liang An, and his expression faltered, morphing into one of fierce intensity. He glared at Liang An with a look of deep-seated animosity, as if he sensed a conspiracy. Since his arrival at the commercial street, he had noticed Liang An watching him closely, and now he felt a growing suspicion that this situation was intricately linked to him, perhaps even orchestrated by him. Regrettably, what eluded his comprehension was how that old man could willingly embrace death, not even furrowing his brow. Yet, before his demise, his eyes radiated madness. He swore to the heavens that there existed no personal grievances between him and the old man. The young girls he had slept with were all consenting, and he generously compensated them afterward, leaving no room for coercion or family troubles. "Beast," Liao Sheng gritted his teeth, forcing out those two words. "What a scoundrel, driven to madness." Upon hearing this, the old man stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap across Liao Sheng's face, the force of which tilted his head, leaving a distinct five-fingered imprint. "Dad, I wasn't referring to you. I was talking about him," Liao Sheng protested, pointing ahead with a look of grievance. In that instant, Liang An shifted behind the elderly woman, gazing up at the ceiling. The eyes of the others followed his gesture, landing squarely on the old lady, whose face darkened abruptly, her features quivering like aged bark. "Mother, I wasn't talking about you. I meant that little beast Liang An," Liao Sheng hastily clarified. This, however, displeased Liao Qing, who pondered what that made her if her son was a little beast. "Second brother, you have truly lost your mind. It was Little An who first informed me of your predicament. Only then did I relay it to our parents and siblings," she retorted coldly. "Him? That is merely a fade of compassion. I suspect he orchestrated this entire affair," Liao Sheng exclaimed in anger. Liang An cast a remorseful glance at the crowd and spoke. Second uncle, I understand that I hail from the countryside and may not meet your standards. But you are my maternal uncle, regardless of your recognition. I regard you as family. I am but a child, newly arrived in this unfamiliar place. How could I possibly possess the means to carry out such deeds? Upon uttering these words, he felt a wave of nausea, the taste of tea lingering. As he wiped away an imaginary tear from the corner of his eye, the assembly found his words to be reasonable, nodding in agreement while casting reproachful glances at Liao Sheng. Witnessing their expressions, Liao Sheng's anger flared. It seemed he was being labeled as foolish, outsmarted by a mere child. Second brother, I know you look down upon Little An, but do not attribute malice to him. Liao Qing exclaimed in indignation. Fifth sister, do not be deceived. He is cunning and ruthless, inherently malevolent, a wretched seed like his cold-hearted father. Liao Sheng insisted. Silence. He is merely a child. Must you resort to malicious assumptions about him? Liao Qing retorted, trembling with rage. In her view, Liang An was just 19, had it not been for unforeseen circumstances. He would likely be in class, preparing for the pivotal moment of his life, the college entrance examination, after enduring a decade of hardship in the countryside. Upon arriving in Haiqing, he was merely trying to make an honest living. How could one think so malevolently of him? As the siblings engaged in their quarrel, the elderly woman felt a headache coming on and quickly intervened. This is not your home. It is the police station's interrogation room. The officers outside have been observing the commotion for quite some time, feeling utterly embarrassed. Why are you two bickering over an outsider? She admonished sternly. Observing Liang An's demeanor, Liao Qing consoled him, saying, Since they do not welcome you, let us leave together. Liang An nodded and followed Liao Qing towards the door. Just as they reached the entrance, a voice filled with malice echoed from behind. Little beast, don't get too smug. Do you really think you've won? Liang An paused, glanced back with a knowing smile, and then strode away. This foolish man believed he could leave unscathed. He would certainly have to face the consequences of his scheming. Chapter 66. Mutual needs. As the two exited the police station, an elderly woman and an old man, accompanied by several others, emerged shortly after. Among them were the station chief and several police officers, wary of the deceased family turning this into a larger incident, which could lead to significant repercussions. The attire of the Liao family indicated their status, especially since the higher-ups had personally called to ensure they had access to Liao Sheng. Liao Qing glanced at her watch, exchanged a few casual remarks with Liang An, then rode her motorcycle back to the city for work. Watching his mother depart, Liang An lit a cigarette and cast a fleeting glance at the Liao family, showing no intention of greeting them. With the cigarette in his mouth, he hopped onto a tricycle and headed towards the commercial street in the industrial park. Not long after, a motorcycle caught up behind him, carrying Fei San and two naive youths. They maintained a distance of several meters, traveling for about a kilometer before the tricycle veered into a narrow path, with the motorcycle following suit. The road was deep and seemingly endless, flanked by trees, enveloped in an eerie silence. Both the tricycle and motorcycle came to a halt at the roadside, with the two youths wisely stepping aside to smoke and keep watch. Brother Liang, are we just going to let them go today? Fei San pondered aloud. He was apprehensive upon learning their identities. These individuals had assaulted them under the guise of being the victim's family, but it was too late to turn back. He was already entangled in Liang An's schemes and could only proceed down this dark path. If we don't let them go, do you intend to keep them here? Do you truly believe that the law does not punish the masses? Liang An shot him a cold glance. Hey, that is not what I meant. Fei San chuckled awkwardly. So what is our next step? No need for any action. We simply wait for them to come to us for negotiation, Liang An replied. They will come to us? Fei San asked, half convinced. Certainly. If they wish to prevent Liao Sheng from facing the consequences, they will seek us out to negotiate, Liang An assured him confidently. And how much should we ask for? Fei San inquired cautiously. After a moment of thought, Liang An held up 3 fingers and stated, 30,000. They can afford it. Fei San nodded, contemplating the matter before he could not resist asking, Brother Liang, how did you persuade my distant relative to willingly partake in this? This old man also bore the surname Lin, a distant cousin from a different branch of the same ancestry, residing in Haiqing. It's simple. He has merely 2 months left to live and wishes to leave something for his descendants before passing. His 2 sons are yet to marry. After all, Liang An retorted. A family burdened with madness and disability struggles to make ends meet, living in such poverty that even the mice have vacated their home. In such dire circumstances, who would play matchmaker, and which family would willingly marry off their daughter to endure such hardship? Fei San sighed and remarked, during those tumultuous times, this family suffered greatly when the father fled to the opposite coast, nearly losing their lives in the process. Surviving was no small feat indeed, it is true. I merely observed that a normal son without a wife and heirs would lead his family to extinction, resulting in a lineage that fades into nothingness, with no one to honor their memory or offer sacrifices, leaving them vulnerable to being consumed by others. Liang An sighed in agreement. This is but one reason. Another lies in the fact that Liao Sheng, in his youth, served as a soldier donning a red armband and committed many unscrupulous acts. The elder, as a victim, harbors a deep-seated hatred for such individuals and readily agreed to the arrangement. This matter is not only known to him, but also to his wife and son. Oh, I see. We have inadvertently performed a good deed. Perhaps we could assist his son in finding a diligent and honest wife, thereby fulfilling the old man's wishes. Fei San contemplated. You are well aware of which profits are worth pursuing and which are not. Liang An, with an impassive demeanor, reminded him. The mother and son trio currently reside temporarily in Danang village, being distant relatives of Fei San. Brother Liang, I understand. Fei San nodded. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries before Liang An drove the tricycle back to the commercial street in the industrial park. A murder occurred at the entrance of Rongji fast food restaurant, quickly spreading as gossip throughout the factory. For the factory workers, this incident bore little consequence, merely serving as fodder for conversation on the production line. Death was not an unfamiliar occurrence in the factory. Some workers had been fatally stabbed, while others had succumbed to fatal brawls in the dormitories, and there were even those who, heartbroken, leapt from the dormitory building, meeting a tragic end. The most severe incidents involved mass brawls outside the factory, where hundreds clashed, resulting in several fatalities and numerous injuries. The workers, however, felt no sense of panic. They still had to work to earn their daily bread, laboring for hours on end without the luxury of dwelling on such matters. The closure of Rongji fast food restaurant did not hinder the business of Liangji fast food. In fact, it thrived, as did other eateries along the commercial street. The police had thoroughly investigated the situation, confirming that Liao Sheng had committed the murder with intent, and he had been taken to the detention center, awaiting prosecution and trial. Despite Liao Sheng's insistence on his innocence, claiming self-defense, the evidence against him was irrefutable, rendering his protests futile. As Liang An anticipated, Liao's family soon approached the mother and son trio, seeking a letter of understanding to advocate for a reconsideration of Liao Sheng's case. They, seeing the rural background of the latter, offered a sum of 50,000 yuan, believing it would be an offer they could not refuse. In this era, 50,000 yuan represents a substantial fortune for an ordinary family. In the countryside, it could fund the construction of a prefabricated house, allowing for a diet rich in meat. Fei San perceived their lack of sincerity. A human life valued at a mere 50,000 yuan felt like an insult, prompting him to expel them from the village. The Liao family found themselves in a predicament and sought the assistance of a mediator for negotiations. After considerable back and forth, they ultimately secured a letter of understanding from the victim's family for a sum of 300,000 yuan. Even so, Liao Sheng would likely only receive a reduced sentence. He would still face the consequences of his actions. After the Liao family settled the compensation, Liang An ventured to Danao village at night to meet with Fei San and the mother and son to discuss the arrangements for the old man's funeral. The compensation was in cash, and according to their previous verbal agreement, Liang An and Fei San each took 50,000, while the remaining 200,000 was entrusted to the mother and son, deposited under the names of the deceased and his spouse in a bank account. After the relevant authorities released the old man's body, Fei San arranged for it to be transported back to the hometown of the mother and son. Liang An and Fei San personally escorted the mother and son back home, assisting with the funeral arrangements, and they conducted a dignified burial for the old man on the mountain. Before departing, they provided their contact information to the mother and son, offering assistance should they encounter any difficulties. Having addressed these matters, Liang An did not intend to let Liao Sheng off the hook easily. He planned to invest in media coverage to expose the incident to the public, igniting a wave of public opinion. Chapter 67. Common knowledge a few days later. Four journalists arrived at the commercial street, positioning themselves at the entrance of Rongji fast food restaurant, capturing photographs with their cameras. Liao Sheng was detained in custody, and Rongji fast food was essentially shuttered. The roll-up door remained closed, with gasoline bottles burned, leaving behind a grim residue. And the ground was strewn with shards of glass that had yet to be cleared away. The black Santana parked by the roadside still stood, its windows shattered and tires deflated. The pool of blood beside the car had long been cleaned up, but the bloodstains on the door persisted. Two of the journalists snapped a flurry of photos, capturing the restaurant entrance and the vehicle, particularly the bloodstains on the car door, taking several shots. Local shopkeepers, unaware of the journalists' identities, emerged to witness the spectacle. "Third brother, what are these people doing?" Zhang Jingguo inquired, cigarette in mouth. "Journalists. I presume they are here for an interview," Liang An replied, exhaling a plume of smoke. "An interview? Will it be on television?" Zhang Jingguo's eyes brightened with excitement. "It won't make it to television, but it should be in the newspapers," Liang An clarified, shaking his head. "If they were to appear on television, the journalists would have set up a camera for live adjustments rather than merely wielding a single camera. Being in the newspapers is fine too. If they interview us, we might become famous," Zhang Jingguo exclaimed, racing back to the restaurant. When he re-emerged, he sported a side-parted hairstyle, the hair glistening with grease. Liang An glanced at him, recognizing that he had squandered 2 eggs, using the egg whites to style his hair. "Boss Liang, is Rongji planning to reopen?" queried Suonghua, the convenience store owner across the street, sporting a disheveled hairstyle, cigarette in mouth, and flip-flops on his feet. "Not yet. Just a few journalists learned about the recent murder incident and came to take pictures. They might interview the local shop owners shortly," Liang An replied nonchalantly. "Is that so? What good fortune?" Suonghua's eyes widened, and he quickly dashed back to his convenience store. A few minutes later, when a figure approached, he had undergone a remarkable transformation that nearly dazzled Liang An's titanium eyes. Dressed in a tailored suit, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle that gleamed with oil, he carried a leather briefcase tucked under his arm and adorned his fingers with a large gold ring, epitomizing the image of a high-powered executive. It was unclear where this fellow had procured a cigar, which he clenched between his teeth, inhaling deeply before exhaling a cloud of smoke. "My goodness, is that Manager Su?" Zhang Jingguo exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Little Zhang, your keen eyes have served you well. I'll hand over all the toilet cleaning tasks at my company to you," Suonghua remarked, flicking his cigar with a serious demeanor. "Hey, I wouldn't dare to encroach on your territory. I fear you might bite me." Zhang Jingguo chuckled. Suonghua displayed a look of surprise, sensing that this fellow had finally gained some wit, and could even engage in banter without resorting to profanity. Just as he contemplated how to outsmart this clever man, he noticed 2 reporters approaching them. He hastily set aside his intentions to mislead Zhang Jingguo and welcomed the reporters instead. "Jingguo, hurry. Don't let old Su steal the limelight," Liang An said with a smile. "Understood, third brother," Zhang Jingguo replied, quickly following suit. Liang An refrained from joining them, turning back to the shop where he settled at the cash register to read a newspaper. The 2 reporters, equipped with recording devices, along with 2 others wielding cameras, began interviewing the surrounding individual merchants to glean the true account of the incident for their articles. Unbeknownst to Suonghua and Zhang Jingguo, the 2 reporters were indeed from print media, gathering information solely for their understanding of the event, and their accounts would not be featured in the newspapers. A single newspaper, with its limited sections, could scarcely afford to allocate a considerable space for a report, let alone multiple photographs. Furthermore, given that newspapers were printed in black and white with lead type, even photographs would only reveal outlines, lacking the clarity of televised reports. However, like the onlookers, they believed they might actually appear in print, eagerly participating in the interviews. The 2 reporters with cameras, snapping away at the interviewees, became even more convinced that they would make it into the newspaper, thanks to the flashing lights. Liang An would not disclose that the reporters were hired by him, rather than being representatives of a genuine news agency. Among them, 2 belonged to the Haiqing Life newspaper, while the other 2 were from the Haiqing Evening News. Nevertheless, they were affiliated with state media, and their publications held considerable sway locally, sufficient to stir a wave of public discourse. Their presence in the commercial street aimed to uncover more details for better articles. After the interviews concluded, a group personally escorted the reporters to their vehicle, watching as it drove away before gradually dispersing. 2 days later, both the Haiqing Life Daily and the Haiqing Evening Daily reported on the incident. As the protagonist, Liao Sheng became a household name overnight, and the case transformed into a topic of conversation among citizens, igniting a fervent public discourse. Initially confined to the industrial park on the outskirts of the city, the incident was now known throughout Haicheng. The Liao family faced considerable embarrassment, as neighbors whispered and pointed fingers behind their backs. Upon learning the news, the elderly Liao couple was so incensed that they were admitted to the hospital. Remarkably, Liao Qing, Liang An's biological mother, did not reach out to him, prompting him to visit the aged couple. Perhaps she was already aware that her family did not acknowledge Liang An, and visiting would merely result in a futile gesture that would be met with disdain. Similarly, Liang An harbored no desire to see them, nor did he wish to engage in superficial niceties. As long as they were not foolish, they would eventually uncover the truth that all of this was orchestrated by him. By the time they did, he would have long departed from Haicheng, venturing to another city to pursue a more lucrative endeavor. Third brother. This newspaper lacks the photographs from our interview. Boss Su has been cursing all day, Zhang Jingguo exclaimed, holding 2 newspapers, having flipped through them multiple times. Not to worry. Just call them later and ask for a copy of the developed photos to be sent to you. Liang An yawned, urging him to retire for the night. The weather grew increasingly frigid, and nestled in his blankets, he was reluctant to rise, even holding in his urge to relieve himself. The following day, Liang An lingered in bed for half an hour before finally dressing, lighting a cigarette, and staring into space before heading out on his tricycle to procure ingredients. In the winter, nights are long and days short. Even at 6 in the morning, the sky remained a dull gray. However, many laborers had already emerged from the commercial street to have breakfast, preparing for a day of work. As Liang An navigated the secondary road, he felt the illumination of headlights behind him, instantly sharpening his senses. Glancing back, he saw that the headlights had extinguished but discerned the outline of a small truck. The vehicle was hurtling towards him at a speed of 80 kilometers per hour. Without hesitation, he slammed on the brakes and pulled the tricycle to the roadside. Just as he came to a halt and stood up, the small truck barreled into him with a thunderous crash. The impact sent the tricycle crashing into a nearby tree, crushing and mangling it. The tree snapped in half and fell with a resounding thud onto the front of the vehicle. Chapter 68. The Backup Plan? From the thicket by the roadside, Liang An rose, his face marred by scratches from the branches. At the moment the truck collided, he had exerted all his strength to leap aside, narrowly escaping disaster as he tumbled into the bushes. Thankfully, it was winter, and his thick clothing spared him from severe injuries. These bushes were not merely low trees. They were dense with thorny branches, planted by locals solely to occupy land. His clothes were torn by the thorns, and the blood on his face burned painfully. Gazing at the mangled tricycle, Liang An's heart raced, overwhelmed by a wave of fear. He pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag to soothe his frayed nerves. Had his reflexes not been sharp enough, he might have lost his life in that moment. Liao Sheng had already been incarcerated, awaiting sentencing. It would not be life imprisonment, but certainly a lengthy term of over 10 years. Who would willingly assist him in such a plight? This is the cunning maneuver of that foolish man. No wonder. During our last encounter at the suburban police station, he warned me not to be overly confident, cautioning that I should not presume victory. It appears he had a hidden strategy waiting here. This unlicensed small truck has made several appearances before, only to vanish for an extended period. I never anticipated its return, now seemingly intent on taking my life. The truck's front end was mangled, its windshield shattered, the radiator rendered useless, emitting white smoke and a foul odor. The driver's side door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man, bloodied and battered, who jumped out. He was a towering figure, approximately 6'3", robustly built, clad in a tattered cotton jacket and wielding a wrench. Upon glancing at the deformed vehicle he had collided with, he grinned, exposing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, and wiped the blood from his face. The violent impact had sent branches crashing onto the windshield, leaving him with a lacerated forehead and a considerable amount of blood loss. As he took a step forward, he caught sight of Liang An, who was observing him with a cold, piercing gaze, causing the man's smile to falter and his eyes to turn icy. What he had thought was a certain victory had unexpectedly slipped from his grasp. Hey, your fate is quite resilient. This is the second time you've evaded me. The giant chuckled, his demeanor appearing somewhat naive, resembling that of a simpleton. Yet, such individuals can be the most treacherous, adept at masquerading their true nature, and when it comes to violence, they show no mercy. You are foolishly risking your life for Tsongming and Liao Sheng, who have both been apprehended. Liang An retorted, his gaze unwavering and resolute. In terms of height, They were not significantly different, and Liang An, having spent months working in a noodle shop, had developed considerable muscle. Furthermore, in his past life, he had trained in combat sports, endowing him with a degree of martial prowess. The giant was not a trained fighter, and Liang An felt no fear, confident in his ability to retaliate. Accepting money to do someone else's dirty work, one must adhere to principles of integrity. Let me see if your fate is truly as resilient as you claim, the giant declared, brandishing the wrench and charging forward. Liang An narrowed his eyes, swiftly flicking the cigarette, but he held towards the oncoming giant. The ember struck the man's face, sending sparks flying and causing him to momentarily halt. Instinctively closing his eyes, seizing the opportunity, Liang An prepared to strike, but unexpectedly, the giant cunningly hurled the wrench at him. With no choice, Liang An halted his advance and crouched low to evade the incoming tool. As he straightened up, the giant lunged forward, wrapping his arms around Liang An's, attempting to immobilize him. The man's strength was immense, his arms like iron clamps, intent on executing a throw. Realizing his intention, Liang An, suspended in the air, acted decisively, crashing his head into the giant's face. A sharp crack echoed as the giant's nasal bridge fractured, eliciting a muffled groan and a wave of dizziness. This was a classic case of inflicting damage while sustaining injury himself. However, Liang An's wounds were considerably less severe. Taking advantage of the giant's moment of confusion, Liang An struck with both palms to the sides of the man's ribs, targeting one of the body's most vulnerable areas, which would render him nearly incapacitated with pain. The towering figure let out a painful cry, forcefully pushing Liang An aside before collapsing onto the ground. Liang An tumbled into the thicket but quickly regained his footing, rubbing his aching chest. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a wrench not far off. Glancing back at the giant, who was sweating profusely from the pain and glaring at him with a malevolent gaze, Liang An heard a thunderous shout as the giant surged forward, swinging his fist at Liang An's head. With a swift motion, Liang An ducked to evade the blow, seized the wrench from the ground, and struck the giant's calf with considerable force. The sound of cracking bone echoed through the air. The giant staggered and fell to the ground, clutching his leg and emitting a wailing cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Seizing the moment, Liang An pivoted and swung the wrench towards the giant's head. The giant instinctively raised his arm to block, but the wrench connected with a resounding crack, fracturing his arm in the process. Just as Liang An prepared to deliver another blow, he noticed the giant had succumbed to unconsciousness from the pain. He tossed aside the wrench and retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it and inhaling deeply before exhaling a long plume of smoke. The sky was gradually brightening, allowing for a clearer view of the surroundings. The road was devoid of vehicles, and not a single pedestrian could be seen in the frigid weather. No one wished to leave the warmth of their beds so early in the day. Liang An extinguished the cigarette but underfoot and, glancing upward, noticed a figure atop the distant ridge. His heart raced as he recognized the individual as none other than the notorious robber who had fled here. Pretending not to see, he shifted his attention back to the unconscious giant and approached him. Unzipping his pants, he unleashed a stream of warm urine onto the giant's face, shaking himself off before zipping up again. As the giant groggily regained consciousness, he found Liang An standing over him, wrench in hand, his icy gaze fixed upon him. Before the giant could react, the wrench came crashing down upon his other leg, accompanied by the sickening sound of bone fracturing. The giant's face contorted in agony as he hastily pleaded for mercy. Big brother, I admit defeat. I was merely doing a job for money. Let me go this once. I have an 80-year-old mother and an infant child. Isn't it said that one should repay kindness with kindness? Liang An slowly raised the wrench. I was just putting on an act. Please, don't strike me. The giant's complexion turned ashen as he continued to beg. Is Liaoxing your employer? Liang An inquired, shaking the wrench while eyeing the giant's uninjured arm. He is my boss. I drive a truck for his small factory, earning only a few hundred a month. The giant replied hastily. A few hundred a month? What kind of life is that? Liang An scoffed. He promised me 10,000 for completing this job. He doesn't want your life, just to leave you disabled. The giant, fearing for his life, divulged everything without reservation. You are not being honest, Liang An remarked, shaking his head. Given the force of that earlier collision with the small truck, had he reacted even a moment slower, survival would have been impossible. A wrench struck the giant's mouth, knocking out several yellowed teeth and filling his mouth with blood. The giant's eyes rolled back, and he fainted once more. Third brother, A bicycle sped towards them. Zhang Jingguo pedaled furiously, causing smoke to billow from the pedals as he skidded to a halt near the small truck. His feet sliding several meters on the ground. He abandoned his bicycle and hurried over to check on Liang An's condition. "Third brother, are you all right?" Seeing that Liang An had not returned for quite some time, he feared something might have gone awry and thus rode over on his bicycle. "I'm fine. My fate is resilient," Liang An replied, shaking his head. Chapter 69. A fatal blow. How could this fool drive? He has completely wrecked our vehicle. Zhang Jingguo lamented as he gazed at the mangled tricycle, feeling a pang of sorrow in his heart. This tricycle was of the Fatesai brand. Even if it were secondhand, it would still cost over 2,000. With the vehicle damaged and no ingredients procured, it seemed the shop would remain closed today, resulting in considerable financial loss. "This guy was sent by Liao Sheng to kill me," Liang An declared as he lit a cigarette and exhaled a cloud of smoke. "What? This fool is an assassin?" Zhang Jingguo paused in disbelief, then approached the large man, delivering a fierce kick to him. The kick struck the large man's ribs, rousing him from his stupor with a pained groan. "Dare to lay a hand on my third brother? I'll show you just how big a size 42 shoe can be." Zhang Jingguo cursed as he continued to kick him. The large man howled like a slaughtered pig, his body and face adorned with shoe prints. "Brother Jingguo, did you step in something foul?" Liang An asked, wrinkling his nose at the yellowish substance smeared across the large man's body. Zhang Jingguo lifted his foot to inspect the sole of his shoe, then, with a bemused expression, wiped it clean on the tattered cotton jacket of the large man, chuckling. "Third brother, I really did step in something. I wonder which scoundrel did this here." The day had brightened considerably, clarity returning to their surroundings. As they surveyed the area, their gaze fell upon the large man's partially lowered trousers, revealing a sticky orange-yellow substance. This guy was so frightened he lost control. "What should we do with him, third brother?" Zhang Jingguo asked, holding his nose. "Ride your bicycle to the village and call the police," Liang An instructed. "Understood, third brother," Zhang Jingguo replied, mounting his bicycle and pedaling toward Don Village. Upon hearing the mention of the police, the large man let out a sigh of relief, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped a dire fate. This secluded place rarely saw visitors. He feared that if they did not intervene, his injuries would surely prove fatal. Liao Sheng would not be emerging. Once at the police station, it would be best for him to confess fully, perhaps earning a reduced sentence. If he dared to entertain other thoughts, Liang An would not hesitate to spend money hiring someone to take his life. For just 10 to 20,000. Many would be willing to take on such a task. Liang An's gaze turned steely as he coldly threatened. In this era, as long as the price was right, plenty of individuals were willing to engage in unsavory deeds. "Brother, I understand, the large man stammered, his strength returning as he hastily complied. He felt as if he were the fish on the chopping block, fearing that a delayed response would summon the wrath of those size 42 shoe prints. Injured as he was, he sensed that if he were pushed any further, he might not survive. Seeing him acquiesce, Liang An turned his attention back, glancing toward the mountaintop and noticing that the robber had long since departed, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. He pondered the robber's motives for being there. Surely he was not hiding out in that location. Before long, Zhang Jingguo returned on his bicycle, accompanied by a motorcycle bearing Lin Daong and 3 members of the joint defense team. Upon learning that the large man had failed in his attempt to orchestrate an accident resulting in Liang An's demise and still harbored intentions of murder, they cursed loudly and brandished their batons, eager to teach him a lesson. Liang An stepped forward to intervene, recalling their previous incident where they had killed 2 thugs. This man still held some utility. He needed to be leveraged to further incriminate Liao Sheng, and it was imperative to prevent the trio from laying hands on him. Given his already grave injuries, another beating would likely lead to his lifeless body being draped in a white sheet and taken away. After a brief conversation over cigarettes, a police car, sirens blaring, rushed onto the scene. 2 familiar faces emerged, their dark circles indicating a long night of duty. After assessing the situation and listening to Liang An's account, the officers summoned an ambulance to transport the large man to the hospital for treatment. Liang An then accompanied the police to the suburban precinct to provide a statement, after which he was released. Zhang Jingguo awaited him at the station's entrance, perched on his bicycle. Although their 3-wheeled vehicle lay wrecked, business must continue. They needed to procure ingredients from the wholesale market, lest they forfeit a substantial portion of their earnings for the day. Once they arrived at the wholesale market, Liang An borrowed a three-wheeled vehicle from Boss Zhang at the fruit stall to transport their purchases back to their shop on Industrial Park Commercial Street, intending to return it afterward. The second-hand vehicle, a Fate's Eye three-wheeler, was in dire need of repair, which would incur a hefty expense. Naturally, the large man's family would be responsible for compensation due to the damage caused. Liang An, uninterested in repairs, opted to visit the second-hand vehicle market and purchased another inexpensive three-wheeler. For him, it mattered little whether it was second-hand, third-hand, or fourth-hand. As long as it was in good condition and functional for transporting goods, that sufficed. Days later, news from the suburban precinct revealed that the large man had confessed to everything. He had not lied. He was a truck driver for Liao Sheng's factory, typically tasked with delivering goods. In these times, truck drivers often encountered highway bullies. Without a tough demeanor, one could easily vanish along with their vehicle. Liao Sheng had employed him for this task, offering 5,000 yuan, with an additional 5,000 promised upon completion. Initially, he had no intention of murder, but a few days prior, he had sent word that he needed to eliminate someone. Due to Liang An's unpredictable morning procurement schedule, sometimes early, sometimes late, and his tendency to alternate between secondary roads and shortcuts, the large man had been lying in wait on a secondary road for several days. After several missed opportunities and a day spent having breakfast in the commercial street, he spotted Liang An and trailed him, only to find himself facing dire consequences. With the large man's identification, Liao Sheng was now charged with hiring a hitman, sealing his fate irrevocably. Without the connections and influence of the Liao family to assist him, Liao Sheng would have faced a grim end. With Liao Sheng's interference eliminated, Liang An's life returned to tranquility, engrossed in the pursuit of profit. Liang's fast food establishment thrived, bustling with patrons daily, maintaining a steady stream of revenue. Due to the frigid weather, the batch of soon-to-expire beverages was generously donated to the workers. However, as the saying goes, one must pay the piper. The cost was ultimately recouped from their meal allowances. After a mishap on the secondary road, Liang An chose not to procure ingredients early, waiting until dawn to venture out with Zhang Jingguo in his three-wheeled vehicle. As he frequented the wholesale market, the vendors had already prepared the necessary goods for him, anticipating his arrival without prior communication. The three-wheeler sped along the secondary highway at 60 kilometers per hour, belching black smoke from its exhaust with a thunderous roar. "Brother San, this three-wheeler shields us from the elements. Once we have some money, let us get ourselves a proper car," Zhang Jingguo exclaimed with a grin. "That contraption costs over 100,000, akin to keeping a mistress, burns fuel, and requires maintenance." Liang An chuckled, a cigarette dangling from his lips. "Hey, Boss Su said he'd introduce me to a girl who does business on the street. He mentioned he'd take me to meet her after we close up one night." Zhang Jingguo interjected eagerly upon hearing the mention of a wife. Liang An immediately realized that Su Anghua was merely stringing Zhang Jingguo along. Who would be out at such an hour for introductions? It was, quite frankly, an invitation to illicit encounters. A sly glimmer flashed in his eyes as he suggested, "When you go, remember to bring along Boss Su's wife. After all, women understand women better." "Brother San is right. Once I meet Su's sister-in-law, I'll discuss this matter with her." Zhang Jingguo wholeheartedly agreed. Liang An stifled a laugh. Envisioning the convenience store owner's fiery temper upon discovering the truth, she would surely unleash fury upon Su Anghua. He then turned his gaze to the road ahead, spotting a familiar figure on a distant hill. Chapter 70, Reckless Abandon? The figure was none other than Zhou Hai, a notorious robber and murderer who had fled to Haiqing. Previously, while dining late at Liangji fast food on the commercial street, he had caused a ruckus, stealing a motorcycle and fatally shooting 2 thugs. This individual was no ordinary criminal. The Haiqing police had deployed considerable resources to apprehend him, yet he remained elusive. The official reward for his capture had escalated to 30,000 yuan, placing him on the most wanted list. Rumors circulated that he had left Haiqing for nearby cities. Yet here he was, still lurking in the industrial park on the outskirts of Haiqing. This marked the second time Liang An had spotted him on that hill. The first was in the early morning, and now it was the afternoon. He wondered if this was indeed a hideout for the fugitive. Such a bounty would not be easily earned. This was a ruthless criminal, armed and dangerous, capable of violence at the slightest provocation. Previously, Zhou Hai had observed Liang An as he battled a large adversary, aware that Liang had recognized his presence here. If the police were to search the hill, they might suspect Liang had provided them with a tip, and he could face dire repercussions. That man was well aware of the Liangji fast food establishment being diagonally across from the factory gate on the commercial street. Liang was in the light, while Zhou remained in the shadows, an insurmountable predicament. Though Liang An yearned for the reward, he valued his life more highly and wished to avoid attracting trouble. He withdrew his gaze, took a deep drag from his cigarette, and exhaled a long plume of smoke. The three-wheeler, cruising at 60 kilometers per hour, swiftly traversed the stretch of road. As they passed the intersection of Don Village, the three-wheeled vehicle did not pause, continuing towards the city center. The winter in Haicheng is not particularly frigid. However, being near the sea, the wind bites with a chilling sharpness, stinging the face like daggers. Should a fine drizzle occur, the cold becomes even more penetrating, rendering one's undergarments damp for days on end. Unlike the north, where one can warm themselves by a heated bed, here one relies solely on extra blankets and layers of clothing. The two arrived at the agricultural bank in the city, where they deposited their profits from the past week. They had been running a fast food business in Haicheng for 5 months. In the first 2 months, they worked exhaustively to earn 60,000 yuan. But in the subsequent 3 months, competition with Rongji had slightly diminished their profits. Nevertheless, after accounting for the bonuses to 2 chefs and excluding earnings from late-night snacks, they still had around 70,000 yuan. Over the course of these 5 months, their total profits reached 130,000 yuan, which could be considered a commendable livelihood. After 5 months of late-night shifts, their arms had developed muscles, and each morning they felt the fatigue from closing up shop at dawn. Out of this sum, they needed to allocate 40,000 yuan to Zhang Jingguo, though he currently had no immediate need for it, so they decided to hold on to it for now. If they included the 50,000 yuan obtained from a scheme involving the Liao family, Liang An would have a total of 180,000 yuan at his disposal, which would enable him to explore other lucrative ventures. With the new year approaching in 2 months, he planned to work diligently during this period to accumulate 200,000 yuan, after which he intended to arrange matters and leave Haicheng. Riding the wave of the changing times, it has been said that those who stand at the forefront of an era, even a pig, can take flight. To earn money and complete the accumulation of initial capital, it is undoubtedly akin to picking up money while following the trends of the times. Upon exiting the agricultural bank, Liang An tucked the passbook into his pocket and signaled Zhang Jingguo to drive them back to the agricultural machinery factory dormitory. The weather grew increasingly cold. Unlike the summer when stepping outside resulted in a sweat-soaked body, they now found themselves showering only once every 3 or 4 days upon returning to the dormitory. There was little choice. The cold made them lethargic, and it was all too easy to linger in the warmth of their blankets in the mornings. Upon arriving at the dormitory, they encountered several family members of the employees coming and going. It was Sunday afternoon, around 1 or 2 o'clock, and despite a hint of sunshine, many of the older family members basked outside, engaging in light chatter about the neighborhood. As their 3-wheeled vehicle entered the dormitory grounds, Liang An distinctly felt numerous gazes directed towards him, rendering him uncomfortable. Although they resided here, their infrequent returns made them strangers to these individuals, with no shared acquaintanceship. That's the illegitimate son of Director Liao. They truly resemble each other. Indeed, they could be cast from the same mold. No wonder they can reside in our factory dormitory. Mr. Lin is aware of this situation, and it's quite the scandal. I heard that just a couple of days ago, they had a fierce argument, and Mr. Lin smashed everything in the villa to smithereens. A group of older women huddled together, pointing and whispering about him. Liang An, possessing keen hearing, caught every word clearly as he ascended the stairs without pausing his stride. Once inside, he instructed Zhang Jingguo to boil water for their showers, then sank into the sofa, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag, contemplating the remarks he had just overheard. From the fragmented words of the women, Liang An discerned that Lin Hanxing had become aware of her existence. When her biological mother, Liao Qing, went to the countryside as a sent-down youth, she was young and naive, caught in the throes of first love with another youth, Chen Zhouting, resulting in the birth of a child. Chen Zhouting, under the influence of his family, returned to the city first, disappearing without a trace. Thus, the Liao family's accusations of him being inherently cold and irresponsible were not unfounded. They brought Liao Qing back to the city and shortly thereafter arranged for her to meet Lin Hanxing, leading to their marriage and the birth of a child. Lin Hanxing was unaware of Liao Qing's past as a mother during her time in the countryside. Thus, upon discovering this information, it was only natural for a commotion to ensue. The Liao family had meticulously concealed this matter, revealing not a single word. Otherwise, Lin Hanxing would have learned of it long ago. After some contemplation, Liang An concluded that the most likely source of this revelation to Lin Hanxing was Liao Sheng, who was currently imprisoned. This individual had been ensnared by Liang An's machinations and, barring any unforeseen circumstances, would likely spend the next decade or two behind bars, enduring a life of hardship. With the prior wave of public sentiment, the Liao family dared not brazenly leverage their connections to extricate him. Even the eldest Liao, entrenched in the system, had to tread carefully, maintaining the facade of demanding strict accountability. After all, in the realm of politics, who does not have adversaries waiting for a misstep to strike decisively? Aware of his bleak prospects, Liao Sheng resigned himself to despair, embracing a philosophy of shared misery. This mirrored Liang An's own motives for coming to Haicheng, having been abandoned for years and subjected to suffering, with his biological parents neglecting him. He too wished for a sense of shared unease. Yet in Haicheng, he had only encountered his mother, Liao Qing. The identity of the irresponsible man remained a mystery, never mentioned by her. After indulging in a hot shower, Liang An felt rejuvenated and set out with Zhang Jingguo. Upon arriving at the small convenience store within the agricultural machinery factory dormitory, he glanced at the time and skillfully dialed his mother Liao Qing's office phone. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, he decided against further calls, planning to try again once they returned to the commercial street of the industrial park. The two hastily drove back, and upon entering the shop, they were greeted by several uniformed figures standing inside. "Brother San, who are these people?" Zhang Jingguo inquired, perplexed, having never seen them during their months in the catering business on the commercial street. They were not police officers. Their uniforms were distinct. Yet it was evident they were affiliated with the government. With the new year approaching, they must be here to collect some funds in advance. Liang An squinted, surmising their intentions. Are they looking for trouble? Zhang Jingguo's anger simmered, his fists clenched. Do not confront them. It would be unwise. Let us assess the situation first. Liang An replied, disembarking from the vehicle and striding purposefully into the shop. Upon encountering individuals, he adeptly tailors his discourse to suit the company, adopting a congenial facade as he approaches, revealing himself to be the proprietor of Liang's fast food. In the bustling commercial district, Liang An has long established rapport with various figures, ensuring a smooth operation of his business, free from disturbances. However, the unfamiliar countenances among this group leave him somewhat taken aback. The group is presently scrutinizing the establishment's pertinent documentation, such as the business license, food operation permit, and health certificate. Liang An possesses all the required credentials and is unperturbed by their inspection, yet he harbors a concern that they may seek out trivial discrepancies. After a brief examination within the premises, they issue 2 perplexing fines. Payment is not collected on-site, necessitating a visit to the relevant authorities for settlement, leaving no opportunity for rebuttal. Additionally, they caution against placing folding tables and chairs at the entrance, threatening confiscation upon any future infractions. After escorting the inspectors away, Liang An notes their lack of interest in other establishments, comprehending their true intent. These individuals are evidently targeting Liang's fast food, though the fines are modest. Their persistent visits could accumulate significantly. Third brother, these folks are nitpicking. Zhang Jingguo exclaims indignantly. I am aware, Liang An responds, crumpling the fines and discarding them into the trash. The inspectors, clad in uniforms yet failing to present any identification, leave him questioning their legitimacy, whether they are temporary workers or imposters. Are we not going to pay the fines? Zhang Jingguo inquires, momentarily taken aback. Do I appear to be a fool to you? Liang An retorts, rolling his eyes. Hey, whatever third brother says goes. Zhang Jingguo chuckles in response. After a brief exchange, Liang An exits the eatery, making his way to the nearby convenience store. The owner, Su Anghua, is absent, leaving his wife, He Hui, to manage the shop. She greets Liang An warmly, recognizing him. Surprised by Su Anghua's absence, he is seldom away while his wife is present. Liang An exchanges pleasantries before expressing his desire to borrow the store's telephone. As the phone is for private use and not publicly accessible, to prevent a queue of factory workers daily, He Hui graciously permits him to use it. Liang An approaches the phone and adeptly dials his mother, Liao Qing's office number. After a few rings, the call fails to connect, and he surmises that Liao Qing is not at work. He attempts her mobile number, only to be met with the cold, mechanical voice of an automated response. Upon hearing the disconnection, Liang An refrains from further attempts, opting instead to call Li Yu at the Hongqing furniture factory, seeking insight into who might be orchestrating this trouble. From Li Yu's words, Liang An discerns that the individual in question is, for the time being, unaware of his identity as Liao Qing's son, still perceiving him as a member of the Liao family. After concluding the call, he waits patiently until his phone rings back. Upon answering, he eagerly inquires about any findings from his contact. The other party's initial inquiry was whether they had offended a powerful individual, as someone had alerted the municipal supervision and urban management authorities to take action against Liangji fast food. The recent arrival of these individuals was merely the beginning, with more troublemakers expected to follow. This situation was quite troublesome. Li Yu could not assist Liang An in resolving the matter and suggested that he reach out to Liao Qing, as her family connections could easily remedy the situation. As for the identity of the instigator, Li Yu did not ascertain specifics, only knowing that this individual held considerable status in Haiqing. Grateful, Liang An expressed his thanks and engaged in a brief exchange before hanging up. In truth, he had already formed a suspicion that the Liao family was not behind this scheme. Rather, it was likely Lin Hanqing. If the Liao family had intended to act, they would have done so long ago, during the opening of his storefront in the commercial district. Although Liao Sheng harbored similar intentions, his mother Liao Qing's assistance rendered such plans unfeasible. Lin Hanqing, aware that Liang An was the son of Liao Qing and another man, felt betrayed by his wife and harbored resentment. He might have surmised that Liao Qing's generosity, providing him with a house and money, suggested that she still maintained some connection with her former partner. Otherwise, why would she be so invested in this child? Furthermore, recalling the last encounter at the agricultural machinery factory dormitory where Liang An had outsmarted him and made him feel like a fool, he was undoubtedly incensed. After their quarrel, Lin Hanqing likely concluded that since Liao Qing cared for Liang An, the child of her former lover, he would make Liang An's life difficult. Liang An mused that if the situation were merely to expel him from Haiqing, he would not find it particularly troubling. According to his original plan, he intended to leave Haicheng by the end of the year to seek opportunities in another city. His greatest fear was that this individual not only aimed to oust him from Haicheng, but also sought to endanger his life, placing him in a precarious position. After paying for the phone call, Liang An retrieved a pack of cigarettes, opened the box, and lit one. He contemplated whether to leave Haicheng in the next few days or grit his teeth and stay until year-end. Just as he exited the convenience store, he spotted Su Ongguo returning, and the two engaged in casual conversation. While they were chatting, the roar of motorcycles filled the air. Members of the Industrial Park's Joint Defense Team were seen riding motorcycles, dispersing along the commercial street's various thoroughfares, admonishing everyone not to stand in the road to ensure smooth traffic flow. This scene resembled the arrival of a significant figure conducting an inspection, with these subordinates clearing the way. In a moment's time, a series of urgent sirens approached, growing louder as they neared. Soon, several police cars, lights flashing and sirens blaring, sped past, followed closely by a military jeep racing towards the newly constructed entrance avenue. After the police vehicles passed, Lin Daong and the other Joint Defense Team members hastily mounted their motorcycles and followed in the direction of the police cars. Daong, what has transpired? Liang An inquired with curiosity. Brother Liang, the police have cornered the robber and murderer Zhou Hai and his accomplices at a warehouse in the industrial park and are dispatching additional personnel for support. Lin Daong replied before speeding away on his motorcycle. With great enthusiasm, Su Ongguo urged Boss Liang to hop onto the tricycle to witness the unfolding excitement. Without hesitation, Liang An called upon Zhang Jingguo to drive, and together they joined the fray. Upon hearing of the commotion, Zhang Jingguo eagerly seized the car keys and dashed out, mounting the tricycle with fervor. Once Liang An and Su Ongguo were on board, he hastily reversed onto the commercial street, promptly accelerating towards Lin Daong and his associates. The industrial park sprawled over a vast expanse, with numerous factories under construction. The previously muddy roads had transformed into sturdy concrete pathways. In addition to the factories, several warehouses had been erected for the storage of goods. The trio on the tricycle trailed behind the motorcycles of the Joint Defense Team, led by Lin Daong. Maintaining a cautious pace, they dared not venture too close to the police vehicles, aware that any misstep could result in detention. Following the police cars, they navigated through a series of turns, and after a few minutes, the view opened up to reveal a warehouse. This structure was not newly built. Rather, It was an old brick building, a relic from the 1970s or 80s, spanning several thousand square meters. A handful of armed police officers surrounded the warehouse, with two officers firmly blocking the exit as a fierce gunfight ensued with the bandits inside. The sound of gunfire echoed from a distance, unmistakable in its intensity. Surrounding the warehouse lay expansive fields of sugarcane, some of which had been cleared. Should the bandits attempt to escape the confines of the warehouse, they could easily slip into the sugarcane fields, making capture exceedingly challenging. The gunfire indicated that not only Zhou Hai but also his accomplices were holed up inside. As the police vehicle came to a halt, its doors swung open, and more than 20 fully armed officers disembarked, advancing towards the warehouse. Noticing the police had stopped, Lin Daong and his motorcycle crew also came to a halt at a distance of about 200 meters. Liang An and his companions brought their tricycle to a sudden stop, aligning themselves with Lin Daong's group. They understood the necessity of maintaining a safe distance. While it was thrilling to observe, their lives were not worth risking. In the exchange of gunfire between the police and the bandits, proximity could be perilous. One stray bullet could mean injury or worse. Moreover, the police stationed at the vehicles prohibited any approach from onlookers. Leaning forward, Liang An and his friends focused intently on the unfolding drama 200 meters away. Having only witnessed such police confrontations on television, the real-life spectacle filled them with exhilaration. Zhou Hai and his crew have infiltrated our city, hiding in the industrial park while keeping watch over the warehouses, Lin Daong declared. These bandits are formidable. Last time the police conducted a thorough sweep of the industrial park, they found nothing, showcasing their impressive counter-surveillance skills. Another voice chimed in. It is said that Zhou Hai and his gang robbed a company's finance department, absconding with 3 to 4 million in cash and fleeing here. The police have pursued them to our city multiple times, only to be eluded. Are you foolish? There are several of us. Let us divide and conquer. And then the burden will be lightened. Several members of the joint defense team deliberated. Reinforcements from the police had arrived, encircling the entire warehouse and leaving the bandits with no opportunity for escape. One officer wielding a loudspeaker urged them to lay down their weapons and surrender, advising against futile resistance. In response, the bandits hurled homemade explosives and fired several rounds of bullets. Realizing the obstinacy of the criminals, the police attempted to breach the warehouse, but were repelled multiple times, resulting in injuries to several officers, underscoring the ferocity of the bandits within. These criminals not only possessed firearms, but also homemade explosives and incendiary devices crafted from high-proof liquor. Yet, their resistance was in vain. The sheer number of police officers made it merely a matter of time before they would storm the warehouse and capture them alive. The bandits, recognizing this grim reality, began searching for an escape route to the nearby sugarcane fields. Only by entering the vast expanse of the sugarcane could they hope for a sliver of survival. Before long, they made their desperate break for freedom, fleeing towards the fields. However, the mere 30 meters separating the warehouse from the sugarcane would become their final stretch in life. After a flurry of gunfire, silence swiftly enveloped the scene. The skirmish concluded rapidly, with all bandits gunned down during their flight towards the sugarcane. 2 police officers lost their lives, and several others sustained serious injuries, reflecting the heavy toll of the confrontation. Upon eliminating the 3 bandits, the police conducted a thorough search of the warehouse, finding no additional criminals and concluding that only 3 had been involved. Despite the demise of the bandits, the police showed no intention of departing. They proceeded with a meticulous search both inside and outside the warehouse. What are they doing? Liang An inquired with surprise. What else could it be? They're searching for money. Those bandits made off with millions and were chased here, Suongwo replied while lighting a cigarette. Yet, judging by their thoroughness, they likely found nothing in the warehouse and suspect it may be buried around the vicinity. Unbeknownst to him, Liang An recalled the 2 occasions when bandit Zhou Hai had appeared atop a nearby hill along the secondary highway. Could it be that the stolen money had been concealed there? The hill, comprised of rocky terrain, boasted numerous crevices, making it an ideal hiding place. Still, without confirmation that the loot was indeed hidden there, they would have to wait and see if the police uncovered anything. With this thought, Liang An lost interest in the commotion and signaled Zhang Jingguo to turn their 3-wheeled vehicle back towards the commercial street. It was nearly time for the factory workers to be released, and they needed to return to their shop to collect their earnings. 2 days later, a piece of news spread throughout the industrial park, igniting fervent discussion. The police had shot dead bandits led by Zhou Hai outside a warehouse in the industrial zone. thoroughly searching the premises, yet failing to locate the stolen money. To further their efforts, they had even brought in several police dogs to expand the search area, determined to dig deep for the ill-gotten gains. Upon hearing this news, many individuals were stirred with ambition, eager to uncover the hidden loot of the bandits. After all, it amounted to millions. Whoever found it could become a millionaire. In this day and age, having a household with 10,000 yuan is no longer remarkable. Yet a millionaire stands out and commands respect anywhere. The police, after several days of searching without success, issued a public announcement promising a reward of 10% of the stolen funds to anyone who could locate them. Residents from the villages surrounding the industrial park, factory workers, street vendors, and laborers at the construction site all fervently scoured the vicinity in pursuit of the hidden money. Centered around the warehouse, the area within a kilometer was thoroughly excavated by these individuals. The police had already turned the warehouse inside out, and they too had dug extensively, reaching depths of nearly a meter, but regrettably, the stolen funds remained elusive. "Brother San, shall we not join in the search for the stolen money?" Zhang Jingguo expressed his eagerness, considering that even if they turned in the loot, they could still pocket a reward of 2 to 300,000. Do not follow their lead. If the police truly believed the money could be found there, they would not have issued a public announcement offering such a reward. Liang An countered, shaking his head. What if those 3 ruthless bandits were only seen here in the industrial park, and they met their end here? The stolen funds must be hidden within this vicinity. Zhang Jingguo argued. Do you genuinely wish to search? Liang An inquired, eyeing him. Well, I just want to join in the excitement. Zhang Jingguo replied, scratching his head. Very well, let's buy 2 searchlights, along with flashlights and water shoes from the nearby grocery store. After we close the night stall, we can venture out in search of it, Liang An proposed. Sounds good, Zhang Jingguo exclaimed, hastily exiting the shop to purchase the items from the neighboring store. Chapter 73. Joining the excitement in the early hours of the morning. As the sweet soup and stir-fried rice noodles were sold out, Liang An and Zhang Jingguo moved the gas stove, tables, and plastic stools back inside the shop. They cleaned up the trash outside the store and disposed of it in the public garbage bin located at the entrance of the adjacent Rongji fast food restaurant. Many shops along the commercial street had already closed for the night, their signage lights extinguished, casting the area into darkness. The streets were devoid of pedestrians, creating an eerily empty atmosphere. As they emerged from Liang's fast food restaurant, they pulled down the roller shutter. Brother San, our attire seems rather suspicious, Zhang Jingguo remarked. Donning a searchlight on his head, black water shoes on his feet, one hand grasping a plastic woven bag, and the other holding 2 wooden sticks. This bag also contains a machete, honed to a razor's edge with a whetstone. What seems suspicious? Liang An queried, as he climbed into the driver's seat of the 3-wheeled vehicle, inserting the key to start the engine. In the dead of night, dressed like this, do you not think others might suspect we are heading into the village to steal dogs? Zhang Jingguo raised the plastic bag and wooden sticks. If there were anyone villagers detested, it would certainly be dog thieves. Most village dogs were free-ranging. It was quite normal for them to be let out for a stroll in the morning and then vanish. When villagers encountered dog thieves, they would not hesitate to beat them mercilessly, often destroying their vehicles in the process. Nonsense. We look far more like we are off to catch snakes. Hurry up and get in the vehicle, Liang An urged. Zhang Jingguo complied, quickly climbing into the 3-wheeled vehicle and placing the items in the cargo area. The weather was quite chilling, prompting him to rub his hands together before tucking them into his pockets. Liang An lit a cigarette and drove his tricycle onto the road, heading towards the secondary highway. The cold was not felt until he started driving, as the wind hit his face like a blade, stinging sharply. Third brother, we're heading in the wrong direction, Zhang Jingguo exclaimed, noticing the turn towards the secondary road. The 3 ruthless bandits had been gunned down in the warehouse by the sugarcane fields. To uncover the hidden loot, they needed to go towards the southern warehouse, not north, which was entirely contrary to their objective. They dug up every inch over there without finding the money. We should change our approach, Liang An replied, cigarette in mouth. Truthfully, he was uncertain about the accuracy of his assumptions, having only seen Zhou Hai appear atop the hill twice. He was merely wagering that the stolen funds would be concealed there. Very well, let us search here first, then head back to the southern warehouse later, Zhang Jingguo suggested after a moment's thought. He did not harbor great expectations for finding the loot, but since third brother insisted on coming, he felt it was worth the trip. The tricycle soon arrived at the intersection of the secondary highway. where the night was so desolate that not a single soul or vehicle passed by, allowing them to accelerate to 80 kilometers per hour. Upon reaching the base of the hill, Liang An slammed the brakes, steering the tricycle into the underbrush by the roadside and locking it securely. He donned his gear, picked up a wooden stick, and beckoned Zhang Jingguo to disembark as they made their way up the hill. "Third brother, are we going to catch snakes?" Zhang Jingguo asked cautiously as he followed Liang An up the hill. "If we encounter some, I can prepare a snake stew for you. After all, your culinary skills with snake stew are commendable," Liang An replied with a grin. "But there are no water snakes in these woods, only highly venomous ones, like the bamboo viper, the mountain viper, and the golden and silver-ringed snakes. A bite from any of these would be fatal," Zhang Jingguo warned. "What is there to fear? It's winter, the snakes are hibernating. They wouldn't dare venture out lest they freeze." Liang An dismissed his concerns. The southern winter may not bring snow, but it still carries a chill, especially in the late hours when temperatures drop, causing shivers even among the snakes, which would surely perish if they did not hibernate. The two ascended the steep hillside, surrounded by dense foliage, forging a path with their machetes. Liang An swung his blade, clearing branches obstructing their way, and soon reached the midpoint of the hill. This rocky hill rose approximately 40 to 50 meters above the ground, its surface barren. Standing there, he turned on his flashlight and shone it towards the secondary highway. Indeed, this was the very spot where Zhou Hai had stood during their last encounter, observing him and the burly man below as if they were mere performers in a spectacle. Upon inspecting the ground, he noted the imprints of footsteps, leading him to discern the route taken by his adversary. Zhou Hai had not approached from the secondary highway, but had come from behind the hill. He must have heard the commotion from the highway and, driven by curiosity, ventured over to investigate. Liang An assessed the surroundings. The dense trees and leaves obscured the path behind the hill, necessitating the use of his machete to carve a way through. In addition, they could only crouch low and move slowly beneath the tree. Upon seeing Liang An bending down with a flashlight, Zhang Jingguo couldn't help but ask, "Third brother, you aren't searching for a snake den, are you?" Although it was true that snakes hibernated at this time of year, they could awaken and strike when threatened. A single bite from a venomous snake could cost one their life. "Looking for trouble, afraid you might step on one," Liang An replied irritably. After shining the light a few times, he crouched and moved forward, intending to circle around to the back of the small hill. Observing him, Zhang Jingguo also crouched and followed suit. The darkness enveloped them completely. To claim they were unafraid would have been a lie. Encountering such a creature would undoubtedly send them into a state of panic. The two quickly circumnavigated to the rear of the small hill. Reaching a position close to the mountainside, Liang An illuminated the area with his flashlight and discovered numerous natural depressions of various sizes. To his astonishment, there were so many holes, some large enough for a person to enter, while others were about the size of a basin. These cavities served as excellent hiding spots. Even if someone came upon them, they would remain oblivious to the treasures concealed within. Gazing at the multitude of holes, Liang An felt as though he were opening a blind box, perhaps to uncover illicit funds, or perhaps a nest of hibernating venomous snakes. Nevertheless, since they had ventured this far, it was imperative to search through them all. Even if they found nothing, they could at least say they had looked. With this thought in mind, Liang An wasted no time and called Zhang Jingguo to join him in illuminating the holes one by one. They split up, searching left and right to expedite the process. After inspecting several depressions, Liang An finally spotted a black handbag within one that was basin-sized. Elated at this find, he initially reached out to grab it, but reconsidered, opting instead to use the stick in his hand to lift the bag by its strap. Just as he raised the bag, a round-headed viper lunged, its gaping maw clamping onto the stick. Startled, Liang An recoiled, his heart racing uncontrollably. "Third brother, there's a bag in this hole," Zhang Jingguo exclaimed, illuminating the area with his flashlight, eager to reach in and retrieve the bag. "Jingguo, there's a snake right beneath you," Liang An hurriedly warned. At this, Zhang Jingguo froze in place, hesitantly lowering his gaze. After a thorough scan of the surroundings, he couldn't spot the snake and let out a quiet sigh of relief, narrowly escaping a fright. As he lifted his head, he noticed Liang An had quickly approached him, and he reproached, "Third brother, I'm not as brave. Don't scare me like that. I was saving you, not frightening you," Liang An retorted, pulling him aside and directing the flashlight at the depression before them, revealing a black briefcase nestled within. Taking the stick from Zhang Jingguo, he extended it into the hole to lift the briefcase. As he had predicted, A round-headed viper was coiled within. Upon the briefcase being raised, the snake struck, sinking its fangs into the stick. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Jingguo jumped back in terror, his mouth agape, rendered speechless. Liang An appeared remarkably calm as he swung the stick, causing the snake to tumble into the pit while he retrieved a briefcase. The briefcase was heavy, feeling as though it weighed several kilograms, and it took considerable effort to extract it. It was uncertain how long the case had been there, but it emitted a foul odor. He placed the briefcase on the ground and tapped it with the stick, hesitating to unzip it. Who knew if a venomous snake lay within? Poised to strike as soon as the zipper was pulled? With a machete, Liang An pried open a small gap in the zipper and inserted the blade, gently wiggling it. Seeing that nothing clung to the edge of the knife, he continued to unzip the case, revealing bundles of cash. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhang Jingguo's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he muttered fervently, "We've hit the jackpot, so much money." Liang An flipped the briefcase over with the stick, and all the bundles of cash tumbled onto the ground, revealing no sign of a snake, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. The cunning bandit had cleverly discarded the bag of stolen money into a snake's den. Any unwary individual reaching into the hole to retrieve it would risk being bitten by a venomous serpent, potentially losing their life in the process. What are you waiting for? Stuff the money into the woven bag. Liang An paused to light a cigarette, still shaken from the earlier fright. All right, third brother. Zhang Jingguo hurriedly began to fill the woven bag with bundles of cash. Once he had collected all the money, Liang An used the stick to toss the briefcase back into the pit. Keep searching, there must be more. He returned the stick to Zhang Jingguo and, carrying the woven bag, approached the pit once more. Using the stick, he extracted the leather bag and tossed it onto the ground, spilling its contents out before transferring the cash into the woven bag. The two men scoured the remaining pit and discovered another leather bag, which contained over 30 bundles of cash as well. The bandit Zhou Hai was indeed clever, dividing the money into 3 portions and hiding them in different pits, reminiscent of a cunning rabbit's multiple burrows. Unfortunately, the stolen money had not been enjoyed, as its owner had been shot by the police, leaving the fortune to Liang An and his companion. Liang An understood that this money was ill-gotten gains. He resolved to use it to improve his fortunes while also performing acts of charity. The woven bag brimmed with cash, a truly bountiful harvest. The two men descended from the small hill to the secondary highway, driving their 3-wheeled vehicle back to the commercial street with great haste. After bringing the vehicle back to the shop, they closed the rolling shutter and locked it before beginning to count the money. Liang An tightly grasped the edges of the bag and, with a swift motion, emptied its contents onto the ground. In an instant, bundles of crisp banknotes cascaded down like a waterfall, scattering across the floor, colliding and stacking upon one another. The sight was utterly breathtaking. When confronted with such a staggering amount of cash laid bare before them, the impact and awe were indescribable. Third brother, I've never seen so much money in my life. Zhang Jingguo trembled like he had Parkinson's disease as he picked up a bundle of cash from the ground, disregarding its dirtiness, and impulsively pressed a kiss to it. Shoo, keep it down. Liang An maintained a stoic expression and made a shushing gesture. Zhang Jingguo, covering his mouth, nodded repeatedly, his heart racing incessantly. Although Liang An appeared calm on the surface upon seeing such a substantial sum of money, his inner turmoil was undeniable. The stacks of cash, numbering in the dozens, were indeed overwhelming when amassed together. Lighting a cigarette, Liang An exhaled a long plume of smoke and declared, "Let us count to see how much there is." "Exactly," Zhang Jingguo replied, nodding, and began to tally the notes. These were not new bills, but rather a mix of old ones, each bundle containing 10,000 yuan. He meticulously counted each stack to confirm they all amounted to 10,000, and then calculated the total number of bundles. "Brother San, there are a total of 86 bundles, which amounts to only 860,000. That's a far cry from 2 or 3 million. Zhang Jingguo remarked. "Isn't there a trio of bandits? If they divide the loot among themselves, they would have more than 2 million. Liang An explained, "Which means the other 2 have hidden their shares in different locations." Zhang Jingguo's eyes sparkled, as if he had stumbled upon a path to wealth. "Stop dreaming. Finding a bandit's hidden money is akin to striking gold. If it were so easy to locate the other 2, they would have been found long ago." Liang An doused his enthusiasm with a splash of cold reality. There were still many people wandering around the industrial park, hoping to uncover the stolen funds of the 3 bandits for a chance at overnight riches. Brother San makes a valid point. Zhang Jingguo conceded, realizing the truth in Liang An's words, and inquired, "So what about this money? Should we deposit it in the bank tomorrow? Taking this money directly to the bank would be akin to courting disaster. The police would suspect us of being accomplices of the bandits. We must break it down into smaller amounts and deposit some each day." Liang An shook his head. "I will heed your advice, Brother San." Zhang Jingguo responded promptly. The following morning, Liang An wrapped the money intended for deposit in a rag, took his identification, and rode his three-wheeled vehicle into the city. This time, he carried only 30,000 yuan, intending to deposit it into different accounts to avoid detection. Previously, he had opened an account at the agricultural bank. Now, he planned to establish accounts at the other three major banks, ensuring they were at different branches, gradually depositing the money. In the future, his daily routine would involve traveling to the city to deposit funds into one of the four major banks. Should a bank employee inquire about the source of the money, he would simply state it was the sales revenue from several days at the store. Upon returning to the commercial street, as Liang An approached the store, he noticed several uniformed individuals exiting, swiftly departing in their vehicle. Zhang Jingguo emerged from the store, watching them leave, and spat disdainfully on the ground. "Brother San, these troublesome figures come here daily. I wish I could knock them out at night," he exclaimed bitterly. "Let them come. We will deal with them later," Liang An remarked, his gaze cold as he watched the car disappear. "Ensure all those fine tickets are kept safe. Do not discard them. Rest assured, I have stored all the receipts in the drawer." Zhang Jingguo nodded affirmatively. "Good. Once we finish depositing that money, we shall thoroughly deal with this troublesome lot before we leave Haiqing." Liang An spoke in a low, determined tone. Chapter 75. The Art of Deception in the ensuing month. Liangji fast food restaurant was subjected to intermittent inspections by uniformed officials, resulting in over 20 fines, the rationale for which was often perplexing. Liang An sensed that these individuals were even scrutinizing the refuse bins, devising their own peculiar standards. The proprietor of the neighboring grocery store confided in Liang and that they must have incurred the ire of someone influential, advising him to seek connections and offer bribes to resolve the situation. The recurrent visits from these officials were becoming a nuisance. The meager profits from the business scarcely sufficed to cover the fines. Liang An remained unperturbed. With these inspectors arriving sporadically, he noted that they were nitpicking to the extreme, demanding official receipts for any fines issued, failing which payment would not be made. He meticulously kept all the fines, planning to utilize them against the inspectors when the time was right. Recently, under the guise of Liangji fast food, he had been gradually depositing a substantial amount of embezzled funds into the bank. Currently, over 200,000 remained in the restaurant, and in a week or so, he intended to transfer it all, preparing to extricate himself from this chapter of his life. Having discovered the hidden loot of the notorious bandit Zhou Hai on a hillside by the secondary road, Liang An realized he had achieved his first pot of gold and was ready to pursue a more lucrative venture. However, before departing, he needed to ensure that matters in Haiqing were settled, adhering to a principle of closure. Following Liao Sheng's entrapment and subsequent incarceration, Rongji Fast Food had completely shuttered its doors. The nominal owner, Rong Hong, still recovering from injuries and confined to a wheelchair, dared not resurface to assume control of the establishment. At present, Liangji Fast Food faced no formidable competitors, thriving with stable daily earnings, rendering it a profitable enterprise. The intermittent visits from those officials scarcely impacted its operations. During meal hours, the restaurant was bustling with patrons, every seat occupied. Among all the individual businesses along the commercial street, none surpassed Liang An's fast food venture in profitability. During this period, Liang An and Zhang Jingguo had refrained from acquiring any illicit gains, opting instead for a passive approach. By day, they continued to collect payments in the restaurant, and by night, they carried on with their late-night service as usual. As the fervor surrounding the search for the bandits' loot subsided, they exhibited slight oddities that could potentially attract suspicion. In the coming days, the establishment was to conduct an end-of-year inventory and grant employees a few days off, necessitating a reduction in portion sizes for Haimin and Haixing's various dishes. Liang An instructed Zhang Jingguo, "Make sure to inform them in the kitchen." "Understood, third brother. I'll go speak with them now." Zhang Jingguo nodded and proceeded into the restaurant. Feeling through his pockets, Liang An discovered he had finished his cigarettes and made his way across the street to the convenience store. Suangwa was absent, leaving the shop in the hands of the owner's wife, who greeted him with her usual warmth. After handing him a pack of cigarettes, she jokingly offered to introduce Liang and to a potential romantic interest. Upon hearing this, Liang An waved his hands dismissively. Recalling how Zhang Jingguo had previously shared with the owner's wife the plan for Su Onghua to take him on a blind date, inviting her to join the endeavor. The following day, Su Onghua appeared battered, with a bruised face and several cuts, resembling a picture of woe. Upon Liang An's refusal, the proprietress assured him with a pat on her chest that the young woman she was introducing was of impeccable character, fair-skinned, beautiful, and well-endowed, suitable for childbearing. Liang An couldn't help but reflect that this couple truly resonated with each other in their dubious inclinations. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he hastily exited the convenience store and made his way towards his own establishment. Not far down the road, Su Onghua approached him, calling out to stop him. "Old Su, you look quite dapper. Have you been out for a matchmaker's visit?" Liang An assessed his appearance, teasingly responding. Su was dressed formally in a tailored suit, over which he donned a black coat, a watch adorning his wrist, and cradling an elegant leather briefcase under his arm. Su Onghua firmly grasped Liang An's arm and led him to a spot beside the convenience store, inquiring with gravity, "Little Liang, have you stirred up any trouble?" "Don't speak nonsense. I am a law-abiding citizen," Liang An retorted, holding a cigarette between his lips and offering one to Su from the pack. Su accepted the cigarette, lit it, and inhaled deeply before earnestly stating, "You truly haven't caused any trouble?" "Not at all." Liang An shook his head. Those who had crossed him were either languishing in detention or confined to a wheelchair. As for the ruffians, they were either vanishing into thin air or still recovering from their injuries. "Not causing trouble? That's strange. Someone wants you out of the commercial street." Su Onghua's expression turned to one of confusion. "Who?" Liang An raised an eyebrow, his tone turning serious. "The individual in question has considerable influence and has contacted the leadership at the factory. The management of the commercial street is preparing to terminate your lease, and you will soon be notified about the contract dissolution and the accompanying penalties," Su Onghua explained, recalling his earlier conversation while sipping tea at the office, where he inadvertently learned of this news. "Do you know who it is?" Liang An inquired, a frown creasing his brow. He speculated that the only ones capable of targeting him were the Liao family or Lin Hanxing. If they desired to eliminate him, it would merely take a word from them. "I'm not certain. I only heard it was a call from Dongxing Company," Su Onghua pondered aloud. Dongxing Company? Liang An recognized it as Lin's enterprise, currently under the control of Lin Hanxing. This was no dim-witted Liao Sheng, but rather a shrewd and capable titan of commerce, possessing both audacity and cunning, as well as a ruthless disposition. He felt utterly unqualified to contend with such a formidable opponent, who could extinguish him with a mere flick of a finger. The mere act of a phone call could bring about the closure of his store in the Industrial Park's commercial street, far surpassing Liao Sheng's ineptitude. "Little Liang, I advise you to expedite the sale of your shop to mitigate your losses," Su Onghua urged, shaking his head. "This matter requires careful consideration," Liang An said, scrutinizing Su Onghua, his mind already calculating. "What are you staring at?" "I'm not a woman," Su Onghua exclaimed, taken aback. "Old Su, I need to discuss something with you," Liang An replied with a grin. "I'm not into that." Su Onghua felt a sudden tension, stepping back cautiously. "What are you thinking? How could I possibly be that kind of person?" Liang An frowned, his expression showing annoyance. "One can know a person's face, but not their heart. I harbor profound doubts regarding your sexual orientation." Su Onghua revealed a sly smile, chuckling in response. Liang An, feeling a surge of exasperation, rolled his eyes and waved his hand, stating, "Let us refrain from discussing trivial matters. I must address something serious. I can no longer sustain this shop. I am contemplating a clever subterfuge, but I require your assistance. Rest assured, you shall not labor in vain. Our friendship merits compensation." Su Onghua replied with a mischievous grin. "No problem." Liang An shared his thoughts with Su Onghua. Essentially, the plan was to officially transfer the shop to Su Onghua's name, with all relevant documents reflecting his ownership, while Liang An would remain the true proprietor behind the scenes. They would formalize an agreement stipulating that Su Onghua would receive a 20% share of the monthly profits. Naturally, Su Onghua welcomed this opportunity without hesitation, readily agreeing to the arrangement. Liang An, not one for delay, proceeded to a nearby print shop on the commercial street to draft 2 contracts, one for the transfer of the shop and another for their private agreement. Upon signing these documents, Liang's fast food formally transitioned to Su Onghua's name, paving the way for the acquisition of new operating licenses and other necessary permits. Chapter 76. A withdrawal a week later, Su Ongwa successfully obtained the relevant documentation and, alongside Liang An, signed the transfer agreement at the Commercial Street Management Office. Thanks to Su Ongwa's familial ties with the factory leadership, the management officials did not dare to complicate matters, and they smoothly executed the new lease agreement without alterations to its terms. Once these affairs were settled, Su Ongwa arranged for the removal of the original sign of Liang's fast food, commissioning a new one bearing the name Su's Fast Food. Following Liang An's suggestion, after the new sign was installed, they had a red banner made and hung it up, proclaiming, "Grand Opening. To express gratitude to our cherished customers. Enjoy a 50% discount and complimentary beverages and fruits for 3 days." This was meant to inform everyone that the establishment had a new owner, indistinguishable from a grand reopening, just as Liang An had anticipated, with the fast food restaurant now under new management. Those dubious characters who had previously visited only once to inspect the credentials did not return, having not issued any fines. With the fast food shop now entrusted to Su Ongwa's management, Liang An and Zhang Jingguo no longer resided at the establishment, returning to the dormitory at the agricultural machinery factory. The tricycle remained at the shop for daily procurement of ingredients. Liang An was unconcerned about Su Ongwa engaging in underhanded tactics. They each held a stake in the profits, with Lin Haixing and Lin Haimin also claiming 30%, ensuring a balance of power. It was evident that any collusion between the parties would be revealed through the monthly financial transactions. "Third brother, these individuals are regarding us with peculiar gazes," Zhang Jingguo remarked. Feeling the unusual scrutiny from the families of the dormitory residents at the agricultural machinery factory. "Pay them no mind. They are merely a bunch of idle gossips," Liang An replied dismissively. Ever since he had been revealed to be Liao Qing's illegitimate son, he had grown accustomed to the whispers and pointed fingers whenever he returned to the factory dormitory. In a few days, he would be departing from Haiqing, no longer residing there. Who would still concern themselves with the idle chatter of others? "Brother San, there are still over 100,000 in the woven bag. Shall we take it with us or deposit it in the bank?" Zhang Jingguo inquired. "Of course, let us deposit it in the bank. Carrying it poses too much danger. What if we were robbed on the train? That would be a regrettable affair," Liang An replied with a smile. The two of them dressed neatly, slinging their tattered bags over their shoulders, and descended to the storage room, where they retrieved the old Phoenix bicycle, which had not been ridden for several months and had flat tires. They had to push it to the repair shop to have the mechanic inflate the tires. After leaving the repair shop, they headed directly to the agricultural bank branch in the city. This was where Liao Qing, Liang An's mother, worked. And aside from depositing money into an account, he also wished to see her before leaving. As Liang An entered the bank lobby with his ragged bag, the lobby attendant recognized him and warmly approached. She remembered his first visit when she had announced his arrival to Liao Qing, knowing their familial ties. Upon learning that Liang An was there to make a deposit, she personally escorted him to the VIP counter to handle his transaction. Liang An was pleasantly surprised to find that the bank now had a counter, which spared him the trouble of queuing, and he naturally accepted the convenience. While processing the transaction, the counter staff, perhaps judging from his attire that he did not appear affluent, directly inquired about the source of the funds. Recently, there had been directives to inquire about the origins of large cash deposits, as 3 notorious criminals had been shot dead in the suburban industrial park, and their stolen loot remained unaccounted for. Many were on the lookout, fearing that someone might have found the money and kept it for themselves. Liang An had anticipated this question and promptly stated that the funds were from the sale of a shop, presenting the relevant transfer contract as proof. Once the deposit was complete, Liang An sought out the lobby attendant again and asked, "Is Director Liao here? I need to speak with her. Could you kindly notify her?" "Director Liao? She is hospitalized," the attendant replied. "Hospitalized?" Liang An raised an eyebrow, surprised to learn of Liao Qing's condition. He had heard whispers among the families of employees from the agricultural machinery factory that after Lin Haixing discovered his existence, he had a fierce argument with Liao Qing, destroying everything in the villa. Could it be that in the heat of their quarrel, Lin Haixing had resorted to violence, sending her to the hospital? Indeed, just the day before yesterday, we visited Director Liao with the bank president after work, the lobby attendant recounted. What was the reason for her hospitalization? Liang An pressed. "I heard she underwent surgery and needs to stay in the hospital for about half a month," the attendant replied after a moment's thought. After inquiring about the hospital where his mother was admitted and the specific ward number, Liang An expressed his gratitude and exited the agricultural bank lobby. Standing outside, He lit a cigarette and exhaled a long plume of smoke. His mother had helped him significantly during his time in Haicheng, now that she was hospitalized. It was only right that he visited her, if only to bid farewell. If he happened to encounter Lin Hanxing, it would offer him a chance to unsettle the man as well. Currently, I find myself lacking the capacity to contend with him. However, time is on my side, and there will inevitably come a day when I reclaim my honor. Third brother, shall we return to the dormitory at the agricultural machinery factory? Zhang Jingguo inquired as he approached with his bicycle. Let us first pay a visit to the People's Hospital in the city before attending to our other matters. Liang An replied. The two mounted their bicycles and pedaled along the main road towards the city hospital. As they passed by the market, Liang An requested Zhang Jingguo to halt, stepping off to select some fruit from a vendor. This time, he intended to visit the frugal yet beloved Liao Qing, who was incomparable to that scoundrel Liao Sheng. He could not possibly present her with subpar fruit. Upon learning of his intention to visit a patient, the vendor recommended a fruit basket, which was both visually appealing and socially respectable. After inquiring about the price and finding it acceptable, Liang An purchased the basket. He settled the payment, hoisted the basket, and urged Zhang Jingguo to continue towards the People's Hospital. The hospital, situated in the old town, was merely a few hundred meters from the second hospital. It was a veritable den of commerce, bustling with patients eager to offer their monetary gifts. The daily influx of visitors was overwhelming. Upon their arrival, they were instructed to park their bicycles in designated areas, with a subsequent fee of 20 cents for parking. A sign indicated that while parking spaces were provided, the facility bore no responsibility for the security of the vehicles, advising patrons to securely lock their bicycles and remove any valuables. The entrance to the hospital did not allow parking, presumably because the interior parking lot was privately managed. After securing their bicycles, they received a parking tag from the attendant and followed the directional signs towards the inpatient department. Liao Qing was not housed in a high-ranking ward, but rather in a standard single room within the inpatient section. Liang An entered the lobby of the department and inquired of the on-duty staff before taking the elevator to the 6th floor. Upon exiting the elevator, he was confronted by the disapproving gaze of the elderly Liao couple, an unwelcome sight that soured his spirits. The malevolent expressions they wore were akin to those of adversaries, their faces dark and foreboding. How dare you show your face here? Liao Qing's grandmother spat, her visage resembling gnarled bark, her voice laced with unbridled fury. This is not your home. Why should I not come? Liang An retorted, rolling his eyes and responding coldly. It was not a matter of his respect for the elderly. Rather, these two individuals had yet to earn such respect. Their discontent was palpable. The elderly woman, incensed by his demeanor, lamented that had she anticipated such a situation, she would have heeded her second son's advice to disregard her youngest daughter's feelings and expel this troublemaker from Haicheng by any means necessary. This individual was a blemish on her youngest daughter, tainted by unsavory blood and inheriting base instincts. Is this predicament not the work of your dim-witted second son? You should inquire why he disclosed this matter to Lin Hanxing, Liang An challenged, meeting their piercing stares with sarcasm. Nonsense. How could my second son be responsible for such a thing? Liao Qing's grandmother refused to believe that Liao Sheng would act in such a manner, as it served him no advantage. Meanwhile, the individual remained detained, awaiting judgment. While both the Liao family and the Lin family utilized their connections and resources to navigate the situation, it is impossible to extricate oneself from this predicament. Once the storm has calmed, receiving a reduced sentence by a few years will pose no issue whatsoever. Do you doubt this? Feel free to inquire with Lin Hanxing or conduct your own investigation, but refrain from barking like a mad dog. Liang An spoke bluntly. Liao Laotai's face flushed with rage, her hand pressed against her chest as her body swayed precariously. Liao Laotu, witnessing her distress, was visibly alarmed and hastily retrieved a bottle of pills from her bag, dispensing two for her to swallow, aiding in her recovery. Liang An did not even cast a glance their way. He strode past the two, advancing forward. The disdain was mutual. They looked down upon him, and he reciprocated the sentiment, thus rendering any semblance of politeness unnecessary. It was best for both parties to avoid provoking one another, lest he unleash his sharp tongue, causing untold vexation. Upon reaching the door of Liao Qing's hospital room, Liang An halted, gazing at the closed door while listening intently for any sounds within. Unfortunately, the room's acoustics were impeccable, rendering the interior completely silent, leaving him oblivious to who might be keeping vigil inside. Third brother, I shall not enter. I will wait for you outside. Zhang Jingguo cautiously offered, presenting a fruit basket. That is acceptable. You may wait for me in the corridor, Liang An replied, accepting the basket, inhaling deeply before rapping on the door. A moment later, the door swung open, revealing a 13-year-old girl with twin ponytails. Her features bearing a resemblance to Liao Qing's, a budding beauty. However, upon merely glancing at Liang An, she instantly recognized his identity, her expression darkening. At her age, emotions were readily apparent, unmasked by the ability to manage them. Moreover, being the youngest daughter of Lin Hansheng, she was accustomed to the indulgence of her parents and brother, resulting in a somewhat spoiled temperament. As she attempted to shut the door, Liang An swiftly raised his foot to block it, stating coldly, "A visitor is a guest. Is it any wonder your grandparents scolded you for your lack of decorum?" Liao Laotai and Liao Laotu remained at a distance, their anger palpable as they clutched their chests upon hearing his words. Within the room, the two occupants turned their gazes toward the doorway in unison. Liao Qing, having heard Liang An's voice, instructed the young girl to usher him inside. The girl shot Liang in an indignant glare, pouting her lips and huffing before turning to return to the bedside. Unimpeded, Liang An entered the room, shutting the door behind him as he approached the bed, placing the fruit basket on the bedside table. Lin Hansheng was absent, replaced only by a youth who appeared to be 17 or 18 and the young girl. Without needing to deliberate, Liang An deduced that these two were Liao Qing's children, his half-siblings. However, from the moment he stepped into the room, their expressions hardened, their gazes laced with animosity. Liao Qing, clad in a hospital gown and reclining on the bed, appeared pale and frail. Upon seeing Liang An approach, she mustered a faint smile, her voice soft as she remarked, "You, child, need not spend money on fruit simply for visiting." As she spoke, her eyes inadvertently wandered to the exquisitely packaged fruit basket, a glimmer of curiosity flickering within. Noticing his biological mother's scrutinizing gaze, Liang An felt a fleeting blush of embarrassment wash over him, instinctively rubbing his nose. "The last time I visited Liaoshang, I inadvertently purchased several pounds of spoiled fruit. They surely discovered this afterward. However, this time I have procured fresh fruit, distinctly different from the decayed offerings I brought during my last visit. Mother, I heard you were hospitalized, so I made a special trip to see you," Liang An remarked, scrutinizing her face and the exposed skin of her arms, hoping to discern any signs of domestic abuse from Lin Hansheng. If such signs were present, it would be prudent to counsel her towards divorce. As the saying goes, domestic violence often has a first instance, which is inevitably followed by countless others. It's nothing serious, just an old ailment that required a minor operation. A few days in the hospital will suffice. Liao Qing waved her hand dismissively. Upon seeing no bruises marring her skin, Liang An breathed a sigh of relief, believing that Lin Hansheng still possessed some sense of reason. If he were to resort to violence, their family would be shattered, and he would not wish to bear the burden of having torn them apart. Nevertheless, he harbored grudges that he intended to settle, and he would not easily overlook the transgressions of his adversaries simply due to familial ties. Liang An drew a chair closer and sat beside the hospital bed, casting a glance at the two siblings, feigning curiosity as he inquired, "Mother, who are these two?" "Shaoan, this is Lin Mo and Lin Wan, your brother and sister." Liao Qing quickly introduced them. "Mother, I am not his sister." The young girl, Lin Ai, turned her face away, displeased. "Child, he is your elder brother. Refrain from such nonsense, or I shall give you a slap." Liao Qing shot a stern look at her daughter, raising her hand, though the motion seemed to aggravate her wounds, causing her expression to contort in pain. "Mother, please stay calm. She is still just a child. If you discipline her a bit more, she will surely behave." Liang An promptly stood up to offer reassurance. The little girl gazed at Liang An incredulously, her eyes wide with disbelief, adopting a fierce demeanor. Liao Qing raised an eyebrow, warning her daughter with a glance to temper her rebelliousness. It was evident from her posture that she played the role of a strict mother at home, while Lin Hansheng assumed the more lenient fatherly role. "Younger sister, do not provoke mother," Lin Mo admonished, assuming the authority of an older brother. The young girl turned away, her face a mask of grievance, facing the wall and falling silent. Liang An could not help but scrutinize the boy, noting his clear perception of the situation, although his expression remained frosty. It was understandable. Suddenly being presented with a half-brother had undoubtedly created turmoil within the family, fostering resentment. "Shaoan, how has business been lately?" Liao Qing, Noticing her two sons in an awkward silence, hastily sought to shift the conversation. Business is fair. Earning a few hundred a day is not an issue. Liang An replied with a smile, redirecting his gaze. The patient ought to rest well, free from unnecessary worries. He wished not to disturb his mother's tranquility with trivial matters. Lin Mo, standing nearby, curled his lips in a sardonic smile. Liang An paid no heed to the siblings, as long as they did not provoke him, for he was not above delivering a sharp reprimand if necessary. They chatted for a while, the two siblings remaining silent and listening intently. As the time drew near, Liang An sought a reason to bid farewell to his mother, Liao Qing, and rose to leave the room. Upon exiting, Lin Mo followed closely behind and gently closed the door to the ward. Liang An paused, tilting his head as he regarded him, aware that this fellow had followed him out for a reason. He was curious to hear what he intended to express. After all, this man bore a certain resemblance to Lin Hansheng, and Liang felt an urge to act. Chapter 78. Overestimating oneself. The elderly Liao couple had long since departed from the corridor, no longer an eyesore. They were perceptive individuals, well aware that attempting to reason with Liang An would only invite rebuke, likely landing them in the hospital. "Do you have something to say?" Liang An inquired, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it with a dispassionate tone. Despite his youth, this brash young man exuded an air of maturity, perhaps a result of being the eldest son of Lin Hansheng. Growing up in his father's shadow, he had become well-versed in the ways of the world. "I didn't expect you to have the audacity to come here," Lin Mo remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Jingguo by the door before fixing his gaze on Liang An, speaking in a low, serious tone. "Hey, she is not only your mother, but also mine. I have come to visit out of both affection and obligation. Yet here you are, with your childish bravado. Who gave you the courage to lecture me?" Liang An retorted sarcastically. "You are a stain on our mother's life. You should not be in Haiqing, nor should you disturb her tranquil existence, causing discord in her marriage." Lin Mo glared at Liang An, his voice cold and resolute. "A stain? Huh, you amuse me. Should I venture into her hospital room and inquire if I am indeed the blemish of her life?" Liang An replied, nearly laughing in disbelief. "Do you dare to enter? I assure you, you won't leave the hospital." Lin Mo's expression darkened abruptly. "With no maturity to speak of, you've learned to threaten others?" Liang An squinted slightly, exhaling a plume of smoke directly into Lin Mo's face. Lin Mo's countenance turned ashen, and he disdainfully waved away the smoke, his loathing unmistakable. To him, Liang An resembled a street urchin, adept at verbal sparring yet lacking in decency. Such a person, he believed, should remain in the countryside, wallowing in the dirt rather than tarnishing the city's image. "If your father, Lin Hansheng, had uttered those words, I might have heeded them, but you?" "I dismissed them as mere drivel." Liang An scoffed, his eyes filled with contempt as he beckoned Zhang Jingguo to leave. "Drivel? Your business in the industrial park's commercial street is about to collapse, isn't it?" Lin Mo's lips curled into a cold smirk. Liang An halted, turning back to face him. "Are you suggesting this is your doing?" "Indeed, it is my handiwork. I spoke to my uncles and aunts, letting them know. It is all too easy to deal with you in Haiqing," Lin Mo boldly affirmed. The Lin family, while not wielding absolute power in Haiqing, possessed considerable connections. The relatives who frequented their home were all individuals of status and influence. A mere mention to them would suffice for a swift resolution. "Was it Liao Sheng who raised you?" Liang An unexpectedly blurted out. This brash youth's manner of speaking bore a resemblance to Liao Sheng. If he were not raised by that fool, perhaps he had tasted some of the other's words. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Lin Mo retorted angrily. Liang An scrutinized him for a considerable time before responding. "Is that not the case? Your grandparents speak wisely. The inherent fierceness is indeed hereditary. At such a tender age, you exhibit traits of a natural miscreant, destined to become a scourge upon society, squandering both air and resources. Those troublesome characters who frequent the shop are of little concern to him. Dispatching them would be a simple task. The real danger lies in Lin Hansheng's directive to contact the commercial street management to reclaim the store, effectively undermining their foundation. He has now ostensibly transferred ownership of the shop to Suanghua, while he manipulates events from the shadows, resulting in minimal impact. If Mother were to discover the kind of scoundrel you have become, she would have ended your life at birth. You truly are a blemish upon her existence." Liang An returned Lin Mo's words to him with equal fervor. Lin Mo's face flushed with anger, veins bulging on his fists, and with a mighty shout, he charged forward. Upon witnessing his aggression, excitement flickered in Liang An's eyes as he swiftly delivered a kick. Lin Mo, who had just closed the distance, received the blow to his abdomen and was sent sprawling 2 meters away, resembling a boiled shrimp, hunched over and pale with pain. Liang An advanced in a single stride, seized his collar, lifted him effortlessly, and slammed him against the wall with a resounding thud. After months of frying rice noodles, his arms had developed muscles akin to those of a dragon, granting him immense strength. With those puny arms and legs, you dare to challenge me, you foolish wretch. Liang An, cigarette in mouth, mockingly patted Lin Mo's face, his expression dripping with disdain. This pampered youth, raised in luxury, could easily take on 5 opponents without breaking a sweat. Lin Mo had never experienced such humiliation. As the eldest son of the Lin family, he was typically met with deference and respect. Yet, now, the grip on him was like iron. Despite his struggles, he could not break free. "Let me go?" Lin Mo roared, his eyes ablaze. "What are you howling about?" Liang An replied, slapping him sharply on the forehead, the sound echoing. Lin Mo's voice faltered, and he felt stars dancing before his eyes, a wave of dizziness washing over him. Just then, the hospital door swung open, and a young girl peeked in. Upon seeing her, Liang An released his hold on Lin Mo's collar, dusted off his hands, and muttered, "City folk are truly filthy." Lin Mo swayed slightly, managing to brace himself against the wall to avoid collapsing. Liang An did not cast another glance at the siblings, instead leading Zhang Jingguo towards the elevator. They descended to the first floor and exited the hospital, where they paid for parking at the entrance. "Third brother, shall we retrieve our luggage from the agricultural machinery factory dormitory and head to the train station?" Zhang Jingguo inquired. "First, we must visit the tailor and the cobbler to collect our belongings. We have already paid, so we cannot waste it," Liang An instructed. A few days prior, they had ordered 2 outfits from the tailor and the cobbler, having paid a deposit, and it was now time to pick them up. As they prepared to leave Haicheng, it was not for trivial matters. They needed to acquire suitable attire. Additionally, he had contacted a printing house to produce several batches of business cards he designed, which would surely add to their prestige. Zhang Jingguo acknowledged and rode off on his bicycle towards the cobbler. Walking from the People's Hospital in the city center, they first arrived at the leather shoe shop, followed by the tailor's, which was a more convenient route. Upon reaching the leather shoe shop, they collected their custom-made shoes, tried them on, and found them to be perfectly fitting. After settling the final payment, they proceeded directly to the tailor's shop. At the tailor's, one of them ordered 2 bespoke suits, meticulously crafted to fit their body measurements, made from premium fabric, albeit at a considerable price. Once Liang An donned the suit and tied his tie, his demeanor transformed, exuding the air of a refined elite. The adage that one is judged by their attire held true. His stature elevated to a new height. The tailor, standing nearby, incessantly praised his craftsmanship, displaying confidence in his skills. Liang An glanced at himself in the mirror, inspecting from various angles, yet felt something was amiss. Noticing his bare wrist, he recalled the absence of a watch and decided to return to the shop for a Hohot brand watch to adorn his wrist. Outside, a rowdy group of youths, brandishing weapons, hurried past, searching for something with fervor. Chapter 79, A Swarm of Youths. These reckless individuals, brandishing knives and clubs, passed by the tailor's shop in waves, their foul language and fierce glares instilling fear in passers-by, who recoiled in terror. Liang An and Zhang Jingguo peered outside, and were met with a street filled with these brazen youths, all wielding weapons and exuding a menacing aura. What could they possibly be up to? Liang An inquired curiously to the tailor. "They must be looking for someone," the tailor replied, leaning out to observe their actions. "Are the ruffians of Haicheng truly this audacious, brazenly wielding weapons in search of someone on the streets?" Liang An remarked as he removed his suit jacket. At that time, the gangster films had yet to be released, and such unruly youths were not so prevalent. In the past, it was merely petty squabbles, and never had he witnessed such a significant display. The tailor then presented another custom suit for him to try on. Liang An changed into the new attire, standing in front of the fitting mirror, admiring his reflection from all angles, feeling quite pleased. The tailor's craftsmanship was exceptional, adept at designing unique styles tailored to the customer's physique and preferences. Whether it was the shirt, trousers, or jacket, each piece was impeccably tailored, with flowing lines and precise stitching, resembling exquisite works of art. After trying on the suits, they changed back into their own clothes, settled their bill, and exited the shop. securing their purchases to the handlebars of their bicycles before riding off. Third brother, where shall we head now? Zhang Jingguo inquired. First, let us find something to eat nearby and buy some provisions. Then we'll return to the agricultural machinery factory dormitory to pack our things before heading to the train station. Liang An replied thoughtfully. Taking advantage of the time before the year end, they planned to return to Yuancheng to attend to some matters before venturing southward. With sufficient funds now at their disposal, they were poised for a significant endeavor to complete their initial capital accumulation. Shall we find a small eatery and have a couple of dishes? Zhang Jingguo suggested. Agreed. Liang An nodded. Zhang Jingguo pedaled slowly, his gaze wandering the street in search of a quaint little restaurant. The store was beautifully decorated, yet the food was rather unappetizing when few customers were present. Conversely, the shabby establishments brimming with patrons were undoubtedly more delectable. After walking approximately 100 meters, a modest eatery came into view, its sign faded with time but bustling with diners, and thus it was chosen. Stop! A booming voice rang out. Zhang Jingguo paid no heed, continuing to pedal his bicycle. Liang An, seated on the rear, glanced back to see a group of unruly youths, one of whom was pointing in their direction. Liang An did not perceive the gesture as directed at them. Instead, he surveyed the surroundings. The group, brandishing weapons, charged toward them with alarming speed. Pedestrians scattered in all directions, fearful of obstructing their path and incurring a beating. Third brother, this is the place. Zhang Jingguo abruptly halted, bringing the bicycle to a stop at the entrance of the eatery. Noticing Liang in silence, he inquired, Third brother, is this suitable? Turning around, he saw that the group of unruly youths had surrounded them. Liang An dismounted with an air of calmness. There were merely 4 of them. Were it not for the numerous accomplices scattered throughout the street, he might have produced a brick from his ragged bag to strike them. In these troubled times, with public safety in decline, who ventures out without a reliable means of defense? The youths scrutinized the pair, uncertain whether they were indeed the individuals they sought. However, among the throng, they were the only 2 clad in black down jackets, riding a dilapidated bicycle, and their stature was unmistakable. Zhang Jingguo hastily propped the bicycle against a wall, unconsciously reaching for the ragged bag he carried. Gentlemen, you must have mistaken us. We have just arrived in Haiqing and have done you no harm, Liang An proclaimed with an air of composure. Upon hearing this, the youths hesitated, uncertain if they had indeed made an error. Yet, as the saying goes, it is better to wrongly harm an innocent than to let a guilty one slip away. This way, there would be an explanation later. Exchanging glances, a fierce glint sparked in their eyes, and they brandished their weapons, ready to attack. Liang An, quick-witted, seized the bicycle and swung it toward them. The moment they moved, the bicycle collided with them, sending them crashing to the ground with a cry of pain. Other ruffians on the street, alerted by the commotion, hurried toward the scene from all directions. Jingguo, let's go, Liang An urged as he noticed Zhang Jingguo retrieving a brick, intent on delivering a follow-up blow. Third brother, what about our clothes and shoes? Zhang Jingguo hesitated. Forget about material possessions. We must flee, Liang An insisted urgently. Taking his words to heart, Zhang Jingguo ceased his hesitation, stowing the brick back in the bag, and they both took off running. Liang An, possessing a sharp memory, was not directionally challenged. He recalled that a community police station lay just 100 meters around the corner. To evade this calamity, they needed to head in that direction, for safety awaited within those walls. The group of unruly youths pursued them relentlessly, weapons in hand. From various intersections, more individuals converged, their numbers swelling, creating an imposing spectacle. Several reckless youths sprinted with remarkable speed, possibly honed by their frequent escapes from peril. They rapidly closed the distance between themselves and others. Numerous passers-by, witnessing the scene, stepped aside, standing still and observing in silence. Damn it! Zhang Jingguo exclaimed as he retrieved firecrackers from his bag, igniting them and tossing them toward the assailants. A series of crackling sounds erupted, causing the group of youths to hastily dodge, their speed diminishing instantly. Wow, Jingguo, you brought those? Liang An asked, his eyes wide with astonishment. My grandmother insisted they're essential when going out. Zhang Jingguo chuckled. Well done. Liang An gave him a thumbs up and continued to sprint ahead. The police station was just ahead. He was convinced that the assailants would not dare to follow them inside. In these times of poor public safety, officers at the station were typically armed, not just when on duty. Third brother, be careful, Zhang Jingguo shouted, quickly pushing him aside. A metal rod swung past, striking him on the back, causing him to stagger and fall to the ground. Liang An halted, turning back to see the leading youths hurling their wooden sticks, iron rods, and machetes indiscriminately. He swiftly picked up a fallen iron rod and swung it, deflecting their projectiles. After discarding their weapons, the group of youths charged forward, whooping loudly, perhaps emboldened by their numbers. "Jangwo, let us head to the police station." Liang An swung the iron rod a couple of times, knocking two of them down with brutal force, cracking their skulls. Spotting Zhang Jingguo getting up and running ahead, he retreated while continuing to fight, moving toward the police station. In the community police station's hall, two disheveled youths burst in like the wind. The officers present were momentarily taken aback as a horde of reckless youths burst in brandishing weapons. Alarmed, the officers drew their sidearms, aiming their dark muzzles at the intruders. The youths, having never encountered such a scene, froze in place, caught in the act of intruding. It was unclear who shouted first, but the youths quickly regained their senses and scattered like startled birds, vanishing in an instant. Witnessing this, Liang An felt a twinge of regret. Had any officer's hand trembled, causing a stray shot, it would have made for quite the spectacle. "Third brother, are you all right?" Zhang Jingguo asked, his taut nerves finally relaxing as the assailants fled. He had genuinely feared that these reckless youths might be foolish enough to commit violence within the police station, forcing a desperate confrontation. "I'm fine," Liang An gasped, bending over and panting heavily, repeatedly waving his hands. The retreat while fighting had been physically exhausting, and he had endured a couple of blows. The officers, having holstered their weapons, approached the two, inquiring about their conflict with the group. Liang An did not conceal anything, candidly recounting the events, feeling somewhat perplexed. "We were just walking down the street when suddenly, a few individuals appeared and without a word, began to attack us. It was bewildering and incredibly frustrating." Upon hearing the account of events, the police stated that the individuals had offended someone and were consequently subjected to retaliation. However, observing that neither party had sustained any injuries, they opted not to file a case, preferring to avoid further complications. Once Liang An regained his composure and was about to leave the police station with Zhang Jingguo, they were taken aback upon reaching the entrance. Outside, a group of rowdy youths had gathered, some squatting or standing while smoking and engaging in crude banter. As they noticed the two men at the door, their gazes sharpened, brimming with menace. The pair silently retreated. Given the aggressive demeanor of the youths, it was evident that should they dare to exit the police station, they risked severe harm. "Why have you returned?" an older police officer inquired, somewhat surprised. "With so many people outside, isn't it akin to walking into death?" Zhang Jingguo muttered. Upon hearing this, the officer glanced outside, set down his enamel cup, and, accompanied by two other officers, strode toward the throng. Moments later, he returned, shaking his head, clearly having failed to dissuade the unruly youths. Moreover, the youths outside had grown astute. Without any weapons in hand, they posed no threat. Being apprehended meant entering the station as if it were their own home, devoid of fear. After all, there were individuals ready to bail them out, so they had nothing to fear from the police. In fact, they would cooperate willingly if apprehended. "Third brother, what shall we do now?" Zhang Jingguo anxiously asked. Staying at the police station was safe, yet they could not remain there indefinitely. The mass of youths outside was formidable. A single spit from one could drown them. "Fear not, I will summon someone to escort us." Liang An rummaged through a ragged bag, producing a business card. Utilizing the police station's phone, he dialed the number. This was a favor he had intended to reserve for the future, yet he found himself compelled to utilize it now. The call connected swiftly. Liang An identified himself and explained his predicament, receiving a promise of assistance before hanging up. After approximately half an hour, several cars sped towards the police station, halting at its entrance. As the doors opened, over 20 burly men, all clad in suits, emerged from the luxurious vehicle at the center. A young secretary disembarked from the front seat and strode into the police station. "You must be Mr. Liang An," the young man addressed him respectfully, his tone cool and impeccable. "Indeed," Liang An nodded in acknowledgement. "Mr. Gu is in the car. Please follow me." The secretary gestured invitingly. Liang An responded affirmatively, beckoning Zhang Jingguo to follow towards the opulent vehicle. The youths, upon seeing the imposing figures, dared not approach, merely watching in silence. Despite their reckless demeanor, the youths possessed enough sense to recognize that such distinguished individuals held power and status, ones they could not afford to offend. The capability to deal with them rested solely on a single word from such individuals. Once Liang An and Zhang Jingguo entered the vehicle, the robust men outside returned to their cars in an orderly fashion. "Young brother, it is good to see you again," a middle-aged man in a suit remarked cheerfully from the back seat. "Mr. Gu, I appreciate your assistance this time." Liang An sat in the back seat, expressing a hint of regret. The man beside him was none other than Gu Chang, the head of Dongfang Company, a well-known private enterprise owner in Haiqing's business circle. Initially, he and Zhang Jingguo had unexpectedly rescued Gu Chang's precious daughter, earning a promise that in times of trouble in Haiqing, he could call upon him for assistance. No one wishes to owe a debt of gratitude. When the opportunity arises to repay, one would certainly be eager to settle the score. "Nonsense, you are my daughter's saviors. It's the least I can do." Gu Chang waved his hand dismissively and then, with a serious tone, inquired, "Young brother, how have you offended Xia's son? That fellow is like a rabid dog raised by the Lin family, capable of any mischief." "This is a long story, somewhat complex," Liang An sighed, reluctant to elaborate further. "If that rabid dog has set its sights on you in Haiqing, I fear you will encounter continual troubles. I will arrange for someone to escort you out of Haiqing immediately," Gu Chang suggested. From Gu Chang's tone, Liang An sensed his apprehension. It seemed he had no desire to confront the Lin family. "Thank you, President Gu. I intend to visit the People's Hospital first, then return to my residence to pack for the train station," he replied. It was evident to him that these reckless youths pursuing them were likely acting under someone else's orders. Only the Lin family possessed the capability to mobilize such a force, scouring the streets with weapons in hand. "Of course," Gu Chang nodded, promptly issuing instructions to the driver. Lao Zhang informed the convoy to head to the People's Hospital in the city. Driver Lao Zhang acknowledged, relaying his boss's command via the intercom. The convoy altered its course, making its way to the People's Hospital in the Old District. It was not far from the city center, merely a few traffic lights away, especially convenient in a car. Upon reaching the entrance of the People's Hospital, Liang An opened the car door and strode purposefully inside. Zhang Jingguo, concerned, attempted to follow but was halted by Liang An's gesture. "Send a bodyguard to accompany him. Ensure he remains safe," Gu Chang instructed his secretary. "Understood, President Gu," the young secretary in the front passenger seat replied, exiting the vehicle. Soon, a tall bodyguard emerged from the car, trailing Liang An while maintaining a distance of 3 meters. As long as there was no imminent threat, he would refrain from taking action. Liang An entered the hospital with a clear objective, heading directly towards the inpatient department. Chapter 81. Revenge should not linger. Just as Liang An reached the entrance of the inpatient building, he spotted Lin Mo emerging. The man was alone, exuding confidence, believing no one dared to confront him within the hospital. "Lin Mo?" Liang An's gaze turned icy as he shouted. Lin Mo, startled at the sight of Liang An, hesitated for a moment before turning and fleeing without a second thought. He was astute enough to realize that Liang An's return to the People's Hospital must be for him. Internally, he cursed the group he had been with, lamenting their incompetence in handling even 2 individuals. Trying to escape, Liang An swiftly charged forward, delivering a powerful kick to Lin Mo's lower back. Lin Mo let out a pained scream as he was sent sprawling to the ground, landing in a most undignified manner. Liang An tempered his kick's force somewhat. Otherwise, it would have surely incapacitated Lin Mo. Before he could react, Liang An swiftly approached him, seizing his hair and forcefully slamming his head against the concrete floor. Bang! After 2 strikes, Lin Mo's lip was split, blood filling his mouth, and stars began to swirl in his vision. The pain in his scalp felt as though it were being torn away, and his forehead swelled, tears streaming down his cheeks from the agony. "Surprised to find me here unscathed, are you?" Liang An landed a punch on his nose, and with a sickening crack, Lin Mo's nasal bone fractured, blood gushing forth as he emitted a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. "You truly are a fool. I genuinely wonder if Liao Shang was switched at birth when your mother gave birth. How can you be as dim-witted as he is?" Liang An mocked. "Nonsense. I am my mother's biological son. You are the fool." Lin Mo, regaining his composure, glared at him fiercely, struggling with all his might. Liang An showed him no mercy, stepping on his back to pin him down, then delivering a resounding slap that left Lin Mo seeing stars, utterly disoriented. After this brutal beating, Lin Mo felt a sense of relief, realizing that sometimes, taking a step back can lead to a gratifying release of pent-up frustration. "You are indeed fortunate. So many people have sought you out, yet you managed to escape. I underestimated you." Lin Mo spat out a mouthful of blood, speaking through gritted teeth. You think I am foolish, yet you refuse to accept it? Do you believe it is a blessing that my shop on the commercial street cannot survive? If I truly wished to give up, would my mother neglect me? I endured over a decade of hardship in the countryside. She feels guilty towards me, constantly thinking about how to compensate for the son she abandoned. Would she stand by and watch me starve or have thugs come after me? As Liang An spoke, he delivered another punishing blow. Lin Mo's once fair face now bore 2 swollen handprints, turning red. If you treat me this way, my mother will surely despise you if she finds out. Go ahead and strike me. Lin Mo retorted defiantly. Is that so? Liang An seized his hand and snapped 3 of his fingers with a cold laugh. If your mother discovers you sought my life, do you think your family will remain intact? Liang An, should you fail to kill me today, I swear I will end your life in return. Lin Mo's face contorted in pain, yet he remained unyielding, refusing to plead for mercy even as onlookers began to gather. I never let revenge linger. Liang An grasped his chin, pulling hard until it dislocated, rendering him speechless. Lin Mo's eyes rolled back in pain, and he fainted from the agony. For Liang An, this was of no concern. He further broke Lin Mo's arm, awakening him with an intense wave of pain. The commotion attracted a crowd, and while some attempted to intervene, Liang An's glare deterred them from approaching. He kicked Lin Mo twice more, leaning close to his ear and whispering, "If you do not swallow this humiliation, I will tell your mother about the deeds you and your father have committed, and you will become a child of a broken family." With that, he stood up, spat on the ground, and sneered, "Trash." The onlookers dared not intervene, but they pointed and whispered about the unfolding scene. Lin Mo's face turned pale with pain, his body writhing in agony, resembling a seizure. His suffering was so intense that he could only resort to such movements to alleviate the torment. It was unclear who summoned the hospital security, but 2 guards hurriedly rushed over. Accompanying them were doctors and nurses, also hastening towards the scene. Onlookers, though hesitant to intervene, encircled the 2 men, vehemently accusing Liang An of being excessively violent, claiming he had beaten the other man to the point of bloodshed. In reality, Lin Mo was not bleeding from a beating. He had merely split his lip, which appeared as if he had vomited blood from the assault. Liang An surveyed the crowd, lit a cigarette, and spoke. "This fellow is a pickpocket, specifically targeting the hospital to steal funds meant for others' medical treatment. I acted out of desperation." The crowd paused, taken aback by this revelation. One could argue that the most despicable act was indeed that of a thief lurking in a hospital, preying on those in dire need of financial assistance for life-saving procedures. "My mother is hospitalized and urgently requires money for surgery. If it were stolen, it would be a matter of life and death," Liang An continued, theatrically wiping away non-existent tears from his eyes. The crowd's expressions shifted to sympathy, applauding the justification for the beating, exclaiming that such a heartless individual deserved to be punished severely. Those who had previously criticized Liang An now hung their heads in shame, wishing to slap themselves for their earlier judgments. Their disdain for Lin Mo grew, and they pointed fingers at him incessantly. Faced with the crowd's contempt, Lin Mo attempted to defend himself, but his dislocated jaw rendered him speechless. All he could do was shake his head and whimper. "Remember this man. Do not let him steal your hard-earned money. That money does not come easily. It is the fruit of your labor," Liang An declared, his teeth clenched in anger as he pointed at Lin Mo. The crowd's attention shifted entirely to Lin Mo, with some eager to teach him a lesson. 2 security guards, "Please escort him to the police station," Liang An instructed the approaching guards. Upon hearing this, the 2 guards seized Lin Mo, intent on taking him to the police station. In their eyes, such a heartless individual was not worth wasting medical resources on. The 2 doctors and nurses who had rushed over were also dissuaded from intervening and were turned back. Lin Mo, seething with rage, struggled against his captors, but it was in vain. Well-meaning bystanders even took the opportunity to kick him as they passed, drawing tears from his eyes. Not far along, 2 young men rushed towards them, noticing Lin Mo being restrained. They ran over, shouting angrily as they approached. "Everyone, be careful. These are his accomplices," Liang An bellowed. The crowd halted, their gazes fixed on the 2 newcomers. As they reached the scene, a throng surged forward, launching punches and kicks at the duo. Liang An seized the moment to land a couple of kicks himself, feeling satisfied as he made his way toward the hospital entrance. Upon reaching the exit, he entered a luxurious car in the middle of a convoy and offered an apology to Gu Chang. The convoy departed from the People's Hospital, heading toward the agricultural machinery factory dormitory. Chapter 82. the king returns in the waiting hall of Haicheng railway station. Liang An sat leisurely on a wooden bench, engrossed in a newspaper. Beside him, Zhang Jingguo wore a pale expression, with 2 bags of pig feed resting nearby. Most of his belongings from the agricultural machinery factory dormitory in Dingxi were already taken, including quilts and thin blankets. As they prepared to depart from Haicheng, uncertainty loomed over when they would return, leaving behind items that would inevitably succumb to mildew. They had to leave swiftly, otherwise, they would face the relentless wrath of the Lin family. In Haicheng, Gu Chang was unafraid of Lin Hansheng, but he would not shield the two of them indefinitely. The recent confrontation was purely to repay a favor. Once they were safely away, they would not engage in a protracted struggle with the Lin family. Frankly speaking, Liang An and Zhang Jingguo held little value for Gu Chang, rendering it unnecessary to gamble with the Lin family. Liang An, being perceptive, harbored no extravagant demands, wishing merely for a smooth departure from Haicheng. Time was on their side. Leaving in a hasty manner today would not dictate their return in the future, which could be vastly different. What's wrong? Are you frightened? Liang An set down the newspaper and turned to Zhang Jingguo, teasingly. Not at all. I find it exhilarating. This grand spectacle will provide me with tales to boast about for a lifetime. Zhang Jingguo managed a faint smile despite his pallor. It's just a pity about our custom-tailored suits and leather shoes. They cost us over 1,000 yuan. Recalling the 2 suits and pairs of shoes, he felt a pang of regret. Those were indeed valuable items. No worries, we can buy them again later. It won't break the bank. Liang An replied nonchalantly. After all, 2 outfits were trivial compared to their lives. Third brother, will we be able to return after this? Zhang Jingguo inquired. He was not naive. The reckless youths had nearly taken their lives, surely having offended formidable individuals. Of course we can return. After 30 years of fortune and misfortune, when we come back, it will be as kings. Liang An chuckled, his optimism unfazed. Third brother, let me tell you something. Zhang Jingguo leaned in closer, casting a glance at 2 robust men not far away. Those 2 fellows are packing real heat. Liang An glanced at the 2 muscular figures. They were bodyguards arranged by Gu Chang, tasked with ensuring their safety and facilitating a secure departure from Haicheng. These men were skilled fighters, remaining silent as they stood watch, their eyes scanning the crowd. Pay them no mind. Let us focus on our own matters, Liang An advised, returning his gaze. After waiting for half an hour in the station, an announcement echoed through the hall. The green train they were to board had arrived. The 2 men gathered their luggage and joined the throng heading towards the platform. The bodyguards did not stray far, trailing behind them as they made their way to the train and boarded the carriage. The green train halted for several minutes before the doors closed, and the carriage gradually began to move, departing from Haicheng Station and heading towards the provincial capital. Haicheng was separated from the capital by another city. Yet the journey on the green train still required 2 hours. The train lacked air conditioning. In the summer, it was sweltering, and in the winter, it was bitterly cold. Only the windows could be opened for relief. The air aboard the train was overwhelmingly pungent, a cacophony of scents intertwined, making it rather unbearable. After enduring 2 hours on the hard wooden bench, Liang An and Zhang Jingguo disembarked at the provincial capital, accompanied by their 2 bodyguards. As they departed from Haicheng, Liang An contemplated that the bodyguards' mission had concluded, and it was time for them to part ways. However, to his surprise, the duo expressed their employer's intent to escort them back to their hometown personally. Liang An chose not to argue further and, alongside Zhang Jingguo, made his way towards the exit. The train station in the provincial capital was chaotic, particularly within the perilous vicinity of the exit. It teemed with a motley crowd, akin to a pack of wolves fixated on the unsuspecting travelers emerging from the station. A moment's inattention could result in stolen luggage or even outright robbery, or they might find themselves swindled for a sum of money. Yet, with these 2 burly figures by their side, no one dared approach them. The individuals eking out a living at the train station seemed to gauge their targets. Upon spotting someone formidable, they would retreat, unwilling to suffer the consequences of confrontation. Upon exiting the train station, they hailed a taxi, and once all 4 were inside, they headed straight for the provincial hospital. Zhang Jingguo, having sustained an injury, remained silent until they had left Haicheng, at which point he disclosed the matter. He understood all too well that lingering in Haicheng for even a moment longer posed a threat to their lives. Once they had departed, any treatment could proceed without fear. The taxi dropped them off at the hospital entrance, and it sped away in an instant. Stop! A sharp voice rang out as they stepped into the hospital. Liang An looked up to see a tall, slender youth sprinting towards the hospital entrance with all his might. Hot on his heels was a robust young man, who shouted for help, claiming that a thief was in their midst. Although the distance between them was significant, the larger youth was closing in. Yet, once the slender figure exited the hospital doors and merged into the throng, he was likely to vanish from sight. Earlier that day, Liang An had framed Lin Mo as a petty thief specializing in embezzling funds meant for life-saving treatments at Haicheng People's Hospital. Now, unexpectedly, he found himself witnessing a similar scenario in the provincial city. As the slender youth barreled towards him, he tossed aside a bag of pig feed that contained a blanket. The unsuspecting thief stumbled upon the bag and fell, letting out a cry of despair. The item he held had landed at Liang An's feet. Bending down, he picked it up and discovered it to be a tattered wallet, its exterior peeling, yet bulging with contents. At that moment, the imposing young man approached swiftly. Upon seeing the slender youth rise, he delivered a swift kick, sending him crashing back to the ground, pinning him down with his foot on the young man's back, rendering him immobile. "Help! He's trying to kill me," the slender youth cried out, unable to escape. Many passers-by halted in their tracks at the hospital entrance, drawn to the spectacle. "Don't believe him. He is a pickpocket who just stole my wallet," the larger youth asserted, casting a glance at the tattered wallet in Liang An's grasp. "Nonsense. I didn't steal anything. That is my wallet. He is framing me. Help!" The slender youth shouted desperately. "In my wallet, I possess my identification and 2,000 yuan, which is intended for my mother's medical treatment." The tall young man, noticing Liang An's inquisitive gaze and the murmurs of those around, quickly interjected. Liang An opened the tattered wallet, revealing a thick wad of cash, along with an identification card and a red veteran certificate. The ID bore a black and white portrait, with handwritten household registration details, stamped with the local police department seal. "Young man, pay close attention." The tall, slender youth fixed his gaze on Liang An, his voice laced with menace. Liang An cast a cold glance at the youth, scrutinizing the details on the ID and comparing them with the black and white image. "Yuanghua?" He then opened the veteran's certificate, noting the photograph and the inscription indicating reconnaissance soldier. How could a reconnaissance soldier be so careless as to let a thief steal his wallet? Zhang Jingguo leaned in for a closer look, mumbling to himself. Ignoring him, Liang An displayed the contents of the wallet to the onlookers, pointing at the tall youth on the ground, and declared loudly, "This fellow is a pickpocket." Chapter 83. A man's knees hold gold. As the crowd examined the wallet's contents, their gazes toward the tall youth transformed, and they began to voice their reproach. "That is someone's lifeline. If it were taken, it could lead to dire consequences. How dare you?" The slender youth glared at Liang An, his eyes sharp as blades. This individual, undeterred by his warnings, dared to confront money theft in a hospital, seemingly unafraid of repercussions from his accomplices. Liang An was not intimidated by this reckless youth. He stepped forward and returned the wallet and identification to Yuanghua. 2,000 yuan is no trifling amount, especially in a hospital where few would carry such a sum. "Thank you." Yuanghua expressed his gratitude profusely. Earlier, he had witnessed Liang An trip the unscrupulous individual with a bag of pig feed. Had he managed to escape through the hospital doors and blend into the crowd, he would have been lost. No need for thanks. In such a situation, anyone would intervene. Liang An waved his hand dismissively. Yuanghua, however, held a different perspective. Many had witnessed him chase the thief, yet none had offered assistance, fearing entanglement and trouble. "You all are quite bold. I have my connections around here. Release me immediately, or be cautious when leaving the hospital. You might find yourself in a dire situation," the slender youth threatened. Upon hearing this, Yuanghua hesitated. He was not a local and had come here to accompany his ailing mother. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot overwhelm a local snake. These pickpockets were indeed organized and could retaliate. "Let you go? Dream on. This is robbery, and the amount is substantial. With ample evidence at hand, you'll find yourself in a world of trouble." Liang An ridiculed, picking up the bag of pig feed from the ground. "Don't try to intimidate me. If you dare report to the police, prepare for retribution from my associates." The slender youth continued his threats. Liang An surveyed the surroundings and replied, "Fine, go ahead and call them here. Let them join you in your troubles." The companions of the slender youth within the crowd lowered their heads, attempting to diminish their presence, and stealthily departed from the scene. Someone had reported to the police. But before they arrived, the community defense team arrived first, stepping out to assess the situation and lifting the slender youth as one would handle a chick. The onlookers believed that the joint defense team members would handle the situation lightly, perhaps merely scolding the individual before letting him go. However, to their astonishment, the three team members brandished iron rods and commenced their assault, first striking the youth's face, then his legs, and finally delivering 2 blows to his head. After a few forceful strikes, the tall, slender young man tumbled to the ground, howling in pain. Before he could regain his composure, the team members seized his hair and delivered a brutal kick to his knee, forcing him to kneel heavily on the ground. Tears streamed down the young man's face from the agony, and before he could utter a plea for mercy, he received 2 more blows to his back and was kicked over. Had it not been for their uniforms and the red armbands on their arms, one might have mistaken them for thugs. Their ferocity suggested a personal vendetta against the slender youth, eliciting sympathetic discomfort from the surrounding crowd. Seeing this brutal scene, Liang An surmised that this individual must have been uncooperative, otherwise he would not have been subjected to such merciless treatment. Soon after, a small motorcycle approached, and 2 police officers dismounted, bringing the assault to an end. The officers did not take Yuanghua into custody. They merely recorded the events, questioned the spectators, and placed handcuffs on the slender youth before escorting him away. Having witnessed the commotion, Liang An recalled his own pressing matters and, accompanied by Zhang Jingguo, made his way to the hospital lobby for treatment. Yuanghua, whose path coincided with theirs, began to converse with them as they walked. It was during this exchange that Liang An learned they were fellow townsmen from the same county, hailing from neighboring townships. To express his gratitude for Liang An's assistance, Yuanghua suggested that they first attend to his mother's medical needs and then treat the 2 men to a meal and drinks. Liang An did not refuse. He saw an opportunity to recruit more allies, knowing he needed individuals willing to confront challenges. The 2 bodyguards accompanying him were under Gu Chang's employ, intimidating wherever they went. Yet Liang An found himself envious, unable to recruit them for his own cause. At present, he could not compare himself to Gu Chang, a prominent figure who was well aware of where to find the most lucrative alliances. Upon entering the hospital lobby, they encountered a registration fee of 50 cents, which was quite reasonable. Following a medical examination, the doctor diagnosed Zhang Jingguo with damage to his intervertebral disc, specifically in the cervical region, as well as a dislocated scapula, both of which were causing excruciating pain. This injury had resulted from being struck on the back by an iron rod flung by an impetuous youth in the street. Liang An recognized that had Zhang Jingguo not pushed him aside, the rod would have likely struck him directly in the head, potentially resulting in severe injury or worse. The attending physician first realigned Zhang Jingguo's scapula and then proceeded to treat the damaged intervertebral disc, recommending a hospital stay of 3 to 4 days for therapeutic massage and manipulation using traditional Chinese medicine. Liang An, possessing only a little over 200 yuan in cash, realized he would need to withdraw funds from the bank using his savings book. After exchanging a few words with Zhang Jingguo, he descended the stairs and headed towards the hospital's main entrance. One of the bodyguards followed him, while the other remained with Zhang Jingguo. As Liang An stepped outside, he soon spotted a familiar figure, dejectedly seated at a secluded flower bed, silently shedding tears. Concerned, Liang An approached and offered him a cigarette from his pack. "What's wrong?" he inquired gently. "I'm fine." Yuanghua sniffled, forcing a faint smile onto his face as he reached for the cigarette. Observing his demeanor, Liang An surmised that he was likely troubled by financial woes. After all, even the mightiest heroes can be brought low by the burden of medical expenses. Sometimes, providing timely assistance proves far more valuable than mere embellishments in times of need. "We are fellow villagers. If you encounter difficulties, voice them, and I shall lend a hand if I can." Without hesitation, Liang An offered. Yuanghua took several puffs of the cigarette, yet found it difficult to articulate his plight. Their acquaintance was but a fleeting encounter, and he hesitated to request aid. However, thoughts of his ailing mother tormented him, and after much deliberation, he mustered the courage to look Liang An in the eye and confessed, "My mother requires surgery. I have borrowed from everyone I know, yet I still lack 5,000 yuan to cover the costs. I considered selling blood, but even that falls short. I am at a loss." With those words, he lowered his head, feeling utterly helpless and despising his own inadequacy for not being able to afford his mother's treatment. "I thought it was a grave matter. Wait here for a moment, and I shall return shortly from the bank," Liang An declared, hastening toward the hospital entrance. Noticing there was no bank nearby, he hailed a taxi, accompanied by his burly bodyguard, and proceeded to the nearest banking institution. Liang An withdrew 10,000 yuan and, with his protector in tow, made his way back to the hospital. By the flower bed, Yuanguo remained, still waiting, his heart clinging to a flicker of hope. Upon seeing Liang An approach, he quickly rose to his feet. "Brother, this is 6,000 yuan," Liang An declared, pulling a wad of cash from his tattered bag and handing it over. Yuanguo accepted the money, tears welling in his eyes as he dropped to his knees, exclaiming, "Thank you. What are you doing? A man's knees should not bow to anyone. Rise." Liang An quickly helped him to his feet. "I only need 5,000. There is no need for such generosity." Yuanguo hastily counted out 5,000 yuan and attempted to return the remainder. Liang An waved his hand, refusing to accept the money. "This is the provincial capital. While you are away from home, you will need funds for your sustenance and other necessities. Keep it for reserve." Seeing Liang An's refusal, Yuanguo hesitated before speaking. "Well, I can write you an IOU. I promise to repay you as soon as I can." "No need," Liang An interjected, gesturing dismissively. "There may be times I will require your assistance. If I can help, I shall certainly not shy away." Yuanguo promptly replied. He pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Aren't you concerned that I might not repay you, or that you might not be able to find me?" "I have faith in your character," Liang An replied with a smirk. Earlier, while apprehending a thief, he had seen Yuanguo's identification, aware of his registered details, and had perused his discharge papers as well. Should he wish to confront him later, he had ample means to ensure Yuanguo would regret crossing him. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Liang An requested Yuanguo's contact information for a small shop in his hometown before entering the hospital lobby to settle the payment. Chapter 84. Recruitment. Zhang Jingguo was to stay in the hospital for 4 days, and Liang An arranged for his admission, securing a private room for him. The 2 bodyguards accompanying him could not be accommodated in the hospital room, so Liang An reserved 2 rooms at a nearby hotel for their convenience. The 2 individuals, adhering to Gu Chang's instructions, closely shadowed the pair, ensuring their personal safety. Even during Zhang Jingguo's hospitalization, one of them took responsibility for the day while the other watched over the night. These men were not particularly loquacious. At times, they resembled wooden posts standing still. It was unclear where Gu Chang had recruited them. Not only were they skilled in combat, but they also possessed firearms, giving the impression that they were ruthless criminals on the run. With Liang An's support, Yuanguo's mother was swiftly admitted to the operating room for surgery. The procedure was remarkably successful, and after 2 days of observation in the intensive care unit, she was transferred to a general ward. The ward was a 3-person room, considerably more affordable than a private room, albeit more cramped, with the father and son alternating in keeping vigil. To save on expenses, Yuanguo opted not to stay in a hotel, often dozing on a wooden chair in the corridor when fatigue overtook him. After 2 days, he appeared haggard, his eyes bloodshot, and his stubble noticeably grown. During a midnight cigarette break from his vigil in the hospital, Liang An encountered Yuanguo asleep on the corridor chair and struck up a conversation. This man was 6 or 7 years older than Liang An, the youngest in his family. His siblings were already married, and the 3 elder brothers had separated from their parents, leaving him to live with them. After his military service, he worked as a laborer in a state-owned factory in his hometown, earning only 300 to 400 yuan a month. When his mother fell ill and was diagnosed with pulmonary edema at the county hospital, it became clear that surgery at the provincial capital hospital was necessary. Aware of their financial struggles, she had no intention of seeking treatment in the city, believing it was better to live day by day. His brothers had tried various folk remedies with no effect, and her condition only worsened. Daily tormented by pain, she wished to spare her youngest son the burden of her illness, contemplating suicide by consuming pesticide. Seizing the opportunity when her husband was working in the fields, she opened the bottle, preparing to drink it all. Perhaps fate intervened, as her son Yuanguo returned just in time to thwart her attempt, threatening to follow her in death if she proceeded, which ultimately dissuaded her from taking her own life. To cover the medical expenses for his mother, Yuanguo gathered his siblings, and together they pooled resources for the surgery, borrowing from relatives, colleagues, and comrades until they could finally take their parents to the provincial hospital. Now that his mother had undergone surgery and was in stable condition, his tense demeanor had relaxed somewhat. However, he found himself not only financially drained, but also burdened with substantial debt. In ordinary families, when a member faces a severe illness, the pursuit of treatment often leads to financial ruin, a reality that aligns with the national sentiment. Liang An had encountered Yuanguo's father, a humble farmer whose life was spent toiling in the fields. His eyes were clouded, his face weathered by hardship, and his posture stooped, hands calloused from labor. Though perhaps lacking in education and skills, his ability to raise so many children is a testament to his remarkable dedication as a father. In this father, Liang An seemingly glimpsed the shadow of his late father from a past life, his spine slightly curved under the burdens of existence. The passage of time and hardships had etched deep and shallow wrinkles upon his face, each line narrating the trials of life. Silently shouldering the responsibility of providing for his family and shielding them from life's storms. You go, after the new year, come work with me. I will pay you 2,000 yuan a month. Liang An extended an olive branch to Yuanghua. 2,000. Yuanghua was taken aback, shaking his head repeatedly, exclaiming, I am not worth that much. In the past few days of interaction with Liang An, he had observed the bodyguard who consistently accompanied him, realizing that he was no ordinary man. However, he was truly astonished when the other party casually offered a salary of 2,000. You are worth this salary, Liang An asserted earnestly. I will leave you a pager number. After the new year, reach out to me through the paging service. As he spoke, he handed him a business card from his pocket. Upon seeing the words on the card, Yuanghua was somewhat stunned. It bore the name of Enrue Technology Company Limited, General Manager Liang An, along with a pager number. This pager had been purchased in Haiqing, and he had sought someone to manufacture the card, as merely having a title without contact information would seem quite insincere. The card featured a blue background with gilded lettering, exuding a high-quality feel, rendering it quite impressive. However, the company was not yet established, and the business registration department had no record of it, nor did it have an office address. Liang An explained that when one is out in the world, identity is self-bestowed. This business card is an essential accessory for pretense, who would delve deeper to uncover its authenticity. After all, donning a tailored suit while wielding a large mobile phone and clutching a leather briefcase would surely prompt anyone to address him as Boss Liang. Without hesitation, Yuanghua expressed his willingness to follow Liang An, promptly stowing away the card. Regardless of whether Liang An was truly a boss, the fact that he could lend him 6,000 yuan was enough for Yuanghua to consider working for him, even if it meant laboring without pay to repay the debt. The following day, Liang An went to the hospital billing department to secure a single room for Yuanghua's mother, facilitating their bedside companionship. Yuanghua did not refuse this kindness, feeling immensely grateful to Liang An, wishing he could kneel and bow 3 times in gratitude. In the single room, even if they had to sleep on the floor, there were no complaints. The environment was quieter, conducive to the patient's postoperative recovery. After several days of traditional Chinese medical treatment, Zhang Zhengwo's injuries had nearly healed. Following a doctor's examination and a prescription for some medication, he was ready to be discharged. After arranging for Zhang Zhengwo's discharge, Liang An made a point to bid farewell to Yuanghua, agreeing to meet at the train station in the county after the new year. The 4 of them exited the hospital, hailed a taxi, and headed directly to the train station. The provincial train station was bustling with crowds. Especially as the new year approached, throngs of people surged through the area. This location was notorious for its chaotic security, a nightmare for countless migrant workers, and a lawless zone within the city. A moment's inattention could result in tickets and money hidden in one's clothing being stealthily taken. In broad daylight, these miscreants dared to commit robbery and theft, not hesitating to wield knives against victims, while the sale of counterfeit tickets was rampant, and extortion at inflated prices had become commonplace. In this place, numerous factions of malevolent forces have already taken root, with every passing traveler becoming their prey. Among the 4 companions, 2 possess a rather intimidating appearance, thus sparing them from becoming targets of these ruffians. These scoundrels are discerning, knowing whom they can provoke and whom they must avoid. Upon entering the waiting hall of the train station, they awaited the train to Yuanqing for approximately an hour before it finally arrived. This time, Liang An, being financially well off, opted for a sleeper ticket instead of a seat, allowing him to recline comfortably. Upon reaching the platform, Liang An witnessed what it truly meant to climb aboard a train. Many individuals, seeing the carriage doors filled to capacity, chose instead to enter through the windows, assisting their companions with luggage before following suit. Third brother, I think I spotted a few familiar faces. Zhang Zhengwo's expression turned grave. Let us not dwell on that. Let us board the train first. Liang An urged him towards the door of the sleeper carriage. Chapter 85. The return journey. In this era, train stations allow individuals to directly access the platform for farewells, resulting in a crowded atmosphere. Those without tickets often resort to climbing through windows, either intending to purchase tickets later or to evade fares altogether, with staff turning a blind eye. The four companions arrived at the carriage door and successfully passed through ticket inspection into the sleeper compartment. The sleeper carriage was considerably less congested than the hard-seat carriage, where passengers were crammed together, and the air was thick with unpleasant odors. Most importantly, pickpockets primarily targeted the hard-seat compartments, rarely venturing into the sleeper section. However, sleepers are divided into hard and soft classes. The hard sleeper consists of 3 tiers of bunks, while the soft sleeper features private compartments with small doors that provide a degree of privacy. The green train traveling from the provincial capital to Yuanqing takes approximately 6 hours. Liang An, not lacking in funds, purchased soft sleeper tickets. The 4 of them perfectly fit into a small compartment for 4, and once the door was closed, they were insulated from the aisle and free to rest comfortably. As they traversed through the hard sleeper section and entered the soft sleeper area, they found it even less crowded and devoid of noise. Passengers in the soft sleeper compartment were elegantly dressed and exuded an air of distinction, either affluent or of noble birth. Some were engaged in business calls on large mobile phones, seemingly struggling with poor reception. Others read newspapers or books, while some engaged in animated discussions regarding the current economy. Among the passengers, one could even spot foreigners with blonde hair and blue eyes conversing in English. Noticing Liang An and Zhang Jingguo carrying woven bags filled with pig feed, the travelers cast them curious glances. "Here we are," Liang An exclaimed, comparing the ticket to the compartment number before stepping inside. "Third brother, this is almost like a private room, and it even has a small door," Zhang Jingguo exclaimed, his eyes wide with wonder. Experiencing soft sleeper for the first time felt rather luxurious. It resembled a small suite, with a thermos and an ashtray placed on a small table by the window. "What is so special about this? Just wait until I take you on a plane," Liang An said as he stowed their luggage on the upper rack. "A plane? Boss Su says flying is exhilarating. It feels like you're soaring into the clouds." Zhang Jingguo recalled Su Ang's words and couldn't help but exclaim, "That fellow is utterly unreliable. Do not believe his nonsense. 8 out of 10 of his words are pure drivel." Liang An replied with a hint of exasperation. After spending more than half a year in the industrial park commercial street on the outskirts of Haiqing, it seemed that Zhang Jingguo, this naive fool, was almost completely swindled by Su Anghua. If it weren't for Liang An's watchful eye, he might have been sold off while blissfully counting someone else's money. However, Zhang Jingguo could not be entirely blamed. He had just turned 18 and had not yet experienced the harsh realities of society, remaining oblivious to the treachery of human nature. "Brother San, Boss Su is quite a decent fellow. Every time I visit his convenience store, he insists on giving me food without expecting payment," Zhang Jingguo remarked nonchalantly. "Snacks? Beverages? Beer? Don't you ever check if they've expired while you indulge?" Liang An couldn't help but rub his forehead in disbelief. "In business, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Every merchant is astute. Besides, who in this world offers free meals?" Zhang Jingguo chuckled. "Boss Su enjoys a taste himself, but when his wife catches him, she gives him a thrashing, and he doesn't dare retaliate. That guy married the fiercest woman from the surrounding villages, one who has undergone training. If he fights back, he'd fare even worse." Liang An, seated on the lower bunk, lit a cigarette. "What? Then I shall be wary in seeking a wife. As Boss Su puts it, that is domestic violence." Zhang Jingguo chuckled heartily. The small compartment had 4 bunks, and since Zhang Jingguo's injuries were not fully healed, he chose the lower bunk. One of the 2 bodyguards insisted on sleeping on the lower bunk, ready to respond immediately should any trouble arise. Regardless of whether one slept on the upper or lower bunk, Liang An felt indifferent. After all, it was merely a few hours of sleep. The train halted for about half an hour before it began to move slowly again, the carriage swaying gently. Once it departed the station, it gradually picked up speed, and the trees outside the window swiftly receded into the distance. Gazing out the window, the scenery of the provincial capital unfolded splendidly. The train featured a dining car located in the 9th carriage, offering a menu and beverage service. As mealtime approached, Liang An led the 3 others to the dining car, intending to order several dishes. Arriving early, they found only a handful of stylishly dressed patrons scattered about the dining car. Ordinary citizens would hardly splurge on meals here. They typically brought their own provisions and ate a little when hunger struck. A few would purchase snacks when the dining car staff wheeled the food cart around. Or at the train stops, small vendors sold boxed meals on the platforms. The prices in the dining car were not modest. Those dining there were undoubtedly well off. The four friends chose a table, and the waiter approached with the menu. The selection of dishes was relatively limited, with only a handful of options available. They ordered 4 dishes and a soup, along with 2 bottles of wine, and waited for their food. Before long, the dishes arrived one after another, steaming and visually appealing. After a hearty meal and a few drinks, the four returned to their small compartment in the soft sleeper car, closed the door to shut out the noise from outside, and lay down on their bunks to sleep. In these times, there were no televisions on trains, nor were there smartphones to occupy one's time. Aside from chatting, the only option was to sleep. The 2 robust bodyguards spoke little, engaging in a terse exchange that rendered conversation impossible. After spending a mere 2 hours on the train, one could already feel the weariness settling in, with sleep providing a fleeting respite. However, the train's motion, sometimes swift, at other times languid, accompanied by occasional jolts, made slumber anything but restful. It was winter, the night descended rapidly, and by 6 o'clock, darkness enveloped the landscape. By 8, the world outside the window was obscured in inky blackness, devoid of any light, leaving one unaware of their location in this desolate expanse. The glow from the door had vanished, and the lights in the corridor extinguished, plunging the soft sleeper carriage into a profound silence, broken only by the rhythmic chugging of the train. On the upper bunk, Liang An tossed and turned, unable to find rest, his hands cradling his head as he let out a soft sigh. His eyelids fluttered, plagued by a nagging sense of anxiety, as if something was amiss. Below him, Zhang Jingguo had already succumbed to sleep, emitting occasional faint snores and the sounds of smacking lips. At that moment, footsteps echoed from the corridor, drawing closer. The sounds were chaotic, indicating not a single individual, but several. The 2 burly bodyguards in the adjacent bunks also perked up, slowly sitting upright. Liang An joined them, reaching for his cloth bag. None of them uttered a word, their gazes fixed intently on the door. As the footsteps neared, they abruptly ceased, replaced by hushed whispers. Is this the place? Indeed, we've been keeping an eye on it. This is a lucrative venture. Don't let vengeance lead to unnecessary bloodshed. Leave them with a breath to exchange for riches. With that, the small door was yanked open, and beams from flashlights flooded in, illuminating the space. Liang An peered outside, spotting 7 or 8 figures, armed and poised. 4 of them surged into the compartment, swiftly shutting the door behind them. The bodyguard on the upper bunk acted first, abruptly covering their heads with the blanket. In response to this unexpected turn of events, the intruders brandished their knives, thrusting them upward. In an instant, the sound of tearing fabric filled the air as the white bedding was punctured with several holes. Seizing the opportunity, the bodyguard on the lower bunk struck ferociously, delivering a lethal blow to one intruder's neck. The unfortunate individual collapsed silently, causing a loud thud. Another bodyguard leaped from the upper bunk onto the small table by the window, delivering a kick that sent one assailant crashing into his companion, both colliding against the door with a resounding bang. In less than a minute, the skirmish concluded. The 4 intruders lay motionless on the ground, resembling lifeless dogs. Outside, unaware of the turmoil within, others stood leisurely in the corridor, smoking as if at ease. When someone ventured out to investigate, they shone their flashlight and warned against meddling in affairs that did not concern them. Inside the compartment, Zhang Jingguo was jolted awake, hastily switching on the small lamp by the window. Stifling a yawn, he was startled into alertness by what the dim light revealed. Believing he had misread the situation, Liang An hastily rubbed his eyes, only to find that his perception was indeed correct, for individuals lay sprawled on the ground. Descending from the upper bunk, he picked up the flashlight from the floor and shone it upon their faces. Third brother, these are the pickpockets we encountered on the train when we first arrived in Haicheng. Weren't they apprehended and put to work at a sewing machine? Zhang Jingguo recognized 2 of them instantly upon seeing their faces. Liang An was not at all surprised. Had they truly been captured, these thieves would not have been so brazen on the train. Perhaps they had evaded arrest, and before the train reached its destination, they were merely lectured and subsequently released. There are still 3 or 4 more outside. Liang An extinguished the flashlight and spoke. These scoundrels are here seeking vengeance against us. Zhang Jingguo grabbed a tattered cloth bag from beside his pillow and extracted a brick from within. Feeling the weight of the brick in his hand provided him with a sense of reassurance. There was no problem that could not be solved with a brick. If necessary, A few more bricks would surely resolve any issue. You two brothers, go and deal with the others outside, Liang An commanded, looking towards the two burly bodyguards. They nodded in acquiescence without hesitation. Knock, knock. Two sharp raps echoed from the small door. The two bodyguards, expressionless, stepped over the bodies of the assailants and approached the door. When the individuals outside received no response, they knocked again, eager to ascertain whether the situation was under control. Just then, the small door was yanked open, and before the person standing at the threshold could react, they were struck on the nose and promptly kicked outside. Two figures emerged from within, shutting the small door behind them and muffling the sounds from the corridor. Liang An lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before exhaling a cloud of smoke. Jangwo, once they regain their senses, deliver a brick to them. Understood, third brother, Zhang Jingwo replied, fixing his gaze on the four individuals sprawled on the floor. All four assailants lay unconscious, motionless on the ground, holding the brick aloft. Zhang Jingwo observed them for a while, but seeing no signs of recovery, he grew somewhat impatient. Randomly selecting one, he brought the brick down upon them, the sound resonating painfully. Noticing Liang An's astonished expression, Zhang Jingwo chuckled. Third brother, this one stirred slightly. The small door swung open once more, and the two burly bodyguards emerged unscathed, leaving four bodies lying in the corridor. There was still one standing at the carriage door keeping watch, but he managed to escape. One of the dark-skinned bodyguards remarked, "No matter." Liang An waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, one of the individuals on the ground began to regain consciousness, groggily lifting his head and emitting a pained groan. Suddenly, a resounding thud echoed as Zhang Jingwo's brick struck the back of his head, rendering him unconscious once more. Jingwo, hold off on the bricks for now. Wait until he wakes up, and after we ask our questions, then deliver the brick, Liang An instructed. All right, third brother. Zhang Jingwo reluctantly tucked away the brick. Observing Liang An's directive, one of the burly bodyguards seized a youth and delivered two resounding slaps, prompting the individual to slowly regain consciousness. The blow was indeed severe, resonating with a sharpness that made one's jaw ache. The individual, just roused from slumber, appeared dazed and bewildered, gazing blankly at Liang An and his companions, seemingly pondering how he found himself in this predicament. It did not take long for realization to dawn upon him, and terror flickered in his eyes. The four stood outside, and before he could react, two figures lunged forth, toppling him to the ground without a modicum of resistance. Are you part of the pickpocket gang on the train? Liang An inquired. I'm asking you a question. Zhang Jingwo interjected, striking the youth sharply on the shoulder with a brick, causing him to grimace in pain, tears streaming down his face. Yes, yes, the young man stammered in response. Are you here to seek revenge, or have you been sent by someone? Liang An pressed on. Noticing the youth's hesitation, Zhang Jingwo silently raised the brick again. It's revenge. A few of my brothers suffered at your hands previously, and we want payback. The youth blurted out, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. That's not right, is it? I heard you were to keep us alive to exchange for money. Liang An's expression turned icy, his voice laced with menace. Why yes, someone from Haicheng offered a price to hand you over, promising us a handsome reward. The youth dared not conceal the truth. Haicheng. So, it's the Lin family behind this, Liang An remarked, casting a knowing glance at Zhang Jingwo. Understanding the cue, Zhang Jingwo brought the brick down sharply upon the youth's head. The young man emitted a muffled grunt, his body swaying before collapsing to the ground. What shall we do with these individuals? Zhang Jingwo inquired. Break their legs and toss them out into the corridor. Liang An deliberated before responding. With those words, he discarded the knife and set about dislocating the jaws of the four, subsequently picking up an iron rod to shatter their limbs one by one. The excruciating pain jolted them awake, yet no sounds escaped their lips. Once this grim task was completed, he dragged the four out of the compartment and discarded them into the corridor. The four already lying there were not spared, receiving the same fate, dislocated jaws and shattered legs. As the train approached its next station, the speed gradually decreased to a mere 20 kilometers per hour. Through the window, distant streetlights and a vast expanse of farmland were visible. Liang An opened the corridor window and beckoned Zhang Jingwo and the two burly bodyguards to dispose of these individuals through it. Chapter 87. Not dead, yet in a matter of moments, Liang An and his companions hurled the 8 individuals out through the window, leaving them to plummet beside the railway tracks. Unlike the high-speed rail tracks of the future, which are strictly off-limits and fenced off, these tracks allowed free access. The 8 with broken limbs and dislocated jaws, found themselves in utter despair, unable to cry for help, incapable of walking or even crawling. The small compartments of the soft sleeper carriage were all tightly shut, no one daring to venture out to investigate. Perhaps the earlier figures in the corridor had intimidated those curious enough to peek outside, instilling fear of retribution and dissuading them from opening their doors. Why the trembling? Fear not, they won't die? Liang An cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Jingguo, lighting a cigarette and inhaling deeply before speaking. They won't die, at worst. Their treatment will be delayed, possibly resulting in lifelong disabilities. The railway inspectors patrol daily, and by tomorrow at the latest, someone will discover them and take them to the hospital. It's not shaking. It's just windy and a bit cold. Zhang Jingguo feigned calmness, fumbling in his pocket for a cigarette, his hands trembling as if afflicted by Parkinson's, failing to even light it. The two burly bodyguards leaned against the car window, smoking without a hint of emotion. For them, such scenes were mere trifles. They had witnessed far more perilous and bloody encounters. With a cigarette dangling from his lips, Liang An reached out to light Zhang Jingguo's smoke, teasing, "You weren't shaking when you used that brick on someone. What are you afraid of now? Third brother, they truly won't die?" Zhang Jingguo couldn't help but inquire. "They won't die. There are patrols on the railway. At worst, they'll be left crippled. Besides, they're no saints. They've preyed on the hard-earned money of the impoverished." Liang An placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Your parents are working outside too. If their hard-earned money is stolen while taking the train home, they might go days without food and could even fall ill from the distress." These individuals were pickpockets on the train, targeting crowded areas. The busiest part of the train was the hard-seat carriage, a gathering place for laborers who earned their living through toil. If they targeted the wealthy, one might argue it was a case of robbing the rich to help the poor, but preying on the impoverished was a vile act. Third brother, they deserve to die. We went too easy on them. We ought to have severed their fingers. Zhang Jingguo's demeanor instantly shifted to one of fierce indignation. He recalled a few years prior when his parents returned home for the new year. His mother had red-rimmed eyes, unable to eat for 3 days after 300 yuan was stolen from them on the train. That amount was equivalent to several months' wages for an ordinary worker back in the 80s. Come to terms with it, and you'll have no psychological burden, Liang An said with a smile. A few minutes later, the train arrived at one of its stops, scheduled to pause for over 10 minutes to allow passengers to board and disembark. This train was a long-distance service, traversing 2 provinces over a journey lasting several hours. No one exited from the soft sleeper and hard sleeper carriages, while many disembarked from the hard seat carriage. The platform was bustling with vendors selling snacks and fruits. A water station provided free hot water, and many passengers in the hard seat carriage extended their enamel cups and glass jars out the windows for the attendants to fill. In contrast, the soft and hard sleeper carriages had insulated bottles for hot water, eliminating the need for passengers to reach out for it. Many individuals from these 2 carriages leaned out the windows to purchase items from the vendors, albeit at slightly higher prices than outside, yet they were still willing to buy. Liang An, noticing the fresh fruits, procured a few pounds, along with a roasted chicken and some shelled peanuts. During dinner in the dining carriage, he seized a few bottles of beer, a perfect accompaniment to his meal. As the long night stretched ahead, a little drink and some idle chatter would surely make the time fly by, despite the fact that there are only 2 hours left until reaching our destination. Lying down on the narrow compartment bed can be a challenge. If one can sleep, that is fortunate, but if not, time seems to stretch interminably. Brother San, these small vendors truly make a fortune. Their goods are priced 2 to 3 times higher than outside, Zhang Jingguo remarked after taking a sip of alcohol. As the new year approaches, what doesn't he see a price hike? Liang An chuckled in response. The door to the compartment was ajar, the air conditioning absent, and the windows could not be opened, leaving only the aisle window ajar. As drinking without smoking lacks spirit, the smoke must dissipate. The 2 robust bodyguards were not partaking in their drinking, instead lying on their beds with their eyes closed, resting. Liang An and Zhang Jingguo were engrossed in their boastful chatter when suddenly, the bodyguard on the lower bunk sat up and stepped down from the bed. The bodyguard above followed suit, swiftly and adeptly dismounting. Just as Liang An and Zhang Jingguo were about to inquire, they observed the 2 exiting the compartment and promptly followed suit. Outside the aisle, a group of approximately a dozen individuals approached, exuding a menacing air. Leading them was a short, middle-aged man, his face marred by a scar, bearing a fierce countenance. A youth beside him pointed towards Liang An and his companions, whispering furtively. At the leader's command, those behind him revealed their knives and advanced quickly. As they drew within 3 meters, the 2 robust bodyguards produced handguns from their pockets, expertly disengaging the safeties, pulling back the slides, and aiming at the approaching group. Upon seeing the dark muzzles of the guns, the short middle-aged man's pupils dilated in alarm, and he abruptly halted, prompting his companions to do the same. Zhang Jingguo, witnessing the scene, feigned nonchalance, sliding his hand into his pocket and narrowing his eyes at the intruders. Noticing the cold, indifferent gazes of the 2 bodyguards, the short man gulped. Cold sweat beading on his forehead, he realized he had encountered formidable opponents. The 2 men exuded an aura of lethal intent, and their weapons were undoubtedly not toys. He distinctly recalled the sound of the bullets being chambered. They were neither mere rogues nor common thugs. They were likely affiliated with the authorities. In this era, although gun control had not yet been implemented, civilian firearms were limited to homemade guns and shotguns. Acquiring a handgun required specific channels and could not be brandished openly. Brothers, misunderstandings abound. Be careful of misfires. The short man plastered on a forced smile, hastily instructing his followers to sheath their knives. You are their leader, step forward. Liang An beckoned him with a smile. The short man hesitated, casting a glance at Liang An and then at the 2 bodyguards. Their expressions darkened, and they subtly raised their weapons, indicating he would do well to comply. Gritting his teeth, the short man approached slowly. Just as he reached Liang An, he was met with a resounding slap that sent him sprawling. Before he could gather his wits, Liang An swiftly stepped forward, seizing him and delivering a punch squarely to his nose. Witnessing their leader being struck, the henchmen stirred restlessly, instinctively brandishing their knives once more. Stay back, all of you. Don't move. The short man, stifling his pain, quickly raised his hand, signaling them to remain still, fearing for his own life. He knew their true nature all too well. If a shot were fired, they would flee faster than rabbits. Do you know what business we are in? Liang An's gaze was as sharp as a blade, imbued with a chilling intent to kill. I understand. It is our folly not to recognize the formidable presence before us. I come here to offer my apologies to you, esteemed gentlemen. May your magnanimity allow us to escape your wrath. The diminutive middle-aged man, gritting his teeth against the searing pain, spoke with a forced smile. These individuals were undoubtedly ruthless criminals, cold-blooded and burdened with the weight of lives taken. They were not to be trifled with. He could scarcely contain his regret, wishing he could slap himself for not inquiring about the fate of those sent out, who were likely disposed of without ceremony from the car window. Apologies must be sincere. You must be earning quite a bit today, no? Liang An casually remarked, twirling his fingers. I comprehend. The diminutive middle-aged man responded without a moment's hesitation, turning to summon his subordinates to gather their resources. The others exchanged glances, hesitating briefly before dutifully producing the money they had on hand. The middle-aged man collected the contributions, carefully presenting them to Liang An with an ingratiating smile. Liang An discreetly signaled to Zhang Jingguo, who understood immediately and stepped forward to take the offering. Esteemed gentlemen, if there is nothing further, we shall take our leave. The diminutive middle-aged man inquired cautiously. Certainly. Depart from here, Liang An instructed, gesturing towards the open car window. Indeed. The diminutive middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief, hastily signaling his companions to withdraw. He was the first to leap out of the train, followed closely by the others, who did not hesitate in the slightest. Liang An approached the window and peered outside. The train was moving at a mere 20 kilometers per hour and had yet to pick up speed. He could not help but curse under his breath. This was reckless.